Chapter 41. Sudden Encounter 1. Tack. I closed my laptop. Well, that's terrifying. Jiak Yungyong killed someone without hesitation, purely for his own enjoyment. This was the world I created. On the surface, the society seemed functional with science and magic vastly improving quality of life. But on the inside, demi-humans who didn't care for the law or morals lurked within. Demi-humans didn't just refer to jinns. Humans who rejected the existence of heroes, but had supernatural powers just like them. They were officially known as wanted criminals, but the public called them villains. What killed him? The drone was unable to capture exactly what happened. Only after slowing it down 10 times was I able to catch a glimpse. Jiak Yungyong threw out a jab, and a violent pressure erupted, instantly killing the police officer. He killed someone without even making contact. Also, this thing. I stared at the drone on my bed. It was more useful than I expected. If I bought a more expensive drone and added a bunch of settings to it, I might be able to put it to good use. Whying at that moment my smartwatch suddenly rang. Yo, can I nominate you? It was Ki Nayan. She seemed to be talking about tomorrow's duels. Why? What do you mean, why? You already provoked me several times. I still had one nomination left. Cadets had to duel at least 3 times and could duel at most 6 times. In other words, I didn't need to fight anyone else unless someone nominated me. No, I'm exhausted from today. There was no chance of me winning in a one-on-one fight against Ki Nayan. Not only were arrows stronger than bullets, I also didn't have the physical ability to dodge her rapid-fire shots. You can think about that tomorrow morning. Also, how did you destroy Chi reinforcement with a bullet? It didn't look like you used your personal weapon. That's all people are talking about. That was your gift, right? So this was her real goal. I ignored her message. Thinking about it now, I doubt she had any nominations left. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't use it to maintain her peak condition. After all, she was scheduled to duel Rachel tomorrow. Whoa, it's already 12. I took off my smartwatch and looked at the time. It was already midnight. When I turned off the light and lied down on the bed, I received another message. You put on quite a show. This time it was you, Yonha. I gave a short reply. I didn't want to get hit. Because you destroyed a chi reinforcement with your bullet, many guilds are showing interest in you. I know. I had gained quite a bit of SB, 185 since noon. Once I collected a bit more, I would be able to create a new art or physique. They're already calling your gift superpower bullet or bullet reinforcement. Speaking of which, what do you think about guilds? Those names suck. No, I mean, what do you think about Essence of the Strait? You, Yona, had a tendency to judge people based on their usefulness. This would only get worse as she got older, and she would eventually become someone who didn't care about someone's background as long as they were useful. Contacting cadets beforehand is illegal. That's a 500 million won penalty. I sent a thoughtless message, trying to end the conversation. First, I'm still a cadet. Cadets can try to recruit other cadets without being in trouble with the law. Second, I can afford to pay that much. She returned a very serious reply. I felt a bit awkward. That's not your money, it's your parents'. Oh, right, your acting was pretty superb on your second and third match. This girl. Why was she talking like I was hiding my power? If anything, Kim Suho was the one hiding his power. Were you watching? I had time. But to be honest, I think your growth speed is too quick. You were ranked 934 during the initial exams, but if you corner a rank 18 after switching to a sharpshooter role, it's too eye-catching no matter how much aptitude you have for it. What is she on about now? I also ignored Yu Yona's message. In truth, my eyelids were closing. I fought 3 times today, so it wasn't surprising. Oh, right. I suddenly remembered something else to do. I turned on my smartwatch and sent Park Soo-hyuk a message. Hyung, thanks for the drone. I'll take good care of it. Chameleon troops hiding place. In a pitch-black abandoned factory, without a single stream of light, Chameleon troops' boss was sitting cross-legged on the ground. A series of battles from earlier in the day was being played in her head. Kim Suho's swordsmanship was just like what she had heard. His sword strikes were light like a feather, but carried a heavy destructive power and connected fluidly with his next move. Each of his movements was natural like flowing water. His swordsmanship was so well polished and sharpened that it seemed more suitable to call it a sword art than swordsmanship. Next was Shin Janghak. His spearmanship was truly domineering and vicious. He stabbed directly at his opponent's heart and brutalized anyone who was constantly on the defensive. Using the spear's long reach, he constantly cut, smacked, and stabbed his opponent. Rather than a duel, it was more like a one-sided beating. Next is the man you were talking about, boss. The one who called you hot. She nodded silently. The video being reflected in her eyes changed. This time, it was a battle between a gun and a fist, a sharpshooter and a warrior. It was clear who should be the winner. However, she abruptly opened her eyes. She only watched the video for a short time, but during this time, the sharpshooter's bullet had destroyed the warrior's magic power. She examined the nature of the magic power around the bullet. If her eyes weren't seeing things, it could only be one thing: the power of anti-magic. It was the power she was looking for, the silver bullet that could kill that man. Interesting, isn't it? I was surprised too when I first saw it. Kim Hajin, write his name down on the notebook. She spoke without hesitation. Really? Yes. But Jungyong said he didn't like him. Jeong hates sharpshooters. Jungyong was a warrior in and out, staring at each other's eyes and trying to strike down death upon the enemy with deadly killing intent. He believed that was what a battle was. Even in the chameleon troop, there were members he didn't like just because they fought from a long range. I guess so. He did say Kim Suho and Shin Janghak were okay. Then put their names down too. Then we'll only have 5 slots left. Is that okay? People who had their names written down on the notebook could have their live locations tracked. In a way, the notebook was like a GPS. In addition, the owner of the notebook could teleport to the location of a written target. Who do we prioritize? In exchange for its wide-ranged power, the condition, target cannot know that his name is on the notebook, had to be met. But as long as the target wasn't told about the notebook, there was no reason he should notice. The boss closed her eyes. She remembered what happened a long time ago, the death of the previous leader of Chameleon Troop 11 years ago, that man's betrayal, and the day she cried for the first time. In front of a grave, she felt the new burden on her shoulders as the Chameleon Troop changed its colors once more. For now, the Chameleon Troop survived even with the death of its leader. A new leader was chosen, and the group managed to take a huge step forward using resentment and vengeance as nourishment. But now they couldn't find where the traitor was hiding. No, even if they knew, they couldn't do anything about it, so she kept searching this entire time. The power of anti-magic, which could destroy the magic power physique, put Kim Hajin on top priority. Tuesday, I remained in my room until noon. Although duels continued until today, no one had nominated me. I should have just stayed in the dorm. Currently, it was 1 p.m. and I was outside. To be honest, I was bored. I also wanted to watch Ki Naeun rank 4, Duel Rachel rank 3, and Kim Suho rank 1, Duel Yohei rank 8. The seats are full. However, the arena was completely packed full of people. The first arena had 5,000 seats, but there wasn't an empty seat no matter how hard I looked. Should I go back, or should I just stand and watch? When I was having such thoughts at the back of the arena, 2 people, who seemed to be a couple, suddenly stood up and left. KQham. I sat down on the seat, feeling like I was walking on eggshells as I hoped they wouldn't come back. Thank you for waiting. Thankfully, the couple didn't come back, and the host announced the start of the duel along with the excited cheering of the crowd. SSSSS. Someone sat down next to me. I glanced to the side with a bag of popcorn in my hand, then looked back ahead. Suddenly, the image of the person flashed in my head. She looked familiar. I swallowed the popcorn in my mouth and glanced sideways once again. At the same time, my heart stopped beating and my breathing froze. She was sitting next to me, the boss of the Chameleon Troop. As someone who lived her life without a name, she was only known by her title, Yasha. I stuffed my shaking hands into the popcorn and fixed my eyes on the dueling arena. My heart, which temporarily stopped, finally began to thump crazily. Why was she here? Did I do something wrong, or was it a coincidence? Right, it had to be a coincidence. She was here to watch Kim Suho and just happened to sit next to me in the middle of my panicked thinking. Huak. Someone who was walking down the stairs suddenly tripped. This nameless person was holding onto a large-sized soda. The soda promptly spun in the air before landing on someone's head like a hat. For the record, the soda was filled to the brim. I didn't know whether luck played a part in it, but not a single drop landed on me. However, I turned to the side, feeling a tinge of dizziness. Under the soda cup standing like a party hat, boss black pupils were trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Sudden encounter 2. Oh no, I'm so sorry. The nameless person apologized in shock. The chameleon troop's boss seemed just as shocked as she remained completely still. First, I took the soda cup off of her head. The ice cubes sitting on her head immediately drizzled down, and Boss shut her eyes close. Please wait just 1 minute. I'll go get a towel. But at that moment, the nameless person suddenly froze. His eyes turned lifeless, and he began to walk out in a strange, zombie-like manner. I glanced at Boss' neck, on which a faint light was glimmering. It seemed what just happened was her necklace's ability. That necklace, I felt like I knew it, but I couldn't quite remember it. I wasn't too keen on item settings. Ha! She suddenly let out a deep sigh. Then she turned towards me. I scratched my neck. I had a tiny pack of tissues in my pocket, but it was nowhere near enough to take care of the mess on her head and clothes. But because her eyes were fixed on me, I took out the tissues. You can use this. She looked back and forth between me and the pack of tissues. She then grabbed the tissues and wiped her face, legs, and arms. Thank you. Then she gave a light bow and thanked me. I fell into a daze momentarily. What just happened? At that moment, the host's loud voice resounded. We are now starting. The crowd cheered loudly. A countless number of reporters aimed their cameras at the arena. Although they weren't allowed to film the duels, they were allowed to take pictures. The reporters from England were especially excited. Duel between rank 3 Rachel and rank 4 Ki Nayan. A battle between a rapier and a bow. This was something that happened in the original story. In other words, I already knew who would win, Rachel. I stared at Rachel and Ki Nayan standing on the arena. Though they were far away, I could see them as though they were only a couple feet away. Ki Nayan's mouth moved. I could hear what she was saying. Princess, our rank will be changing today. Rachel didn't react to Ki Nayan's provocation. Beginning countdown, 3, 2. Ki Nayan aimed her bow at Rachel, and Rachel held up her rapier. Facing each other, neither side had even the tiniest imbalance in their postures. Waiting for the start signal, they concealed their openings while searching for their opponent's openings. Start! Ki Nayan fired her arrow immediately. Her magic arrow flew out at lightning speed. However, Rachel skirted past the arrow by a hair's breadth with refined, efficient movements. Ki Nayan continued with a barrage of arrows. When the arrows raining down from the sky hit the ground, they split into several offshoots and took on unpredictable paths. It seemed this was the plan Ki Nayan made for this fight. Since Rachel would just dodge her arrows if she shot at her directly, Ki Nayan was trying to box her in. However, Rachel dodged the terrifying barrage of arrows elegantly. Not only that, but she didn't hesitate to stab with her rapier when given the chance. The magic power from her attacks shot towards Ki Nayan like beams of light. Even so, Ki Nayan didn't dodge them. Instead, she emitted magic power in the form of a shield to block them. Immediately, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause. Ki Nayan's magic power control had already surpassed the level of a cadet. However, the outcome of this fierce battle was predetermined. Ki Nayan couldn't win against Rachel. Rachel was a swordsman specialized in receiving long-ranged attacks. Her slender and flexible body could dodge arrows with the slightest movement, and her attacks of delicate magic power continuously disrupted an archer's posture. Ki Nayan created a shield to prevent her posture from becoming unstable, but this method was too costly in magic power. The moment Ki Nayan's magic power ran out, it would be Rachel's victory. I saw your duel against Kim Horak. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from next to me. Startled, I jolted slightly. Because I was too focused on Ki Nayan and Rachel's duel, I had forgotten who was sitting next to me. It was incredibly foolish, considering she was currently far more important than Rachel or Ki Nayan. Thank you, I replied as calmly as possible. She asked while staring at me. Was that your gift? I'm sorry, but that's not something that I can reveal so easily. She took out a business card from her pocket. This is who I am. She gave me the business card. Lai Xiaopeng, Desolate Moons Grade 3 Hero, contact address. 103-3243-9,203-93. This was likely one of her many fake identities. Even so, my heart trembled as very few people had way of contacting her. In order to not make it obvious, I simply smiled and muttered, "It's illegal to scout cadets in advance." She tried to put away her business card. But I grabbed her wrist, as I thought she didn't know about playing hard to get. I'll hold on to yours. She nodded and gave me a business card. I'll leave now. Contact us whenever you want. With that, she got up. As she walked out, I stared at her back in a daze. What did she come here for? I couldn't understand. No matter how much I thought about it, there shouldn't have been any reason for her to visit me at this point. All duels ended by 5 p.m. Kim Suho, Shin Jang-hak, Rachel, and a cadet named Ju Young-ho were the only ones to win all their duels. Because cadets could fight up to 3 times a day, many unexpected outcomes had occurred due to one side being tired. Wow, that was amazing. Did you see Kim Suho? How stylish can he get? Ki Naeun lost to Rachel. I'm a bit bitter. This is the first time I've seen Korea's rising star losing to a foreigner. By the time I left the arena, the sky had already turned dark. Many spectators brushed past me as they reflected on today's battles. Before I returned to the dorm, I first went into an alleyway in the back of the arena. After sitting down in a random spot, I took out the drone I placed in my cross bag. This drone was quite different than the original, as I added several settings like battery life boost, stealth mode, and target lock-on. These changes would last for 4 days, which was when the chameleon troop would leave. Consequently, the modification was relatively cheap in SB. Fly! I threw the drone into the air. The drone flew into the forest, and I got up to head back to the dorm. Cuck, huck, cuck, ha! But a sudden crying sound made me stop. It sounded a bit like an animal crying, but it was also pitiful enough to make me turn to its direction. My eyes broke through several walls in the path, and in a nearby forest close to the back of the arena, I saw someone hiding between trees and crying. It was Ki Naeun. Her body was shaking, and her face was buried between her knees. Ah, this event. I remembered it. It was the when Ki Naeun would completely fall for Kim Suho. Soon, he would come to console Ki Naeun on her defeat, and with everything else that should have happened between them, Ki Naeun would come to see Kim Suho as not just a friend. Although things had changed slightly from the original story, it seemed the big picture remained the same. I turned back without much thought. Tusk! But I hesitated to leave. Kim Suho would console Ki Naeun, but his kindness would only comfort her. You can do better next time. Work hard with me. I will help you get stronger. Such words wouldn't really help Ki Naeun. In life, it was sometimes better to give up rather than continuing to work hard. But there was no such thing as giving up in Kim Suho's dictionary. He never gave up on anything and never suggested others to give up. Because of Kim Suho, Ki Naeun wouldn't give up on using a bow for a long time. Who? In the end, I turned on my smartwatch. The message Ki Naeun sent me last night was there. Hey, don't ignore me. If you don't reply, I'll nominate you for real. I gave her an 18-hour late reply. What are you doing? Through the walls, I could see Ki Naeun's smartwatch ring, but because she was crying, she didn't check her smartwatch. I sent her another message. I saw your duel today. Ki Naeun then glanced at her smartwatch. What does this bastard want now? It seemed she was planning on ignoring my messages. I didn't have any other choice. I sent her a message she couldn't ignore. See, I told you. You're more suited to a sword than a bow. It's not too late to change your weapon. I did too. This son of a, it was incredibly effective. Fuming, Ki Naeun tapped on her smartwatch. Screw off before I kill you. The reply I sent back immediately was enough to drive her over the edge. Come on, you defeated a djinn with a sword, so why do you insist on using a bow? I just can't understand. It's almost pitiful. If you fought Rachel like how you fought that djinn, do you think you would have lost? What? You wanna die? Think a little. You beat her when you were in Agent Military Academy, so why do you think you're losing now? It's because you don't have the aptitude for bows. What, you piece of shit? Where are you? Do I look like a pushover? You bastard, don't be so arrogant just because you beat Kim Horak. Her emotional message was hardly readable because of punctuation errors. I didn't even read it all. I didn't reply to her either. I wanted to mess with her a bit more because her reaction was funny, but unfortunately it was time. Ha! Ki Naeun. Kim Suho peeked his head behind the tree where Ki Naeun was hiding. Hey, what are you doing here? What? Ki Naeun quickly wiped off her tears. She then tried to run, but Kim Suho caught her. Let me go. Ki Naeun tried to shake him off, but Kim Suho wasn't the type of person who would leave a crying girl be. He had a typical main character personality. Consoling a crying girl was almost in his instincts. It's time to go. I didn't stay behind to watch what would happen between them. making sure that Ki Naeun didn't forget about her real gift. That was the extent of my role. Wednesday, the next combat exam began. As cadets had to fight monsters in this exam, ordinary people were prohibited from spectating. Furthermore, because magicians summoned monsters were of varying types and power, the exam was graded on an absolute scale rather than a relative scale. Be especially careful in today's exam. If you refuse to give up, you might really end up dying. Kim Soo-hyuk gave a solemn warning. Just like he said, summoned monsters were dangerous. Even though they were summoned by magicians, they were unable to comprehend complex orders. Annihilate enemies and protect allies. That was the extent of the order they could understand. An order like test that cadet's skill was out of the question. Not to mention, summoned monsters didn't just disappear into thin air when magicians reverse summoned them, so cadets had to be on their toes even after surrendering. If you think your life is in danger, give up immediately. You can yell, "I surrender," or simply tap on the ground twice. I stood still and calmly listened to Kim Soo-hyuk's explanation. Ki Naeun was glaring at me from the side, but I ignored her. Magicians in charge of the exam will give the rest of the explanation. Give them a warm welcome. The door opened, and robed magicians walked in. Summoner magicians weren't given any special treatment. The magician's tower had a strict hierarchy among magicians depending on their specialty, and summoner magicians were nothing more and nothing less than average. And because summoner magicians often worked outside of the magician's tower, they didn't have twisted personalities like most magicians. Nice to meet you all. I am the chief magician, Jin Juhua. The leader of the magicians bowed to the cadets. Today, you will fight monsters we will summon. But be careful, summoned monsters are no different from real monsters. Even if we reverse summon them, they won't disappear immediately like in games. So if things look dangerous, surrender immediately. The cadets nodded at the magician's kind explanation. Good, then we will tell you how the exam will proceed. Jinjuwa smiled brightly. 4 cadets will go in at a time, and each cadet will be given 15 minutes. You will not be graded based on victory or loss, and your fighting role will obviously be taken into account. Jin Juhua stuck up his index finger. First is how long you last. Next is how calm you responded. In other words, you don't have to try to kill the summoned monster. Whining, a smartwatch's faint vibration cut him off mid-sentence. The magician looked around the room. Please turn off all smartwatches. He spoke nonchalantly. We also nonchalantly turned off our smartwatches. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Sudden Encounter 3. Chief Magician Jin Juwa's explanation dragged on for a long time. How the exam will be carried out, how groups will be formed, the types of monsters that will be summoned. I understood that he was a cautious person, but I just wished he would get on with the exam already. Now, we will begin the exam. Group 1 members should stand up. Finally, he spoke the words I was waiting for. Group 1 was Heizuki, Kim Junho, Yoo-jin, and Spenner. Heizuki was the only one I knew. I'll do my best. Heizuki got up as she received encouraging words from her friends. The 4 group members followed a staff to the examination ground. Everyone else, please stand to the side. The 96 remaining cadets of Verita's class stood against the wall while wondering why. Suddenly, Jinjuwa clapped, and 10 circular tables with 10 chairs each rose up from the floor. Take a seat, everyone. You will be writing a report for this exam as well. Immediately, cadets broke out into groans. Sit wherever you want. Since I already knew this would happen, I wasn't fazed by it in the slightest. I took a seat randomly, while other cadets sat close to their friends. Just when I was thoughtlessly waiting for Jin Juwa's next word, a sweet fragrance tickled my nose. It was a unique and aromatic smell of rose. I glanced sideways. It was Rachel. She was staring at her fingernails. It seemed one of her nails was too sharp, as she took a nail clipper to one of her fingers. At that moment, her eyes met mine. Rachel hastily put away the nail clipper into her pocket. Battle analysis will be part of this exam. Jin Juwa's explanation began once again. It's simple. You will carefully analyze cadets who are battling monsters and write a report. In an instant, a monitor shot up from the tables. There was one for each seat, a total of 100. The monitor's screen was split into 4, and each screen showed a cadet from the group taking the exam. How they were able to defeat their monster, or why they lost. Even if they won, in what areas they were lacking. If they lost, what methods they could have used to get a better result. This is what we are looking for in your reports. Chak chak. Jin Juwa clapped, and the other magicians began to hand out report papers. You have to write 3 reports in total, but only the best report will be reflected on your grade. Of course, that doesn't mean you can only write 1 report. If you do, you will be penalized. I picked up the paper in front of me. Looking at the peer assessment paper, I suddenly remembered my college days. I had to write my name on the evaluating cadet line and the name of the cadet I'm evaluating on evaluating cadet. Check the anonymous checkbox if you wish to remain anonymous. Thankfully, we had the option of being anonymous. For the record, this report is only 5% of your grade, but the reports you write will be given to the cadets you evaluate. At these words, cadets began to exchange meaningful looks, giving your peers healthy advice and recommendations and encouraging honest self-development. I think these are duties of a hero. So if you abuse the ability to be anonymous to be malicious, you will be penalized accordingly. The chief magician's mouth curled up to a smile. It seems we are ready. Group 1's exam will now begin. I stared at the monitor fixedly. I then clicked on the box Heizuki was in. The other 3 boxes disappeared, and only Heizuki's filled the screen. Heizuki was facing a ghoul, a low-intermediate rank grade 1 monster. It should be a difficult fight for Heizuki. Clang, clang, the ghoul's claws clashed with Heizuki's axe. Heizuki responded to its attacks rather calmly, but a ghoul's claws were harder than average high-grade weapons. After exchanging a few blows, Heizuki must have concluded that she was at a disadvantage in close-ranged combat as she began to circle around the room. Using the ghoul's slow speed to her advantage, she began to look for an opening in the ghoul's defense. But 15 minutes went by with no change. The ghoul disappeared after being reverse-summoned. Draw, Heizuki and YunSeo-jin. Victory, Spenner. Defeat, Kim Junho. Next is Group 2. Ki Naeun, Hajin, Jutrin, Carlos. Next up was Ki Naeun's group. Ki Naeun walked up in an imposing manner. The weight of her bow seemed lighter than usual. Just what could Kim Suho have said to her to make her feel so energetic? I looked at Ki Naeun through the monitor. 1,000-mile horse. Ki Naeun's opponent was the 1,000-mile horse, an intermediate rank grade 9 monster. It was one of the trickiest monsters for an archer to face. But in the screen, Ki Naeun stood tall with confidence in front of the 1,000-mile horse. Not long afterward, the battle began. Ki Naeun drew her bow, and the 1,000-mile horse charged towards her. I examined their fight closely. My gift, Master Sharpshooter, seemed to affect my eyes of discernment, as I could clearly see Ki Naeun's faults. Ki Naeun dodged the charging 1,000-mile horse by rolling to the side. Doing so, she had missed an opportunity to attack. She should have stabbed an arrow in its flank, or if she fired after rolling, she would have hit the horse's butt. Ki Naeun only wants to shoot her bow in upright positions. In other words, she lacks adaptability and situational awareness as an archer. Ki Naeun was too fixated on textbook stances. As a result, the 1,000-mile horse easily dodged her arrows. In a one-on-one fight, sharpshooters require detailed analysis and background knowledge of their target. However, Ki Naeun lacks knowledge about monsters. Defeating a 1,000-mile horse was easy if one started with disabling its legs. However, Ki Naeun was attacking places with a large surface area like its neck and body. She doesn't like memorizing theory. It was Ki Naeun's flaw I created myself. Her ability to predict her opponent's movements is superb, but she lacks the ability to take her arrow's speed into account. This was a matter of talent. Ki Naeun's talent in bows was ranked 2nd or 3rd. In contrast, her talent in longswords was ranked 1st. The spear and bow only came afterwards. In other words, Ki Naeun couldn't predict what I could predict. That was the difference between our talents, our gifts. Despite all this, Ki Naeun was able to win against the 1,000-mile horse because of her overwhelming magic power control, capacity, and adaptability. Eventually, the 1,000-mile horse got tired. It couldn't withstand the endless barrage of arrows that came from Ki Naeun's terrifying magic power capacity. Overall, I recommend that Ki Naeun find a weapon that is more suited to utilizing her immense magic power. The exam ended with her victory. However, my report was filled with criticisms. Still, they were reasonable. If the person grading this report had sharp eyes, he would know that I was right. Victory, Ki Nayan. Defeat, Hajin and Jutrin. Draw, Carlos. After the exam, Ki Nayan returned in the same imposing manner as when she had left. I didn't even give her a glance. Feeling somewhat guilty, I flipped over my report. Next is Group 3. The exam thus continued. Meanwhile, Oh Junhyuk was patrolling the West Forest. The faint vibration he felt a while ago was bothering him. Normally, he would have thought of it as a natural phenomenon and ignored it, but a police officer had been killed the day before. As a result, Oh Junhyuk was currently more sensitive to his surroundings. A vibration even clearer than the one he felt before rang out. Youngji, did you feel that? Seo Youngji's reply came within a second from the micro-transceiver he had. Yep, another vibration. I think it's coming from the ocean. Can you tell me exactly when you felt the vibration? How should I know? Then just send me your smartwatch data. Oh, Junhyuk did as she said. I'm in the East Forest. The vibration was 0.03 seconds faster on your side. The source of the vibration must be in the West Sea. Can I use the smartwatch to calculate the same thing? You should be able to. It's the association's specially crafted smartwatch. It has a lot of useful functions. Anyways, I'm heading over there now. Wait for me. Got it. Oh, Junhyuk began to walk towards the West Sea through a field of weed. Since the vibration came from the West Sea, he planned to observe it from a distance. But at that moment, he felt a condensing and scattering of magic power. Oh, Junhyuk quickly turned to that direction. A shadowy figure was walking out from the dense forest. Oh, Junhyuk stared at the figure while holding his breath. Tap, tap. With heavy steps, a man walked out, a man that he had seen before. Because of the unique aura he gave off, Oh Junhyuk remembered him, a large build and a sinister face. It was the man who was glaring at him in the arena. Oh Junhyuk's eyes met the man's. The man returned a big smile. Looking at the man, Oh Junhyuk spoke in a businesslike manner. This area is off limits to outsiders. Is it? A fierce light shone from the man's eyes. Then why are you here? His voice was fittingly husky and full. However, Oh Junhyuk retorted without being fazed in the slightest. Because I'm not an outsider. What a surprise. The giant man gave a dry reply as he rubbed his chin. Oh Junhyuk forced himself to smile. If you understand, please go back. I refuse. With a grin, the giant man suddenly began to crack his joints. He was clearly asking for a fight. Oh, Junhyuk let out a deep sigh. The one who murdered that police officer, that was you, wasn't it? Ha, I don't know. Rather than that, don't just stand there. At that moment, a chilling wind blew from the sea. Oh, Junhyuk's smartwatch loudly rang at the same time. Move if you don't want to be beaten up. The moment the giant man's voice fell low, Chwa, from the depths of the sea, a giant creature shot up with a burst of water. Oh, Junhyuk quickly turned around. The creature looked like a generic snake, but its overwhelming size and vicious mouth showed that it was on a league of its own. Serpent Dragon. A mythical monster had appeared on the West Sea. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Sudden Encounter 4. Wow, I wonder if I got some sort of an insight. Who knew I could win against a 1,000-mile horse so easily? Tired of waiting, I was looking at my laptop when Ki Nayan's bragging sound entered my ears. Really, what happened, Nayan? Yona also chimed in from next to her. Although Yona usually lowered her head in front of Ki Nayan, her genuinely surprised expression told me that it wasn't just flattery this time. It was understandable. Yona didn't know anything about bows, so Ki Nayan's battle might have seemed unproblematic. At first glance, it was indeed an amazing fight. But just like the saying, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I learned from failure, something like that, ha ha ha. Ki Nayan made a hearty laugh. She must be feeling great, seeing as how she even brought up her loss from yesterday. Meanwhile, Kim Suho was smiling sweetly as he watched Ki Nayan. As for me, I felt a chill run down my back when I imagined Ki Nayan reading my report. Should I submit it anonymously? Group 10. Rachel, Kim Hajin, Skid, Li Wei. At that moment, Jin Ju announced the 10th group. I glanced at Rachel, who was sitting next to me. She seemed to have me on her mind as well as her eyes met mine. She got up from her seat, and I followed. Come this way. Rachel and I followed a staff with the rest of Group 10's members. We arrived at a waiting room, and the staff opened a giant door on its right side. Go in. Behind the giant door was a long hallway. We walked in. Soon, the hallway came to an end, and two doors stood on each side of the wall. Stand in front of the door. The staff guided us to a door each. I was on the same side of the wall as Rachel. Good luck on your exam. I gave Rachel an energetic cheer, and she returned a nod. You have 1 minute to confirm your monster and terrain. Beyond the window on the door, I could see the monster and terrain I would face. The terrain was flatland. The monster was a chrome wolf. Chrome wolves were monsters that ranged from low intermediate rank grade 4 to grade 2. It was comparatively weaker than what some of the other cadets had to face. However, it was difficult to fight it with a gun. Not just difficult, but very difficult. Anyone could see at first glance that bullets would just bounce off its skin. Peculiarity: its skin has the ability to reflect metallic objects. Weakness: inside the mouth. Strength: powerful epidermis. Chrome wolves were monsters I created. 30 seconds left. They had the metal and earth dual attribute, and its vital point was inside its mouth. While the combination of metal and earth attribute made it difficult to deal with, its weakness was unexpectedly clear. An extreme heat that could melt metal and earth, that was what I needed. I grasped the knife in my pocket. When things came down to it, I could use Stigma's magic power to heat up the knife. A minute has passed. Please enter. The members of Group 10 walked into the examination ground. It was a small room of about 130 square meters. Dirt and rocks filled the ground, while a wolf was crunching on something on the other side. I barely had any time to think. Chrome wolves were capable of long-ranged attacks. I quickly held up my gun. Tui. The wolf spat something out. What seemed to be a metallic fragment hurled towards me. I aimed at the flying object and fired. The metallic fragment clashed with my bullet, destroying each other. It charged towards me immediately afterward. I activated bullet time. I could clearly see the wolf's slowed movements, but I didn't move. I simply waited for it to open its mouth. Because it was so slow, I wasn't even scared. As though it was moving in slow motion, the chrome wolf opened its jaws as it shot towards my neck. I jabbed my gun into its mouth and fired consecutively. By the time the chrome wolf shut its mouth, I had already jumped back by several meters. My sense of time returned to normal, and the chrome wolf convulsed in pain. Unfortunately, it wasn't dead yet. After retching a few times, it spat out 10 crushed bullets. Then he growled while glaring at me. Tough, aren't you? I had struck its vital point, but the chrome wolf's bulletproof property put me at a disadvantage. Without a choice, I took out my knife. With a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, I lowered my body slightly and glared back at the wolf. My lips were dry and sweat drenched my body. Close-ranged combat was always frightening. Right when the fight was about to break out, KWANG, a huge explosion erupted and the lights in the room went off. I was now in total darkness, but I couldn't let my guard down. There was a savage beast in here with me. A problem has occurred. All monsters will be reverse summoned. Cadets are to leave the examination ground immediately. The speaker cut off with a static noise. I stared at the wolf. Rather than being reverse summoned, it was growing even more ferocious. Is that thing going to be reverse summoned? No one answered my question. One or more of the dispatched magicians had to be a Jin. Jin Juwa wasn't a Jin. I had already checked on my laptop. No change in setting had happened to him. In fact, the laptop didn't detect any setting change. This could only mean one thing. The Jin deployed here was a Jin I didn't know. It was entirely plausible. There were uncountably many Jins in this world. It wasn't strange for an extra to appear. Ha! I knew this would happen eventually. An event that I didn't know about was happening. My heart rate went up at the uncertainty of the situation, but I forced myself to calm down. After a deep breath, I looked through the wall at the room next door. Rachel seemed to be in a similar situation, as she was glaring at her opponent calmly and silently. But her opponent was a person. Qwalwal. At that moment, the chrome wolf charged towards me with a howl. I took out my personal weapon from Stigma. Desert Eagle materialized in my hand, and ether fused with it promptly. The grip fit snugly in my hand. First, I fired a bullet at the charging chrome wolf. It fell down with a whimper. Know your place. The Desert Eagle I had taken out for the first time in a while was much more powerful than before, but I didn't have the time to stand around and admire its strength. I didn't even have time to look at my laptop. Rachel was the urgent problem at hand. There were arcs where Rachel was targeted. One of the antagonists of the story was someone who wanted to conquer England itself, but now shouldn't be the time. They should only attack after they grew their forces more. Krrrr. I furrowed my brows at the growling noise. When I turned my sight back front, the single chrome wolf had unknowingly multiplied to 3. But I wasn't worried in the slightest. I transformed Desert Eagle into the shotgun mode. At the same time, the 3 chrome wolves flew towards me. My job was simple. I just had to point my shotgun calmly and fire without shaking. KWANG. Immediately, thunderous gunshots rang out. In a dark room filled with chilling air and breathless killing intent, a lone man's murmuring rose up coldly. I knew this day would come one day. What should have been a familiar language approached Rachel unfamiliarly. She glared at the man who appeared from the darkness. Although the man was wearing a cape and covering his face, Rachel felt like she knew who he was. Rachel calmly recited his name. Sir Lancaster, the previous captain of the Royal Guard and Rachel's previous master, Alex Lancaster. The man who disappeared a few years ago after his family was murdered in the infamous London incident had appeared once again with breathtaking killing intent. I'm honored you remember me. A thin smile emerged on his face. Rachel felt a great malice from his sinister smile. From it, she could easily see the path he had walked. You sold your soul. Lancaster shook his head. He was denying Rachel's claim. I lived my life for my country, but my country killed my everything. I didn't sell my soul. Only my master took in my wandering soul after I was abandoned by my country. For a moment, deep sadness emerged on Rachel's face. What Lancaster was saying was a painful memory for her as well. Is that why you came to me? Princess, does it look like I came here? Rachel furrowed her brows. Then she stabbed with her rapier, which simply passed through his body. I am somewhere, but not here. Rachel turned around. The door to the room was tightly shut. For whatever reason, no help seemed to be coming. Lancaster spoke with a smile. There's quite a chaos outside right now. Of course, if this place was England, Princess safety would have been the top priority. Tens, hundreds, and thousands of people's lives wouldn't compare to Princess. Lancaster paused momentarily. His smiling face was twisted viciously. The entire country would not hesitate to throw away their lives to save Princess. After all, Princess is England's only hope. After saying what he wanted to say, Lancaster's mouth drew a satisfied smile. But that isn't the case here. In this place, you are only one of many cadets. Rachel stared at him with sadness. The resentment and anger in his voice made Rachel feel guilty. However, Lancaster clenched his teeth at her response. So you still won't remove your hypocritical mask of pretense? Anger and regret filled his drawn-out words. Rachel took a small, courageous step towards him. Sir Lancaster, I would like to talk a bit longer, but there is no time. However, Lancaster rejected her before bowing respectfully. Farewell, Princess, please be well. With that, he turned into a black fog and disappeared. Wait! Suddenly, an assassin jumped out of the fog, swinging a sword. Though it was abrupt, Rachel managed to swing her rapier and defend against the attack. At the same time, the attack sliced off a chunk of her sword chi. She was astonished at the weight behind the magic power. But the assassin's magic power wasn't the only astonishing thing. The assassin's movements were nimble and sharp, left flank and shoulder. His keen attacks dug through Rachel's weak points. Two swords clashed against each other, and a sharp metallic sound resounded. Hot sparks were ignited, and fresh blood burst into the air. Against the assassin's aggressive maneuvers, Rachel could only stay on the defensive. But as the fight continued, more scratches appeared on her body. Once the pain grew more intense, Rachel had to admit that she couldn't defeat the assassin with standard tactics. She made a gamble. UK! The assassin didn't miss the opening she purposely made. A deep stab appeared on her wrist, and Rachel dropped her rapier. Feeling his victory, the assassin dug in deeper. At that moment, Rachel's rapier reacted. Her rapier had still been connected to her magic power. The assassin moved to pierce Rachel's heart, while Rachel's rapier shot up towards his neck. KWANG. However, this nail-biting situation was interrupted by a terrifying vibration and a fierce explosion. Rachel lost balance along with the assassin. The assassin's sword couldn't reach Rachel's heart, while Rachel's rapier couldn't pierce the assassin's neck. KOONG. The room rumbled with another vibration. This time, the right side of the wall crumbled down. Rachel and the assassin both turned towards the wall. KOONG. Another shockwave seemed to tear through the wall. The assassin then held up his sword, and Rachel also grabbed her rapier with her left hand. KOONG. After the second shockwave, the assassin charged at Rachel, which she narrowly dodged by rolling to the side. KOONG. A third and final shockwave blew up the wall, and the assassin was sent flying back by the explosion. Geez, so much dust. Tooey. A man walked out from a cloud of acrid smoke. It was a familiar face to Rachel. Kim Hajin, it was him. The assassin immediately ran towards him. Who the hell are you? Kim Hajin simply fired his gun. Kuak. A shotgun shell sent the assassin flying back from one end of the room to the other. It was a terrifying display of power. Kim Hajin then walked up to the assassin, who was stuck against the wall. Click, click, the sound of his gun reloading rang out frighteningly. Clack, he finished reloading. Rachel stared at the white magic power flowing around his arm. However, she didn't have the chance to raise any questions. Kim Hajin aimed at the assassin. He showed no hesitation as he pulled the trigger. In an instant, a radiant white light illuminated the dark room. Chapter 45. Serpent dragons were members of the dragon family, but that didn't mean they were terrifyingly strong. Destructive power amplification shotgun shell, 50 SB each. Although I used ordinary bullets against chrome wolves, I used 5 of these special bullets to break down the wall and kill the assassin. In other words, I had consumed 250 SB in less than a minute. It was a necessary expenditure to break down the examination room's wall, and since I managed to save Rachel, I didn't particularly regret it. I reached out to Rachel, who was collapsed on the ground. She stared at my hand blankly before getting up by herself. I pulled my hand back and awkwardly scratched my cheek. Rachel stared at the broken-down wall to her right. The examination room's reinforced wall was in a sorry state because of my shotgun shells. Oh, the mana barrier disappeared when the electricity went out. I made an excuse because her gaze pricked at my conscience. Rachel's eyes rolled and landed on my shotgun. I hurriedly stuffed it in my bag, but it didn't fit because of its size. I quickly turned around and changed it to its handgun form before putting it away. Rather than that, I looked at Rachel's body. She was riddled with wounds, and she was bleeding to a worrying degree. I should be concerned about her safety, but for some reason I thought of Evandel's seed first. Rachel's blood would be the perfect nourishment for it. You're hurt. I took off the belt bag around my waist. To give a brief explanation about this belt bag, it was an all-purpose emergency kit created with a combination of all my fears and apprehension. Antidotes, potions, painkillers, tranquilizers, bandages, gauzes, all sorts of medicine and medicinal supplies were in this bag. Of course, recovery potions, namely the external wound recovery potion, were also included in it. Although recovery potions were a bit on the expensive side, they were cheap compared to what Rachel's blood was worth. Here, it's an external wound recovery potion. When I gave her a glass bottle containing a red liquid, Rachel's eyes widened in surprise. Before I put it on, I'll wipe off your blood first. Because I was nervous, I felt my lips going dry. I wet my lips with saliva before asking, "May I?" Rachel nodded. She had given me permission. First, I took out a gauze from my belt bag and wiped the blood flowing down from her wounded left arm. As I took out more gauzes, I kept the used ones stacked on top of each other without throwing them away. Once her arm was mostly clean of blood, I wet a gauze with the potion before applying it to her skin. Immediately, Rachel clenched her teeth. Potions had a stinging sensation when applied over the skin, kind of like antiseptics. I planned to heal her left arm first, but Rachel suddenly grabbed me. She spoke for the first time since we met. Here first. With that, she showed me her right wrist. It was a serious wound. Her flesh and muscles were cut off entirely, and her bones were showing. If the cut was just slightly deeper, her wrist would have been severed. But surprisingly, there was no blood coming out of the wound. It seemed Rachel was blocking the wound with her magic power. You should have told me earlier. I was genuinely shocked. She seemed to have only suffered light cuts and scratches, so I was focused on her blood and missed that she had a wound that needed immediate treatment. Any later, and you would have had to give up on using a rapier forever. Despite costing 7 million won, external wound recovery potions weren't omnipotent. Sensitive areas like a person's nerves had to be treated immediately. Otherwise, not even the authority of healing could do anything about it. It's going to sting. A lot. I poured the rest of the potion over her wound and wrapped a bandage over it. The pain must have been intense, but Rachel endured it with only a short groan. I put 3 layers of bandages over her wound. With this, the treatment was complete. When I let go of her arm, Rachel crouched down on the ground and rolled her feet. It was easy to see that she was struggling to endure the pain. I picked up the bloodied stack of gauzes and put them into my cross bag. While I waited for Rachel to recover, I turned on my laptop. A settings change alert was there as I expected. Lancaster Alex, worsened attachment to his lost family. His rage has also been deepened. There is an increased chance of him attacking Rachel whenever he has the opportunity. Potential changed from 7.5 to 8.5 to serve as a greater threat. HM, Lancaster Alex. He was one of the characters I created in relation to England. As an antagonist who appeared in the middle stage of the story, his goal was to topple England's government. Such a dangerous antagonist had gotten stronger and appeared earlier than intended. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything I could do about it. If I knew this would happen, I would have created more righteous characters. Of course, there were plenty of other righteous characters. For Rachel, there was a Secret Service agent from M6 named James Joan. As he was based on the agent that everyone knew, his love and loyalty for his country was unshakable. Hewer, a faint breathing sound rang out. I looked at Rachel. She was covered in sweat, but she must have overcome the pain as she looked much better than before. Rachel staggered up slowly and bowed at me. Thank you. Ah, suddenly, electricity came back on and the darkness shrouding the room disappeared. Naturally, our conversation was put on hold. Rachel and I walked to the door. Holding the doorknob, we slowly pushed it open. Though it was tightly shut before, it opened without a problem this time. After leaving the room, I stared at the examination rooms on the other side of the wall. It seemed the other 2 cadets were unable to escape in time, as their corpses were lying on the ground. A mixed feeling came over me, but I knew I couldn't have done anything about it. I led Rachel and began to walk back. With my eyes, I could see that the waiting room was in a pandemonium. Tap, tap. At that moment, I heard the sound of someone walking towards us. Rachel put up her guard. Seeing her, I simply smiled. Thankfully, we restored the electricity. It was Kim Soo-hyuk's voice. He was walking down the hallway while communicating with someone on a transceiver. You guys, what are you doing here? No, why did you come back here? Come back. Didn't you guys? Kim Soo-hyuk paused in the middle of his sentence as though he'd remembered something. From his reaction, I also had an idea as to what happened. Jinns who could create illusions with forms surely existed. The other 2 are still inside. Ah, shoot. You 2, wait here. No, run to the infirmary. With that, Kim Soo-hyuk ran down the hallway to the examination rooms. By the time his back disappeared from my normal view, I turned towards Rachel. Then I whispered softly, I may have to lie soon, so when the time comes, please match words with me. If they find out that I brought in my personal weapon, I'll be expelled. Rachel nodded at my request. After the huge disturbance, in the silent shadow of the now empty waiting room, darkness suddenly sprung up, growing in size, until it formed a human figure. The figure was that of a short, cute boy. A deep smile emerged on the boy's face. Boss, I just saw something amazing. The boy, Droon, came to observe Kim Hajin as per his boss orders. Currently, he couldn't hide his excitement over what he saw. He seemed to finally understand why Boss was so interested in him. Guns, it's a gift related to guns. It's not just anti-magic. For now, return. I'll listen to you later. However, Boss cut him off coldly. Okay, Boss is no fun. Droon grumbled inwardly as he transformed into darkness once again. Next, he messaged another troop member. Young, how was the serpent dragon? Did you kill it? Facing a clear ocean breeze, Oh Junhyuk was sitting cross-legged on a rock. He was still trying to comprehend what he just witnessed. A serpent dragon had popped out of the sea, but Oh Junhyuk. Seo Youngji arrived after everything was taken care of. Oh Junhyuk turned towards her. What's going on? Didn't you say a serpent dragon appeared? You knew that and you're this late. I ran into a problem on my way here. Monsters suddenly escaped from the laboratory. I had to take care of it before coming here. So where's the serpent dragon? It was chased away, deep into the ocean. Ha! Serpent dragons were members of the dragon family, but that didn't mean they were terrifyingly strong. In terms of the association's standard ranking system, serpent dragons ranged from high intermediate rank grade 1 to high rank grade 7. Compared to some of the other monsters heroes of their caliber had to face, serpent dragons weren't particularly frightening. In the first place, serpent dragons weren't aggressive. They didn't know how to fight, and because of their intelligence, they were afraid of pain. Of course, it was a different story if a serpent dragon found a Sintamani one. Even so, what Oh Junhyuk witnessed was shockingly unrealistic. Someone provoked the serpent dragon. Provoked? Yep, its eyes were red. It was clearly enraged. Hurling down from the sky with its gigantic mouth, the serpent dragon was undoubtedly oppressing. How did you chase away an enraged serpent dragon? Well, thinking back to what happened, Oh Junhyuk didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Apparently, you just have to beat it until it regains its sanity. He recalled what he saw just 10 minutes ago. The giant man wearing a gauntlet stood in front of the serpent dragon and punched it. It was a simple, straight punch, but the shockwave released from the attack was tremendous. The ground shook and trees were completely stripped of their leaves. The punch tore through the serpent dragon's tough scales, broke through its bones, and struck its muscles. The enraged serpent dragon's bloodshot eyes instantly cleared up. You want me to believe that? If you don't want to, don't. Oh, by the way, I need you to put someone on the wanted list. I filmed him on my smartwatch. He's the suspect behind yesterday's police officer murder case. Oh Junhyuk sent Seo-Youngji a video. It showed the giant man's face and build. Seo-Youngji tilted her head as she checked the video. Tell them to contact me if he's found. Why? Nothing. It's been a while, but I found someone I want to fight. Oh Junhyuk grinned. The cube monster incident became a hot topic across the world. Jin's being involved in the incident was kept under wraps, but because a serpent dragon and several other monsters critically injured 2 cadets, I thought they were dead. But it seemed they were just unconscious. Cube received a huge global backlash. As a result, the rest of the combat exams were put on hold. The result of the duels would be kept, while another monster war would take place later. Finally, the group rescue mission, which was planned for Friday, was cancelled entirely considering the circumstance. In addition, classes were also cancelled until Thursday 2 weeks later. In other words, there were no classes for the next 10 days. With the sudden holiday, cadets seemed to be planning on returning home or going on vacation with the compensation Cube gave out. Cube's official community forum was filled with posts asking for good places to visit in Japan or America, while some people left snarky remarks on how they could go on vacation when cadets were injured from the incident. In any case, none of these problems had any relevance to me. Even now, I was sitting in my dorm room, protecting my abode. Oh, did it just eat? Evandal's seed. The seed of a witch I obtained from Gari Mountain's hidden stage was now sucking on Rachel's blood. The bloodied gauze had returned to its white color. Once 3 months passed, a kind witch would be born, who would become my trusted helper. At that moment, a sudden pain overcame me. The source of the pain was my upper arm. It was a pain I felt once before. I quickly pulled up my sleeve. Another streak of stigma was being drawn on my arm. Calm down and be patient, Kim Hajin. You felt this pain before. You can do a lot more with another streak of stigma. For example, you can put more magic power into bullets. I couldn't continue my encouraging train of thoughts as it felt like someone was stabbing my brain with a knife. My thoughts cut off and I clenched my teeth, unable to scream. In front of this tremendous pain, my consciousness slowly faded. Wow, it's been so long. On the other hand, Ki Naeun returned home. Her family home was a traditional Korean house with tiled roofs and eaves. However, that was only on the outside. The interior of the house was large and elaborate and was no different than a European castle. Welcome back, young lady. With a warm smile, a butler greeted Ki Naeun. Long time no see, Gramps. I've been worried sick. I'm glad you're safe. Only 2 people were hurt. None of the ordinary visitors were injured either. Ki Naeun gave her bow to the butler who had been protecting her home for 30 years. Oh, right. Is the item I ordered here yet? It arrived yesterday. Yes. Oh, and Cube sent some documents. Documents, the butler nodded. Yes, they're apparently exam reports. There are 24 of them. Oh, that. Send it back to my dorm. I don't want to think about school when I'm wait. Ki Naeun recalled her might as she fought the 1,000-mile horse. Other cadets must have been extremely impressed to have sent so many reports. 24. That meant close to 25% of the class had written about her feat. Hoo-hoo, send it to my room. I want to read it. Wondering what kind of praises she would get, Ki Naeun spoke. Yes, understood. The butler bowed respectfully. 1. A wish-fulfilling jewel in Hindu and Buddhist traditions. Wingless dragons would seek to obtain this object to gain wings and ascend to the heaven. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. After the trouble, too, as expected of a rich young lady, Ki Neon's room was huge with a queen-sized bed, a living room, a bathroom that was the size of a public bath, and a gaming room designed for the best virtual gaming experience. Lying comfortably on her bed, Ki Neon opened the envelope containing her exam reports. Whoa, look how thick this is. The stack of 24 papers had a sizable thickness. First, she read the name of the topmost paper's grader, Jin. He was a spearman who was around rank 100. Ki Neon's archery skill was extraordinary, and her magic power drew out my deepest respect. The 1,000-mile horse is a difficult opponent for most sharpshooters because of its agile speed and sturdy body. But Ki Neon not only dodged its charges with incredibly nimble movements, but she also, haha. Because he still had poor Korean, there were some grammar mistakes here and there, but it was still readable. She especially liked the words. Her arrows were like a drizzling rain. After reading Jin's report, Ki Neon worked her way down the stack. Some cadets objectively analyzed her battle, while some noticeably filled their reports with praises. But seeing them all remark on her astounding might, the corner of Ki Neon's mouth curled up more and more. Who? No. Ki Neon collected her thoughts before they reached Cloud 9. Some of them are just flattering you. Be humble. After telling herself that, she calmly moved on to the next report. The report belonged to a familiar name. Evaluating Cadet Kim Suho. His name shook her heart slightly, but Ki Neon tried to act unconcerned and furrowed her brows chicly. She quietly read the contents of the report. It was a victory of self-conviction. Recently, Ki Neon seemed to have doubts about herself. Losing to a rival and being criticized by someone wore down her confidence. But as expected, Ki Neon was a born archer who was overflowing with talent. Against the 1,000-mile horse, Ki Neon showed a battle brimming with confidence. There were no hesitation or doubts in her movements, and her attacks were also on point. I believe Ki Neon has already reached a certain realm as an archer. She told me that someone said her talent was lacking, but what Ki Neon lacked wasn't talent, but trust in her own abilities. If she continues to trust in herself as she did today, if she believes in her talent and strides forward, I have the utmost belief that she will become the greatest hero. Hua. With a thin breath, Ki Neon softly caressed Kim Suho's report. She was moved by his heartfelt encouragement. A smile emerged on her face, and her worries and trembling heart settled down. With her eyes closed, she reaffirmed her belief. A bow suits me. No matter what anyone says, a bow suits me best. Ki Neon carefully placed his report on her bed. Now there were 2 reports remaining. One was anonymous, while the other was from Shin Janghak. She decided to finish what she started. First, the anonymous report. She picked up the report without much thought. But not long afterward, she clenched her hands which were holding onto the report. Beyond the crumpled report, Ki Neon's distorted face emerged. Eek, Roman 3, Eek. Unlike the others, the anonymous report was filled with criticisms. Its malicious words seemed to strike at her bones directly, and Ki Neon trembled in anger. Who is the fucker? The report was written in a respectful tone, but it was clear what it was trying to say. You have no sense, talent, or brain. You won thanks to your magic power. It was anonymous, but Ki Neon felt like she knew who the writer was. Kim Hajin, Kim Hajin, Kim Hajin. She picked up her smartwatch as she fumed with rage. On a fine afternoon, Rachel and I were being questioned by Cube's investigators. I was still sore from the added streak of stigma yesterday, but I still cooperated earnestly thanks to Rachel sitting next to me in an upright position. Thank you. Outside of the investigation room, on our way back to the portal station, I expressed my gratitude at Rachel. As promised, she matched words with me. A royalty's words must have carried unquestionable trust and grace, as the investigators who were doubting me fully trusted Rachel's words. No, I should be the one to thank you. Rachel said so without a change in her expression. Then she showed her wrist to me. Thanks to treating her injury early, her wrist was fully healed without a scar. Is it fine? Yes, she spun her wrist nimbly. That's good. So where are you going? Back home. Ah, to England. Yes, I see. So she was going back to England. It made sense. England should be safer than Cube. The queen's residence was a fortress that even a manifested devil couldn't easily enter. Ah, I'm also going hunting right now. Because we were going in the same direction, I told Rachel something she didn't even ask for when suddenly my smartwatch rang. It wasn't a text message, but a call from Ki Nayan. I had a feeling I shouldn't pick it up, so I ignored it. I'm also taking Cube's portal, so my smartwatch rang once again. I immediately ended the call. Then a message arrived. Hey, you wrote that report, didn't you? I just don't understand. Just how are you in any position to say something like this? I don't have the sense or talent of an archer. Have you ever used a bow before? I'm so freaking speechless. And you said I'm stupid. What, do you think you can mark me because you're good at studying? You wanna fight? Wanna make a bet? Want me to teach you how hard it is to use a bow? What is this bombshell? A barrage of 5 messages fell on me in just 10 seconds. However, the last message caught my attention. Bet. I recalled my gift's proficiency level. If I remember correctly, it should be grade 7 and about 67% to the next grade. Could I defeat Ki Nayan with a bow? Of course, I purposely nitpicked her flaws during the exam, but Ki Nayan's archery skill was undoubtedly one of the best among cadets. Although she was more talented with swords, that didn't mean she had no talent for bows. Not to mention, she trained in archery for 10 years, sure, let's fight and bet on it. I'll also use a bow. But it was about time to show her the difference between someone of talent and a true genius. Even if grade 7 wasn't enough, I had incredible luck on my side. As long as the bet was done with normal arrows rather than magic power arrows, I couldn't see myself losing. But just in case, I should ask for a month to practice. Why isn't she replying? For some reason, Ki Nayan stopped messaging me. Did she think it was meaningless to make a bet with someone who wasn't an archer? Looking up, I saw that Rachel had gone ahead. I quickly ran and caught up to her. Rachel glanced back at me. Haha, I'm also using the portal. I'm going to Wonju. Ah, yes. We walked side by side to the portal without talking. We eventually arrived at the Cube portal station, which was fairly empty. Because Cube had asked the cadets to leave if possible for a more thorough investigation, most cadets had already left. Rachel should now take the Soul portal to transit through to England, while I take the portal to Wonju. If it's okay, can I ask you what weapon you used back then? But before we separated, Rachel asked me a question. It seemed she found it hard to accept what happened. After all, an assassin who had been threatening her was killed with only 2 shotgun shots. It's an extremely expensive weapon, and cadets generally have one or more special abilities. That was all I could say. Rachel stared at me fixedly before nodding. Thank you again. I'll bring something back from England as thanks. With that, Rachel left towards the Seoul portal. I arrived in Gangwon-do, Wonju. Perhaps because it was midday on a weekday, the portal station was bustling with people to the point there was barely any space to breathe. I plowed through the swarm of people and left the portal station. Hajin here. When I came outside, a man in a well-tailored suit and sunglasses shouted my name. It was Park Soo-hyuk. Next to him was an HUV, though it was an old model. He looked completely different. I approached him with a smile. Wow, I almost didn't notice you. Looks like you had fun with my money. Maybe you should be investigated for embezzlement. Haha, this is a proper business expense. Get in. Park Soo-hyuk opened the back door as though he had done it 1,000 times before. I got in the car. Are we stopping at the 1 km mark again? Yeah, but we're going to hunt a lot more today. Great, then I'm going. Yuna promised me an unlimited supply of bullets. Since I added a setting to the Desert Eagle to make it an evolving weapon, I had to hunt as many monsters as I could when I had time. So, how's the business lately? It's much better thanks to you. Everything is easier with a car. A mode of transportation was an important core item in any business. For a monster hunting agency, an HUV was practically a necessity. It's over there, but there are a lot of people already. Not long afterward, we arrived at the entrance of the field. Let's get off for now. Yeah, to get a permit for our vehicle, Park Soo-hyuk and I got off. But in the distance, I saw a familiar face. In all honesty, she was eye-catching no matter where she went. Her long black hair fluttered in the air and shone under the sunlight. Her incredibly charming black dress made her stand out even in this sea of people. Yunha. She was observing the field, surrounded by people who I presumed to be her guild members. The serious expression she had as she spoke made her seem as though she was an adult. Oh, right. I suddenly recalled that it was about time Yu Yonha came to the Wonju's field for business. In the original story, she became the greatest investor for SH Agency. Kim Suho was obviously the reason. After finding out that Kim Suho had a contract with SH Agency, Yu Yonha invested an astronomical sum to SH Agency, which turned out to be incredibly successful. It was the point where Park Soo-hyuk and Yu Yonha began to walk the royal road. What, do you know her? I do, but let's just go. She seemed busy, so I pretended not to see her. But at that moment, Yu Yonha discovered me. Hello, clack, clack. She approached me on her high heels, but the height of her heels was too threatening. She seemed taller than me. What are you doing here? Yu Yonha looked into my eyes and asked. We were at the same eye level. I'm here to make money. My see. Yu Yonha glanced at Park Soo-hyuk, who was next to me. It felt like I needed to introduce them to each other, so I did. This is my agent. Ah, nice to meet you. I'm SH Agency's head manager, Park Soo-hyuk. I'm Yu Yonha. I'm still a cadet. Ah, yes. I stole a peek at the two of them, Park Soo-hyuk and Yu Yonha. Though it wasn't my intention, their meeting was moved forward by 3 years. As for the consequences, I wasn't sure, but it didn't seem like a bad thing. I also glanced at the four men standing behind Yu Yonha like guards. Their equipment were all high-class goods. Ah, they're members of Essence of the Strait. Yu Yonha introduced them to us. The members stood around, not knowing how to react, but Yu Yonha's stinging glare immediately caused them to bow. Essence of the Strait. Disbelief emerged on Park Soo-hyuk's face. Essence of the Strait was the rank 2 guild. Park Soo-hyuk must never have imagined being in contact with them. Whying, at that moment, my smartwatch rang. It was from Ki Nayan. Ha, what would I gain by betting with someone who doesn't know anything about bows? Just screw off. It seemed she was planning on ignoring me, but I couldn't let that happen. I kindled her rage. What, you're scared? Ha, you wanna die? I was going easy on you, so don't you? Just like you said, I've never even touched a bow before. But if it's you, 1 month. 1 month is enough for me to catch up to your level. Of course, that's strictly in archery. After sending the message, I crossed my arms. But suddenly, Yu Yonha asked, Are you perhaps texting Nayan? Startled, I stared at her. What? How did you know? Wasn't I the only one capable of hacking into others' smartwatches? Yu Yonha grinned and put up a hologram of her smartwatch screen. Hey, look what this kid is saying to me. I'm speechless. SBCHLESS, do I take on this bet? From the looks of it, Ki Nayan was telling her friends about what I said and asking them for advice. Aha, I spoke shortly. Tell her to do it. Have you used a bow before? Nope, not even once. I haven't even touched one. In fact, before coming to this world, I haven't even seen them outside of movies and the Olympics. But I only need a month to beat her. However, this was a contest of pure skill. My master sharpshooter gift was specialized for the sharpshooter role, while Ki Nayan's gift didn't directly support a role and was more relevant to swords. Although grade 7 was a bit on the edge, my victory was certain if I reached grade 6. How can you be so confident? Isn't your gift related to guns? I stared at Yu Yonha silently. I was pondering on how to answer her question. Tesk, fine, I won't ask. So sensitive. But Yu Yonha misunderstood my reaction and clicked her tongue before I had the chance to answer. She then stared at Park Soo-hyuk and his HUV before asking, if you're here to hunt, can I come with you? Chapter 47, Chapter 47. After the trouble, 3 Kung, Kung, Kung. Every time the tires hit a rock, the HUV shook violently. Just how much of an old model was it to not even have a steady driving module? Yu Yonha was both confused and shocked. Why did I ask to follow them? 5 minutes were enough to make her regret her words. So why are you here? While she was steadying herself from the constant bumps, Kim Hajin, who was sitting next to her, asked. Yu Yonha glanced at him and retorted, What use is going on vacations? You have to see things, hear things, and feel things to advance forward. Oh. Kim Hajin quickly accepted Yu Yonha's words and faced front again. Yu Yonha stared at him fixedly. He was average-looking no matter how many times she saw him. If he had glasses, his face would be the average face of all salarymen. But there weren't just one or two things that were suspicious about him. Rather than suspicious, he was full of secrets. Unfathomable was too grand of a word to describe him, but he was still mysterious. When Yu Yonha was having such trifling thoughts, she felt her smartwatch vibrate. It was a message from Ki Nayan. All right, I'll take on his bet. Looks like he needs to be put in place. She seemed quite angry. With a snicker, Yu Yonha initiated a conversation. Hey, Naeun says she'll do it. The bet. At that moment, Kim Hajin's smartwatch also vibrated. Yu Yonha was curious. Show me too. Kim Hajin displayed the message without complaints. Sure, let's fight. I'll give you a month. I'll bet my everything that I'll win. What are you going to bet? A duel between an archer and a gunman was thus established. Yu Yonha found the situation quite ridiculous, but was also curious. By the way, why are you doing this? Of all people, why was he so bent on provoking Ki Naeun? Kim Hajin stared at Yu Yonha. He then spoke as though it was an obvious truth. Ki Naeun's real talent isn't in bows. Yu Yonha couldn't understand what he was saying. If she gives up on using a bow, she can advance much further. Kim Hajin added those words somewhat bitterly. At least that's what Yu Yonha felt. Yu Yonha then began to see what was going on. Without interest, there was no criticism. One had to carefully scrutinize something to see its flaws. In a way, giving proper criticisms was harder than giving compliments. In that sense, just how long has this man been watching Ki Naeun to be so sure of his thoughts? 3 months, half a year, or perhaps even longer. Come to think of it. During the third year of Agent Military Academy, Kim Hajin was in the same class as Ki Naeun. They were both only 11 years old. From then until now, 6 whole years had gone by. Could it be that for 6 years this man, clunk? Ack! Suddenly, the HUV shook violently and stopped. Yu Yonha hit her head against the headrest of the front seat. What's going on? Yu Yonha was inexperienced with such things, but both Park Soo-hyuk and Kim Hajin weren't. Park Soo-hyuk turned off the engine and spoke. This is the Monster Point. We're getting off. Monster Point. Ah, yes, it's a place where many monsters appear. I know what it means, but how do you know that this is a monster point? End of April is when monsters start to get more active. The weaker ones will be pushed out of their territories, and this is a natural escape route. There are a few more places like that, but those places are famous, so they're always bustling with people. Park Soo-hyuk replied without hesitation, causing Yu Yonha to stare at him in surprise. But her gaze quickly fell back on her smartwatch. She had received a message. Well, I'll be going now. Didn't you want to hunt with us? Something came up just now. Plus, I said I wanted to come with you. I didn't say anything about hunting together. Yu Yonha got off the car. From the distance, Essence of the Straits Guild members came running. Then I'll be off. Yeah, see you later. Yes, see you back at Cube. After taking in Kim Hajin's average appearance once again, Yu Yonha turned back. By the way. But almost as though she forgot something, she quickly turned around and reached her hand out to Park Soo-hyuk. Can I get your business card? For a week, I focused on hunting and training. I went to Wonju every day and hunted an average of 15 monsters per day. The combination of ether and desert eagle was undoubtedly overpowered for a weakling like me. Even if I didn't aim at a vital point, I could 1 or 2 shot any monster under low intermediate rank grade 6. It's not going up by much. Now it was Wednesday. Classes would restart in 2 days. Cadets were returning, and the archery bet between Ki Naeun and me was already widespread. Master Sharpshooter low intermediate rank, spirit attribute. Evolving, grade 7. Proficiency, EXP 75%. Master Sharpshooter was only 25% away from grade 6. I've been shooting monsters for an entire week, but the proficiency didn't even increase by 10%. It was because the amount of EXP needed to rank up increased exponentially. Will I be able to hit grade 6 in a month? Now that the bet was happening, I had to win, but I felt a bit uneasy at just grade 7. Drrrrrrr, at that moment, the room suddenly rumbled. Was it an earthquake? I quickly looked around. For some reason, it felt like I was at the epicenter of the earthquake. I found something strange. The seed I had placed on my desk was shaking fiercely. Looking at it closely, I noticed that the blood disappeared from the gauze I wrapped it with. Is it hungry? When I asked, the shaking stopped. I was dumbstruck, but I still took out another gauze soaked with Rachel's blood. I pulled the seed out of the whitened gauze and placed it on top of the new gauze. Immediately, the seed trembled as though it was happy before burying itself into the gauze. Interesting. Was Rachel's blood that delicious? Oh, right. Soon, an itinerary would be posted for the traveling club's next trip. I checked my smartwatch for an announcement. Traveling club, there will be a trip this weekend. Hajin, unfortunately, destroyed the academics club, and the hunting club was suspended because of Sven. The traveling club was the only club I had left. Everything was happening according to the original story. During this trip, another incident would occur. The traveling club would soon be caught in an assassination incident. The traveling club's leader was kind and gentle, but his indecisiveness and naivety made him the target of a French conman. The conman, disguising himself as a rich businessman, coaxed the club leader to bring the traveling club's cadets to his giant mansion, saying that he would pay for all expenses. The club leader made his decision after visiting France and enjoying his time during the trip. However, the rich businessman's real identity was an infamous conman who was constantly under the threat of assassination by people he had conned in the past. Although he didn't need to worry about them because most of them were powerless, he had accidentally provoked a group he shouldn't have. Footsteps of darkness. While the time changes from Saturday to Sunday, your life will be taken. He had received an assassination notice from Footsteps of Darkness, a notorious assassination group known to target criminals. When he received the notice, the conman despaired. Because he was a wanted criminal, he couldn't report it to the Hero Association to receive help. He also didn't have enough time to liquidate his assets, so he didn't have enough money to hire mercenaries. After pondering over the matter for a long time, he came up with the idea of inviting cadets to protect himself for the weekend. But there was another secret behind the event. This should be the correct event, since the assassination incident was supposed to happen a week after the combat exams. Ding dong, at that moment, a violet-bordered alert popped up on the corner of my laptop screen. It was from Violet Banquet. I quickly clicked on the alert. Truth Agency had received its first customer. Here is a detailed information on someone I wish to find. He's an evil man who conned my family and ran away. Can you tell me where he is? What's this? A beer belly, snake-like eyes, and chubby cheeks. It was the stereotypical face of a conman. This man was the conman behind the assassination incident, Belbit. In a dark, abandoned factory used as the chameleon troops' hideout, the presence of people was felt for the first time in some time. Stuck to the surface of the concrete floor were 10 shadows. All 10 colors besides the currently empty seat of black were gathered in this place. It was to discuss the seat, which had been empty for 3 years. The shadows were positioned around a round table, watching a video projected by Droon. Shown on the video was a person Droon personally witnessed. It was part of Droon's gift, an ability which could project or materialize anything he experienced with his 5 senses. The 10 shadows watched the video, some with curiosity and some with disapproval. Quang. Oh geez, that surprised me. The end of the video was marked by a thunderous gunshot and a brilliant white flash. When the video came to an end, the leader of the shadows signaled the start of the discussion. Raise your hand if you see potential. However, the voting didn't begin, as a high-pitched female voice quickly cut in. By the way, boss. Boss stared at the source of the voice, a beautiful Caucasian woman. When did we become a group that needed to meet to analyze some greenhorn? Her complaint quickly clashed with a man's gentle voice. I think he has potential. Most importantly, I like that he doesn't have parents or a significant other. What does that have to do with anything? If you don't have people by your side, you start to indulge in other things. We might not be able to give honor, but we can give money. The Chameleon Troop was one of the extremely few groups listed on the Hero Association's Violet list. However, only the name of the group was known to the public, and its members' identities remained completely hidden. The Chameleon Troop guaranteed the freedom of its members. They could live their lives however they wished. Only when there was work to do did the members gather or work in teams to complete missions. So what? You want to bring him in? A kid who can be sent flying by a little nudge. We're strictly talking about his potential. Quiet. Boss crushed the rising debate between the two members. From this man, in truth, the Chameleon Troop was like a mercenary group. Of course, their goal was much grander than making money and living a lavish life. But that didn't mean their goal was unattainable. To achieve their goal, the Chameleon Troop did what they needed to do at the right moment. Currently, their goal was to kill the traitor. I confirmed the power of anti-magic. Boss threw a glance at Droon. Receiving her look, Droon projected another video. The man in the video was using an ordinary gun to fight an opponent using chi reinforcement. When the bullet he fired shattered the chi reinforcement, the weight of the air was clearly heavier than before. It's illogical to think that the same thing will work against that guy just because he managed to break a chi reinforcement of that level. Like I said, Jane, boss didn't say we were recruiting him right away. She asked if he had potential. At least in my eyes, he seems to have it. At the man's snarky rebuttal, Jane sent him a glare. Fine, let's say we bring him in after he grows up. Black is the only color we have, so is he getting that seat? Black wasn't a color that suited a greenhorn. Black was the color belonging to the man who betrayed the previous boss. At the same time, it was the color of the strongest member of the chameleon troop. This rule remained unchanged for over 20 years. Then I'll take over that color. At that moment, a giant man spoke up. It was Chiak Yungyong, who had stayed silent this entire time. Rejected, you're too stupid. I also reject, I'm stronger. Then what do you bastards want to do? Aren't there others? Are we just going to ignore Kim Suho and Shin Janghak? We're going to vote on them next. This discussion is for who will select as candidates. Troop members who had remained silent began to speak up one by one. Voices overlapped on top of each other, causing a headache for Boss. She spoke in a suppressed voice. Show of hands. Everyone immediately quieted down. We're voting. With no other choice, the troop members began to vote. 8-2 Jane, who already voiced her objection, and Chiak Yungyong, who didn't like the man, were the only ones to vote against him. The rest of the members voted in favor. HMPH, Jane snorted, clearly dissatisfied at the result. By the way, Jane, take this. It's an invitation letter for the VVIP masquerade party in France. Oh, stealing that ring, right. Don't worry. But Jane's sulking didn't last for long as she took the invitation letter with a bright face. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Tit for Tat 1. Who? Standing in front of the classroom, I took in a deep breath. Today was Friday. Cadets who had gone home or on vacations had all returned by now, and Cube was back to normal after all the chaos. Cube was continuing its normal routine. I opened the classroom door, holding in my nervousness. Immediately, several meaningful gazes fell on me. For now, I sat down on my usual seat. I could hear everyone whispering about my bet with Ki Nayan. I tried my best to ignore them as I opened my textbook. I was at least happy that blatant bullying stopped after I beat up Kim Horek. Guys, grades are out for the written exams. At that moment, Yi Yonghan appeared, carrying large scrolls in his arms. He put them up on the wall one by one. The results for each theory class were listed along with a ranking of the combined results. Everyone stared at the scrolls while groaning. Not long afterward, everyone turned towards me. Rank 1. Kim Hajin rank 2. Rachel, my name was on top of every exam and the overall rankings. Not just in Verita's class, but in the entire academy. Qhem, feeling awkward, I let out a dry cough as I stole a glance at Rachel. She was sitting behind me with her face buried on her desk. I could faintly hear her sigh and murmur in English. I should have worked harder. Also, I hope everyone knows that we have new classes. Yi Yonghan added. Look at the first-year announcements if you haven't. Starting from today, Fridays will have 2 classes. For first-year cadets, classes changed after their first semester midterms. It was Cube's way of giving cadets a diverse selection of classes. In addition, magicians would join in from the second semester, and cadets would be able to choose the classes they wanted to take. In reality, they were taking classes that fit their roles. I turned on my smartwatch. The new class today was Practical Magic and Intermediate Rank Magic Power Control. DRRRK. The door opened, and the Phenomenon Realm Analysis professor walked in. The noisy classroom instantly fell silent. Take your seats. The Phenomenon Realm Analysis professor peeked at the scrolls on the wall and grinned. I'm sure you've all seen the exam results. The cadets groaned slightly. Now, your tests were easier than the ones I give to college students. Also, Kim Hajin cadet. Suddenly, the professor pointed at me. Others also followed his finger and turned towards me. An unconventional outlook and logical judgment. I could see true wisdom from your answers. Frankly, I can't believe you're only 16. You're good enough to be writing thesis papers for graduation. If the professor's praise ended there, I would have simply been happy. After all, it was the first time I was being praised for doing well on an exam. Since today is the first class after exams, I will give a quick lecture using Kim Hajin Cadet's answer sheet and call it a day. But for some reason, he put up my answer sheet on the screen. I was caught completely off guard. Now, take a look at this answer. He wrote, if monsters had linguistic abilities, the class continued. I put my hands over my face, feeling it heat up and ready to explode. It was now 3:30 in the afternoon, and the time for Friday's second class. 98 cadets of the Veritas class were gathered at the Magic Library. The chief magician in charge of the class was waiting in an empty lecture room, which only had desks and chairs in case of a magic accident. Hello, I am the chief magician from Seoul Magic Tower, Kim Hye-jun. Every Friday, from 3:30 to 6, I will be teaching you practical magic and magic power control. But of course, today's class will only be 30 minutes. The chief magician introduced himself with a gentle smile. However, I couldn't help but furrow my brows. Kim Hye-jun was a prick. He led a successful life as the third-generation child of a magic clan. But his talent wasn't good enough to land him the chief magician seat. Although he ended up becoming one thanks to his clan's lobbying, that was the limit of his career. In the end, he acknowledged his limits and turned to education. But his poor character, arrogance, jealousy, and perverseness would cause problems in the future. Eventually, he would even fearlessly touch Ki Naeun while pretending to teach her. The only good thing about him was that he didn't form a contract with a devil. Kim Hye-jun currently considering a contract with a devil, but he might soon. You might be thinking, why should I learn magic when I'm not a magician? That's a valid question, but as I'm sure some of you know, chi reinforcement and sword chi are an extension of magic. Kim Hye-jun released his magic power into the air as a demonstration. The soft and jelly-like magic power he emitted instantly hardened when he concentrated. Now, if you simply use your physical power to reinforce your magic power, that becomes chi reinforcement or sword chi. But if you refine your magic power with some calculations, immediately a pink flame rose up from his magic power. Cadets instantly exclaimed in awe. It becomes magic. Kim Hye-jun smiled. Even if you can't wield magic of this level, you will learn to use more practical magic, or learn to wield things like chi reinforcement and sword chi more naturally. Since today is the first class, we will only go over what we will learn in the future. Suddenly, a blue sphere the size of a ping-pong ball shot up from his palm. This is a necessary magic to learn before entering a dungeon. It's called Light Sphere. It will be your light source in many dark areas. It may look simple at first glance, but to wield it skillfully. Kim Hye-jun gave a complicated explanation. To simplify things a bit, we had to compress magic power and air into a spherical shape that lights up. Now, before I teach you where to begin, try doing it yourself. Cadets began to emit their magic power. I stared at my desk blankly before joining my hands and thinking, appear, sphere of light. Appear, sphere of light. Stigma's magic power didn't require intense focus or complex calculations. Soon, Stigma's magic power flowed down into my hands and formed a white sphere of light. The cute sphere floated around on my palm. Whining, at that moment my smartwatch vibrated. Startled, I cancelled the light sphere. Please turn off your smartwatches during class. Kim Hye-jun's disgruntled gaze fell on me. Sorry, I bowed slightly and checked my smartwatch. It was a message from Yu Yonha. We can't do something like that yet. If you show people what you just did, they're going to misunderstand. What? I quickly scanned the room and found Yu Yonha sitting diagonally from me. When her eyes met mine, she smiled sweetly and mouthed silently. Amazing. You did that after listening to his explanation once. After hearing her sarcastic remark, I glanced at the cadets around me. Less than half of the cadets were able to compress their magic power into a sphere, and even those who succeeded couldn't maintain the form for long. No one was even close to being able to make the sphere shine. WO! At that moment, a nameless cadet suddenly shouted. In the frontmost seat, blue light was shining from the light sphere in his hand. Other cadets exclaimed in shock, while Kim Hye-jun's face stiffened. After staring at Kim Suho's light sphere for a good minute, he suddenly snapped. Stop! Oh right, this was the reason Kim Hye-jun came to be jealous of Kim Suho. Kim Hye-jun scowled for a moment, but he quickly straightened his face before continuing in a kind tone. If you make it like that, you'll be overburdening your magic power. Now, pay attention everyone. I'll give a more detailed explanation. Kim Hajin then began to give Kim Suho a private lesson. It seemed he wanted to test Kim Suho's limits. While I was watching them quietly, Yu Yonha sent me another message. It must look like child's play. You can easily make brilliant white light while someone else is being praised for what's really only a faint glow. What is she saying? I ignored Yu Yonha's alien talk. The next day, 12:30 p.m. on Saturday, I arrived at the traveling club's meeting place. Most of the others were already here. They seemed excited it was an overnight trip. Hajin SSI is here too. All right, let's form our teams before setting off. The club leader, Oh Han-hyun, took out a box for drawing lots just like before. According to the original story, Kim Suho would be paired up with Yu Yonha. I didn't care about the rest. First, Suho SSI, please step out. You'll be drawing lots first. I was still a bit nervous. Hopefully, everything was the same as in the original story. Now, who will Kim Suho pick? France, Paris. I stepped foot in this European country for the first time ever. Thanks to Seoul Paris portal, we only needed 10 seconds to arrive. So it really is a bit different. Paris scenery looked like what I saw in pictures, but it was also different than what I had seen in the old world. Around the Eiffel Tower were buildings built with state-of-the-art technology, and Paris Hero Academy's cadets were around the streets with swords and spears. For the record, France was the leader of the European Union in my story. It just showed how well operated France's hero system was. Korean cadets over here. When we were looking around Paris scenery, someone called us over. Turning to the direction of the voice, we saw a limousine. The club leader, Oh Han-hyun, walked up to the limousine with a hearty laugh. Nice to meet you. You must be Raymond. Yes, nice to meet you. Can we drop off our bags real quick before we take a look around the city? The man named Raymond nodded with a smile. We stuffed our bags into the limousine. Now, we'll travel in the pairs we formed. I was paired up with Ki Naeun. I didn't know why, it just happened that way. It was good that Kim Suho became paired with Yu Yonha like in the original story, but I wasn't too comfortable being Ki Naeun's pair. All right, it's 1 p.m. right now, so meet back here at 7. Then, Oh Han-hyun left with the girlfriend he brought on the trip, using his authority as the club leader, as she wasn't a member of the traveling club. They were likely going to the masquerade party happening later today. Ki Naeun stared at Kim Suho with a wistful look before walking up to me. Hey, where do you want to go? She asked me. I'm getting lunch. Since I was in France, I had to try its gourmet food. I had already researched several places since I was excited for my first Europe visit. After looking through several pamphlets, I even used the Book of Truth to find the best place to eat. Lunch. I guess it is about that time. Where are you going? You're coming with me. Ki Naeun didn't seem to mind coming with me. It was surprising, considering there were rumors that she practiced archery with pictures of my face on the target. We drew lots, and what's done is done. What do you want to split up? Oh, right. Come to think of it, Ki Naeun had no sense of direction. She would get lost as easily as a 5-year-old in a forest. She could find her way home from desolate places using her magic power and scent, but places she visited for the first time were like mazes to her. What's right? Nothing. Just follow me. Ki Naeun crossed her arms as though she doubted my manliness. She pouted and spoke curtly. And how do you know where anything is? I know better than you. Book of Truth showed only 2 restaurants, a cheap and delicious restaurant and an expensive restaurant that was worth its cost. I was okay with either, but the latter should fit Ki Naeun's taste more. I turned on the GPS guide to the more expensive restaurant. Follow me. Okay, but I'm letting you know, I'm a really picky eater. I know. She acted like a tomboy, but because she ate only the highest quality food from a young age, her palate was nobler than that of most nobles. How do you know that? I ignored her question and walked to the restaurant. Ki Naeun followed after me like a cat. After walking for about 15 minutes, we arrived at the restaurant. Gout Celeste. I had no clue what it meant, but anyone could see at first glance just how fancy it was. Oh, this is the place. Yep. Ooh, Ki Naeun and I walked to the entrance. Immediately, a man in a suit stopped us. At number dollar, he was speaking in French, so it only sounded like gibberish. Ki Naeun tilted her head and asked, What? The man cleared his voice and asked again in Korean, Do you have a reservation? Oh, he speaks Korean. Hey, you didn't make a reservation, right? Don't you know you need to make reservations for high-end restaurants? I opened my laptop silently. I didn't make a reservation, but I could hack into their reservation list. Using the laptop's internet function, I accessed the restaurant's reservation list. Because I only needed to access a restaurant's private server, I only had to pay a cheap price. I found the reservation list and put my name down around a 1 p.m. slot. "Hey!" Ki Nayan shouted into my ear. I took my eyes off the laptop and saw Ki Nayan right in front of me. Even up close, I couldn't see a single flaw in her smooth skin. I swallowed hard. What? Reservation. Did you make one?" Ki Nayan asked again, and I nodded. "Yeah, I did." "Really? Tell him my name." Ki Nayan still looked doubtful but approached the man nonetheless. "Kim Hajin. Is his name there?" The man checked his smartwatch. It seemed he found my name as he let us through with a smile. "Yes, Kim Hajin and one companion. Welcome." "Oh, wow." Ki Nayan looked at me in surprise. Then we walked in together. "I like the atmosphere." I agreed with Ki Nayan. The inside of the restaurant was just as imposing as the outside. A calming classical piece flowed beautifully, while each and every decoration was delicate and elegant. Customers inside were also wearing dresses and suits, despite it being lunchtime. "Follow me." We followed the waiter and sat down next to a window. "Welcome to Gaut Celeste. Do you need help with the menu?" "You handle it." I let Ki Nayan take over. She took the menu and skillfully finished ordering. Once the waiter left, silence descended. We were staring at each other but didn't have much to say. Feeling a bit awkward, I turned to the side and looked out the window. "What?" At that moment, I caught sight of an unexpected individual. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Tit for tat, too. A familiar face flashed by the window. Although she was covering herself with a mask and sunglasses, I could see through her face. Vice leader of Korea's rank 1 guild, YunSeo-jin. She was walking somewhere with a companion. This was something that didn't happen in the original story. She was someone who shouldn't be here. "Wait for me here." "What? Hey, where are you going?" Leaving behind the shouting Ki Nayan, I ran out of the restaurant. Thankfully, Yun-Seung wasn't walking fast. I quickly ran up to her and grabbed her shoulder. "Hey!" "Huak!" Startled, she jumped up with an odd scream. Yun-Seung turned around, her head creaking like a machine. When she saw my face, she flinched. She definitely recognized me. Who are you?" She feigned ignorance. Was she here on a mission? I looked at the person standing next to her, a Caucasian man, but I couldn't recognize him from his outer appearance. Naturally, I turned on my laptop. There was an alert as I'd expected. Setting change. An ill relationship kindled between Jane and Yun-Seung through an anonymous informant. Jane and Yun-Seung. I knew their relationship better than anyone else. It was a cat and dog relationship. Jane had the chameleon troop's yellow seat, and her gift was specialized in stealing and disguising things. Solely out of boredom, Jane disguised herself as an old classmate of Yun-Seung and entered Creator's sacred grace. Through several events, the two of them would then get extremely close. Eventually, Jane would become the only one Yun-Seung could call her friend, but she would betray Yun-Seung in a critical moment. While fighting a group of jinns over an artifact, she would critically injure Yun-Seung to take the artifact for herself. I knew that Jane would be infiltrating the VIP masquerade party happening this evening. It was to steal a certain ring. Although the ring wasn't worth much at the moment, that was only because its abilities weren't fully awakened. Once its potential exploded, its value would skyrocket immensely. What made this even more complex was that this ring would eventually belong to Ki Nayan. When she eventually changes her position to a swordsman, her father would gift this item after buying it from the black market. I don't know who you are, but we have to go." Yun-Seung still denied knowing me, and the man next to her separated me from her. He was taller than me by a head, but the man was actually a she. My eyes saw through her dig eyes. Jane Valorin. She was currently disguised as Yun-Seung's subordinate. Ah! Yun-Seung was currently standing right next to her fated enemy, but she couldn't recognize her at all. I couldn't help but feel a bit sorry. "I'm sorry, I must have mistaken you for someone else." I bowed in apology. Since we would meet at the masquerade, I backed away for now. "That crazy bastard." Kim Hajin ran out of the restaurant. Ki Nayan was wondering what illness of his relapsed this time, but since he was always acting strange, she didn't think too much of it. In truth, the person she was more concerned about was elsewhere. Not to mention, with another girl. After agonizing over what to do, Ki Nayan held up her smartwatch. "Hey, Yonha, where are you?" The receiver of her call was none other than Yu Yonha, who was paired with Kim Suho. "Me, I'm shopping." "Why, shopping?" There were too many shops around. Where was she exactly? Ki Naeun feigned indifference and asked, "What shop?" "I'm buying some clothes." "Alone?" "No, with Kim Soo." Yu Yonha's immediate answer made Ki Naeun feel a bit uneasy. "What are you doing with him?" "I'm just making him try on some clothes. He's got the face of a model, but you know how he dresses. So I'm buying him some clothes." "What? Why are you buying him clothes?" Ki Naeun shouted inadvertently. The gazes of the customers sitting nearby fell on her. Feeling awkward, Ki Naeun modestly dropped her head. "Ha! What, I can't. It's for the masquerade party we're going to later." "No, not that you can't, but you know it's expensive. You have to save money when you can. If you buy him things, he'll get used to it." Sure. So, Naeun, where are you?" "I'm at a restaurant." "With Kim Hajin." "Yeah, he brought me here. But you know, there aren't many restaurants that fit my taste. I'll just have to endure it like I did with Agent Military Academy's lunch." Ki Naeun recalled painful memories of the past. At the Agent Military Academy, the academy's food was the only lunch option for cadets. She would be starving if she didn't eat anything, but she would feel queasy for the entire day if she did. Ki Naeun let out a light sigh. "Really? What's the restaurant called?" Ki Naeun looked around the restaurant. There was a sign engraved with the restaurant's name, but she didn't know how to read it. "I don't know. Hold on." The waiter came with the appetizer at just the right time. "Excuse me, how do you read that?" "Yes, the restaurant's name." It's Gout Celeste. Can you say that again here?" Ki Naeun held up her smartwatch to the waiter. The waiter was slightly dumbstruck, but still pronounced the name clearly. "Gout Celeste. Thank you. Have you perhaps not heard about our restaurant?" No." Ki Naeun shooed the waiter away and went back to her conversation with Yu Yonha. "Hey, did you hear that?" "Did I hear that right? Gout Celeste. Flavor of heaven." Ki Naeun didn't know whether Yu Yonha was talking about the same place, but she said the same thing the waiter did. "Yeah, I think so. Why? Is this place famous? Kim Hajin brought you there. How? Ha!" Because of Yu Yonha's odd reaction, Ki Naeun tilted her head. "I tried to make a reservation and failed. Even with a VIP membership, you need to make a reservation at least a week in advance." "Really? Is this place that famous?" "Ehu." Ki Naeun's innocent question caused Yu Yonha to let out a deep sigh. But Ki Naeun, who didn't care about such things, truthfully had no way of knowing how famous this restaurant was. "That's De Juben's restaurant. You know, the cooking hero." De Juben. Ki Naeun had heard of the name before. There were all sorts of gifts in the world, and all sorts of heroes. De Juben was special even among the countless number of heroes. He was lauded as the hero who could move people with just his food. It was said that Jins and heroes were equal in front of De Juben's food. Paris Gout Celeste is his flagship restaurant, so it should be him cooking and not his apprentices. This place was that amazing. Ki Naeun became lost for words. "Oh right, Naeun, do you remember being in Kim Hajin's class in the 3rd year of Agent Military Academy?" Was I?" "You didn't know?" "No, not at all. How am I supposed to know that?" That was something she had no memory of. Not to mention, she was entirely focused on training at the time. "I see. Well, since you're there, enjoy the food. Don't forget to take pictures of every dish before you eat. I want to see them later." Yu Yona's voice carried a clear envy. Yeah. Okay, I'm hanging up. Should I be happy? Or should I feel uncomfortable?" The call ended before Ki Naeun could make up her mind. Ki Naeun stared at the appetizer in front of her. It was a simple soup and salad, but for some reason they seemed to glisten like jewels. Picking up her spoon, she slowly scooped up a spoonful and took a sip. The moment her tongue made contact with the soup, her eyes widened and her body trembled. She was at a complete loss for words. So this was the reason De Juben came to be called the world's greatest cook, the so-called flavor of mana. Just a single spoon was enough to shock her refined palate. At that moment, Kim Hajin came back. "It's already here." He sat back down on his seat and picked up his spoon. Ki Naeun carefully stared at him. She had too many questions she wanted to ask. First was how he managed to make a reservation. Yu Yonha said even VIP members needed to make a reservation a week in advance, but Kim Hajin had done it. It was strange. Even if he had a VIP membership, the announcement for the trip only came out 4 days ago. It was unlikely that Oh Han told him about the club's trip beforehand. Suddenly, a thought flashed in her head. She recalled her conversation with Kim Hajin 20 or so minutes ago. Okay, but I'm letting you know, I'm a really picky eater. I know. Kim Hajin said he knew that I was a picky eater. In other words, he must have planned on taking me here from the start, even though pairs were chosen by drawing lots. It was something that could be easily manipulated if he talked to the club leader beforehand. Ki Nayan gave Kim Hajin a meaningful glare. Hey, where did you go? Oh, I just thought I saw someone I knew, but it turns out I was mistaken. There's someone you know in Paris. Something like that. Kim Hajin gave a short reply. How did you make a reservation for this place? I heard it's really famous. Did this acquaintance of yours help you? At her words, Kim Hajin's hands shook slightly, and it didn't escape Ki Nayan's eyes. Yeah. Anyways, aren't you going to eat? Kim Hajin quickly changed the subject. I will. The lunch continued. The two of them ate without further conversation. Once the appetizer disappeared from their plates, the waiter came back with the main in tray. Ki Nayan's suspicion was quickly melted away by the transcendental flavor of Dejubin's food. Hugh, I'm stuffed. Ki Nayan and I came out of the restaurant. As expected of a course menu, food streamed in endlessly over an hour, and I was stuffed full as a result. Of course, I could have stopped eating in the middle, but the food was too good to pass up. It was a good experience. I had to thank this world for letting me try this heavenly flavor. Hey, when I was rubbing my puffed-up belly, Ki Nayan suddenly called my name. Just like me, she had a satisfied expression. What? Thanks for the food. Don't be. You paid for it. Ki Nayan insisted on paying for the food, saying that it was only natural since I made the reservation. The bill came up to €700, but she paid for it nonetheless. The membership fee must be expensive, so it's the least I can do. Ki Nayan said so as she glanced at me from head to toe. I didn't know what she meant by membership fee, but I just nodded understandingly. Right, so where are you going now? At her words, I glanced at my watch. It was almost 3 o'clock. Since the masquerade started at 5 o'clock, I needed to go now and look around the venue for a good place to observe the inside. Do you want to split up now? I had to keep my eyes out on the masquerade party. To do so, I had to get away from Ki Nayan. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll go ahead first. Ki Nayan nodded and started walking the opposite direction. Hello, yeah, Yonha, where are you? I'll meet up with you guys. With my gift, I could hear Ki Nayan's voice even from a distance. What about Kim Hajin? She was obviously talking to you, Yonha. We just split up. Huh, why? We still have time left. It just felt awkward being alone with him. I don't know what to say either. By the way, can I also go to that masquerade party you were talking about? Ki Nayan's final words caught my attention. The masquerade party wasn't in that direction. YunSeo-jin quickly ran away to a nearby cafe. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, she took a seat and breathed out a deep sigh. Hugh, that surprised me. Why did he pop out of there? Her heart was still pounding from an earlier encounter. Who was that? A cadet. Someone I've seen before. His name is Kim Hajin. Is he any good? At her subordinate's question, YunSeo-jin gave a firm nod. He's all the talk recently. Last week, I think it was. A video of his duel was released to the guild community. He shattered a chi reinforcement using a single bullet. I'm pretty annoyed by the whole thing. I was the one who noticed his talents first. YunSeo-jin complained with glaring eyes. Ha ha! That aside, do you think that woman will really come to today's masquerade party? Yeah, she will. I know it. The subordinate furrowed his brows at YunSeo-jin's confident reply. How can you be so sure? Was it the informant? No, it has nothing to do with the informant. That woman just likes parties, especially if there are things to steal. I see, the subordinate answered somewhat bitterly. YunSeo-jin stared at him fixedly and asked, Why do you want to know the informant's name? No, to be honest, I don't know either. YunSeo-jin smiled as she leaned on her chair. It's not just 1 or 2 people who have animosity for that woman. That's good. The subordinate put on a thin smile and asked another question. What will you do if you capture that woman? YunSeo-jin's answer was simple. What will I do? Nothing. I'll just hand her over to the association. Let's get going. It's 4. I have to buy a dress too. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Tit for tat. 3. The masquerade party was happening at a castle in Paris, constructed by a rich magnate. I positioned myself on a hill that overlooked the castle. In terms of distance, I was probably about 1 kilometer away. In any case, my job today was simple. I just had to make sure the story progressed as it should. If possible, I hoped that everything would go according to the original storyline without me having to interfere. 5 p.m. The sun had yet to set, but the masquerade had already begun. Luxurious cars arrived at the castle one by one, and people adorned in flamboyant dresses and masks went inside. I checked Kim Suho and Yu Yonha's location by hacking into their smartwatch's GPS system. They were getting near. 5:30 p.m. two people got off of a limousine. It was Yun Seung-ar and Jane. They were wearing masks resembling a fox and a tiger. They walked into the castle, led by a chauffeur. Not long afterwards, Kim Suho and Yu Yonha arrived. Fully adorned in party clothes, their perfect figures shone brilliantly even with their faces covered. Looking at all the masks, I couldn't help but feel that my face was too empty. I had the feeling I should wear my own mask. After all, if I had to interfere in today's events, I had to conceal my identity to ensure my safety. Although I didn't have a mask prepared, I could just use ether to create one. Ether had the ability to transform into any equipment its user wished. Naturally, it was able to become a mask. The question was its design. I recalled a movie I saw on Earth. A mask from the movie Black Panther, though it was really more of a helmet. In any case, ether transformed into the form I pictured in my head. I put on the Black Panther helmet, which then adjusted itself to fit snugly around my face. 6 p.m., the air was becoming chilly as the sun began to set. The castle looked even more beautiful as it burned from the setting sun. I began to observe the castle's interior more carefully. Almost as if I was inside, I could see everything clearly and hear every conversation. This came from the synergy between thousand-mile eyes and observation and reading. I don't know how to dance. So what, you're going to just stand around after coming all the way here? Well, I guess I'm a quick learner. Kim Suho followed Yu Yonha's lead as they danced to a classical piece. At the same time, I discovered a strange movement of magic power on the other side of the castle. It was a magic portal. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Only jinns could make such artificial portals. Even among jinns, one had to be beloved by their contracted devil to have enough magic power to operate a magic portal. An alert popped up on my laptop. Homer's ring mythical grade artifact. It doesn't make sense that only a few people would aim for it just because it hasn't fully awakened its power. Modified setting. The Jinn group, Evil Society, has identified its origin and will interfere in the story. The situation was becoming more complex. I turned my gaze back to Jane. She was infiltrating the underground vault of the party's host. The security guards surrounding the vault were already taken out. Let's see. Iris scanners, fingerprint scanners, and password locks were all useless in front of Jane's gift. She easily opened the door to the vault, and from the countless number of treasures, she put a blue diamond and a ring into her magic pouch. She then returned to the masquerade party. Everything that happened so far was in the original story. The only difference was the arrival of Evil Society. If Jane could safely escape the masquerade party, I could go back, feeling relieved. But, Yoren, where are you going? YunSeo-jin appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Jane's arm. Jane, who was about to leave the party, flinched momentarily, but soon returned to pretending to be Yoren. I went to the bathroom. Oh well, I have something to talk to you about. Follow me. YunSeo-jin grabbed Jane's wrist. The exit was right in front of her, but for now, Jane followed YunSeo-jin obediently. Vice leader. Jane was led to an empty room on the second floor of the castle. Confused, she called YunSeo-jin's name. The only thing in the somewhat worn room was a single bed and some dimly lit lanterns. Clearly, the place was made for a secret love affair. I here. You know why. Acting coquettishly, YunSeo-jin pulled Yoren's wrist and pushed him on the bed. While Yoren stared at her, she closed the door and pulled her hair up in a ponytail. If it was the real Yoren, he would have been thrilled. YunSeo-jin mounted Jane in a somewhat lewd position. Then she slowly took off Jane's mask and lowered her head to his revealed face. Yoren, YunSeo-jin's breath caressed Jane's face, but Jane could feel the slight killing intent hidden behind YunSeo-jin's mask. You won't trick me a second time. YunSeo-jin shoved her hand under the bed sheet. Shitting, a well-sharpened sword glistened in the dim light. Hearing the chilling sound, Jane quickly pushed YunSeo-jin off. Vice leader, what are you? Before she could finish, YunSeo-jin's sword struck down. Jane used an emergency dagger she carried around to stop the attack. Sword and dagger. The weight and size of the two weapons were different, but the density of magic power enveloping them was equal. Boom! The surroundings shook from the fierce collision. You're making a mistake, Vice Leader, UK. YunSeo-jin's foot hooked towards Jane, who was continuing to feign ignorance. Jane was sent flying by the kick, and YunSeo-jin pounced after her like a ferocious beast. Although Jane bought time for herself by running around in all directions, YunSeo-jin was more tenacious and nimble than ever. Eventually, YunSeo-jin got on top of Jane and was about to strike down with her sword when a whip suddenly flew in and restrained her sword. A lover's quarrel shouldn't be so noisy. YunSeo-jin and Jane both turned their gaze to the direction of the elegant voice. The door had opened before they noticed, and a girl wearing a cat mask was standing there. It was Yu-Yonha. I am a hero cadet from Cube. She had walked upstairs to find a bathroom, hearing the sound of clashing metal during the process. She would have normally ignored it, but she had gotten tired of Kim Suho's clumsy dancing and was tempted by the chance to improve her image as a cadet who showed Korean cadets' excellence in a foreign country. If you put your weapon down, I'll make sure there is no bloodshed. Yu-Yonha added strength to her whip as she spoke leisurely. Her whip seemed to want to snatch YunSeo-jin's sword, so YunSeo-jin ignited her magic power on her sword. Immediately, her magic power burned fiercely and scorched Yu-Yonha's whip to cinders. The only thing left of Yu-Yonha's whip was black ash. Oh! In a daze, Yu-Yonha took a few steps back. I got too cocky just because I was in France. I should have known, Korea isn't the only country with powerful people. Yu-Yonha felt her lips dry up. Hoping the woman's sinister sword chi wouldn't aim for her, Yu-Yonha bowed in a 90-degree angle. I will be on my way now. Please do continue what you were doing. With that, Yu-Yonha backed away stealthily before making a dash for it. Die! The fight then continued. Enraged, YunSeo-jin's sword struck down repeatedly. Each time her sword clashed with Jane's dagger, lightning crackled and flames ignited. The roaring sound called people together, spectators and security guards quickly rushing to the room. Don't just watch and help. You walk. Jane tried her best to withstand YunSeo-jin's demon-like attacks, but it was difficult to combat a sword with her short dagger. As time passed, she was driven to a corner. Jane became desperate enough to ask the spectators for help. However, security guards couldn't even dream of joining in such a fierce and ostentatious battle. UK! In the end, Jane's dagger was unable to endure, breaking in half. Just when YunSeo-jin was about to make her final strike, someone stole the sword hanging by a security guard's waist. Immediately afterward, a single streak of light shot through the air and cut in between Jane and YunSeo-jin. Kim Suho had used a security guard's sword to block YunSeo-jin's flame sword. Who are you? Back off before I cut you down. Kim Suho didn't budge even at YunSeo-jin's solemn warning. He wanted to become a hero to protect people. His firm conviction couldn't be shaken so easily. I refuse. Don't say I didn't warn you. Currently, YunSeo-jin was half covered by her mask. It was the same for Kim Suho. As a result, they were unable to recognize each other. I don't know the reason you want to kill him, but move. Ook. The current YunSeo-jin didn't know mercy. She kicked Kim Suho's solar plexus without a shred of hesitation, and Kim Suho knelt down on one leg as he staggered from the shock. Hey, you stop right there. But thanks to Kim Suho, Jane managed to find an opening to jump out the window. See you later, crazy bitch. However, her attempt to jump out the window stayed an attempt. From beneath the window, a thick darkness gushed up at Jane. The darkness swallowed Jane, who was about to escape, then spat her back out into the room. The darkness dyed the room in black. YunSeo-jin, who was furious, Kim Suho, who was writhing in pain, and Yu-Yonha, who ran away sullenly, all held their breath and stared at the darkness. Then, from the darkness, a figure of a man emerged. Damn it! On the other hand, Ki Naeun was comparing her surroundings to the map on her smartwatch. After every couple of steps, she stopped to check her watch before continuing on her way. Eventually, she saw a familiar sign. Gout Celeste. What? This is where I ate lunch, she raged. After walking for hours, she had arrived in the same place she started from. I can't believe this. She stared at her smartwatch, fuming. If a user got lost after looking at a map, the problem lied with the map. What company made this? Damn it. Ki Naeun's anger fell on the smartwatch Cube provided. She flipped her smartwatch harshly and saw the word inscribed on the back. Dihyun. It was her father's company. Ki Naeun called Yu-Yonha once again. Kuok, why isn't she picking up? So this is the item containing ancient wisdom. The Jin who appeared from the darkness held up a ring. The The setting sun gave the ring a faint red glow. It was the ring Jane had put in her magic pouch. "Ah, when did you take Ack?" After checking her magic pouch, Jane muttered despondently. YunSeo-jin immediately ran up to Jane, grabbing her by her hair before pointing her sword at the Jin. "Put that down." "Ha ha!" The Jin made a magnanimous smile. YunSeo-jin became nervous. It was obvious at first glance that the Jin was completely different than a human. Reddish-black skin and blood-red eyes. A Jin's appearance strayed further from a human's, the more one was engulfed by a devil. From his appearance, YunSeo-jin could estimate his strength. This item isn't something that suits people like you. A few days ago, Evil Society had confirmed this item's location and potential through an informant. Homer's ring, a cradle of wisdom that amplified all abilities involving magic power. They didn't expect someone else to steal the ring, but all was well since they managed to get their hands on it without much effort. Now then, when the Jin was about to put away the ring in satisfaction, a streak of light broke through the window and enveloped the ring. In the blink of an eye, the ring was snatched away, disappearing outside the window. What? The Jin screamed and turned to the direction the ring flew out. Outside the window, on a faraway hill, he caught sight of someone who was holding onto a wire-like object. Someone wearing a mask of a beast. That someone, Kim Hajin, put on a thin smile. Chapter 51, Chapter 51. Change of Heart, 1. So this is that ancient artifact. The ring was snatched by the Evil Society's Jin. Now that it was in their hands, the chances of YunSeo-jin or Kim Suho taking it back were grim. I had no other choice. Even if I had to attract the Jin's attention, I had to make my move. I compressed a portion of ether around my hand, weaving it into a wire. As ether changed its form according to its owner's will, it was both with and without form at the same time. The only problem was that the wire wasn't long. In fact, it was short enough to fit in one hand. But when I threw this ether wire, it would elongate accordingly. That said, the wire was still unlikely to reach the castle. Although throwing was included in the scope of Master Sharpshooter, I didn't have the strength to fuel the throw. Thankfully, I could use Stigma's magic power to make up for what my physical body lacked. I concentrated magic power on my right arm. The 2 streaks of Stigma I had radiated an intense light. There was no need to go easy. I poured 80% of my remaining magic power and converted it into kinetic energy. My strength remained the same. Stigma's magic power only amplified the kinetic energy. It didn't increase my physical ability. Thus, I didn't know how powerful my throw would be. I only knew that it would be more powerful than Kim Horak. Huap! I threw the wire with a spirited shout. My target was Homer's ring, which was being held by the Jin. In an instant, the short dagger-length wire elongated immensely, moving like it was alive and snatching its target. Immediately afterward, I pulled the wire back. Whoosh! The wire shot back in the blink of an eye and fell into my hand. As expected of an ancient artifact, there wasn't even a scratch on the ring. Nice shot. At first, I smiled in satisfaction, but my smile quickly disappeared. It was because of the wire's unexpected destructive power. To make the wire reach the castle, I had no choice but to throw it in an arc. Because of it, the wire didn't only snatch the ring. During the process, it severed a portion of the castle's walls, and on its way back, it swept through the floor, slicing apart the foundational base of the castle. As a result, part of the castle's second floor crumbled down. I watched the unexpected scenery in a daze. Although I didn't intend for this to happen, my heart immediately dropped a beat. I hoped no one was hurt by my carelessness. However, I didn't have time to worry about others. The Evil Society's Jin was looking at me directly. It was extremely unlikely that he could see through my mask, but I knew I had to leave as quickly as possible. I began to run using the escape route I prepared beforehand. Oh, why? When I was hurriedly plowing through tall grass, someone shot down from the sky in front of me. It was a Jin who looked like a Caucasian man. Blocking the path in front of me, he glared with killing intent. You see this, right? He tapped on his waist, where a bladeless hilt of a dagger was hanging. I knew what it was, a magic sword. It was a weapon created using state-of-the-art magic engineering technique. This weapon was often used by people who were confident in their magic power. As long as one's magic power capacity was large enough, it would display greater power than most low-rank artifacts. Now, it just so happened that an exponential increase in magic power was the most basic benefit someone gained from becoming a Jinn. If you know what this is, you better hand that thing over. Without waiting for my answer, he pulled out his magic sword. He looked a bit funny holding just a sword hilt, but a magic sword's might wasn't something to scoff at, especially for my current self. Why don't we talk it out? I can just give it to you. Why should I? I can just kill you and take it. But weren't you talking like you wanted to negotiate just now? Was I? The Jinn sneered and imbued his magic sword with magic power. Whing just like a lightsaber, a blade of magic power shot up from the hilt. But that only lasted for a second. The sword's blade flickered, then disappeared. What? Confused, he imbued his magic power again, but nothing changed. Just like a light bulb that exhausted its energy, the magic power blade flickered and disappeared. I immediately realized what was going on. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. With a hearty laugh, I transformed Desert Eagle into the shotgun mode. What's wrong with this thing? Flustered, the Jinn swung his sword hilt aimlessly, but there was no way that a state-of-the-art weapon would fix itself by being swung. Well, you see, that weapon won't work today. I scraped together what little magic power I had left and converted it to the magic power of light. This white magic power would flow into the shotgun shell and obliterate the Jinn, because I'm very lucky. Shut it, even without a weapon, KWANG. The shotgun shell perfectly struck his head. On the other hand, Ki Naeun was sitting on a bench near the traveling club's meeting place. She had long since given up on finding the masquerade party. It was already 7 p.m., but Yu Yonha and Kim Suho were nowhere to be seen. Tusk. She wasn't bothered that they were missing, but for some reason she felt anxious. But because she didn't know why she was feeling anxious, she was killing time playing a game. Leveling Up Monster. It was an RPG game that came out only a few days ago. It wasn't a VR game, but a mobile game, making it convenient to play on her smartwatch. But it wasn't fun. It was pretty interesting at first, but her thoughts kept wandering. Just what were they doing at the masquerade party that they weren't picking up her call? Where are all these police going? Because siren noises constantly rang out, she couldn't focus on the game either. In the end, Ki Naeun turned it off and checked her messenger app. No new messages had arrived. Ha! I'm upset, but why am I upset? When Ki Naeun was sighing in annoyance, someone sat down next to her. Ki Naeun turned her head to that direction. What's up with you? It was Kim Hajin, but his face was pale and he was covered in cold sweat. Clearly, he was exhausted. Are you sick? Ki Naeun asked out of courtesy. Then Kim Hajin stared at her silently. What? Answer me. I'm a bit tired. What? Well, I can't move my body. Kim Hajin smirked. Then he suddenly closed his eyes and leaned on Ki Naeun. Whoa! Ki Naeun quickly moved out of the way, afraid that his sweat would touch her. Consequently, Kim Hajin fell down on the bench. Hey, what are you scheming? Ah, Naeun SSI. You're here. At that moment, Oh Han-hyun arrived with his girlfriend. His face was grim. Club leader, why are you so late? So you didn't know. Something happened nearby. Kim Suho SSI and Yu Yonha SSI are being questioned. Hey, Ki Naeun's jaws dropped. She thought, just what the hell happened while I was gone? Ah, it's nothing serious. They weren't injured, and since their identities are clear, they'll be released soon. With that, Oh Han-hyun glanced at the bench where Kim Hajin was panting. What happened to him? I don't know. He came here just now and suddenly collapsed. Oh Han-hyun approached him and placed his hand on his forehead. It was hot. Babe, can you take a look at him? Babe, Ki Naeun grimaced. Oh Han-hyun smiled somewhat embarrassedly, then the babe standing next to him stepped up. I introduced her before, right? She's my girlfriend, Natasha. Ah, yeah, that's a pretty name. Father's face suddenly popped up. His black hair carried a few strands of grey. It was a face from 8 years ago, or perhaps even longer before. It was the once-in-a-lifetime trial and task that every high school senior in Korea had to face, the College Scholastic Ability Test, CSAT. I had bombed the test magnificently. I must have expected it before I even took the exam, as I told my parents, who insisted on coming to pick me up, to stay home. Mom and Dad said yes and returned home. After the exam ended, I trudged to the school gate. It was then that I saw him. Hajin. Father was looking at me with a warm smile. Riding the same car he had used for 10 years, he was looking at me with an aged face. I immediately broke out into tears because I felt sorry. Father had never once consoled me before, But on that day, he patted my back and said just two words. It's okay. Is he okay? The voice that overlapped with father's must be Ki Naeun's. I opened my eyes. Ah, he just woke up. Hey, he's crying. Ki Naeun pointed at me as she snickered. I raised my hand and touched my eyes. It was wet. Did it hurt that much? What did you catch an illness? Annoyed, I glared at Ki Naeun. Was it because of the dream? I didn't feel too good. W what? Just get back. Thankfully, Kim Suho pulled Ki Naeun away from me. I raised my head and looked out the window. It was already dark outside. Are you okay? A Caucasian woman asked as she looked down at me. It was probably Oh Han-hyun's girlfriend. Yes, I'm okay. You collapsed from light exhaustion. I nodded. It would have been weird if I were fine. I had instantly used up 2 streaks of stigma and had even raced to the Eiffel Tower like a madman. Not to mention, I took the most roundabout way to avoid people's gazes. Where are we? It's your room. You'll be sharing it with Kim Suho SSI. The woman's voice was soft and gentle, making me trust her instinctively. This was why you couldn't judge a book by its cover. The large mansion that's supposed to be our lodging. Yes, that's right. It's already 10 at night. They said they would prepare dinner if you want. 10 at night. Thankfully, I managed to wake up before the incident broke out. No, I'm fine. I turned down the offer for a late dinner, and the woman nodded with a smile. Then I'll be going. Come with me, Naeun SSI. Hey, why me? This is the men's room. After packing up a thermometer and an ice pack, the woman left the room with Ki Naeun. Only then did I have time to look around the room. It was a fairly large room with 2 beds and plenty of antique furniture, so I would be sharing this room with Kim Suho. Are you feeling better? Kim Suho asked. I turned my wandering eyes to Kim Suho. He was wearing a gentle smile. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm glad. It was awkward. Without saying anything else, I was about to lie down on the bed when I suddenly recalled what happened just a few hours ago. I wanted to ask Kim Suho about what I missed, but I had to calm myself first. I was the one who destroyed the castle. As the perpetrator, I had to be careful about what I said. I picked up my smartwatch, which sat on a shelf next to the bed. I immediately looked up the news. Jin appears in a Paris castle. Cube's cadets coincidentally present. Perhaps because Cube's cadets were involved, the news spread fast. I read through the entire report. Thankfully, no one was killed or critically injured. It was also reported that Jin's had demolished the castle. Fantastic. It seemed Jane managed to get away as nothing about her was written on the report. I swallowed the sense of relief rising from the depths of my heart. Hey! I projected the report I was reading so Kim Suho could see. Clearly, I was asking him if he knew anything about it. Oh, that. He took the bait instantly. I can't tell you anything in detail, but nothing major happened. The Jins all ran away before the heroes arrived, too. That's a relief. With that, silence descended once again. Kim Suho must have been bored as he cut an apple and gave it to me. I took it without saying anything. Crunch, crunch, tick-tock. The sound of me biting the apple and a ticking clock filled the room. A bleak wind swept against the window. Feeling uncomfortable by the awkward atmosphere, I looked out the window. The moon was hiding behind clouds. Currently, it was 10:15. In just 2 hours, that incident would occur. But it seemed Kim Suho had no plans to leave the chair by my bed. I glanced at him uncomfortably. Then I discovered a faint scar on his cheek. It was likely from when he stopped YunSeo-jin's attack. Take care of your body more. Ha! Kim Suho sounded confused. I pointed at the scar on his cheek. You're the main character. You can't get too hurt. Kim Suho was the main character, the one I created myself. But today he charged at YunSeo-jin fearlessly. In other words, he was almost killed. YunSeo-jin's killing intent was real. If the Jin appeared a little bit later, Kim Suho might have lost a limb. Of course, I understood why he did what he did. After all, he was the main character who walked on the path of righteousness. However, I had doubts. Whether the main character who only pursued righteousness could end this story, whether he could overcome this twisted story with only his sense of justice, and whether he could send me home. Main character, there is no such thing. Kim Suho shook his head. He must have heard these words before from people who mocked him sarcastically. I remembered it too. Does he think he's some sort of a main character? Shin Jang-hak often liked to say this. Really? Of course. If I'm a main character, you're one too. No, everyone in this world is a main character. The main character said so. What he must have said thoughtlessly touched me in a meaningful way. I pondered over his words silently. By the way, at that moment, Kim Suho, who was staring at me fixedly, carefully spoke up. He seemed to be hesitating. Considering how needlessly nervous he was, this must be what he really wanted to ask me. Go on, tell me. The report you wrote for Ki Nayan, I saw it too. You were a bit harsh. For the record, the report I wrote on Ki Nayan received an A. Although my criticisms were valid, me telling her to give up on the bow was deemed too harsh, dropping the grade from an A plus to an A. I wasn't harsh. Ki Nayan isn't a born archer. She needs to drop the bow and pick up the sword. Is that why you made that bet with Ki Nayan? Yeah, if I win, I'm going to make her give up her bow. She said she'd do anything. At my determined reply, Kim Suho's expression stiffened. But it's the path she chose. I don't think it's something someone else should decide for her. He was both stern and soft at the same time. I stared at him and he stared back at me. His eyes were shining brightly with his own will. His thoughts were different than mine. But that didn't mean he was wrong. Then do you want me to encourage and console her, fully knowing that she's walking to a dead end? No, that's not what I. Without giving a chance for a rebuttal, I continued. You can't succeed just by hearing encouraging words. What if you reach a dead end after endlessly toiling away? What if the only thing waiting at the end is a greater despair? Will you take responsibility? When I finished, Kim Suho let out a sigh. His breath was full of heat. He then spoke in a low voice as though he was angry. How can you be so sure that Ki Nayan isn't talented with bows but swords? Are you saying all this because you can take responsibility? In Kim Suho's perspective, what he said was completely justified. Ki Nayan had trained for countless hours using the bow, but someone who seemingly wasn't close to her was telling her to give it up. But I was angry. Ki Nayan was someone I created with affection. Her appearance, her personality, and even her tiniest hobbies and trauma were my creation. Of course, a few things had changed, but still, I've been thinking about her for far longer than you, and I've been watching over her all this time. Even if Kim Suho was this world's main character, there was no one else in this entire world who knew Ki Nayan better than me, so I know far more about her than you. What? A strange light flickered in Kim Suho's eyes. When we were staring at each other in silence, thud both Kim Suho and I heard a faint sound coming from the other side of the door. I immediately looked through the wall. The person running away with a flushed face was Ki Nayan. I didn't know from when, but she must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. A good archer needed to be skilled in stealth. If anything, she learned that one thing well. Chapter 52. I apologize. That's a private matter. 1. Ki Nayan slammed the door to her room close, then jumped on her bed. At first, she was going to simply ask the guys out for a nighttime snack. But when she was about to knock on their door, she heard them having an interesting conversation and ended up eavesdropping instead. I've been thinking about her for far longer than you, and I've been watching over her all this time. So I know far more about her than you. It was the first time she had heard something so direct. It was partly because few men were confident enough to approach her, and it was also because she blocked such situations from happening. Is he really crazy? What Kim Hajin said still lingered by her ears. Should I wash my ears? Or should I have gone in there and smacked his head? Ki Nayan bounced around on her bed while striking it repeatedly. What's going on? And Ki Nayan's seemingly drunk act woke up Yu Yonha, who was sleeping peacefully. Nayan, what are you doing? Ha! Ki Nayan flinched. Yu Yonha glared at Ki Nayan with narrowed eyes. Why was this woman beating up a poor bedsheet? Are you sick or something? It's nothing. Ki Nayan couldn't tell her what she had just heard. She couldn't even imagine telling someone about such personal matters. Then sleep. I'm tired. Muttering so, Yu Yonha plopped back down on her back. Yeah, good night. I'm going to sleep too. Ki Nayan also buried herself under her blanket. Right, it doesn't matter. I only overheard it anyways. Regardless of what Kim Hajin's intentions were, I just have to ignore it. With such thoughts, Ki Nayan pulled the blanket over her head, but for some reason she couldn't fall asleep. Thinking about her, watching over her all this time, fragments of Kim Hajin's words kept wandering around her head. Watching over me all this time. Is he a stalker? No, if he is, there's no way I wouldn't have noticed him. A sharpshooter's senses were extremely sharp. A stalker was someone who secretly took pictures, followed women late at night, and things like that. Kairak. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice rang out in the mansion. Ki Nayan opened her eyes abruptly and shot up. What? Ah, ag. Yu also got up in shock, tripping on her bedsheet and falling down. With her hands on the floor, she glared at Ki Naeun resentfully. Ki Naeun, why you? No, it wasn't me this time. Then who was it? Outside. Ki Naeun turned the lights on. Just at that moment, lights shone through from under the room, signaling that the lights in the hallway turned on. At the same time, they could hear loud footsteps running around. Yonha finally understood the gravity of the situation. Was that a real scream? Yeah, hurry up, we should go. Ki Naeun put on a jacket. Kim Suho ran out of the room the moment the scream rang out. I was just about to follow him when I noticed something and stopped. Sitting on the shelf was a white handgun. Right, it was my Desert Eagle. I couldn't put it away because I didn't have any magic power left, but it seemed someone had taken care of it for me. The handgun's figure struck me with a flash of inspiration. With this, no. I quickly cast the thought away, but it kept coming back to me. What Kim Suho told me lingered in my ears. If I'm the main character, you are one too. Unpredictability. Because I was afraid of this, I was trying my best to stay away from altering the original story. But even if I didn't think too deeply, I could see that the story was already altered by a certain damned guy. Right, this world was already full of unpredictability. Worrying about it was foolish. I'm sure it'll work out somehow. After fighting off my hesitation, I picked up my gun. Then I quickly ran down the hallway to the mansion owner's room. The other 14 members of the traveling club were all standing by the door with shocked expressions. This. In a dark room larger than 6 ordinary living rooms put together, the mansion owner was lying on his bed with a dagger sticking out of his heart. In front of this horrific scene, a maid was sobbing traumatically. Presumably, she was the one who first discovered the scene. Bedel SSI, Kim Suho muttered Belbit's false name. I could understand why everyone was so shocked. During dinner, Belbit must have talked to them like a kind grandfather next door, trying to draw their sympathy by saying stupid things like, "My son, who died before me, also wanted to become a hero." Wait, let me confirm what state he's in. While the cadets were standing in a daze from shock, Oh Han-hyun's girlfriend appeared. Natasha, the doctor. I closely scrutinized her movements. She slowly approached Belbit and checked his pulse. Then she shook her head. He's gone. She closed Belbit's eyes, who died with his eyes open, then returned to Oh Han-hyun's side. It was laughable seeing her pretend to be sad as she leaned against his shoulder. What happened? At that moment, the head butler ran into the room. Now he would break out into tears, talking about all the fake good deeds Belbit has done and reiterating the threats and attempted murder Belbit received from supposed evildoers. I originally planned on letting the story continue as it did in my novel, but I no longer had the desire to watch this farce. Belbit was supposed to become a schemer who used his shrewd brain to help out Jins. Because of the nature of his character, I didn't know what he would do if left alone. If possible, it was better to get rid of him now. So they did it. Those bastards. Calm down, head butler. While the cadets were busy consoling the sobbing maid and butler, I turned the lights on. Immediately, the room became bright. Hey, why did you turn on the light? Seeing the scene of a murder and the bloody corpse, Ki Naeun shouted in surprise. I glanced around the room before slowly walking up to Belbit. Excuse me. Don't get close, Natasha shouted hastily. Ignoring her, I put on an act of examining Belbit's face and state. I lifted up his clothes to check his wound and pressed down on the bloody bed. Simply put, I was acting like a detective. You can't mess up the scene of the crime before the police arrive. Unable to endure it any longer, Natasha came over to drag me away. However, I pulled out my gun from my pocket and aimed it at her. Don't come close. Natasha raised her hand in shock, while the butler, who was crying only a moment ago, shot up and shouted, What are you doing? It wasn't only the butler. The cadets gathered here also shouted the same thing. Facing their loud voices directly, I began to get a headache. Was it because I just woke up from exhaustion? I suddenly felt irritated. Gritting my teeth, I shouted, Shut the fuck you, P. Even I was surprised by how loud I was. Silence descended immediately. I let out a sigh, then continued calmly. This person is trying to trick us. He's not dead. He's in what's called a state of suspended animation. Don't be stupid. I'm a doctor. What do you know about? I'm going to explain, so shut up and wait. I continued with my gun still pointing at Natasha. First, this scar is too unnatural. It's too shallow for someone to have stabbed him from above. I just reported what I observed and concluded from the scene. I wasn't an expert in crime scene investigation, so I could be wrong in all honesty. But since I knew the truth, the process didn't really matter. Next, there's too much blood. He only has one fatal injury to his heart, but the blood is covering this huge bed and even dripping down to the floor, almost as if to emphasize that this man was dead. I stole a glance at Natasha's expression. She didn't seem agitated yet. Finally, and most importantly, using my smartwatch, I projected the international wanted list. I might have lied about everything else, but this was real. Belbit, the carman. Although he looked thinner in the photo, the man lying dead on the bed looked similar to the man in the photo. At this point, the cadets were shaken up. Of course, you can argue that they're different people since the man in the photo is so much thinner, but if taking the other two clues into account, you have to think something's up. Head butler, you called the police and ambulance, right? However, Natasha was still calm. The butler quickly retorted to Natasha's question. Why, yes, I called them. Then we can just ask them instead of making a fuss like that, man. I couldn't let that happen. Once the bribed police and medical personnel came, Belbit would escape this place safely. I had to resolve the situation before then. With a grin, I moved my gun away from Natasha, pointing at Belbit. Only then did Natasha begin to lose her composure. W, what are you doing? What do you mean? I'm going to shoot him. The police will be here soon. He's dead anyway, right? I put my finger on the trigger. This scoundrel. Honey, stop him. Natasha shook O'Hanhian and urged him to step in. The head butler, Belbit, and Natasha, they were all on the same boat. Hajin. O'Hanhian spoke up carefully. If you move even a single step, I'll shoot. Especially you, Kim Suho. I'm only looking at you. Got it. Kim Suho, who was slowly approaching me, stopped and raised his hands. I also made the other cadets back off. Then I spoke to Natasha. It's loaded with real bullets. We already called the police. Put that gun down. Natasha was trembling with her entire body. Her reaction should be enough of a proof, but I still needed something more decisive. If you don't confess by the time I count down to 1, I'm going to shoot. Since he's dead, it doesn't matter, right? Confess what? He's already dead. I began to count. 3. I diverted my focus to the cadets in case any one of them would try to do something stupid. 2. But contrary to my expectations, Kim Suho stayed calm, while the usually timid Oh Han-hyun tried to operate his magic power. At that moment, someone stepped in and stopped him. Wait, it was Yu Yonha. Thanks to her, I could finish my countdown. 1. Natasha still didn't react. Then he'll have to die. Click, I pulled the trigger. No, it was just that it wasn't loaded. But Natasha, who wasn't aware of this, quickly ran up to me and pushed me aside. Then she prostrated on top of Belbit as if to protect him. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I calmly put my gun down. This was enough proof. Natasha was Belbit's daughter. The reason Belbit, who was constantly on the run, settled in France and how he managed to bring Cube's cadets were all thanks to Natasha. Instead of the police, call the Hero Association. Tell them we caught a wanted criminal. With that, I loaded my gun, then fired. The magic bullet grazed the leg of the butler who was running away. Ag! After that short scream, only silence remained. Feeling the other cadets' gazes, I walked outside. My heart was beating crazily. The assassination incident was a plot devised by Belbit and Natasha. Belbit was a wanted criminal in practically all European countries, and he had formulated this plan to avoid their narrowing investigation. His daughter had coincidentally seduced a pushover cadet from Cube, bearing the plan to fruition. The so-called operation returned to life. Though expensive, there was a medicine that could place someone in a temporary state of suspended animation. As a doctor who was a part of Cube, Natasha could easily get her hands on one. Everything afterward was supposed to be simple. Belbit would take the medicine after receiving a fake injury with the help of a fellow conman magician and spray the crime scene with blood packs. The emergency medical personnel wouldn't be able to tell apart suspended animation from death, and Belbit had already bribed out a local Paris police branch. Next, during the ambulance ride, Belbit would swap himself with the corpse of a man who looked similar and had the same build. Afterward, Cube's cadets would take care of the testimony. Cube's cadets carried one of the greatest levels of trust on the planet. The government workers he bribed would then ensure he was officially dead, and the real Belbit would be reborn under a new name. All this was something Kim Suho would find out in the future. But now I had completely destroyed parts of the story related to Belbit. Belbit was arrested while he was still in a state of suspended animation. When he woke up, he would find himself in jail. Belbit, the man you requested to find, has been arrested by the French police and is currently being transported to a local Hero Association branch. Congratulations. As you are our first customer, this question was answered free of charge. Currently, it was 9 a.m. in the morning. Crouched down on the ground, I replied to Belbit's victim, who had asked about him on Truth Agency. "Are you Sherlock?" At that moment, a voice rang out. It was you, Yonha. I smiled without answering her. In truth, what I said last night was an amateurish deduction at best. But because of the unexpected situation they were in, no one had thought deeply about what I said. But surprisingly, and perhaps thanks to luck, the investigation revealed what I said to be mostly correct. The incident with Yun Hyan and now this, you might as well open up a detective agency. Sharpshooters have good eyes. That's true, but how did you recognize him? Do you have the faces of wanted criminals memorized? I flinched. As expected of you, Yonha, she sharply pointed out one of the flaws in my action. I apologize. That's a private matter. That was all I could tell her. What's up with the sudden, polite speech? Yu Yonha retorted bluntly, then made a meaningful expression. Family matter, family matter. She seemed to be wandering off to her own world of imaginations. At this point, I wasn't even curious what misunderstanding she was cooking up. But speaking of family affair, I suddenly got curious about my own. To be more precise, about Kim Chundong's family. All I knew from reading his official record was that he was from an orphanage. It was probably worth looking into once I got home. 1. The word private matter can also mean family matter. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Vestige, 1. Evil Society was one of the most notorious jinn associations in the world, being officially recognized by the UN and the Hero Association as the #1 wanted group. Although there were groups that were more vicious and wicked than Evil Society, the latter was just too widely known throughout the world. But that didn't mean that someone purposely spread their name. Their notoriety was the result of their evil doings. They caused countless incidents in countries all over the world. From the artifact scramble incident in China to the Suwon battle in Korea, they participated in human-jinn wars of every scale. Say that again. Evil Society's hideout was surprisingly not far away. In an artificial cave under Russia's Vladivostok waters was the hideout Evil Society has kept secret for over 40 years. As the years went by, the technological advances made the cave a state-of-the-art facility that looked nothing like a cave. My apologies. No, don't apologize. I said to say that again, Silayson. You said a cheetah messed with our plan. No, it was a panther. A man wearing a panther mask. Artifact retrieval was Evil Society's first and foremost task. In the first place, they were an organization formed by devils to steal artifacts. Homer's ring was the artifact that Kim Hakpyo, Evil Society's artifact retrieval team leader, desperately wanted. This ring of wisdom amplified all abilities related to magic power, such as magic power control, adaptability, and materialization. It was an incredibly useful artifact for jinns who had abnormally high amounts of magic power. You mean a panther that looks like this? Kim Hakpyo showed a sketch of the masked man depicted according to Silason's description. Yes, he wasn't an ordinary individual. I know, I heard you lost a subordinate. Yes, we lost Sidious. From what we observed from his life clock, he seems to have been killed in one blow. Sidious. Although he had a weak defense, because of his superb swordsmanship, his attack power was something even Kim Hakpyo acknowledged. He was supposed to be capable of handling up to low intermediate rank heroes, making him one of the organization's rising stars. He wasn't a djinn. It was surprisingly common for jinns to kill each other. No, but he didn't seem to be a hero either. Then he must be a mercenary or a hunter. Look into it. Of course, don't think about confronting him alone, even if you find him. Homer's ring was something Kim Hakpyo vowed to obtain when he heard about it from the collector, and when it came to his vows, he had no intention of breaking them. His weapon. Yes, Sidious, magic sword, it's expensive. Did you retrieve it? Ah, no. Magic swords were created by humanity, but could display the same power as an artifact depending on one's magic power. Naturally, it was extremely costly. Low-rank artifacts went for 500 million won, and naturally, so did magic swords. I see. That makes sense. Someone who knew to take the ring wouldn't have missed something that expensive. Kim Hakpyo accepted the reality. Only a fool wouldn't take 500 million won lying on the ground. His anger then turned to Sileson. By the way, why are you announcing to the world that you're a Jin? Yes, your goddamn appearance. Kim Hakpyo pointed at Sileson, who was still maintaining a Jin's black skin and blood-red pupils. I'm asking why you're revealing that you're a goddamn Jin. Kim Hakpyo's fury resounded, shaking the cave's interior. Sileson quickly turned back to normal. My apologies. In truth, he had just made an honest mistake of forgetting to put his disguise back on. After devil transformation, Jins looked completely different from humans, so they had to put on a disguise to hide that they were Jins. However, the Jin's society wasn't so lenient when it came to mistakes. Sileson fell to his knees in a hurry. What am I supposed to do with this? Sunday night. I pondered as I examined the magic sword I picked up. It was a spoil of war I obtained from defeating a Jin, but it was completely useless to me. Not only was I unable to wield magic power like normal people, I also didn't have plans to use a sword which required me to fight in close range. Of course, I would be able to sell it for a vast amount of money. But even if Violet Banquet guaranteed my anonymity, I felt uneasy about a Jin buying it. So for now, I put the magic sword away in my drawer. And what do I do with this? This time, it was Homer's ring. Because it hasn't been awakened yet, it looked shabby as though it was forged with mud. But in reality, this ring was quite a unique artifact. Homer's ring, artifact, unawakened, a ring worn by Homer in the past. Contains hidden abilities. Awakening this artifact would be easy for a Jin, but it was a bit tricky for me. Thankfully, I didn't need to use the normal method for awakening this artifact. Using my setting intervention, I just deleted the part of unawakened. 49 SB will be used. It didn't require too much SB, likely because the method for awakening the ring was rather simple. You just had to put in a certain amount of magic power, probably about 1.5 times the amount Ki Neon currently had. Once I saved the setting, the surface of Homer's ring cracked and split. A beautiful platinum-colored ring appeared from beneath the dirt husk. Homer's ring, artifact, awakened a ring worn by Homer in the past. Resonates with nature and endows its wearer with clear energy. Intelligence increases the wearer's intelligence by 0.001 points every 24 hours up to a maximum of 0.365 points. High-rank magic power amplification camouflage Homer's ring not only amplified its wearer's magic power, it also increased intelligence, an invariable stat. Since the intelligence increase had a limit, one only needed to wear it for a year to receive its maximum benefit. 0.365 points of intelligence was equivalent to about 7 IQ. I guess I need to hold on to it for at least a year. Homer's ring wasn't a binding item. If I gave it away after increasing my intelligence for 365 days, the intelligence I gained from it wouldn't disappear. At the same time, it was inefficient for me to continue holding on to it. The source of my magic power wasn't Kim Hajin, but the stigma drawn on my upper arm. Obviously, there was no way to equip the stigma with the ring, but just in case, I tried rubbing the ring on my upper arm. What am I doing? I put it back on my finger. Homer's ring better suited Kim Suho and Ki Neon. Purely in terms of efficiency, Ki Neon was the best candidate as she beat Kim Suho in magic power. Now, for the first time in some time, I checked my stats. Strength 2.56, stamina 2.575, speed 3.25, perception 4.215, vitality 2.665, magic power 1.925, the stats other than speed and perception had stopped growing. I had reached a wall. A wall referred to a bottleneck in growth. The first wall was between 2 and 3, the next was between 4 and 5, the next was between 6 and 7, and so on. Most people faced these walls on every 2 stat points, and cadets usually had their upper limit around the 12 to 13 area. My magic power isn't going up at all. It was likely that my magic power would stay at that level forever, but that didn't discourage me in any way. After all, my magic power came from my stigma. Next, I saw some encouraging alerts. You manage to throw a weapon that is difficult to wield. Beginner's luck applies. The wire throwing accuracy and power increases. Your gift, Master Sharpshooter, becomes grade 6. Equals Master Sharpshooter intermediate rank, spirit attribute. Evolving, grade 6, proficiency EXP 0%. Master Sharpshooter's training can wield all long-ranged weapons more skillfully. Thousand-mile eyes can see far away and predict a target's movement path well. Increases speed and perception by 1 point. Bullet time in combat only in once every 24 hours. You can spend up to 80 seconds in bullet time. Sharpshooter of reversal, depending on Kim Hajin's invariable stat. Luck. You can deal bonus damage against a stronger opponent. Master Sharpshooter finally evolved from low intermediate rank to intermediate rank. It was faster than I expected, but the gift's real growth was only now beginning. Most likely, the same amount of effort I put in to go from grade 10 to grade 6 would be needed to go from grade 6 to grade 5. With this, I should be able to beat Ki Nayan. Murmuring, I was about to close the laptop when I suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot. My family, or to be more precise, Kim Chundung's family. It was unlikely that the co-author left Kim Chundung's past in a blank slate, especially when it was the easiest setting he could modify. I immediately grew curious. Kim Chundung was admitted to Cube. Although he was an extra in my novel, in the real world, he would have been an elite. Furthermore, genes played a huge role in determining one's gift. In other words, Kim Chundung's parents weren't likely to be ordinary people. I entered Violet Banquet, tac. From the numerous available categories, I clicked on Detective Agency. 100% Trustworthy Information Agency, Veteran Information Agency, Echo. Anything you want to know is at our disposal. There were several sellers, but agencies displayed on banner ads weren't top-tier agencies. After all, well-known and self-confident agencies didn't need to advertise their product. The real deal was here. Private broker Yu Jinhyuk. This man was the best of the best in this field. When it came to individuals in particular, there was nothing he couldn't find out. Naturally, his service was extremely expensive. Just his base price was 50 million won. Oh, right. I was about to put in a request when I remembered something. I don't have money. I had already invested everything I had into stocks. Whying, at that moment, something sitting on my drawer began to vibrate. Once again, it was a vandal's seed. The tiny seed even stood up vertically and shook its body. It was protesting that it was hungry. I know. I took out a new gauze and gave it to the seed. Monday, 1 p.m., the eventful weekend passed, and a new Monday came by. Rather than Monday's usual class, the exam we couldn't complete was continued today. Thus, cadets met in the exam room from 2 weeks ago. While groups 14 to 25 took the exam, other cadets were busy writing their reports. Family affair. However, only Yu Yonha was immersed in thoughts completely irrelevant to the exam. Family affair. What Kim Hajin said the day before kept bothering her. Kim Hajin had immediately recognized Belbit's face, but it didn't make sense for him to know Belbit's face out of numerous criminals. From her research, she found out that Belbit was a conman who worked exclusively in Europe. In other words, he couldn't have had anything to do with Kim Hajin. It made more sense to conclude that Kim Hajin memorized the face of every international wanted criminal. But why? After thinking about Kim Hajin's strange obsession with wanted criminals, Yu Yonha came up with a hypothesis. A horrible thing had happened to him in the past, but he didn't know who the culprit was. So to find the culprit, he had the international wanted list memorized. Of course, this was only a hypothesis, but orphan. Adding in another keyword, the hypothesis became more logical. Kim Hajin didn't have parents. That was something almost every cadet knew, because Shin Jonghak's lackeys often harassed him as a parentless bastard. So that must mean Kim Hajin's parents were dead. No, they were killed. Because of this, Kim Hajin had memorized the faces of criminals and was hiding his power to find and kill the culprit. It made sense. Yu Yonha added another keyword to her notes. Sad past. Yonha, what are you writing? Ki Nayan suddenly asked at that moment. She peeked at Yu Yonha's notes with tired eyes as though she just woke up from a nap. Family affair, orphan, sad past. Are you adopted? Are you crazy? I'm just curious about something. Well, I guess you've always been curious about random things. You know, you always tenaciously dig up things you can just ignore without gaining anything. You're kind of a dunce. No, you are a dunce. If you're going to sleep, just keep sleeping, Nayan. Yona spoke as she gritted her teeth. Ki Nayan let out a big yawn, then leaned against the back of her chair. Yeah, I should. The heckler went away, and Yona fell back into the boundary of delusion and thought. If Kim Hajin really had a past like that, she felt she could use it as an advantage when trying to recruit him in the future. It was illegal to investigate a cadet's background, but that just meant she had to avoid being caught. That was how much she wanted to bring Kim Hajin into her guild. With the last incident, she became even more convinced. Kim Hajin was perhaps even more valuable than Kim Suho. At least, that's what Yona thought. Someone that could investigate Kim Hajin's family background. She knew of one such person. If he wanted, he could even draw up the family tree of a cockroach. The only question was whether he would help her. Yona turned her smartwatch on. On the bottom of her contacts list, a number she had kept sealed for the past 5 years was printed. Uncle Jin-hyuk. Yona closed her eyes tightly and sent him a message. Chapter 54, Chapter 54. Vestige 2. Ding, god damn it. The sudden smartwatch message clogged up the game's screen at a crucial moment. Jin-hyuk roared and shot up like a spring. What, you lost again? His secretary asked apathetically. No, but hey, did you link my smartwatch with the computer? No, you did. I lost because of the alert. It wasn't me. Jin-hyuk grabbed the back of his neck, feeling blood pressure rising. He had just lost 50 million won from that loss. My life, what? But his sullen mood disappeared in an instant when he saw the name of the messenger, Yonha. It was the name of his adorable niece. Did the sun rise from the west today? My niece just messaged me. If he remembered correctly, the last time they had talked was 5 years ago. Jin-hyuk quickly checked the content of the message. Uncle, I need you to look into someone's family history. Jin-hyuk tilted his head. Well, that's surprising. Is it work? His secretary's eyes lit up. No, I told you it's from my niece. So is it work? I guess it is. Huram. Jin-hyuk yawned and slumped down on his couch. Yonha sent a follow-up message. Cube's cadet Kim Hajin. Kim Hajin, who's that? Why are you asking me? Look into him. He's apparently a Cube cadet. Is he? The number of Cube cadets was at most 6,000 in any given year. Given such a small pool, finding someone was a piece of cake for someone in their line of business. The secretary's hands moved like lightning on her computer keyboard. Soon, a general overview of the cadet in question popped up. He's an orphan. He has a 300 million won debt. Oh, so that's why she said family affair. She must want to know who his parents are. Also, he has that much debt. Yes, he also has a brokerage account. I don't know how much he has in it, though. Jin-hyuk murmured as he picked his earwax. Well, if it's only that, I guess I can do it for free. Ehue, there goes my paycheck. You're going to get your pay. Honestly, don't you think you're taking too much? 20 million won per month, for God's sake. That's because I'm worth that much. Tusk. Jin-hyuk clicked his tongue as he berated his secretary. Then he suddenly shot up. Get ready. Are you really going to do it for free? Yeah, I have a favor I want from Hyung anyways. Aha! The usually uptight secretary was immediately convinced. There was one reason why Jin-hyuk was the best in this field. Is it 16, 17 years ago? Let's start from the day he was born. He could experience people's past. On her way back to the dorm from classes, Yonha pouted as she stared at her smartwatch. 3 hours had passed since she messaged her uncle, but there was no reply. It wasn't that he didn't read it since her message was clearly marked with read. In other words, he had ignored her. Why isn't he answering? Who's he? Don't tell me you got a B-boyfriend. Ki-nayan, who was next to her, asked, looking shocked. Yonha glanced at her. For some reason, Ki-nayan recently began to act oddly friendly. Yonha didn't know how to feel about it. Ki-nayan used to be aloof and uncaring in the past, so she couldn't figure out why she was acting this way. I'm going out with Jang-hak. The whole world knows that's a lie. Ehue, fine, it's my uncle. Uncle, Yonha sighed, and Ki-nayan turned to the side as she snickered. You go ahead, I have to go practice archery. Archery? Oh right, your bet with Kim Hajin is coming up. Yeah, I even rented an archery range for the bet. Do you want to come spectate? In the past weekend, Ki-nayan thought about Kim Hajin by herself and came to her own conclusion. If Kim Hajin had romantic feelings for her, she told herself that she'd chastise him after winning the bet. that the way he expressed his affection was wrong and that she was better suited to a beau. Spectate, Yu Yonha asked in interest. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't see Ki Naeun winning. From her experience, Kim Hajin's confidence was always well-founded. Yeah, I invited a bunch of people over. Is Janghak also going? Yep, he's going to bring more people. Shin Janghak would likely do things no one asked him to. To save face, he would bring 10 or so cadets with him. If Kim Hajin won, Ki Naeun would be embarrassing herself in front of a large crowd. I'll use this opportunity to put him in place. Yu Yonha stared at Ki Naeun's confident face. Imagining her overconfident face becoming distorted with embarrassment and despair, Yu Yonha thought to herself to not miss the bet. I'll come watch. Happy just thinking about it, Yu Yonha smiled brightly. At that moment, her smartwatch rang. YunSeo-jin, let's grab lunch this weekend. I want to apologize for what happened before. She quickly checked her smartwatch, but seeing that it wasn't Yu Jinhyuk, she furrowed her brows in disappointed. Who is it now? Ki Naeun stopped and asked again. Why are you suddenly so curious? I'm just wondering, who is it? Kim Suho, Vice Leader Yun Seung-ah. Seung-ah. What about her? Yun Seung-ah and Ki Naeun had a connection in that they were both disciples of the master rank hero, Yu Si-hyuk. Of course, that was in the past. When Ki Naeun was being taught, she was only 8 years old, while Yun Seung-ah was 21. She wants to apologize for what happened at the masquerade party. Ah, I should have gone to that party. If only I didn't get lost. You should have swapped with me. I wanted to go to that restaurant. The place Kim Hajin took me to. Yu Yonha nodded with a bitter smile. Although she loved fast food, the hero cook's cooking was something people would kill to eat. Now that I think about it, Kim Hajin must not be so simple if he can make a reservation for a place like that. But this woman was only realizing this now. Yu Yonha let out a deep sigh in disappointment. I went on my way while listening to the conversation of the two girls in front of me. I was a bit shocked when my name came up, but it wasn't anything important. It did surprise me that Yun Seung-ah planned to eat with Yu Yonha. After all, they were destined to become competitors. Then someone approached me from behind. When I turned around, a familiar face entered my eyes. Hello, it was Rachel. She greeted me with a slight smile. Ah, yes, did something happen? Here, thank you again for before. She handed me a small box that could just barely fit a car key. I looked back and forth between the box and Rachel, then took the box. Can I open it now? Yes. As soon as Rachel nodded, I opened the box. I was a bit nervous thinking it might be a real car key, but in it was a key to Cube's laundry house. Ah, clothes. With this key, I should be able to pick up a cloth armor of some sort. Yes, defensive equipment are England's pride. With that, she bowed and began walking to the girls' dorms. Her actions perfectly matched my description of her. Rachel dislikes talking about personal matters. I watched her leave. I could feel a royalty's elegance and grace just from the way she walked. After picking up Rachel's gift from the laundry house, I returned to my dorm. When I took off the plastic wrap, a stylish coat emerged. Whoa! It wasn't heavy nor light, having a perfect weight. It wasn't too long either, as if it was tailored for my height. However, this wasn't a fashion item. Although it came with a certificate of quality, I checked its functionality with my laptop. Royal black coat, jacket, partial artifact. A coat created by English Royal Court's master craftsman. Patched with parts of an artifact. Pinnacle grade temperature control, low intermediate grade defense camouflage, functionality, form change functionality. Coat left right arrow jacket defensive equipment were rarely fully fledged artifacts. The number of defensive equipment artifacts was far smaller than weapon artifacts, and because they were difficult for modern-day people to wear, they were often cut apart and reproduced into other defensive equipment. Partial artifact referred to defensive equipment created in such a way. This is amazing. Furthermore, England was a country renowned for their cloth-type defensive equipment. Since this item was crafted by the English royal court, it had to be worth several hundred million won. I put it on. Just as I expected, it was a perfect fit. I sent Rachel a thank you message. Thank you for the coat. I love it, she replied immediately. No problem, Kor Hanus. Use it well. She's surprisingly good at texting her. She was usually expressionless and quiet, but she even sent emoticons in her messages. It was now the middle of May. Since I began attending Cube in February, it would almost be 4 months since I came to this world. By now, both theory classes and combat training felt like a daily routine. The finals are coming up in 4 weeks. At the end of the class on Friday, Kim Soo-hyuk made a solemn announcement. Just like he said, another exam period was coming up. The final exam period would be the final hurdle of this half of the year. Written exams will be the same, but combat exams will be completely different. Midterms and finals were different. Unlike the midterms, which had a festival-like atmosphere, finals were rigorous, serious, and cold. Everything you've learned until now will be tested in a single exam. The exam Kim Soo-hyuk was talking about wouldn't be made public until much later, but I already knew what it was. They would drop cadets off in a remote island filled with wild animals and monsters. Cadets would need to survive in this island for a week while amassing as many points as possible. Each monster would be worth 1 point, and cadets could also defeat other cadets to gain points. Cadets were free to form teams as they wished and were allowed to give points to others. Cadets would only find out about the content of the exam on the day of the exam itself. In other words, everyone would be dropped off in a remote island without any preparation. They would only be given 2 days' worth of food, but I planned on preparing for the exam thoroughly. Since most people wouldn't have even the most basic camping equipment, I would be at a massive advantage in this regard. You don't have to worry about safety. High intermediate rank and high rank heroes will be closely watching you from the shadows. Kim Soo-hyuk dismissed the class after intimidating everyone. Now go back and have fun. I'll see you on Monday. Cadets got up from their seats. I also packed my stuff to go back to my room. Hey, is your practice going well? You didn't forget, right? Our bet's next week. When I was about to leave through the back door, Ki Naeun appeared out of nowhere and asked. She looked at me with a confident smile. At the same time, the surrounding gazes all fell on us. They were watching our psychological battle with interest. No, I didn't practice at all. What? I can win without practice. After giving a cocky smile, I left the room. Hey, GRR, that guy. Only 7 days remained until our archery battle. My last interaction with Ki Naeun ended up being pointless as I saw her again soon. The hunting club had resumed. To celebrate, the hunting club's leader rented a mountain cabin and planned an overnight trip on Friday. Why am I paired with you again? How should I know? Currently, we were climbing a mountain. Everywhere we looked was covered in white, and a cold wind blew violently. This white world where the boundary between earth and heaven seemed faint was northern Europe's Norway. The hunting club had come all the way here for an overnight trip. It would have been sheer lunacy were I on Earth, but in this world where portals existed, traveling between countries was extremely easy for Cube's cadets. To be honest, I was excited about this trip. Traveling abroad was something I always wanted to do when I was on Earth, and Norway was one of the places I wanted to go. You worked something out with the club leader again, didn't you? What? Don't play dumb. I know you pulled strings to become paired with me. Are you out of your mind? Today's pairs were chosen by a computer program. Despite that, Ki Naeun and I being paired again had to be because of my luck. After all, Ki Naeun was the prettiest one in the club. Anyways, you keep doing things behind my back, but keep it moderate. Worry about yourself. There are plenty of traps around here because of hunters. I ignored Ki Naeun's nonsensical drivel and pointed below her. Startled, Ki Naeun stopped. There was a huge bear trap under her. Oh, geez, that surprised me. Currently, we were in the middle of the hunting club's event. To celebrate the club resuming, the traveling club was running a scavenger hunt. Flags were buried around the mountain, and written on these flags were gifts prepared by seniors who were currently active heroes. Wheish! Suddenly, a fierce wind blew along with a flurry of snow. Ah, ooh, my face feels like it's going to explode. The wind disappeared in a moment, but Ki Naeun's face turned red from the cold. You cold? A little bit. I should have brought a coat too. I'm not cold. For the record, I was wearing the coat Rachel gifted me. Thanks to its temperature control function, I wasn't a bit cold. Did you buy a new coat? Yeah, it's amazing. Ki Naeun gave me an aggrieved look. Then we walked for a bit without talking. Our footsteps let out gentle noises as we stepped on fluffy snow. I quite enjoyed the scenery of Norway's snowy mountain. Ah, over there, there's a flag. Ki Naeun pointed at a nearby mountain peak. On the edge of a cliff, a single flag was waving dangerously. That must be the first place flag. It had to be, considering the dangerous place it was in, but would anyone be crazy enough to climb up there? Hey, let's go up. The person in question was right next to me. We don't need to. I took out a roll of wire from my pocket. It wasn't ether wire, but a normal roll of wire. I brought one as a supporting weapon. You're going to throw it and pull it out. Is that even possible? Without answering to Ki Nayan's doubt, I tied the wire around a knife. Then I attached some of Stigma's magic power on it. Recently, I've been thinking more about ways to use Stigma's magic power. Hoop, I threw the knife in full force. The knife flew in a straight line and easily surpassed the flag's position. PFD, nice try. But suddenly, the knife bent in a strange angle, spinning around the flag and wrapping around it. Then it returned to my hands along with the flag. Stigma's magic power followed my will. I attached Stigma's magic power to the knife so I could move it to my will. I separated the wire and knife, put them back in my belt, and then held up the flag. And not bad. Kinean tried to sound unimpressed as she snatched the flag out of my hand. Then the flag shrunk down to a piece of paper, which I snatched back from Kinean. Ah, there were two lines written in pretty handwriting. First place, the prize is YunSeo-jin's contact number. That's me. You know who I am, right? If you need any help, call me anytime. I'll help you out once as long as it's something I can help with. Why is YunSeo-jin popping out from here? YunSeo-jin. Address her more politely. Also, this is amazing. I was extremely disappointed, but Ki Nayan seemed happy. You can take it then. What? You're giving this to me? Seung-ah Uni is the vice leader of a rank 1 guild. I don't need it. I handed the paper to her without much thought. After all, I already had her contact number. Ki Nayan, who was about to accept it with a grin, suddenly paused and put on a serious face. No, you take it. Why give me what's yours? I don't need it. Ah, yeah, sure. I was taken aback by her strange change in attitude, but I didn't say much about it for now. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Bet 1. It was 2 a.m. in Korea, but 7 p.m. in Norway. The two countries were in different time zones, but their skies were equally dark. Darkness descending on the snowy mountain marked the end of Hunting Club's event. Ki Nayan and I obtained the first place and fourth place flags. The first place flag rewarded a piece of paper with YunSeo-jin's one-time help coupon, and the fourth place flag rewarded a VR gaming set worth 3 million won. All the prizes were fantastic, as expected of gifts from active heroes. Ki Nayan and I returned to the cabin, where a warm barbecue party was waiting. Other club members who just came back greeted us with smiles. Wow, you got the first place flag. I'm jealous. The club leader saw the flag in my hand and exclaimed. Other club members also sent looks of envy, to which I made a bitter smile. Now, let's eat. The barbecue party started. Club members put meat on the grill. The sizzling sound was pleasant to hear, to say the least, but these kids were terrible at grilling. Realizing that they were just teenagers, I stepped up. I'll handle the grilling. You guys can rest. When it came to cooking meat, it was a matter of pride for me. Because my aunt ran a Korean barbecue restaurant, I was quite confident in my grilling technique. You're different than what the rumors say, huh? A male senior gave me a look of surprise as he handed me the tongs he was holding. Without talking, I focused on grilling. Knowing when to flip was the most important thing in cooking meat, and it was best to delay cutting them until the end. Of course, even as I devoted my attention to grilling, I kept my ears open. The seniors began to give their juniors valuable advice. I know your finals are coming up. Be careful. Finals will be more rigorous than any of the previous exams. Don't trust anyone, especially during the finals. Is it that difficult? It's difficult, but more importantly, I've seen friendships dissolve because of it. Because it's directly connected to the cadet rankings, everyone will be on the edge. Also, you guys know that there's a separate class for people being held back, right? Ah, yes. There are about 200 of them per year. You have to be especially careful of those guys. They won't stop at anything to pass, since they'll be expelled if they don't pass this time. Cadets held back from the previous year, they would be the source of trouble during the finals. Of the 200 repeaters, close to 20% were contracted to JINs or were part of high-profile organizations. There could be even more if the co-author manipulated the numbers. Hey, Hajin. It's Hajin. Kim Hajin. Ah, Kim Hajin, you're a great griller, but you should eat some too. I've been eating while grilling, so I'm full. Really? The barbecue party continued for 20 minutes. Because I did a great job on the grilling duty, everyone was seeing me more favorably. The original plan was to go out for a night hunt, but let's just rest since we're full. The club leader made his decision. Team 1 will use cabin A, Team 2 will use cabin B. The 18 club members split into two separate cabins. Ki Nayan and I were assigned to cabin A. The cabin was surprisingly big. The first floor had 3 rooms and a large living room, while the second floor had 6 rooms, with each person having their own room. After unpacking our belongings, we met in the living room, where we began to play Mafia as a group bonding game. But every time Ki Nayan became the Mafia, she was killed in the first town vote. When she took important citizen roles like the doctor or the cop, the Mafia killed her on the first or second night. Even when she was a normal citizen, she was killed relatively fast. It wasn't anyone's fault but her own. She was simply terrible at the game because she didn't know how to hide her emotions. Ah, I haven't laughed that hard in some time. Now, the game had ended and everyone had gone to sleep. I left the cabin and sat down on a bench outside. Ki Nayan's wronged face kept popping up in my head, and I couldn't help but laugh. If we pushed her just a bit further, she might have even broken out into tears. But soon, I stopped my laughter from coming out and turned on my laptop. Truth Agency had received another request. There is a conman called Jerome Muller. He was acting as my asset manager when he took the money and ran. Here are several pictures of his face, his height, and other identifying information. Please tell me where he is. It was the second request I ever received. Judging by his German name, he must have been introduced by the first customer. Since the carman's face and identifying information were all present, it wouldn't be difficult to find his location with the Book of Truth. Without putting it off, I released Stigma's magic power and opened the Book of Truth. To find his current location, close to 80% of my current magic power was used. Feeling lightheaded, I staggered slightly. It will cost 5 million points. I held myself back from asking for 50 million. Surprisingly, I immediately received a message saying the money was deposited. I wrote back exactly what the Book of Truth said. There was no reply. I closed the Book of Truth and put away my laptop. Then I looked into the distance. Norway's untouched nature entered my sight. In front of this scenic beauty, a thought suddenly popped up in my head. Cigarette. Ah, I stopped smoking. I had only just realized. Before I came to this world, I smoked half a pack every day because of stress, but after coming to this world, smoking never even crossed my mind. You used to smoke? Whoa, I jolted at the sudden voice. W what, where are you? Above you, idiot. I immediately looked up. Ki Nayan was peeking her head out from the second floor window. Since when was she there? So you used to smoke? A real delinquent, huh? Do you also have tattoos? Her stinging, pitying words made me flinch. My eyes fell on my upper arm. Thankfully, the 2 streaks of stigma were covered by my clothes. What, you really have them? Let me see. I don't. Ki Nayan raised her eyebrows as she looked down at me, but soon she looked back up into the air. It seemed she didn't see me opening the Book of Truth. By the way, are you confident? Ki Nayan asked as she looked out at the horizon. Confident? About what? About winning against me. Faced with her straightforward question, I retorted arrogantly. What about you? Are you confident in being able to give up on your bow if you lose? That's something that can't happen, so it never crossed my mind. If you end up losing, are you going to cry? Do you want to cry now? You almost cried today because of Mafia. Screw off. We exchanged blows. I felt like I was the winner, but then I wondered what I was doing with a kid. Being around them, I felt like I was becoming a kid myself. In the end, I sat back down on the bench and continued watching the scenery. Only snow and evergreen trees were within my view, but when I looked up at the sky, a whole new scenery emerged. The sky was full of stars. It was my first time seeing such a scene. I began to understand why Ki Nayan opened her window. She was looking at the stars too. Oh, right, traveling club is apparently cancelled this week. Ki Nayan suddenly mentioned traveling club's cancellation, which wasn't particularly surprising. The same thing had happened in the original story. In the original story, Belbit's plan succeeded, so Natasha broke up with Oh Han-hyun. But now, she broke up with Oh Han-hyun because Belbit was arrested. Oh Han-hyun should be writhing in the pain of breaking up right about now. By the way, have you seen the news article from France? News article. Is it about me? Yeah, Yonha showed me. They're calling you the Korean Sherlock who captured the conman of the century. Oh, I can't believe a delinquent who smokes and picks fights with me for no reason is Sherlock. Just go to sleep. I was going to even if you didn't tell me. Tack. Ki Naeun closed her window shut. I also got up to leave, but then my smartwatch rang. Ki Naeun had sent me a link to a news article. Conman of the century captured by Korean cadet. So there was an article like this. I laughed in slight embarrassment and read the translated article. Belbit was arrested in a large mansion on the outskirts of Paris. Belbit is a conman who had scammed thousands of people over the past 20 years. Belbit tried to bury his wrongdoings by feigning his death, but his clever methods were seen through by a cube cadet with keen insight and reasoning. Tack. Ki Naeun opened her window again, then asked with a voice full of curiosity, "Hey, what does a cigarette taste like?" Oh man. Yu Jinhyuk came back from his journey. During the past 2 days, he saw 24 hours of a person's past. The reason his limit was 2 days was that he could only hold in his bowel and bladder movement for that long. He ran to the bathroom the moment he woke up. "Did you find anything out?" His secretary spoke to the bathroom door. "Yeah, there were a few strange things." "What did you see?" The day he entered the orphanage, he spent 23 hours and 55 minutes in front of the orphanage door. Yu Jinhyuk could move around in a virtual reality of someone's past. However, because he would be in a spirit body formed with magic power, he used up magic power whenever he moved. As such, it was better to stay still if possible. Some kid dropped a kid off. Huh. A kid gave birth to a kid. No, the kid was too young to give birth, but I don't know too much more. That's where it ended. His past is strangely dense, so I'll have to maintain my peak condition if I want to look into it more. PFFFD. Unpleasant sounds rang out from the bathroom. The secretary furrowed her brows. Anyways, this is looking like it will take a while. I don't know if I can do it for free. You have to because another request came in. The secretary sent a message to his smartwatch. On the screen was a familiar picture. What, it's Kim Hajin again. It was the same picture of Kim Hajin as the one his niece sent. Yes, but look at the purchaser's rank. Rank. Red diamond. Red diamond was Violet Banquet's highest rank. At the same time, it was the same rank Yu Jinhyuk had. Red Diamond members were able to see the ranks of purchasers and sellers. Furthermore, because only a few Red Diamond members existed, they could recognize each other. Naturally, Yu Jinhyuk knew who this account belongs to, requesting for this person's background information. You are not allowed to hurt him. We will deposit 100 million points as a security deposit, then an additional 500 million points when the job is done. Contract will be cancelled if the target finds out or is hurt. The brief and succinct sentences and the amount of money they offered immediately hinted at their identity. This, short and to the point sentences, the extravagant use of money, using 600 million won to investigate a person's background. He was certain. This was Chameleon Troop's account. Yu Jinhyuk stared fixedly at the picture of Kim Hajin. There might really be something about him. At the first interesting request in some time, Yu Jinhyuk made a deep smile. Currently, he was sitting on a toilet. A week passed by in a breeze, and the long-awaited day finally arrived. Today was the day of my archery duel with Ki Naeun. I had to prove that I wasn't lying when I said I could beat her in archery with just a month of practice. As soon as classes ended, I headed to the archery range. Ki Naeun and her group of friends followed after me. Even with a glance, I could see that she brought quite an entourage of people. There had to be at least 70 people, and among them were well-known cadets like Kim Suho, Yu Yonha, and Shin Janghak. After walking for about 15 minutes, we arrived at an archery range built on an artificial mountain. The archery range looked similar to a skeet shooting range, but unlike in a shooting range, the lanes were huge. Ki Naeun was standing in a lane about 50 meters away, warming up. "We'll be doing the same thing." "You practiced archery for the past month, right?" I retorted lightly. "No." "What? I didn't do it this way. Explain." Ki Naeun furrowed her brows. You see that in the distance. The maximum range is 1 km. We'll start from the 100 million mark, and the distance will increase by 50 million every time we succeed. Here, let me show you. Ki Naeun held up her bow. After clearing her throat, she shouted, "Shot!" Immediately, a target shot up from the 100 million mark. It moved here and there, seemingly trying to dodge Ki Naeun's arrow. When the target reached its highest point, Ki Naeun fired a wooden arrow. The arrow then pierced through the target cleanly. She had a textbook posture, and her arrow followed a textbook trajectory. The spectators cheered. To be honest, my jaws also dropped slightly. Why? Is it more difficult than you thought? At Ki Naeun's confident question, I responded with a slight smile. No, I was just thinking it was too easy. Then I held out my hand to Ki Naeun. What? Give me your bow and arrow. I don't have them. I thought you'd do something like this, and prepared them for you. Ki Naeun revealed her teeth and growled before looking behind her. Immediately, some guy ran up to her with a bow and a quiver full of arrows. Take it. Thanks. I put the quiver down and examined the bow first. You ready? Wait. This was the first time I was touching a bow. Because a bow was considered a main weapon, I couldn't rent one from Cube without paying money. Thankfully, the bow in my hand was a traditional bow, so I at least knew how to use it. I tried pulling on the bowstring and knocking an arrow. Is this how you shoot? It seemed my gift couldn't do anything about my posture. Ki Naeun glared at me dumbfoundedly. I laughed meekly and muttered, I'm kidding. I'm ready. Let's go. Start. In any case, I could just copy Ki Naeun's posture. Ki Naeun clicked her tongue and looked at her target. She shouted loudly. Start, her voice echoed out. Chapter 56, Chapter 56. Bet 2, you have 3 lives. Whoever can hit a target farther away wins. In truth, this archery duel followed the general archery competition rules. I had seen heroes have archery battles on TV a couple of times, though, of course, heroes' archery battles had all sorts of additional effects like earthquakes or whatnot. Am I going first? Ki Naeun asked. Yeah. All right. 100 meters is too easy, so let's start at 200 meters. Ki Naeun knocked an arrow and pulled on the bowstring. Her sharp eyes stared at the 200-meter mark from which the target would shoot up. Shot! With her short shout, the target shot up from the right side. Ki Naeun turned her bow 60 degrees to the right and fired, hitting the target 200 meters away with ease. Hey, it's your turn now. Ki Naeun crossed her arms with a smile and examined me with an arrogant look. I clumsily copied the same posture Ki Naeun took. With my feet spread apart appropriately, I placed my center of gravity between my legs. Knocking my arrow, I tightly grabbed the bow and bowstring on each of my hands. Now was it voice recognition? Shot, I muttered, and a target shot up. Startled, I let go of the bowstring. Naturally, the arrow was way off target. Phew-ha-ha, Ki Naeun laughed, but she didn't just laugh. She grabbed her belly with one hand and pointed at me with the other. Did you really not practice? Do you want to start over from the 100-meter mark? I shook my head. It's a handicap. Although I failed once, I got a feeling for how to position myself. Ki Naeun had a textbook posture, but I didn't need to do the same. In the first place, textbook postures were made to be applied in practical use. You couldn't become an expert just by perfecting textbook material. It was only the minimum requirement to become an expert, and my gift made me an inborn master. I have to go again, right? Yeah. You only have 2 lives now, so you're out if you miss twice. I nodded and stood tall. I didn't need to take aim. The target moved anyways, so there was no reason to take aim beforehand. Shot. The target shot up. I predicted its trajectory and fired so that it would miss the target by a bit. Then the arrow grazed by the target. Is this a joke? I was putting on a show, but Ki Naeun seemed to have lost interest. The same could be said for the spectators, who were starting to call me a big-mouthed fool that was desperate for attention. It seemed missing twice in a row was too much. I got the feeling for it now. Yeah, right. I'm going again, I muttered quickly. Shot. This time I fired the moment the target shot up to about 2 meters. My arrow flew through the sky and pierced the target perfectly. Oh, Ki Naeun seemed surprised at how quickly I fired. It was the same for the spectators. With a leisure smile, I gestured at Ki Naeun. You're up. No pressure. I guess you did practice. Now the distance was 250 meters. Ki Naeun glared at the distance with her bowstring pulled. Shot. The target shot up, zigzagging through the air. After taking a moment to deliberate, Ki Naeun fired, then her arrow pierced the center of the target. It was still easy for Ki Naeun. You're up next. The following back and forth was extremely boring. We each took turns firing and hitting our targets. However, the spectators didn't seem to think the same way as they were staring at us with excitement clearly visible in their eyes. 300 meters, 350 meters, 400 meters, 450 meters. The distance continued to increase and eventually came to 500 meters. From this distance, the target could barely be seen with the naked eye. Ki Naeun's arms began to tremble with nervousness. If my thoughts were correct, she would soon self-destruct. Ki Naeun's personality wasn't suited to being a sharpshooter. She wasn't patient and was easily shaken up and angered. She wasn't the type of person who could win in a nail-biting competition like this. Shot. Even so, Ki Naeun calmed herself with a deep breath and fired. Ah! However, her arrow brushed past the target. She had missed for the first time at the 500-meter mark. I could immediately tell that she was shaken up. Shot! She managed to succeed on her next try, but she was now left with 2 lives. She breathed out a sigh of relief. Phew! However, Ki Naeun wouldn't be able to surpass the 600-meter mark. I would force her hands. To pressure her psychologically, I shouted as soon as Ki Naeun's turn finished. Shot! I fired immediately, and the arrow perfectly pierced through the center of the target. With a darkened expression, Ki Naeun held her bow up once more, but I stopped her. Since we're at the halfway mark, I'll go first from now. Without asking for her confirmation, I held up my bow and knocked an arrow. Shot! The target shot up from the 550-meter mark, but I could see it as though it was only a meter away. It was a bird-shaped doll covered in a black cloth. My eyes could also predict what path it would take. After putting the speed of my arrow into the calculation, I fired at the bird doll's glimmering silhouette. Just like last time, my arrow pierced the target perfectly. You're next. Ki Naeun, who was staring at the target in a daze, flinched. Her lips were now dry, and she swallowed hard before silently holding up her bow. You know it too, right? Before she could fire, I provoked her. Simply put, I was trash talking her to shake up her mentality. You suck at using a bow. Ki Naeun immediately glared at me. In reality, being able to hit 550 meters away without using magic power was commendable, as wooden arrows couldn't ignore air resistance, even with a high-quality bow. However, being commendable wasn't the level Ki Naeun longed for. Just by being decent at shooting, she couldn't accomplish her goal. But why? Shot! Ki Naeun shouted loudly and cut me off. Gritting her teeth, she fired at the target that shot up. However, impatient archers could never hit their mark. Ki Naeun's arrow flew past the target. But why you insist on using a bow? I got curious, so I spent some time thinking about it. Shut up! Ki Naeun shouted in frustration. Shot! This time, she concentrated as much as she could and fired. Thankfully, she managed to hit the target. I shouted back without giving Ki Naeun a chance to rest. Shot! My target shot up before the remnants of Ki Naeun's target could even hit the ground. When I fired, the target was instantly destroyed. I didn't feel pressured in any way, but Ki Naeun's face began to pale. I continued what I was saying. Deep inside, you know it too. You're more talented with swords. Ki Naeun didn't become Yu Si-hyuk's disciple for show. As a master rank hero, Yu Si-hyuk didn't care about people's background. The only thing he took into consideration in picking his disciples was their talent. Ki Naeun was one of the so-called children of Yu Si-hyuk. I said shut up, Ki Naeun blurted out in rage. I held up my bow. Now it was the 600-meter mark. Unless magic power arrows were used, the maximum range for the light bow I had in my hand was 1.4 kilometer. Although the 600-meter mark didn't even reach half that distance, 1.4 kilometer was purely the maximum range. The realistic range, which even professional archers could only hit with a 50% accuracy, was exactly half that distance. But in this competition, targets were even flying through the sky. The current Ki Naeun was simply incapable of hitting a target of this distance. You're scared. You're scared of fighting with a sword, and you're scared of being drenched with blood. That was how she was in the original story. Her mother being murdered etched a deep trauma in her heart. But in this timeline, her trauma should be even deeper because of what happened with her older brother. That's why you're justifying yourself every day. That you're just as talented with a bow. That you can become the greatest hero even with a bow. I took a moment to breathe. But with a bow, you won't be able to kill a single Jin, much less get revenge for your older brother. That was the killing blow. Tack, Ki Naeun let go of her bowstring. Her arrows flew through the empty sky, marking her third failure. She had lost. What did you just say? Ki Naeun glared at me with eyes full of rage. From her hands holding onto her bow, I could see blood oozing out. With that strength, you should use a sword. I stared into the distance. Then I shouted, shot. Not once, not twice, but thrice. 600 meters, 650 meters, 700 meters. 3 targets shot up into the air with little delay. I quickly fired 3 times, and then the 3 arrows pierced through the 3 targets. I didn't stop there. I wanted to know the limit of grade 6 of master sharpshooter. Since Ki Naeun was finished, I continued shooting by myself. 750 meters, 800 meters. The atmosphere became heavier as the distance increased, and Ki Naeun's heavy breathing became louder. I could feel her stinging breath filled with anger and defeat. 900 meters. I'll stop here. Because I felt like the 900-meter mark was my limit, I gave up afterwards. I didn't want to try the 950-meter mark, where I had a high chance of failure. 550 meters versus 900 meters. My victory, right? I stared at Ki Naeun. Before I noticed, her glaring eyes had watered up. Currently, Ki Naeun was unable to win against her anger. Normally, she would have jumped when I mentioned her older brother, but she probably didn't want to seem like someone who was making a fuss after losing. I got lucky. I grinned and put my hand out to Ki Naeun. Her face became distorted. Unsurprisingly, she didn't shake my hand. What do you want? Instead, Ki Naeun muttered briefly. Unexpectedly, she accepted her loss easily. I smiled. Nothing. I want nothing. If I forced her to give up being an archer, she would do so in frustration and regret. But if she didn't give up out of her own will, if she couldn't overcome her attachment to bows and her fear of close-ranged combat, she wouldn't be able to reach the apex of swordsmanship. And I knew that she could overcome her fear and trauma. She always grew through frustration, defeat, and anger. That was something that shouldn't have changed. But I want you to think for yourself, what your gift is, what your talent is. I said so as I pushed my hair up. Perhaps because I focused too much, I was sweating quite a bit. Then I suddenly remembered that the bow I was holding belonged to Ki Naeun. Oh, and I'll take this bow. Even the cheapest bow cost millions of one. I had to save money where I could. Ki Naeun didn't seem to mind either, or at least she might not even have heard that last part. Her shoulders were trembling ever so slightly. She was crying quietly. I turned around without speaking further, then left the archery range, where only the sound of wind resounded. At the same time, on the highest floor of Seoul's 5-star hotel. Boss, are you really going? You don't have to go yourself, you know. In front of a fancy dressing table in the penthouse room, Jane asked worriedly. I am, Boss nodded. I'll go examine him myself. Ehue, you're fixated on something again. Boss was very adamant. Without a choice, Jane released her magic power. Covering Boss' face, a new face appeared on top. Jane's gift could be used on someone else, as long as that person was within a 10-kilometer range of her. Using her gift, Jane had changed Boss' face and physique to that of a certain cadet. So do we just wait somewhere under the sea? After finishing her operation, Jane murmured as she studied Boss' expression. Jane, are you scared? No, I'm not scared. It's just that, YunSeo-jin, that crazy bitch might come. YunSeo-jin and Jane were like cats and dogs. If YunSeo-jin came as an exam overseer, Jane wasn't confident in letting her live. I missed that ring because of her. If I see her again, I don't think I can hold myself back. Boss stared at Jane quietly before nodding, then just wait somewhere nearby. Okay. And here, it's the detail of the cadet Boss is disguising as. At least glance over it. Jane gave Boss a thick stack of paper. Jane could copy her target's outer appearance as well as their habits onto herself, but the latter only applied to herself. Boss began to read the document with the cadet's background information. You're good at acting, right, Boss? Of course. Okay. 3 weeks remained until the final exam. Chapter 57, Chapter 57. Bet 3, when Ki Naeun easily struck the target 200 meters away, the spectators broke into applause. Ki Naeun was an amazing archer. That's what everyone felt, including Kim Suho. He looked around at other archers spectating the match. Because it was an archery duel, there were 10 or so cadets with bows hanging on their backs. Ki Naeun's posture is amazing. She's been doing it for a long time. Yeah, but still, how can it be so perfect? They began to comment on the match. Kim Suho, Shin Jonghak, Yu Yonha, and Yi Yonghan, who didn't know much about archery, naturally listened in on their explanations. At that moment, Kim Hajin fired. His first arrow missed the mark by a mile. The hell! His posture is completely off. Kim Soo-ho placed his ear on the commentators and his eyes on the archery duel. Kim Hajin fired a second shot, which missed once more. Maybe he really didn't practice. No, he changed his bow's direction at the last second. He missed on purpose. Why would he do that? I don't know. Then Kim Hajin fired his third arrow. This time his arrow hit the target perfectly. See, he missed his second shot on purpose. Okay, but why? Fuck man, I don't know. For now, Kim Soo-ho continued to watch their duel, but I've never seen him before at the archery range. At that moment, one of the cadets muttered. There were two facilities for sharpshooter cadets, the shooting range and the archery range. More often than not, the shooting range was used by cadets to practice archery with magic power, while the archery range was used for pure, traditional archery practice. Furthermore, there was a limited number of archery ranges that first years could use, so most first-year sharpshooters had seen other sharpshooters' faces at least once. Have you seen him? No, I haven't. Maybe he comes after midnight. No, that's when I'm here, from midnight to 3, and I've never seen him. Kim Soo-ho was at a loss for words. Did Kim Hajin really not practice at all? But Kim Hajin's archery was too keen and quick for that to be true. His arrows shot after his target like a starving wild beast. Soon, the archers began to compare their practice hours to discuss this mystery. Their busy conversation came to a stop by the time the distance reached 400 meters. Kim Hajin was shooting too well. One of the cadets muttered in a daze. 450-meter mark is my record. But soon, Kim Hajin easily surpassed the 450-meter mark. The noisy crowd slowly began to quiet down, and sounds of hard swallowing increased. Ki Naeun missed. And at 500 meters, Ki Naeun missed for the first time. On the other hand, Kim Hajin succeeded just as easily as before. The same thing happened on the 550-meter mark. When Ki Naeun failed a second time, Kim Soo-ho realized she would lose. Now it was the 600-meter mark. Kim Soo-ho could see Kim Hajin saying something to Ki Naeun, but because they were too far away, he couldn't hear them. Curious, he focused his magic power on his ears. But with a bow, you won't be able to kill a single Jin, much less get revenge for your older brother. Kim Soo-ho frowned. What is he? Perhaps because of what he said, Ki Naeun failed again on the 600-meter mark. Ki Naeun immediately gave Kim Hajin a fierce glare, but Kim Hajin ignored her and concentrated on shooting. Whoa, what the hell? At that moment, other archers exclaimed in shock. Kim Hajin had shot down 3 targets at 600-meter, 650-meter, and 700-meter marks. Kim Soo-ho had to admit Kim Hajin's technique was like a form of art, but seemingly unsatisfied, Kim Hajin continued. Kim Soo-ho stared at him with mixed feelings. On the other hand, Yu Yonha was watching Kim Hajin in satisfaction. His performance was exactly what she expected to see. Furthermore, she felt what he showed today was only a tiny fraction of his real power. She couldn't help but wonder how much of his real strength he was hiding. What is he? I don't know. It must be a specialized gift. A nameless archer put out an idea. Hearing the word specialized gift, Yu Yonha strained her ears. Specialized gift. Just like its name suggested, it was a gift specialized to a certain role. Although it wasn't a showy gift like Kim Soo-ho's or Shin Jang-hak's, specialized gifts stood at the peak of the field they specialized. Furthermore, most people with specialized gifts had an additional gift. Because of this characteristic of specialized gifts, they were rare and valuable. Then there's no way Ki Naeun can beat him in pure archery, not unless she uses magic power. But Kim Hajin uses a gun. It was determined that his gift was the greatest gun-related gift. Maybe his specialized gift is for bows, and his other gift is for guns. Wow, then imagine if they were both for bows. That wouldn't be fair. If that was the case, he would be in the same league as YunSeo-jin. Hearing that, the archers began to nod in agreement. For the record, YunSeo-jin was Korea's master rank hero, titled the Divine Archer. At that moment, Kim Hajin turned around after hitting the 900-meter mark target. Facing him, the archers suddenly froze. In the dead silence that followed, Kim Hajin walked past the crowd of spectators. Kim Soo-ho eyed him as he walked by, and Kim Hajin did the same expressionlessly. Soon, Kim Hajin completely passed by Kim Soo-ho, and Kim Soo-ho stared at Ki Naeun, who was left standing alone in the huge lane. Kim Soo-ho began to walk towards her. Naeun, Ki Naeun's body jolted. Standing an appropriate distance away, Kim Suho picked out the words to comfort her. I heard from the other guys. It seems Kim Hajin has a specialized. It's fine. But Ki Naeun interrupted him. I'm not in the mood to talk, and specialized gift or not, that means there is a difference in our talents. Naeun, don't be so hard on yourself. Just leave. The entire time, Ki Naeun refused to turn around. Okay. In the end, Kim Suho returned helplessly. At the same time, he caught sight of a man staring at him with a big smile on his face. Ha ha, you should know your place. Move over. Shin Jong-hak sneered at him and began to walk towards Ki Naeun. However, Yu Yonha carefully grabbed Shin Jong-hak's sleeve, attempting to hold him back. Jong-hak, I think you should leave her alone for now. No, I'm different. Despite Yu Yonha's dissuasion, he confidently walked up to Ki Naeun. Ki Naeun, I think you're... I said leave. Ki Naeun's thunderous roar startled Shin Jong-hak. See, Ki Naeun, I'm not Kim Suho, I'm Shin Jong-hak. Somewhat in a daze, he placed his hand on Ki Naeun's shoulder. Ki Naeun immediately smacked his hand away. I said leave, screw off. Hey, yeah. Shin Jong-hak staggered backward as though his soul was sucked out. Didn't I tell you? By the time Shin Jong-hak returned to Yu Yonha with a devastated face, Ki Naeun was running into the forest. Yu Yonha watched her leave with a grin on her face, happy to see Ki Naeun running away after being completely stomped. But separately from her heated emotions, her cold reasoning was working on a plan. Helping someone when they were down was the most effective way of making connections. Ki Naeun had a grade 1 priority in Yu Yonha's connection management list. Just being a fourth-generation chaebol was enough to give her that grade, but her family conglomerate wasn't one that ran a guild. In other words, she was the greatest connection she could bring into her guild. Don't worry, I'll console her. Yu Yonha began to run after Ki Naeun. Not long afterwards, she discovered Ki Naeun sitting crouched down behind a bush. With her face buried between her knees, she was shaking up and down. Naeun! When Yu Yonha called her, she trembled but didn't respond. Yu Yonha quietly sat down next to her, and Ki Naeun waddled to the side in response. Yu Yonha didn't say anything. She only occasionally signaled to Ki Naeun that she was still there, all the while waiting patiently. She had to wait for a fairly long time. The wind blew, leaves fell, and the sky began to grow dark. After about 30 minutes, Ki Naeun raised her head, wiping her tears as she sobbed. Yu Yonha. She then called Yu Yonha, who responded with a casual, tender voice. Yeah. Ki Naeun opened her mouth within the forest's silence. Did you guys not hear him? Hear what? He mentioned Opa. Really, we were too far. Yu Yonha was genuinely surprised. To Ki Naeun, her older brother was a bottom line that shouldn't be crossed, the reverse scale of a dragon that shouldn't be touched. Every cadet took special care not to mention him even as an accident. Yeah, that bastard. That was the second time. Ki Naeun couldn't even continue her sentence. She was burning up from a mixture of embarrassment and rage. She wanted to let it out, chase after him and punish him, but because she was so thoroughly crushed, she didn't have the strength to do so. Seeing this, Ki Naeun, Yu Yonha scratched her neck. Things had gotten more complicated than she anticipated. Yu Yonha disliked Ki Naeun, but she also wanted to make her into her ally. However, the same could be said for Kim Hajin, and he was even a benefactor who saved her life. Rather than choosing between one of them, she told herself that the best thing to do was to mend their relationship. Of course, she also wondered why Kim Hajin would say something like that. Yu Yonha sighed and began to contemplate on what to say, and exactly 3 minutes later she thought up a good idea. Cue him. After clearing her throat, Yu Yonha spoke. It's understandable. What? Your Opar is alive. Are you crazy? Ki Naeun glared at Yu Yonha as though she was ready to strangle her at any moment. Yu Yonha calmly received her aggressive gaze, then carefully continued her sentence. Did you know, people feel a sense of kinship with others who share similar wounds? SSSSS. The forest's leaves shook. Ki Naeun looked confused. Yu Yonha continued. But when the depths of those wounds are different, so, if someone who should feel less pain is crying louder, the person with the deeper wound might find it unsightly. Yu Yonha recalled the message she received from Yu Jinhyuk 3 days ago. It'll take longer to look into him, but know this, there is something about Kim Hajin. There is something about Kim Hajin. From this meaningful sentence, Yu Yonha obtained assurance of her hypothesis. Kim Hajin's parents were killed by someone, and Kim Hajin was searching for the person or group who had ruined his happy life. What are you talking about? That person, he's an orphan, probably because of a reason similar to yours. What? Ki Naeun's eyes widened. It was a reaction Yu Yonha expected. Ki Naeun was someone who didn't care about other people's past. In a way, it was a defensive mechanism, since if she dug up others' past, they could also dig up her own. Don't you know that people are harassing him about it? Ki Naeun looked completely oblivious. In the first place, it wasn't something she could imagine. From her perspective, people who made fun of others for losing their parents couldn't exist. Ki Naeun swallowed hard and asked again. He endured it. That's the only thing you're curious about. Yu Yonha furrowed her brows as though she was tired. Kim Hajin is being harassed because of you, because you told Janghak. That's Naeun. Yu Yonha collected her breath before continuing. You're not the only one with a painful past. At that moment, Ki Naeun's face drew a blank. Ki Naeun thought back to the day she talked to Shin Janghak because of what Kim Hajin said about her older brother. That was when harassments and bad rumors about Kim Hajin began. She was the source of it, yet she didn't do anything to stop it. She had purposely ignored it, something she couldn't deny. Still, she truly didn't expect that those delinquents would even dig up his past. KQ. Seeing Ki Naeun's soulless face, Yu Yonha held back her laughter by clearing her throat. This was enough. Investing any more time and emotion was something that didn't fit her personality. Then I'm leaving now. I'm only a third party in all this, so talking about deep things will only cause misunderstandings. You can think the rest for yourself, Naeun. Yu Yonha gently stroked Ki Naeun's shoulder and turned around to leave. Yeah. Ki Naeun's voice was much weaker than before. Yu Yonha felt like she gained points from both of them. Satisfied, she went back with a light heart. In the vast, silent forest, Ki Naeun was left all alone. She stared into the distance blankly. Chua from the darkness. Cool wind blew and brushed against the forest's leaves. Seeing leaves shaking and falling, Ki Naeun took time to self-reflect. Ha, you sure got big. With a big grin, I looked down at Evandal's seed. The way it quivered to absorb blood was surprisingly cute. I already knew what the seed would look like once it hatched. At first, she would look like a 3 to 4-year-old child. But Evandal was a very special witch. Temporarily transforming herself into a cat or a dog shouldn't be a problem for her. Should I go with a cat or a dog? That was my worry. Raising a child at Cube was absolutely not allowed, but it was okay to own pets. In fact, Cube encouraged cadets to own pets as they supposedly helped with cadets' mental health. There was even a pet adoption center inside Cube. When will you hatch? I gently rubbed the seed's belly. The seed quivered, almost as if it was ticklish. Haha, you're so cute. I suddenly remembered Mang, a dog I used to own. He only liked Mom and Dad and never gave me a glance, but at this point, I missed everyone from Earth. At that moment, an alert popped up on the laptop I had open on my desk. You obtained 253 SB. An incredible luck applies to your human relationship. Narrow escape from death 2/9. A special stat, accumulation of luck, becomes partly unlocked. What's this? It was an alert I couldn't understand. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Change Dorm 4 Penthouse. Ki Naeun was lying on her bed in this large, empty room. Today was Sunday, and classes would resume tomorrow. Ki Naeun let out a deep sigh. Thinking about tomorrow, fear came over her. The result of her bet with Kim Hajin should have spread by now that she was completely overwhelmed. Some people would feel elated, while some would worry. Ki Naeun hoped that the emotions directed at her would be schadenfreude rather than worry and sympathy. But what worried her more than anything else was Kim Hajin himself. Smoking. Ki Naeun remembered her conversation with Kim Hajin in Norway. He had murmured that he quit smoking. At the time, she thought he was just trying to act cool, but with the information she had now, she had to believe that he had a reason for smoking. That with no one to rely on, he had to rely on an object to relieve his pain. Ki Naeun fell flat on her bed. There were ample traces of the harassment Kim Hajin suffered. Shin Janghak's lackeys had written posts on forums and commented on his social media, and Ki Naeun looked through them all. Just like Yu Yonha said, she could hardly read most of them without furrowing her brows. Embarrassment, shame, and remorse became tangled up inside her into a complicated emotion. Change of weapon and position. Thinking about it now, Kim Hajin had experienced them first. She read that Kim Hajin was originally a swordsman. Even so, he gave up on his sword. Most likely, it was because he realized his gift wasn't suitable for it. Abandoning everything he had worked towards his entire life, choosing an unorthodox weapon like a gun, Ki Naeun wondered what he must have felt. Ki Naeun pushed her hand below her bed. From there, she took out a fairly big suitcase. She got up from her bed, then opened it. Immediately, her treasured memories resurfaced. Inside the suitcase were hundreds of pictures. There was something she had buried deep inside her heart to avoid being hurt, but each picture was something she could never forget, as they were taken with people she loved the most, her mother and her older brother. Inside the pictures, they were happily smiling together with Ki Naeun. The young Ki Naeun looked so happy that she teared up simply by looking at her younger self. Hoop! Ki Naeun held back her tears. Then she picked up the short sword placed in the suitcase. The sword was only about a meter long, but because it was enchanted with a special magic, it increased in length when it absorbed magic power. From what she remembered, the maximum length was about 4 meters. This mystical sword was gifted to her by Yu Sihyuk 8 years ago. For the first time in a long time, Ki Naeun held the sword in her hand. Although it looked like a cute toy, it was a deadly weapon that was heavier than the world when she was young. What was my limit again? I doubt my magic power control was good when I was 8, but I remember it being around 2 meters. Ki Naeun imbued the sword with her magic power. The blade shot up and became long enough to reach the ceiling. Wow, I grew a lot. Realizing something obvious, Ki Naeun stared at the sword for a long time. Then, just like how her master taught her in the past, she enveloped the sword with magic power. Her blue magic power rose up clearly around the blade. Jigging, the sword resonated with her magic power, manifesting sword chi. Ki Naeun put her forehead against the sword. Then she closed her eyes. The cold metallic touch and the ringing of magic power, Ki Naeun engraved the sensation in her heart. Sunday, I had a meeting with Cube's faculty. It was because of something called a specialized gift. The rumor that I defeated Ki Naeun and hit the 900-meter mark had already spread all across Cube. They asked whether the rumor was true. After thinking about it for a bit, I nodded. Then they asked whether I wanted to release the information to the public or keep it a secret. I chose the latter. In reality, it didn't really matter which one I chose, as it would be revealed regardless. The only difference was that the latter option made me a product. If someone wanted information about me from Cube, they would have to buy it from Cube. Of course, since rumors of it had already spread, they would only be paying for a confirmation of the rumor. In any case, once the meeting ended, I left the administration building. As final exams began in 2 weeks, there was practically no one walking outside. Everyone was likely studying in the library or training at the fitness center. However, I headed back to my dorm. Opening the familiar door, I sat down on the couch and opened my laptop. There were numerous things I needed to buy for the upcoming exam. Automatic tent, pork chops, chicken breast, frying pan, portable grill. I put all the camping equipment I could think of into the shopping basket. It cost me 2,000,001 in total, but I made the purchase without hesitation. Instructors would go through our bags before the final exam to look for personal weapons and defensive equipment. However, items like the ones I bought were permitted. If they ask why I brought them, I had more than enough excuses to give. The simplest one was to say that I prepared everything just in case. Your purchase has been completed. Immediately after the confirmation message popped up, Park Soo-hyuk also sent me a message. Hajin, we made our website. Take a look. You're on our list of investors. www.shagency.com. Oh, it was an agency website. I immediately went into it. Cultivation of trust, SH Agency introduction, list of investors, list of affiliated hunters. The design was quite decent. But still, affiliated hunters. Was it there just for the sake of being there? I snickered as I clicked on it. == Jamie King, date of birth. 8/3/1997, a hunter with 5 years of experience. Joshua, date of birth. 9/1/2005, a hunter with 1 year of experience. Oh, there actually are some. Surprisingly, he had already found 2 hunters. I didn't know who they were, but the important thing was that they were there. This time, I clicked on the list of investors and was immediately surprised. I thought I would be the only one, but someone else had joined the ranks. Kim Hajin, Yonha. She was quick as expected. With a grin, I closed the laptop. How's the website? It's clean and nice, but I think you should put Yona's name before me on the list of investors. Even if she might not act like it, she actually cared a lot about such things. Why? I don't really care, but shouldn't you come first? You know, both alphabetically and by who came first. No, just do as I say. If left unchanged, the number of investments he got in the future could very well decrease. The next day, who? Standing in front of the classroom door, I collected my breath. I was especially nervous today. The archery duel had about 70 spectators, so what happened in the duel was bound to spread. Now that 4 days had passed since the duel, it would be strange if anyone didn't know. Because of it, I was somewhat apprehensive about going into the classroom, but I still opened the door and walked in. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on me, and I could hear them murmuring about me. Ignoring whatever they were saying, I walked to my usual spot and sat down. Ki Naeun wasn't here yet. No, I thought she wasn't here, but hearing a familiar voice, I turned towards that direction. There I saw Ki Naeun, who was different than her usual self. To be more precise, her long brown hair, which reached her chest, had been shortened to her shoulders. Ki Naeun and Yu Yonha were talking in whispers. So how's the short hair? You do look good in it. Hair is hair. I do like that it's less hot, though. You should also cut your hair. I like mine the way it is. By the way, you didn't cut your hair because of the bet, did you? I did it because it was hot. Plus, you can't always win. Do I look like someone who would dwell on the past? From what I could see, she was the same other than her hair being shorter. But at that moment, Ki Naeun stretched and turned her head sideways. Because it felt like she was looking at me, I quickly buried my face on my desk. Ki Naeun pretended to stretch and peeked at Kim Hajin. He had only just arrived, but was already studying hard. I'm tired. Ki Naeun turned back to the front. Oh, right, did you study? At that moment, Shin Jonghak, who was sitting behind Ki Naeun, asked. Ki Naeun gave a simple reply. I did enough. Theory classes only held a minor role in Cube. Combat exams and written exams had a 7:3 ratio in their impact on grades, but because combat exams better reflected the level of cadets, cadets who ranked near the top in combat exams usually scored similarly in written exams. Of course, there were exceptions as well. Enough. Then you should be around rank 600 again, ha ha ha. Thinking Ki Naeun, who was pretending to be fine, to really be fine, Shin Jonghak made fun of her insensitively. Ki Naeun glared at Shin Jonghak fiercely. Feeling the hostile look, Shin Jonghak stopped snickering and awkwardly backed off. Oh, right, here are the phenomenon realm analysis notes you were asking about yesterday. Kim Suho changed the topic in a hurry. Thanks, I'll copy it quickly and give it back. Don't expect too much. Phenomenon realm analysis is difficult for everyone except Kim Ha. Kim Suho paused in the middle of his sentence, realizing he made a mistake. You're right. It's difficult for everyone except Kim Hajin. It's fine, geez. You don't have to be so careful. Ki Naeun shook her head and put Kim Suho's notebook in front of her. Although Yu Yonha was better at studying than Kim Suho, Yu Yonha was untrustworthy. Even in reality, Yu Yonha had two notes because she didn't want to lend her real one to Ki Naeun. DRRRK. Then the theory class professor walked in. Now, quiet down. You know your exams are in 2 weeks, right? It'll cover everything until Aurora reaction. The noisy classroom immediately became silent. The professor announced the scope of material covered on the test before starting today's class. Ki Naeun opened her notebook and grabbed her pen. I'll study hard today. I have to show that I'm different than before, but I'm a bit sleepy. This is the professor's fault. When she woke up after dozing off, there was a ton of material she needed to write down. All right, here's a calculation problem, your favorites type. Now, I know some of you don't understand why you need to learn this, but once you go out into the real world and begin entering dungeons, you'll be on your knees thanking me. If you don't want to cry tears of blood, don't slack off now. It seemed the professor finished explaining the theoretical concepts of today's class as he already moved on to example problems. Ki Naeun couldn't understand this rift in time. For this problem, I want somebody to help me solve it. Let's see. The professor paused for a moment and began to look over the list of cadets. Ki Naeun immediately became nervous, worried that he might call her name. She was already embarrassed to death because of the archery duel. The last thing she wanted was to face another embarrassment. Ah, Cadet Kim Hajin. Come out. Thankfully, it wasn't Ki Naeun. Kim Hajin got up from his seat and sauntered up to the teaching podium as everyone's gazes fell on him. Then he stepped up the podium and was handed a hologram pen by the professor. He then proceeded to solve the problem without a pause. His procedures and calculations were both flawless, and even his penmanship was impeccable. Ki Naeun stared at the variables and numbers he wrote down in a daze. Then she suddenly snapped out and began to copy everything down. Good, very good. The professor applauded as soon as Kim Hajin finished. Everyone else was busy copying what he wrote. Perfect, as expected of rank 1 in the world. You can sit now. I'll do the explaining. Rank 1 in the world. Kim Hajin tilted his head in confusion, but then went back to his seat without further questions. Look, everyone. This is what we call a flawless model answer. The professor gathered everyone's attention. This time, Ki Naeun also paid attention with widened eyes. Monday night, 10 p.m. I went to the shooting range as soon as I finished working out in the fitness center. I cranked up the difficulty to stage 10, where the targets also attacked, and started practicing. But while I practiced, faint shouting continued to pierce through the wall. Huap, hiap, something like that. Curious, I peered through the wall. In the shooting room next to me, Ki Naeun was brandishing a sword against a dummy she must have brought from somewhere. It was a bit strange, seeing someone train with a sword in a shooting range, but I still felt good about it. In the original story, Ki Naeun changed to a sword only about a year after she graduated from Cube. The reason for it was the Genghis Khan artifact scramble, which occurred in Mongolia. There, she encountered the Jin who killed her mother, but was unable to kill him with her bow. If Ki Naeun started honing her swordsmanship now, by graduation, she would likely be a monster second only to Kim Suho. Feeling pleased with myself, I stretched and ended today's practice. But when I left the shooting room, the door next to me also opened. From inside, Ki Naeun walked out as she wiped her sweat. I instantly froze, and it was the same for Ki Naeun. To be completely honest, I felt sorry about things I had said to Ki Naeun. Although I had good intentions of trying to encourage her, I had still hit her nerve twice. So before Ki Naeun attacked me, I opened my mouth first. Did you finish your archery practice? Ha! Yeah, Ki Naeun awkwardly retorted. What, I can't? No, keep up the good work. I wanted to end the conversation and quickly leave, but Ki Naeun stopped me. Hey, I was a bit scared, but I still turned around and faced her. What? You, said you quit smoking. What? I was caught off guard by her unexpected words. Indeed, I did say that during our trip to Norway. To be exact, Ki Naeun overheard what I muttered to myself. I did. How did you quit? It seemed like a completely irrelevant question to ask. Was she trying to offer me a poisoned cigarette or something? You don't need to know. It wasn't a question I could answer, so I cut her off and left. From my back, I could feel Ki Naeun's gaze. Chapter 59. I did. A week before the final written exams. Tearing. I was playing a VR game when I received 2 messages on my smartwatch. Hajin, do you have any plans to sell a study guide? Hajin, this is Yonji. Can you lend me your notes? Ko enus, I'll pay you back with ranking points when we become heroes. Ko enus, pleras. Ko enus. I could see that people were getting desperate, as people I've never seen or talked to started messaging me. It wasn't long ago that they were talking behind my back, calling me a delinquent, so I had no intention of helping any of them. Who even was Yonji? Yeah, no. When I blocked them, another message came in. What now? My furrowed brows immediately went loose. The sender this time was Rachel. Can you perhaps help me with this problem? Hangul, call you anus. Hangul, call you anus. It's a calculation problem, but it's too hard. Rachel sent a picture of a problem. I began to quietly solve it. 4 days before the written exams. Yu Yonha was writing a talent report late into the night. Unlike her usual self, she was wearing round glasses, which gave her eyes increased fatigue recovery and typo checking functionality. Kim Hajin, physical, intelligence, utility, potential, gift. Evaluation grade 1. Hiding his power for some reason, but strength surpassing the level of cadets can be seen. Sole flaw is that his gift hasn't been revealed, but it is estimated to be at least 4 stars. Kim Suho physical, intelligence, utility, potential, gift, evaluation grade 1. His gift, Sword Saint, is more than enough to give him full points. His elegant swordsmanship is well known among cadets. Although not as much as Kim Hajin, he has the potential to reach the pinnacle of heroes. Equals. Oh, I'm exhausted. Yuna put her glasses down. It had taken her 5 whole hours to write this report. She quantified the ability of 7 cadets, including Kim Hajin and Kim Suho, and provided close to 200 pages of data in support of her estimate. Recorded inside were things that weren't revealed to the public, which only Yu Yonha knew about. This report would now become essence of the Strait's top-secret document and reach its leader, Yu Jinwoo. Although the finals were right around the corner, this report was more important to Yu Yonha than her grades. Of course, getting good grades wouldn't be bad, but Yu Yonha's goal wasn't becoming the greatest hero. Not only was she cognizant of her limits, but she also knew that a hero was only one individual no matter how strong he was, and that he would never be able to win against society. However, Yu Yonha wanted to cultivate her own society in Korea. The reason she entered Cube was solely to obtain the status of a hero and to make connections. Is he going to continue ignoring me? Yu Yonha grumbled as she picked up her smartwatch. Yu Jinhyuk had yet to reply to her. 3 days before the written exams, Friday, the head of the chameleon troop collected her breath in front of an unfamiliar door. Boss, no one is going to notice your disguise, so you don't have to worry. Remember, your name is Seo-jin. Don't forget about it. Find me if anything happens. I'll be in the infirmary. Jane's voice rang out in her ears. Just like she said, her disguise was perfect. The cadet named Seo-jin had similar build and hair color as her, so it didn't take much magic power to disguise her either. Go in. Boss nodded and opened the door. As classes would begin soon, the room was full of cadets. She had already memorized everyone's faces. She then walked to the group that Seo-jin often hung out with. At that moment, "Hey, Seo-jin," someone struck her head. She didn't suffer any huge injury, but she fell in a daze. She thought back to what just happened, and coming to a realization, she stiffly turned her head to the side. There she saw a man she didn't recognize. "Did you study well?" the man said, looking down at her. She replied just as she practiced. I did. What were you doing yesterday?" "You won't respond." Before the man did anything else, she sat down on her seat. Ijin, immediately, a pair of arms wrapped around her neck. She was slightly startled, but she wasn't as shocked as before. Maintaining her calm, she looked back at the girl who clung to her back, feeling like a huge cicada had landed on her. Just like a cicada, the girl could also be killed by a single fist. Drrrrk. At that moment, the door opened. Boss turned towards the door, and there she saw the reason she infiltrated this class. She stared at Kim Hajin, who walked in while yawning, and met her eyes. Immediately, he froze. The hell? I gazed at a girl I usually wouldn't have cared about. I didn't know her name, but I knew she was in my class. The way she interacted with her friends looked completely normal from the outside. However, I could see through her outside appearance. My gift, observation and reading, could perfectly unmask Jane's gift. That girl wasn't a normal cadet, but the boss of the chameleon troop. She was likely here to observe Kim Suho. Still, this was something that never happened in the original story. "Hey, why did you stop being active in your social media? Did you find a boyfriend?" Cadets who didn't know this touched her body here and there. It seemed the girl she disguised as was a bit of a pushover. "Ho, boyfriend. What do you mean? I just slept because I was tired." Boss responded in an awkward way, and I broke out into a cold sweat as I watched her. With one wrong move, I felt like their limbs and bones would break apart. Ijin, your cheeks are chubbier than usual. Did you eat ramen before sleeping?" At that moment, one of the girls pinched Boss' cheeks. Boss' face immediately stiffened. I opened my mouth almost instinctively. Hey. Perhaps because I wasn't loud enough, they didn't hear me, and Boss' cheeks were already extended to the limit. I could see her clenching her fists. "Hey!" In the end, I yelled loudly. This time I went overboard with my volume. The classroom fell silent in an instant, and everyone's gazes fell on me. Of course, I didn't care about any of that. "Can you shut up? I'm trying to study," I yelled as I pointed at the notebook on my desk. If Boss exploded, everyone in this room could die. "What? You think you tell us what to do just because you're smart?" Though they grumbled unhappily, they stopped messing with Boss thanks to me interfering. Afterward, Boss gave me an odd look, then buried her face on the desk. The rest began to talk behind my back. For the entire duration of the written exam week, I carefully observed YunSeo-jin, who boss was disguised as. I didn't just observe her. I even talked to her like a friend, hoping to obtain some SB. She talked like a generic high school girl trying to sound cute, which didn't suit her at all, and she even bought me an ice cream. I didn't eat it, and that ice cream was still in my refrigerator. In any case, the written exams ended without much trouble. Cube's weekend after the exams was desolate. Cadets who pulled all-nighters to study for the exams were focused on going back to their peak physical condition. As a result, the weekend also went by like a breeze. Now, focus. Monday finally arrived. It was the day the final exam would really begin. The 1,300 first-year cadets went to a harbor in Busan, and everyone was currently on ships separated by class. We will now begin the baggage inspection. As soon as cadets all got on the ship, the instructors began the baggage inspection. 3 instructors each called on cadets, and it eventually became my turn. I entered a room where an instructor was the only one in it and handed him my magic pouch. Weight, 10 kg. What's inside? Food, tent, frying pan, torch, grill, things like that. I'm opening it. Why ask what's inside if you're going to open it? As I grumbled inwardly, the instructor pulled everything out of the bag. He stared at the assortment of items in disbelief. Why did you prepare so much? Well, the announcement said that a single exam will go on for the whole week, so I had a general idea of what the test would be. I prepared accordingly. Clever, the instructor grinned, but still carefully looked through everything. Then he sent me back. Thankfully, he didn't find out about Evandal's seed. I brought it with me since it could hatch at any time. It seemed he thought it was a slightly big almond or something. Hewer. After the inspection, I sat down on a bench near the ship's bow. In the distance, I could see an island coming into view. A countless number of drones were flying around the island like seagulls. I'm a bit nervous. Now that the exam was right under my nose, I began to grow nervous. This exam would be difficult, especially since I couldn't use my Desert Eagle. No, I could use it. I just had to avoid being seen by those drones, and there was a simple way to avoid their watch. I just had to hack into them. Now, I will explain how this exam will work. Once the baggage inspection finished, an instructor came out to explain the rules. In 30 minutes, you will split into groups of 10 and land in different areas of that island. You will stay there for 5 days, and you will have to survive on your own. We will, however, provide half a day's worth of food. The food supply had decreased from a full day's worth of food in the original story to half a day's worth of food. At the instructor's shocking words, the ship began to get noisy. The exam is rather simple. The number of points you get will be your grade. Obtaining points is equally simple. There are wild animals and monsters living on that island. Wild animals are obviously there for you to eat, and monsters will be what you hunt to gain points. Depending on their rank and grade, you will get 1 to 10 points. You should have all received special smartwatches for this exam. Scan their corpses with them, and you'll be able to see the number of points you got. The instructor's explanation continued for a while. In summary, cadets could steal, sell, and buy points from each other. They could eliminate other cadets, from which they would gain an additional 5 points on top of all the points the eliminated cadet had. However, cadets could only fight each other after the first 12 hours. In addition, exam overseers will have huge name tags on their chest. Although I doubt anyone can succeed, you can steal these name tags for 200 points each. Despite the huge point values these name tags had, no one seemed interested in them. Finally, you see that tower in the middle. You are eliminated if you have your smartwatch stolen, so you can head to the tower and wait for the end of the exam. Once the instructor's explanation ended, heavy tension emerged from the ship's deck. No one was talking to each other. Soon, the instructors brought out boats. Cadets would now be transported to the island in groups of 10. Ki Naeun, Jin Yuyan, Selen, Hayes. The starting group was very important as it determined your potential teammates or enemies. Kim Hajin, Jin Seoha, Yujung, Wang Shifu, Blen, Rachel Tara. I got on the boat and exchanged awkward looks with 9 other cadets. Rachel was also in my group. Soon the boat set off. I gazed at the island and fell in thought. Rachel would be exposed to the greatest danger in this exam. Lancaster, who was already resentful towards her, had become a bigger threat in this world on top of becoming more aggressive. Here's your stop. But before I could carefully plan out my actions, the boat arrived at the island. The moment we landed, I talked to Rachel. Rachel SSI, would you like to team up with me? I didn't expect her to agree, and Rachel shook her head as I expected. I'm more comfortable going alone. That's what Rachel said. However, I didn't simply back down. I gave her my exam smartwatch's live coordinates. This exam smartwatch had three functionalities: scanning monsters, allowing for point trading, and location sharing. The latter two functionalities were there to encourage teaming up, just in case you change your mind. I spoke as I pointed at my watch, then Rachel smiled and left. Meanwhile, the remaining cadets were murmuring to themselves about me being rejected. Since these guys didn't seem useful, I also just went on my way, running into the forest. After finding a random tree to lean on, I opened my laptop. It took a reasonable amount of SB to access the drone's servers. Once I paid, my laptop screen split into 60 smaller screens. Thanks to my gift, my eyesight could clearly analyze all of them simultaneously. Most of the important cadets were alone. Ki Naeun was already preparing to get lost. Kim Suho was fighting a monster, and Yu Yonha was the only one teamed up with someone. If I remembered correctly, the girl she was with was rank 15. It seemed she already won over a skilled cadet. However, they weren't who I was interested in. There. I soon discovered a group of 5 cadets who were part of the repeater class. I had already looked up the faces of those who would be threats. In the original story, only 2 of those 5 were Jins, but it was likely that all 5 were Jins in this world. However, there was still some time before they would start to get active. After all, cadets weren't allowed to fight each other for at least the next 12 hours. Before then, I guess I should find a camping spot. 1. She talks kind of like a kid. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Final exam 2. An hour passed by since I entered the island. I was still walking through the forest. Currently, I was heading to my chosen camping spot, a place that was near a river with a mountain on one side. It was the region the ancient sages would have called back to the mountain, face to the water. I was prepared thoroughly for an exploration. On my right hand was my laptop, which constantly showed drone footages from the island, and in my pocket was a map of the island outputted by the Book of Truth. In other words, I was full of cheat keys. But before I could arrive at the camping spot, I ran into a monster, Clown Monkey. Just like its name suggested, it was a monkey with colorful spots on its body. However, its face was a bit grotesque for a monkey, and because it was the size of an adult man, people were taken aback the first time they saw it. Jesus, it looks horrifying. Clown monkeys should be low intermediate rank grade 9. Of course, there were individual differences, but the one in front of me didn't look any stronger than the average clown monkey. I took out my training handgun. Because it was quick, it would be troublesome if I didn't finish it in one blow. So I aimed for its vital point, its tail. Clown monkeys were innately nimble, but because they would lose their sense of balance without their tails, they were easy to deal with. I pulled the trigger without hesitation. The fired magic bullet drew a straight line across the air, then pierced the clown monkey's tail. It tried to jump up in response to the sudden ambush, but with its tail injured, it lost its balance and fell. I quickly fired 5 bullets into its head, though the 4th bullet was enough to penetrate its skull. That was easy. After scanning the clown monkey's corpse with the smartwatch, I continued on my way. After about 30 minutes of walking, a river stream appeared. The source of the water was located in the northernmost area of the island, which flowed down and split into 8 branches. This river seemed to be a branch of a branch, but had no problem to serve as a water source. Furthermore, there was a rocky mountain behind the river and a dense forest above it, making it an ideal camping spot. I took out my tent, which looked like a small disc and could be opened up by imbuing magic power. When I put in some of Stigma's magic power, the disc moved by itself and formed a huge tent. Wow! I entered the tent. It was cozier than I imagined. There was even furniture inside, a bed and a small table. Since nothing big would happen at the beginning of the exam, I decided to get some sleep. Huam! With a big yawn, I jumped on the bed. 9 hours after the start of the exam. The blazing sun had set, and darkness descended on the island and sea. Ha! Amidst the fiercely blowing wind, Rachel was sitting on a rocky mountain and collecting her breath. She had set out by herself, after rejecting several offers to team up, but now she was feeling the need to team up more than anyone else. The biggest reason was food. Oh! Rachel looked down at her food supply with a mixed feeling. Only half of the provided food remained. She ate only 2 hours ago, but she became hungry again after scuffling with a monster. Cadets had to find their own food in this place by looking for edible vegetation or hunting wild animals. Anyone could guess that wild animals stayed near rivers. But even if she hunted wild animals, there was the problem of cooking them, cutting their skin, taking out their bones, and obtaining the meat. Rachel had no experience with butchery. Since she already hunted 6 monsters, she could also trade with other cadets. But points were precious. She was trying to eat for the sake of obtaining points, so paying points to buy food didn't make much sense. When Rachel was pondering with a grave look, a faint scent of meat tickled her nose. She stood up and looked down the mountain. Below, she could faintly see the red color of fire. It especially stood out in the dark. There were likely cadets there. From the smell, they had to be grilling meat. Rachel swallowed her saliva. Although she still had half of her food supply remaining, she knew she had to save it as much as possible. Not only would the desperate side be at a disadvantage in a trade, the provided food supply was also clean and trustworthy. Rachel jumped down. After running down from a 300 million height in just 3 minutes, Rachel reached the ground. Then she chased after the smell. Not long afterward, she found 5 cadets cooking a giant boar. The cadets noticed her presence and turned their gazes. 3 male and 2 female cadets. It was a well-balanced group. Rachel stared at them silently. What do you want? They put up their guard. Rachel estimated their battle prowess. However, it was still too early to fight other cadets. Rachel pointed at the boar. I'd like to buy some. Ah ha ha, you're working alone. A male cadet, who seemed to be the group's leader, stood up. He approached Rachel and held out his greasy hand. Rachel tried to shake his hand anyway, but the man pulled his hand back before she could do so. Ah, my hand is dirty. He laughed heartily and continued. You're welcome to join in. We're all cadets here. That's fine with you guys, right? The man turned around and gave the others a meaningful look which Rachel couldn't see. The man then turned back around. Oh, right, you must not know our names. We know yours. Rachel silently nodded. The man scratched his neck and spoke. Well, Rachel SSI is famous. I'm Ju Yo-hoon. Ugh, where am I? Ki Naeun wandered in the woods for 14 hours. During this time, she hunted 9 monsters, likely placing herself near the top of the leaderboard. It was the result of simultaneously using a bow and a sword. There's no end. She plowed through vines and tall grass, but no matter how much she walked, she couldn't find a useful source of water or food. In fact, she never even ran into a cadet. Now she was exhausted. When she was on the verge of passing out, like a light of salvation, a faint torchlight appeared in the distance. She felt that it could even be a campfire. Ooh! Ki Naeun ran towards the light, and as she approached the light, she could smell a spicy fragrance. After escaping the endless field of tall grass, Ki Naeun witnessed the source of the light. There she saw Kim Hajin munching on a piece of meat. With chopsticks in his hand and a plate full of meat, he was staring at her. What? He tilted his head and asked. Ki Naeun swallowed hard. Although she favored high-class food, she had moved for 14 hours with little rest or food. She had long since devoured the provided food. If it was something that could be eaten, she was prepared to eat it tastily. Ki Naeun first observed Kim Hajin and his surroundings. There was a huge, cozy-looking tent behind him. The source of the light wasn't a campfire like she had thought, but a portable grill. Not only that, he had a table, a chair, a frying pan, and packaged meat that was being cooked. What the heck? Where did you get all these? I prepared them for the exam. What? How did you know about the exam to have prepared all these? I brought them just in case. Don't you know I'm #1 in the world? Kim Hajin tapped on his head and spoke. I'm pretty damn smart. Yeah, good for you. Ki Naeun's sarcastic remark only lasted for a moment. She swallowed hard looking at the meat. On the other hand, Kim Hajin was wondering if their encounter was brought about by luck. Thinking about it, it did seem like points had walked into him on their own. You hungry? Ki Naeun nodded without speaking. How much food do you have left? I lost it when I was fighting a monster. She had eaten them already, so she made a small lie. Ah, really, I'm a bit clumsy. Kim Hajin crossed his arm and fell in thought, while Ki Naeun held her breath and waited for him to speak. How many points do you have? Ki Naeun immediately breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Things were going as she hoped. She killed 9 monsters and obtained a total of 35 points, but she didn't say the truth. 25. Then give me half. Half. It was an expensive price to pay for a single day's meal. Yep, but in exchange, you're sleepy, right? I'll also lend you a sleeping bag. Just say no if you don't want to. And no, I mean yes. I want to. Ki Naeun turned on her exam smartwatch. This watch could recognize other smartwatches within a 3 million radius. Kim Hajin, point trading, location, sharing. She clicked on point trading. Half of 25 was 12.5, but only whole numbers could be used in trading. After thinking about it for a bit, she sent 12 points to Kim Hajin and stealthily sat down next to him. After confirming that he received points, Kim Hajin gave well-cooked pork chops to Ki Naeun. But are you okay with just this? They're pork chops. I'll have to eat to live. Ki Naeun heard that something like this was a common occurrence in dungeons and towers. She put a pork chop in her mouth. Was it because she was hungry? She found it quite delicious. Then she saw Kim Hajin dipping his pork chops in a sauce. She did the same thing and found that it was tastier. The two of them continued eating for 20 minutes. During this time, neither of them talked. Ah, now I'm full. Once her hunger went away, Ki Naeun felt a bit awkward. She wasn't particularly close to Kim Hajin. In fact, their relationship was better described as uncomfortable. Just when she was thinking about running away, here, Kim Hajin gave her a bottle of water. Ki Naeun only stared at it in hesitation. It's mineral water, not river water. Did this guy have mind-reading abilities? Cue him. Ki Naeun let out a dry cough and took the water. Gulp, gulp, Kaya. After emptying half of it in one go, she let out a satisfied sigh. By the way, what's that? Then she suddenly caught sight of a ring on Kim Hajin's index finger. Kim Hajin's face stiffened. For a moment, he rubbed his ring without talking. It was as though he was choosing his words. Seeing his solemn yet flustered reaction, a flash of insight arose in Ki Naeun's mind. Ah, never mind, never mind. I'm not curious at all. I might not act like it, but I'm someone who can take a hint. It must be a keepsake of his family. Ki Naeun finished the rest of water without waiting for Kim Hajin's answer. Meanwhile, Kim Hajin stared at Ki Naeun with the eyes of a dead fish. I never said you could drink it all. The next morning arrived. Birds chirped and the howling of monsters rang out from the forest. Waking up to the noise, I got up from my bed. Though I felt a bit stiff, this much was a luxury on this island. Oh! I left the tent to bask in the sunlight. However, no sunlight shone down outside the tent. Is it a polar night? The outside world was that dark. It was likely because of the magicians of the island's central tower. I looked around. On the ground, Ki Naeun was buried in her sleeping bag, still asleep. Last night must have been cold as she only had her face peeking out. In a way, she looked like a caterpillar. Tong! Suddenly, the seed sitting on my tent table jumped up. By the looks of it, it had already finished its meal. It must have felt my gaze as it began to quiver. Why are you so cute? I tickled the seed and wrapped it with a new gauze. Then I retrieved the tent. In the first place, I had no intention of continually staying in the same place. Ki Naeun was still using the sleeping bag, but well, I could just gift it to her. Now that cadets were allowed to fight each other, I had no plans to sit still. I planned on picking fights aggressively, especially against dangerous individuals. Of course, I wasn't allowed to kill. Some of the jinns here didn't even know that they were jinns, and in reality, they weren't jinns yet. That was the difference between a jinn who contracted another jinn and a jinn who contracted a devil. In the case of the former, jinns were supplied with magic power by their contracted jinns so they could avoid going berserk, and their contracts were also less tight. These jinns were often treated like expendables, being abandoned or killed if they failed their mission. On the other hand, jinns who directly contracted devils were rarer. Examples of such jinns were Sven, Yun Hyan, and Lancaster. But because directly contracting devils caused large side effects, the only cadet on this island who managed to overcome this side effect was a man named Ju Yohoon. I'll have to go higher. For now, my goal was reaching the world tree located in the center of this island. Although it had a grandiose name, it was just an extremely big tree. It had its roots in the center of the island, and it was called the world tree solely because of its size. In just 24 hours since the start of the exam, Yu Yonha managed to form her own group. It was a small team made up of 5 people with Yu Yonha as its leader. Utilizing their strength, Yu Yonha was amassing points easily and efficiently. Yonha SSI, I found someone. A sharpshooter named Rose whispered to Yu Yonha, but before waiting for Yu Yonha's orders, she drew her bow. But right when she was about to fire, Yu Yonha's whip flew in like lightning and snatched her bow away. Hey, don't! Yu Yonha glared at Rose with stern eyes. You can't touch that man. Hey, isn't that person rank 934? Rankings didn't change until after the final exam, and in accordance with the final exam's rule, every cadet was wearing a name tag with their rank on it. But even without a name tag, the man Rose was aiming at was someone most people knew. He was known for his gun-related gift, among other things, the rank 934 cadet, Kim Hajin. No, you can't win against him. However, Yu Yonha lightly cut her off. At that moment, Kim Hajin made his move. Almost as if to save Yu Yonha from having to explain, he climbed up a giant tree with impeccable movements. After reaching the peak of a 150-meter tree in a few breaths, he went into the dense leaves. This series of unrealistic maneuvers caused Rose to be dumbstruck. Yu Yonha spoke with a stern voice. See that? I just saved your life, Rose SSI. To that man, a rank is just a number. If you had let go of that bowstring, you would have lost for sure. Not only that, the rest of us would have also been in trouble. Ah, there are many hidden dragons in this world. It's the same reason that the Hero Association can't do anything about hunters of the vast expanse. Next time, don't do anything before I give the order. Rose nodded like a child being scolded by her teacher. Also, about that man being uncharacteristically strong, keep it a secret. Why? However, Rose couldn't help but question this order. Yu Yonha gave a brief explanation. Because he might become one of our family members. For the record, I like people with heavy mouths. Rose shuddered. Essence of the Strait, the world's second-ranked guild. For Rose, who was a rank 68 cadet, it was too enticing of an offer. Ah, yes, I'll keep it a secret. Until death. Good. After generously smiling at Rose, who was as obedient as a dog, Yu Yonha stared at the giant tree Kim Hajin climbed up. It was a monstrous tree that even the most courageous people would hesitate to climb. Just looking up at the tree would cause one's neck to hurt, but Kim Hajin had climbed to its peak in mere minutes. Should I modify Kim Hajin's physical ability rating? Yu Yonha began to think about her report. Tittering at that moment, a message arrived on her smartwatch, ending her thought. Ah, Ijin SSI contacted us. Let's go back. People who shared locations with each other could also message each other. This was likely something that Yu Yonha was the first to find out. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Final exam, 3 long after Kim Hajin left, Ki Naeun opened her eyes, which she had kept tightly shut. She got up only after confirming that Kim Hajin had completely disappeared. She had woken up a long time ago, but her mind was still in a daze. It was most likely because of what Kim Hajin said. Why are you so cute? Ki Naeun's cheeks flushed red. Her appearance was praised ever since she was young, but she had never expected to hear such a thing from Kim Hajin's mouth. Oh, Ki Naeun shook her head fiercely and shook off her thoughts. Whatever it was, I didn't hear it. He was talking to himself. There must have been a cat or a dog nearby. Definitely. Ki Naeun murmured and crawled out of the sleeping bag. The sleeping bag was just as warm and cozy as a bed, something that made her night extremely enjoyable. Should I leave it here, or bring it with me? Ki Naeun began to think. Since Kim Hajin left it here after saying how I was cute, he must have wanted me to take it. After coming to that conclusion, she folded up the sleeping bag, which reduced to a size of a fist-sized ball. Was it this small? She was astonished by the tiny sleeping bag. After putting it away, she checked her smartwatch. It was 7:20 in the morning, but it was still dark outside. It must be a polar night. Ki Naeun stretched and began to prepare for the day. On top of the world tree, I looked around in all directions. Thousand-mile eyes were unrestricted by obstacles, allowing everything to enter my vision. A day had already passed, and cadets were discovering their preferred method of survival. Some sold food to obtain points, some chased after monsters, and some concealed themselves and waited for unsuspecting cadets to walk by. When I found someone, a rather mischievous idea popped up in my head, a method to blow my nose without using my hand. To be more precise, it was a method to eliminate cadets who were too strong for me to deal with. I snapped off a decently sized tree branch and gave it a sharp end. Then I inscribed a coordinate and some words on it. Next, I grabbed the tree branch and threw it at him. Because he was so far away, I had to use some of Stigma's magic power. The tree branch flew like an arrow and struck the ground after lightly brushing past his face. The cadet who was walking imposingly stopped and looked at the tree branch on the ground. From where I was, I could only see his back, but I knew very well what emotion he was currently feeling. He grabbed the tree branch I shot out. After checking the words written on the side, he turned to the direction the tree branch came from. Although he couldn't possibly see me from this distance, I still dodged his gaze. Now I just had to wait. Just like that, an hour went by. I was watching the drone footages on my laptop when I suddenly noticed a change. What? Already? Under the thick darkness, Rachel was heading somewhere with Ju Yo-hoon. I quickly expanded my sight and tracked them. Their destination seemed to be a wooded cliff. At the end of the cliff were two people. One was out in the open, and the other was hiding above a tree. I didn't know who they were, but I could safely assume that they were Jins. First, I moved a drone over to them. But to my surprise, the drone's signal died when it got near. I was notified of the reason by an alert that arrived on my laptop. Ju Yo-hoon has various connections with other Jins. Made contact with Lancaster family Jins. Rachel accompanying Ju Yo-hoon also happened in the original story, but Lancaster was never a part of this exam. But now that he was involved, his goal had to be Rachel. Surprisingly, they were planning on fighting in an open area. Most likely, this was because secluded areas like caves were being used by other cadets as hideouts. Furthermore, because the area they chose belonged to that exam overseer, it was likely that no one would interfere in their plan. But still, their method was too poorly planned. They must be the bottom rung. These brainless fools were likely part of the lowest class of Jins who were blinded by their desires to make achievements and be loved by Lancaster. Since they were Jins, they had to be stronger than average cadets, but they still didn't look all that strong. However, they were still a threat with three of them working together. I took out my Desert Eagle. After transforming it to a sniper rifle, I peered into the distance. There, I could see Rachel walking with Ju Yo-hoon. Rachel likely joined Ju Yo-hoon's team temporarily to find food. In the original story, it was Kim Soo-ho who came to her rescue. I had shared my location with her to prevent this from happening, but she was a stubborn girl. Ah, maybe. Suddenly, I thought of Kim Soo-ho. To check if he was nearby, I expanded my vision a bit farther. PFD. Even in this serious situation, I couldn't help but laugh. Did the original story have an enforcing power? Kim Soo-ho was slowly walking towards Rachel. Next to him was Ki Naeun, who must have ran into him as well. With this, it was 3-on-3. Even without me having to help, Kim Soo-ho and Ki Naeun would be more than enough to save Rachel. Tusk. However, Kim Soo-ho was Kim Soo-ho, and I was Kim Hajin. I had my own methods. I attached my rifle's gunstock. I could see my targets clearly. My eyes could see further than any scope in the world. Ju Yo-hoon's team continued to offer Rachel their food. Although they offered it for free, Rachel still gave them some of her points as payment. However, she felt uneasy. She valued her combat exam grades just as much as written exam grades. Since she didn't know how many points would put her on top, she had to collect as many as possible. In the middle of her worry, Ju Yo-hoon asked her to join him for a hunt, saying that they had found a grizzly bear monster that would give 10 points. I'm a sharpshooter, so I'll support you from the back. I only need 3 points, and Rachel SSI can have the rest. No, we should split it evenly. She didn't ask why it was only the two of them going. She followed him readily. In her mind, she wouldn't lose in a one-on-one battle, even if Ju Yo-hoon betrayed her. And she knew she would gain more points if there were fewer people in the group. It was here, however. Standing on the cliff she was guided to wasn't a bear, but a man. His long hair covered half of his face, and two gauntlets ominously glowed in his hands. On the fingertips of the gauntlets were claw-like daggers. Who are you? Ju Yo-hoon put on his best act. Just in case things went awry, he was preparing an escape route. The long-haired man also played along with him, raising his gauntlet-covered hands and charging at Ju Yo-hoon. In the blink of an eye, the man cut Ju Yo-hoon's shoulder and he screamed and ran away. The man didn't chase after him. Ha! Just like that, Ju Yo-hoon disappeared. What was that? Rachel sighed as she held up her rapier. Who are you? At her question, the man made a chilling smile. The man said something, but Rachel couldn't understand him. It wasn't Korean or English. The man murmured to himself, then suddenly charged at Rachel. Oop! Rachel drew her magic power around her rapier and defended herself. Her rapier clashed with the man's gauntlets, creating hot embers that scattered out. Although the man had more magic power, Rachel could hold on thanks to his rough control. Next, the man's gauntlets struck down a few more times, which Rachel blocked with ease. Gauntlets versus rapier. The former had greater destructive power, but Rachel overwhelmed him with technique. As long as she maintained a safe distance, she felt she could come out victorious. Hot! Then, in the middle of a fierce exchange of blows, Rachel spotted an opening in the man's defense. Without missing this opportunity, Rachel took a step forward, then rushed in. With a stab, she scratched the man's ribs, then tried to jump back. However, for some indiscernible reason, she couldn't move her feet. At that moment, someone jumped down from the tree above her. It was another enemy. Rachel saw him land in front of her, then twist his sword and stab at her widely open back. Kuak! A scream rang out. Rachel didn't close her eyes as her thinking stopped momentarily. However, realizing that she was still alive, she re-examined the situation. The assassin, who just dropped down from the tree, was rolling on the ground, writhing in pain. Hey! She looked down at her sword, wondering if she had attacked subconsciously. Immediately afterward, she dropped this nonsensical thought as another attack flew towards her. However, the attack wasn't aimed at her. 5 streaks of highly powerful beams flew in, piercing through the assassin's stomach, limbs, lung, and heart. The assassin fell to the ground helplessly, then scattered into dust. What's happening? Rachel was taken aback, but she didn't have the time to think as the gauntlet-wearing man shot towards her. The man knew the weakness of long-range sniping. When the target was close to an ally, sniping became virtually impossible. Furthermore, Rachel couldn't distance herself from the man. By now, she realized that her feet were stuck to the man's shadow. It was the magic shadow tag. Although she couldn't move her feet, she still did her best to defend and counterattack. Her movements made it seem as though she was dancing in a tiny space. Her nimble, fleeting movements caused the man to become enraged. Frustrated, he tried to stomp down on the ground itself when the unidentifiable attack flew in once again. Before anyone could react, the attack dug through the minute gap between him and Rachel, then blasted his shoulder. Using this opportunity, Rachel stabbed at his flank. But before her rapier could reach him, a sword strike flew in and struck the man's shoulder. Kuak! With his shoulder cut, the man took a huge step backward, then jumped down the cliff. Who was that? 2 people ran up to Rachel, Kim Suho and Ki Naeun. They were cadets Rachel knew. Rachel, who was he? Ki Naeun asked her. Kim Suho ran to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Did he disappear? Although she couldn't fully understand the situation, she still asked the question she most wanted to know. Yes, he's gone. What's up with that polite speech? Kim Suho marked Ki Naeun's sudden use of polite speech. It must have been Ki Naeun who helped me. That attack must have been her secret technique, something like invisible arrows. Meanwhile, Rachel tried to understand what happened. Thank you. You saved. At that moment, the moonlight reflected off of something and pierced her eyes. That something was underground. It had dug into the ground, but managed to reflect a faint moonlight. Rachel slowly approached the object, then picked it up. A bullet. At that moment, Kim Suho muttered seriously. Let's move first. We don't know if that person will come back. TZZZ. Rachel examined the bullet on top of a campfire. Staring at it didn't reveal any new information, but Rachel had a person in mind. Kim Hajin. He had used a shotgun when he helped her before, and the mysterious person who saved her had done so by sniping. However, Kim Hajin was the only one she knew who used a gun. However, she couldn't think of a motive. He helped her during the midterm exam, but that was likely because he was next door. If Kim Hajin was the one who helped her again, then it would mean he helped her from far away through sniping. If that was true, she had 3 questions. First, how did he know that she was in danger? Second, if he was the one who helped her, why didn't he show himself? Third, why did he help her? So, did you decide to change to a sword? At that moment, Kim Suho's voice rang out. He was talking to Ki Naeun. Rachel turned her gaze sideways and stared at Ki Naeun's waist. Just like Kim Suho said, she had a sword by her side. Ki Naeun scratched her head as though she felt awkward. Rachel became alert. No, I just didn't want to rely on a bow only during such a big exam. So, it's a secondary weapon. Ki Naeun had brought 2 main weapons. One was a bow, and the other was a sword. Since cadets could only borrow one main weapon, she had purchased a training sword from Cube directly. Oh, rather than that. Ki Naeun clapped. Clearly, she was trying to change the subject. Rachel, we have a plan. You want to come with us? Rachel tilted her head in silence. It's like a cooperation team. You know, we can do fine even without forming teams. So we'll each take turns finding food, finding a place to sleep, and standing guard. Then we'll go off on our own to hunt and meet back up later. Rachel thought it was a good idea. After postponing her answer for a moment, she turned on her exam smartwatch. Location sharing list. Kim Hajin, Ju-Yo-hoon Kim Hajin. His location was still being shared. It's a good idea, but I'll have to decline. Rachel got up, and in response, Kim Suho blinked his eyes and asked, "Where are you going? Wouldn't it be dangerous now?" "It's fine. I'm going to meet up with someone." "Then we'll take you there." "No, I can go alone." She rejected him resolutely. Kim Suho scratched his head and nodded. "Don't be so cocky. Do you think every girl in the world loves you?" Ki Naeun used this opportunity to deal a piercing blow. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Final Exam. 4. The situation came to an end with Kim Suho's arrival, but I spent another hour looking around the surroundings before climbing down the world tree. Ugh, what a pain. I couldn't help but groan as I landed on the ground. Even though I had parkour, the tree was just too abnormally big. Shaking off the numbing feeling in my hands and legs, I checked the number of points I had. 22 points. It should be a bit below the average. Since I practically took 12 of these from Ki Naeun, the amount I gained from monsters only came to 10 points. In the original story, the first place cadet scored 130 points, so I needed to obtain another 50 points to stay in the safe range. It should be possible as long as I worked busily today and tomorrow. I turned around, thinking optimistically. But as soon as I did, my body stiffened and my hair stood on ends. I was so mind-numbingly shocked that I couldn't think of anything. In front of me was the Chameleon Troop's boss, who was disguised as Seo-jin. She approached me without making any sound and was staring at me with her black eyes. Why was she here? Cold sweat ran down my back, and my survival instincts began to roar. I forced myself to calm down. She should be here to observe, not fight. What's the matter? But contrary to my expectations, she took out her sword and pointed it at me. Silently and with unshaken eyes, she stood there. A chilling light flashed from her sword blade. My thoughts ceased. I didn't know why, but she was undoubtedly picking a fight with me. But whether it be close-ranged or long-ranged combat, there was no way I could beat this woman. I would die instantly or be beaten painfully until I die. "You know what?" She spoke with a tranquil voice. Just like she said, cadets were currently enemies. However, this woman was simply too powerful to be an enemy. It was the same reason that insects couldn't call humans their enemies. To them, humans were predators. But in this life-or-death situation, I found a glimpse of hope. In this exam, cadets didn't fight each other to kill. What was important was to take the other side's exam smartwatch. Even if you subdued someone, if you didn't take that cadet's smartwatch, it wasn't your victory. Additionally, if you subdued someone but had your smartwatch taken, it was your loss. Currently, the smartwatch around her left wrist was loose. It could be that she equipped it loosely to begin with, or that it was unable to withstand her unleashing of magic power and became loose, or that I was simply lucky. Regardless of the reason, this was the only way I could escape this situation. From my sleeve, I began to weave ether to be thin, thinner than a spider thread. Then I controlled the thread so that she couldn't see it. Like a worm trying to dodge a preying hawk's eyes, it slowly squirmed towards her left wrist. Currently, her focus was entirely on me. Just meeting her deep eyes seemed to strangle me, but I continued to stare into her eyes. That's how I bought time. Eventually, the ether thread reached her left wrist, then took off her smartwatch without her noticing. At that moment, she opened her mouth. "Your weapon, take it out." "Weapon?" When I asked, she gave a simple nod. Meanwhile, the ether thread was traveling to her wrist, hovering only a centimeter above the ground, as Boss close proximity to me made the ground her blind spot. When the smartwatch came close enough, I yanked it into my hand. Phew, was it because of my luck, or was it Boss' clumsiness? In any case, I succeeded. I breathed a sigh of relief. Next, I reached into my pocket, pretending to take out my weapon, but brought my hand up holding Boss' smartwatch. "You're surrendering." When she saw the smartwatch, she gave a disappointed look. As I thought, she really didn't notice. Because her skin was an added layer from Jane's gift, it didn't have the same level of sensitivity as her normal body. Not to mention, she hadn't released any of her seals yet. "Does this look like it's mine?" I asked as leisurely as I could, and Boss immediately furrowed her brows. I pointed at her wrist with my eyes. She tilted her head in doubt, then slowly turned her head down to her left wrist. "Hey!" Her eyes widened. She rotated her wrist around, confirming that her watch was gone. "You know you're out the moment I crush this, right?" I spoke as calmly as I possibly could. Boss still seemed to so be in shock that she didn't notice as she was in a daze. She was only staring at her wrist as though she had lost her country. This can't be. Would that reaction get me about 50 SB? I feigned a carefree smile before gently grabbing her wrist and putting her smartwatch back on. What are you?" She acted even more flustered than when I stole her watch, but I continued to put the watch around her wrist. Still maintaining my smile, I bluffed. "I'll let you go this one time, okay?" "Let me go." Meanwhile, her sword was still aimed at my neck. But because I could feel that it had lost its edge, I ignored the sword and turned back. Where are you going?" Boss tried to hold me back. I, of course, ignored her and continued forward. I focused on my legs more than ever before in my entire life. Just by meeting her eyes for a bit, my entire body felt numb. After Kim Hajin left, Boss stared at the smartwatch on her left wrist. Even now, she couldn't understand how Kim Hajin managed to steal it. Her plan was to confirm Kim Hajin's ability, but she was only left with greater shock. Even though half of her sense of touch was gone because of Jane's gift, she never expected to suffer such humiliation to a 17-year-old cadet. She pondered, when did he snatch it? When we first met? When we were staring at each other? No, neither can be right at the very least. Kim Hajin never moved his body. His magic power didn't show any sign of movement either. Boss turned her gaze to her right wrist, on which a four-leaf clover was tattooed. This was a seal release spell. Each of the clover's 4 leaves sealed a portion of her true strength. Staring at the completely sealed clover leaves, Boss wondered if she should have had one of them released. "Ha!" In the end, she asked for help from an eyewitness. "Jane, did you see?" See what?" But the reply she got after a short delay wasn't what she expected. Jane sounded like she didn't know the current situation. Boss' face immediately contorted with a frown. Sorry. I got distracted for a moment. But it's not my fault. Droon kept pestering me to buy him Legos. So what's up?" Boss immediately continued her thought. "Kim Hajin stole my watch in that short amount of time. Even though my power is sealed, his dexterity and craftiness are beyond the level of a cadet. Tell me, what happened?" "I'll tell you later." "No, tell me now, you're making me curious." "Arg, it's all because of that brat Droon, Boss." Boss ended their contact cold-heartedly. With the previous incident, she became certain of Kim Hajin's potential. Now, she just had to confirm Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak's. At that moment, her smartwatch rang. "Ijin SSI, where are you? Hurry up. Didn't I tell you to come back by the half-hour mark?" "Ko Inus." Boss stared at the message with emotionless eyes. She thought, "You Yonha. Why did this girl keep ordering me around?" After successfully escaping from Boss, I found a camping spot. It was just as good as the other one. But in truth, I had stopped at the first area near a river because I didn't have any strength in my legs. I thanked my luck once again. After opening up my tent and the foldable table and chair, I sat down and placed my bullets on the table. 14 bullets for the sniper rifle and 20 for the shotgun. These were all modified from normal bullets using SB. Although they greatly boosted my strength, each of them cost about 7 SB, so I couldn't easily waste them. I should have at least 20 of each type. If I ran out of bullets during battle, that would be a disaster. I opened my laptop. Current SB 1214. I currently had 1214 SB. To create a decent gift, I needed about 2000, but because I kept using them to create bullets, my distance to the goal kept increasing. But still, that was better than someone dying. I restocked my sniper bullets and took out my portable grill. I was hungry from using parkour so much. Today's lunch was braised chicken. It was also too dark to be lunchtime. Without my 1,000-mile eyes, I could barely see what was in front of me. From my magical pouch, I took out a frozen chicken. If you can wield magic power, add some to increase the chicken's flavor. After placing the frozen chicken on my frying pan, I imbued magic power like the instruction said. I didn't know the specifics, but the chicken suddenly became fresh. When I was thinking, I should be able to eat it now. PSSSS, PSSSS. A faint sound rang out from the tall grass nearby. I quickly pulled out my gun and aimed it at the direction of the sound. At the same time, I saw through the grass with my eyes, and upon finding out who it was, I put down my gun and grinned. Soon, the ruffling noise became footsteps. The person who walked out of the tall grass was Rachel. Rachel SSI. I acted surprised. There was a leaf sticking out of her hair. It must have fallen on her while she was walking through the forest, but it seemed she didn't notice. Rachel looked around silently. She seemed shocked at the high-tech tent and grill as her mouth was half open. Other than being silent, her reaction was no different than Ki Nayan's. I like to prepare thoroughly. When I said so with a cool smile, Rachel finally snapped out of her daze. She then stared at the grill, where a chicken sat, emitting a tantalizing smell. Would you like to join me for lunch? Can I? I'll take 4 points to be fair. I opened another foldable chair. Rachel sat down with slight hesitation. I took out a plate, then placed half of the chicken on it. Lunch then began. Rachel must have been hungry as she finished the chicken silently in just 10 minutes. Even following her eating pace was difficult. The chicken disappeared seemingly in the blink of an eye, and I began to clean up the dishes when Rachel asked, what have you been doing until now? Yes, I tilted my head. Seeing as how she came all the way here, she must have realized I helped her. Was she feeling me out? Well, I was just running around, trying to get points. I pretended to be ignorant, mostly because it would have been too embarrassing to say, I'm the one who saved you. Rachel scrutinized me with a strange expression, but didn't ask further questions. But she seemed to be thinking about something as she began to stare at the campfire I set up. I thought she'd keep asking. I was planning on telling her when she asked me for the third time, "Oh, did you get hurt?" Then I suddenly discovered a fairly deep wound near her collarbone. It seemed she got it from her previous fight with the Jins. Yes. Something happened. At that moment, Evandel's seed, which I had placed inside my pocket, suddenly popped out. The seed bounced towards Rachel, then jumped on her collarbone. Rachel shrieked at the unexpected ambush. What? You see. I shot up, just as surprised as she was. What is this? Rachel tried to pull the seed off of her, but the seed cleverly jumped inside her clothes, specifically towards her armpit area. I froze as I could no longer do anything about it. You see, it's my pet almond, not almond, pet seed. While I was making excuses, Rachel put her hand into her clothes. I quickly turned around. Next, a splattering resumed. After a bit of a fierce struggle, the situation seemed to have been dealt with as Rachel's deep sigh rang out. I slowly turned around. Rachel was tidying her clothes with a flushed face. I dropped my head first and foremost. I didn't think the seed would do that. I'm sorry. Rachel looked back and forth between me and the seed, then spoke. A pet seed? Yes. Yes. It sounded just as stupid in my head as it probably did in hers, but since this world was full of mysterious things, I hoped she would buy it. In truth, I didn't have a better excuse to give. Rachel let out another sigh, then handed me the seed. I think it'll be calmer if you raise it by planting it in the ground. All right. I took the seed and trapped it in a container. Chapter 63, Chapter 63. Final exam, 5, after lunch. When the awkward atmosphere caused by Evandel's seed died down, Rachel offered me to team up. She brought up the task cooperation team that she formed with Kim Soo and Ki Nayan in the original story. I couldn't help but smile. You're saying the same thing as Ki Nayan. Did Ki Nayan make the same offer before me? No, it's not that. Anyways, I like the idea. I didn't see a reason to refuse. After all, it was Rachel. But when I accepted, Rachel made a worried face as though she had something on her mind. Oh, right. There's someone I formed something like a team with. Who? Because I was watching her from the beginning, I already knew who she was talking about. Have you heard of Ju Yo-hoon? I replied confidently. Don't mind him. I didn't explain things to her in detail, but I had already taken care of him. To be precise, I gave him to an even stronger psycho. Yes, don't worry about it. Just team up with me. I made a meaningful smile. No matter how powerful jinns who contracted with devils were, there were cadets they couldn't touch due to a few reasons, and Shin Janghak was most certainly one of such cadets. After offering Rachel to Lancaster's jinns, Ju Yo-hoon hunted monsters to rack up points before returning to his base. However, the base he returned to wasn't the base he knew. What should have been a cozy abode emanating the smell of wild boar and deer was now the complete scene of a disaster. The grass hut he built was collapsed, and the blood and flesh of animals littered the ground. For a moment, he was worried he came to the wrong place. What? However, a man was sitting arrogantly and proudly in the center of the mess, as if to pronounce to the world that he was the culprit behind this chaos. Just like an emperor sitting on his throne, he was fiddling with the exam smartwatches he had stolen. Ju Yo-hoon stared at the man blankly. "You're here." The man was the first to speak. His deep voice resounded imposingly. He placed the smartwatches to the side, then threw a tree branch at Ju Yo-hoon. Like an arrow, the tree branch shot past Ju Yo-hoon's face and dug into a tree behind him. Ju Yo-hoon swallowed hard. He knew very well how dangerous this man was. With a trembling voice, he called the man's name. Shin Jang-hak. Ju Yo-hoon had a relationship with Shin Jang-hak since the Agent Military Academy, a bad relationship. Part of the reason he contracted a devil was Shin Jang-hak. However, Ju Yo-hoon couldn't do anything about the current situation. Not only was he unconfident in winning in a one-on-one battle, he could see some of the strongest cadets standing behind Shin Jang-hak. The newest star in martial arts, Kim Horak, the wave-breaker swordsman, Jin Hanjin, archer Oh Ji-hoon, looks like the trash can talk. Shin Jang-hak sneered as he held up his spear. Then his expression contorted to a fearsome frown. If you got held back, you should have stayed in the trash can where you belong. Why try to overstep your position? Ju Yo-hoon couldn't understand what was happening. He glanced at the tree branch Shin Jang-hak threw at him. Written on its side was a coordinate of his group's base and a provocative sentence. Ju Yo-hoon clicked his tongue. "I'm not the one who sent this. It's someone else. I know." "What?" Shin Jang-hak cut him off. He wasn't stupid. He had already come to the conclusion that someone with a grudge against Ju Yo-hoon had sent the tree branch to him. However, what displeased Shin Jang-hak was that he was being bothered because a trash did something to earn someone's grudge. "I don't care." As though those words were a command or a sign, his lackeys slowly approached Ju Yo-hoon. "I just don't like trash like you. Damn snakes who only know how to flicker their tongues in the shadows." Shin Jang-hak held up his spear. 5 versus 1. Ju Yo-hoon didn't have a choice. He quickly turned around and began to run. Shin Jang-hak immediately sent his spear flying. On a high ground, slightly north of the center of the island, stood the Overseer Tower, the place where exam overseers and eliminated cadets rested. In this exam, overseers not only examined cadets' abilities, but also their characters. The rule that cadets could fight other cadets was necessary, since Jins were the main enemies of heroes. But cadets would be penalized if they stole points in an inhumane way. On the other hand, YunSeo-jin, who was participating in the exam as an overseer, was currently looking out of the Overseer Tower's window. "Are 8 drones not enough? You're looking out the window too." Then a Latino man named Viri approached her. "Who are you thinking about?" He looked like he would speak Spanish, but his sweet Korean accent showed that he lived in Korea for a long time. YunSeo-jin glanced at Viri, then spoke. "Kim Hajin." "Who's that? Weren't you a fan of Kim Soo-ho?" YunSeo-jin smiled. Kim Soo-ho was, of course, her #1 priority. This was an unquestionable fact, and up until now, YunSeo-jin had only watched Kim Soo-ho. She had even revealed herself to him to let him know that she was watching. However, information that everyone knew couldn't be called information. For now, she planned to focus on finding hidden talents. "I received an interesting piece of information." "Information? What is it?" "How can I tell you? It's top secret." The Korean peninsula was a tiny piece of land, but numerous guilds were concentrated in it. To survive, not fall behind, and surpass other guilds, a fierce battle of information and politics went on between them. The same matter applied to a guild's internal affairs, especially to a guild like Essence of the Strait, with divided factions. Using this power struggle inside Essence of the Strait, YunSeo-jin managed to steal an interesting piece of information. "That makes me more curious. Can't you just tell me? We're in the same guild after all. Who can trust your big mouth?" 2 days, YunSeo-jin obtained a top-secret document called Yu-Yonha Report. In this report, Yu-Yonha evaluated Kim Hajin higher than Kim Soo-ho. Of course, if a normal person said something like that, he would be treated as a madman. However, the writer of this report was special. Yu-Yonha. Although she was young, she was more clever than a fox, and she was one of the closest people to Kim Hajin. While she might be inexperienced, she wouldn't have submitted such a report without thorough research. So, are you going to go check him out? I will later when I have time. Of course, it could be that this information was fake. However, YunSeo-jin had already discovered something strange about Kim Hajin, the magic power of light. Kim Hajin had already awakened the magic power of light. For a cadet like that, she was willing to risk her time. So, what are you going to do? Viri asked. YunSeo-jin pointed at the name tag on her chest. Rank 307 YunSeo-jin. This rank wasn't the cadet rank, but the world rank. Even this rank didn't take into account her accomplishments from last year, so once the updated ranking came in on July, she predicted it would be about 50 ranks higher. This is worth 200 points, right? You're going to use that as bait. I doubt anyone will fall for it. They'll just run. Really? Then I guess I'll just have to hide and watch. YunSeo-jin smirked without denying the matter. Because of the darkness blanketing the island, it was hard to tell whether it was day or night. Rachel, who volunteered to be the night watch, glanced at the huge tent next to her. She couldn't see inside of it, but this also meant she wasn't visible to whoever was inside. She rummaged through her pocket and took out a bullet. Under the thick darkness, the tiny platinum bullet sparkled from the moonlight. She still couldn't believe that such a tiny thing protected her. Placing the bullet in her pocket, she fell into thought. She was convinced that it was Kim Hajin who saved her. After all, he was the only cadet who used a gun. The question she had was why he denied it, and how he knew that she was in trouble. Was it because of the cold wind, or was it because of the pale moonlight? Rachel ended up recalling a memory from a long time ago. The image of a man smiling gently surfaced in her head. This wasn't in Korea, but in England. No matter what happens, I will protect you, princess. Of course, I'm sure there are many more who wish to protect you. However, the man returned to her as the most fearsome assassin. Lancaster. Every time she thought about him, a part of her heart trembled as though it was freezing. Today's ambush was likely his doing as well. Distressed, Rachel buried her face between her knees. Should I have died with them back then? Sorrowful emotions resurfaced in her heart. I woke up on my tent's bed. There was no sunlight shining through. The outside was just as dark as before I went to bed. Was it going to be dark for all 5 days? I yawned as I left the tent. Rachel, who volunteered to be the night watch, was sitting modestly by the table, waiting for morning. Was it because I was half asleep? She looked like an elf. For a moment I stared at her in a daze. Rachel tilted her head as if she found my gaze strange, then spoke. What's today's menu? At those words, I snapped back to reality. What was I thinking about a character I created? Let me wash my face first. I trudged to the river, then washed my face. Next, I dried my face with a towel and walked back. I had overprepared for the exam, so I was overflowing with food. Since we had to hunt monsters today, I went with beef. To make sure Rachel was fine with it, I turned towards her. But before I could open my mouth to ask her what she thought, I saw her staring at me fixedly and was taken aback. No, to be exact, she was staring at my magic pouch, which contained the food. It seemed she really was hungry. How's the beef? Great, she replied instantly. I took out 2 pieces of sirloin steak I had marinated beforehand. After heating up the pan, I placed the 2 thick pieces on it. As I said before, my aunt used to own a barbecue place. I lived by myself for 4 years, and although it wasn't something to brag about, I worked as a cook in the army. In other words, I was quite an experienced cook. After adding sliced onions and paprika to the pan, I added a special sauce, which immediately emanated a delicious fragrance. Perfect. I plated the steak, then gave it to Rachel. Rachel stared at the steak with her eyes sparkling. Would you like some rice as well? Rachel smiled brightly and nodded. I took her plate and put some rice on it before giving it back to her. After taking the plate, she waited patiently with a knife and fork in each hand. It seemed she wanted me to eat first. I'm eating. The meal began after I cut a piece of the steak off. Perhaps because of the circumstance, it tasted especially good. Not only was it juicy, it practically melted when it entered my mouth. I bought the steak out of curiosity because the packaging said, Grade -1 magic power beef raised in highly dense mana environment. But it seemed I made the right choice. It was worth its high price. Our breakfast ended in 10 minutes, just like before. After drinking some water to rinse my mouth, I checked my exam smartwatch. What's this? For some reason, I had 4 more points than yesterday. A monster came while I was on watch. I know I said we should separate tasks and take points from monsters for ourselves. I thought I should split what I got while you were sleeping. Ah, thank you. Thanks to her, I obtained more free points. Then let's split up now. We should go hunting. I spoke as I got up. Rachel followed suit. The third day of the exam went smoothly. Even without the desert eagle, I could hunt monsters to some degree, thanks to my gift's increased grade in ether. Ether adhered to the training handgun without being found out and strengthened its power. Of course, even with that, I had to avoid monsters above low intermediate rank grade 6. In any case, I walked along the forest and hunted comfortably. Just like always, I shot from a distance outside of danger. A lake. Then I discovered a dimly lit lake. Places like this were gold mines. There should be alligator monsters in it, which should give bonus points as they were ambush monsters. It was easy for me to lure them out. I just had to shine a light bright enough to blanket the entire lake, and I happened to learn how to do so not too long ago, though strictly speaking, I couldn't say I learned it. Light sphere. It was the magic Yuna said no one else could perform. With Stigma's magic power, I created a sphere of light radiating brilliantly. The white clump of light floated up, lighting up the surroundings. As soon as I sent the light sphere above the lake, I felt a faint movement behind me. "Who is it?" I yelled loudly, and then the presence disappeared. Whoever it was, they must have been quite skilled to escape my eyes all this time. But now that I noticed, there was no way to avoid my eyes. I peered through the tall grass, my sight expanding far beyond the level of humans. Then I caught sight of a person. It was Ki Nayan. She slowly backed off, then came to a stop. It seemed she planned to resume tailing me once the situation died down. Tang! I shot a bullet at the ground in front of her feet. Ki Nayan's short scream rang out in the forest. Chapter 64. The alligator's mouth opened wide, and I blasted bullets into it. Wada dada. I emptied an entire maga. Hick. Soon after a short scream, Ki Nayan jumped out of the tall grass. With a sour expression, she slowly approached me. "Why were you following me?" I asked with my gun still pointing at her. "Don't misunderstand. I wasn't following you." Ki Nayan spoke as she scratched her face. "Then what?" "See, I'm right." I put my finger closer to the trigger. Ki Nayan started slightly. "Well, before that, how did you do that just now?" Without being intimidated, she asked about the light sphere I just created. "I see, so my gun wasn't threatening enough. Tell me why you were following me first." Ki Nayan furrowed her brows, then finally answered. "I wasn't following you, I was following Seungar Unni." "Ha!" I tilted my head. "Why did Seungar's name pop out now?" "Seungar. The same Seungar that I know." "Yeah, but you should really address her more politely." I turned around, pretending to fall into thought while taking out the laptop and checking the drone footage. There were 4 drones in this area. From one, I could see Seungar sitting on a tree like a cat, looking down at us. Seungar. Hey, can you stop addressing her with just her name? I knew that she was here as an overseer and knew who she would be observing. The first 2 days should be Kim Suho, then the third and fourth day should be other potential talents. If things went according to the original story, she should be watching Jaden by now. Could it be that I was on her list of potential talents? "Hey, now tell me how you made that light sphere." "Yeah, I'm the one who made it. Anyways, since you're here, let's hunt these together." "No, I know you made it. I'm asking how." Ki Nayan couldn't continue her sentence. Like squids lured to the surface by light, alligator monsters began to emerge from the lake's depths. Wizard alligators, low intermediate rank grade 5-7 monsters. These strange alligators with blue skin had the ability to condense magic power in their mouth and shoot it out. This attack was threatening when used in an ambush underwater, but after surfacing like they did now, their danger level was halved. I pointed at the alligators and made an offer. Half-half. Wizard alligators had tough skin, so it would be difficult for me to kill them with a training handgun. I originally planned to use my Desert Eagle, but I couldn't now that an overseer was observing me. "First, tell me how you did." "Ah, damn it." At that moment, an alligator fired a maniball at Ki Nayan. I was satisfied. My luck even helped me with such trivial matters. Seungar looked down on the ground from a tree. I was almost discovered. When Kim Hajin created a light sphere, Seungar was shaken up. If it wasn't for Ki Nayan, she would have been found out. Of course, light sphere was a magic most heroes could easily use. But the intensity of the light and the time it was being used were problems. Condensing magic power externally, then maintain it, though it sounded easy. It was a fairly difficult technique that even YunSeo-jin only mastered on the second term of her first year. I knew that kid wouldn't write a baseless report. Seeing that Kim Hajin had created a light sphere of such scale so effortlessly, YunSeo-jin smiled in satisfaction. Kim Hajin. I'll have to add a star above his name. The alligator's mouth opened wide, and I blasted bullets into it. Wada dada. I emptied an entire magazine, a total of 20 bullets in 1 second, an incredible speed. The alligator writhed in pain. However, the injury wasn't fatal. My attack wasn't meant to kill, only injure. The real attack came next. A flash of magic power drawing a line. A terrifying magic power towering above a sword blade severed the alligator's mouth. With its body and mouth separated, the alligator slumped down helplessly. That was Ki Naeun's sword strike. No alligator could withstand over a single sword strike from her. It was quite literally cutting in two with one stroke of the sword one, a truly awe-inspiring power. Did you start using a sword? Ki Naeun put away her sword silently. At the same time, her hands were trembling noticeably. Seeing this, I closed my mouth. Currently, the unpleasant sensation of cutting through flesh should remain on her hands. I didn't know what that felt like. Not knowing it made me afraid of it more. Since there's four, we'll each scan two. I'll take this one and that one. I scanned two alligators with the exam smartwatch. Out of conscience, I chose the two smaller ones. Ki Naeun then scanned the two alligators, and then the hunt ended. Now there was no reason for us to be together. Since we're done here, you should go. You really don't want to tell me, huh? Is it so hard to tell me how you made that light sphere? Ki Naeun pouted and grumbled. With a small smile, I answered her. You'll get hurt if you find out. What? Ki Naeun frowned. That was the truth. If I wanted to explain Stigma's magic power, I had to explain that this world was a world within a novel. What nonsense is that? Just go. I came here first, so you go that way. I pointed to a direction, then started walking the other way. Ki Naeun seemed to glare at my back, then finally began to walk, no, stomp away. After splitting up from Ki Naeun, I moved busily. Using the 1,000-mile eyes fully, I searched for low-intermediate rank grade 7-9 monsters, then killed them. Wolf, deer, octopus. In just 2 hours, I obtained 15 points. And now, I stopped, feeling a presence from the tall grass behind me. It wasn't that I noticed her presence. The person who was tailing me this entire time revealed her presence on purpose. It seemed she finally wanted to show herself. She must have finished observing me. I patiently waited. Soon, she flew through the trees like a butterfly, then landed about 50 meters in front of me. Hello, YunSeo-jin spoke with a bright smile. This is the first time since you turned me down, right? As a greeting, she brought up what happened at our last meeting. I had cold-heartedly rejected her business card. Right, but what is it so suddenly? Ah, I'm sorry. It really is a bit sudden, isn't it? YunSeo-jin nodded in understanding, then continued. You see, I've been going around to different cadets, giving them a special event. To also test their skill. What? Event? Yes. YunSeo-jin pointed at the name tag on her chest. Would you like to try taking it? Yes. Although she might not have meant it, her words and the positioning of her finger was perfect for bringing up a misunderstanding. Unaware of my thoughts, YunSeo-jin continued. The event is simple. I'll stay here only using my left hand. If you can make me move even a single step, or if you land an attack other than on my left hand, I'll give you this name tag. Name tag? Yes, I'll bet my guild on this promise. If she was betting her guild, that was more of a vow than a promise. Thus, I rubbed my chin and pondered. That name tag was worth 200 points, and that should undoubtedly place me in the first place. In that case, what could I gain from getting first place on the final exam? First, I would gain quite a bit of SB, as guilds and jins would take notice of me. Furthermore, Kim Suho, who was supposed to get the first place, might be encouraged to try harder. No, 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 no. I was forgetting the most important thing, and that was how to take YunSeo-jin's name tag in the first place. I'll stay here. Make your decision. You can challenge me, or you can turn back. YunSeo-jin added as though she read my thoughts. It's quite an unexpected event. As I said that, I fired at her without warning. But YunSeo-jin instantly struck down the bullets, using just her left hand as she promised. It almost looked like the bullets were plastic straws. That was pretty prickly, far more powerful than what a training handgun should be capable of. Looks like your gift really is related to guns. In that previous exchange, YunSeo-jin didn't coat her hand with magic power. Right, she had struck down the bullets purely with her physical ability. Most likely, she wanted to confirm the bullet's power. For the record, the reason the bullets were stronger wasn't my gift, but because of the invisible ether. By adhering to the training handgun, ether had strengthened its power. Try more. At Yun Seung-ar's words, I pulled the trigger 10 more times. 10 bullets flew at her almost simultaneously at different parts of her body. However, Yun Seung-ar struck them all down without moving a single step. She didn't use her magic power either. That was fast. I thought they were coming at me simultaneously. YunSeo-jin muttered leisurely. This. I might actually have a chance. The handicap she put on herself was that critical. Since I also had 2 knives, perhaps I could try a feint. With that in mind, I took out the 2 knives hanging by my waist, then stuck Stigma's magic power around their handles. Oh, right. You used a sword before you switched to a gun. Using a gun and sword at the same time, that's smart. Bothered by her commentary, I threw the knives at her, one towards her chest and the other towards her face. Then I fired. 2 knives and 20 bullets. I wondered how YunSeo-jin would deal with it. Clang! YunSeo-jin first struck down the 2 knives, then took the bullets with her body by mitigating the bullets' impact. At that moment, however, the 2 knives sprung back up. Hurriedly repositioning themselves after being flung away, the knives flew towards her heels. She said she would only use her left hand, and her heels were too far for her hands to reach. However, to my astonishment, she released magic power with her left hand and completely shattered the knives. Wow! My attack ended in vain. However, Yun Seung-ar's expression was that of excitement. Interesting. You used magic power to change the knive's trajectory. What technique is that? You're like an onion, Hajin SSI. I ignored the last bit of compliment and scratched my neck. There was nothing I could do. Unless a lightning bolt or a meteor suddenly fell on Yun Seung-ar, this event was impossible to accomplish. Even luck couldn't cover an absurd difference in skill. I put my gun back in my holster, but Yun Seung-ar seemed to have misunderstood my intention as the magic power on her left hand became even sharper. What mysterious technique are you trying to show this time? With her hand blade held out, she smiled. Yun Seung-ar was still hungry, still unsatisfied. Her desire to collect talent was truly admirable. However, I planned to mercilessly betray her hopes. After collecting the shattered remains of my knives, I turned back without regret. Then I began to walk back the way I came from. Once I took about 5 steps, Yun Seung-ar's dazed voice rang out. "Hello." I continued to walk away, and then she took a step forward. "Where are you going?" At that moment, I turned around. "You said you'd only use your left hand." "Hey," I pointed at her right foot, then spoke, "but you just used your right foot." Immediately, Yun Seung-ar's face became frozen cold. "I'm kidding, ha ha ha." I chuckled and turned back. In truth, I was only half joking and planned to argue with her, but because Yun Seung-ar's eyes were too glaringly intimidating, I just gave up. Let's just go back to the tent and eat with Rachel. The 4th day. Rachel SSI, stay with me for today. During breakfast, I told Rachel. Rachel tilted her head in the middle of eating. The test will end soon. Today was that day. It was something she should have naturally faced with Kim Suho, but because Rachel was teamed up with me, I had to bring her there. This was a very important event, as this was where Rachel would obtain a clue to her enlightenment. Everyone's pretty crazed. It'll be too dangerous alone. In reality, today was the last day as the exam would end at 9 a.m. tomorrow. "You have to protect me, Rachel SSI, I spoke again. Rachel was about to nod when she suddenly paused, then tilted her head again. "Yes, you didn't hear wrong." I grinned and got up. Butterfly seedling. It was dangerous for me to even get near it. If I accidentally let its root touch me, although I wouldn't instantly die thanks to ether, I would undoubtedly lose 1 or 2 organs. "I need you to protect me." 1. A proverb that usually means being extremely decisive, but used in the literal sense here. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Hatching. 1. The butterfly seedling was an elemental type monster. After slowly growing strength in the world tree's roots, it would pop out today and cause a mess. I didn't write a detailed reason, but if over 1,000 people suddenly barged into my home, I would be mad as well. In the original story, Kim Suho, Ki Nayan and Rachel cooperated to kill the butterfly seedling, which would then leave two presents. It would give Rachel a hint for her enlightenment, and the butterfly seedling dust for Kim Suho. Come here. I glanced behind me constantly, worried that Rachel might run away. Because we were walking around the world tree, we only managed to kill 4 monsters. Split between the two of us, we only received 6 points each. I wouldn't blame her if she made me faint and took my points. Rachel followed me with an unhappy face. I tried to find as many monsters as possible, but there really weren't many around. I looked at the time. 1:13 p.m. The problem was that I couldn't remember when exactly the butterfly seedling appeared. Do I have to keep walking around the world tree until it appears? I think monsters will be on the outskirts of the island. In the end, Rachel opened her mouth. She was right. All the cadets were near the outskirts as well. No, I don't think so. But I rejected her notion. Rachel pouted and I continued to walk. Soon, I found Rachel trying to escape to the side path. Where are you going? Just checking if there's anything nearby. After making a dry excuse, she began to follow me again. Then, after 30 minutes of wandering around the world tree, Wuong, I finally felt an unusual vibration, similar to an earthquake. I looked towards the direction of the epicenter. From the world tree's giant root, a seedling resembling a butterfly emerged. Ki Naeun and Kim Suho were also nearby. Follow me. Making a serious face, I guided Rachel. Kim Suho was walking through the forest with Ki Naeun. There wasn't a big reason behind it, just that Ki Naeun kept getting lost. Hey, what do you think about Kim Hajin? The forest was still dark. When they were bored, unable to find any monster, Ki Naeun suddenly asked Kim Suho. Kim Hajin? Kim Suho tilted his head as he stared at Ki Naeun. Why? Is he on your mind? No, just that. Don't you think he's hiding many secrets? The light sphere, archery duel, and what happened in Paris. Ki Naeun thought there was more to Kim Hajin than meets the eye. I guess you're right. Kim Suho gave a somewhat meaningful reply. What is that reaction? What? You said he is hiding secrets, and I answered. Kim Suho gave an evasive answer with a smile. In truth, he was half sure that Kim Hajin liked Ki Naeun. The conversation he had with him in Paris was definite proof. So what is he hiding? I've been thinking about her for far longer than you, and I've been watching over her all this time. So I know far more about her than you. How much did someone need to like someone else to say something like that? Kim Suho didn't know because he didn't have such a person. Hey, tell me. Why ask me? You should find out for yourself. With a blooming smile, Kim Suho teased Ki Naeun. You! At that moment, Woong, an unusual vibration rang out. Kim Suho and Ki Naeun stared at each other. Without having to exchange any words, they both began to run to the source of the vibration. The epicenter was an open field under the world tree. When they arrived, they saw a strange butterfly flying around. What's that? It looked like a butterfly. It had wings that flapped, and more importantly, it was flying. However, its appearance was far from a butterfly. Its wings were weaved with tree roots, and leaves grew on its face and body. Rather than a living creature, it looked like it was created by a craftsman. It's an elemental monster. Kim Suho was quick to notice. A spiritual existence that absorbed the world tree's vitality to form a body. Kim Suho held up his sword, while Ki Naeun pondered whether she should use her sword or bow. Is it strong? Looks like it. In the end, Ki Naeun chose the sword. Then the butterfly seedling moved. Its chilling eyes peered down at them, causing Kim Suho and Ki Naeun to flinch. It looks super strong. Suddenly, Kuung, a large tendril-like root tore through the ground and shot up. Then several roots followed until the number reached a dozen. Spread out in all directions, they wriggled threateningly, then struck down at Ki Naeun and Kim Suho. The two of them jumped back, dodging the roots. Coon, 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 the roots endlessly shot down. Hey, I think we need to cut them off, Ki Naeun shouted as she dodged, and Kim Suho nodded. The two of them swung their sword against the flying roots. Kim Suho's blade easily severed a root. But the problem was Ki Naeun. Not only were the giant roots harder than gold, they each carried magic power that strengthened them. For the current Ki Naeun, they were difficult opponents. When Ki Naeun was struggling, a streak of red shot through the darkness, striking the root Ki Naeun was fighting. It was a bullet. There was no physical damage, but fire ignited from the point of contact, burning up the root's surface. Then Ki Naeun swung her sword at the weakened root, easily cutting it apart. Next, A crescent moon-shaped sword chi flew at the butterfly seedling's main body, and the butterfly seedling barely dodged it by lowering its flight height. Ki Neon turned to the direction of the two attacks. The strange combination of an average-looking man and a princess out of a fairy tale was Kim Hajin and Rachel. Kung! Soon, more roots shot up from the ground near them. Kim Hajin quickly ran outside their range, while Rachel gracefully dodged the attacking roots. "When did you guys come?" "Attack the main body," Kim Hajin shouted, hiding behind a bush. "What? The main body, not the roots. Use your bow for today. What are you doing hiding back there?" A root struck down again, whereupon Ki Neon shouted as she hurriedly blocked them with her sword. "Hey, support me like before." However, it was Rachel, not Kim Hajin, who sent a blade of wind in support, striking the root and making it fall back. Ki Neon then made her sword surge with magic power, striking down at the root. With an honest diagonal slash, the root split in half. Oh ho! Ki Neon liked the sensation she got, especially when compared to cutting down a living creature. With this, she felt she could do better. She tightened her grip. Magic power surged on her blade, extending the blade to 4 meters. Then, Ki Neon swung the longsword of magic power with full strength. Ugh! Ki Neon was going wild with her sword when a bow was more suited for the situation. Without a choice, I fired my gun, hoping to at least slow down the butterfly seedling's movements. In a single instant, 20 bullets, an entire magazine, shot out. Each time the bullet hit, a part of the butterfly seedling's wings tore off. Although my attacks weren't powerful enough to detach the wings, the butterfly seedling seemingly didn't like it. A root shot up from its back, which swept through the surface of the ground and shot towards me. I couldn't close my eyes, its movement clearly entering my eyes. Then, the viciously flying root was stopped right in front of me. A single sword had blocked its advance. The bearer of the sword was Rachel, who appeared like a hero. Rachel looked back at me silently. I immediately jumped back to a distance out of reach of the root. At the same time, more roots began to pop up. Although Rachel managed to dodge them with her nimble movements, the roots eventually multiplied until Rachel was completely surrounded. Eventually, a root struck Rachel's stomach, sending her flying like a toy hit by a baseball bat. Rachel crashed into a tree some distance away, then fell down. She coughed up blood. I watched the scene play out objectively and note that it wasn't a fatal blow thanks to her chi reinforcement. Still, she wasn't in a good state. Tong. When I was wondering whether I should take out the desert eagle, Evandel's seed jumped out of my pocket. Then it bounced towards Rachel like a hopping rabbit, then adhered to her wounded stomach. Because Rachel was writhing in pain, she didn't notice the seed. I reluctantly let the seed be. Now wasn't the time to scold it. That damned butterfly. I glared at the butterfly seedling flying about in the distance. If I could just break those wings, Kim Suho should be able to handle the rest. But I couldn't just take out my desert eagle. I had no other choice. I took in a deep breath, then imbued Stigma's magic power into the training gun's magazine, refining the bullets with fire attribute magic power. I could only refine 3 bullets, and this was with the training gun, not the desert eagle. Were 3 bullets enough? That was a worry I could think about after I fired. Carefully aiming at the butterfly seedling, I pulled the trigger. A bullet flew out, striking the butterfly seedling's wing. Immediately, an explosion erupted. "Ha!" I muttered in a daze. Worried that I was seeing things, I rubbed my eyes and saw again. What? I wasn't going crazy. The butterfly seedling lost its wings and was now falling to the ground. Its wings weren't torn. With a single bullet, the butterfly seedling's wings had completely burned down. I was confused. My magic power couldn't possibly have such power. I observed my surroundings carefully. There had to be a reason unrelated to me. Sure enough, I could see a woman hiding in the bushes. With an expressionless face, she was holding onto a bead-like object, eyeing the butterfly seedling with a greedy look. It was YunSeo-jin. Ah! It wasn't my attack that shot down the butterfly seedling, but hers. It wasn't a coincidence. She had made it look like I was the one who shot it down so that she could remain in hiding. Her goal was undoubtedly to take the butterfly seedling dust. At that moment, Kim Suho charged at the fallen butterfly seedling, easily cutting it in half with his sword. Then a golden dust suddenly rose up, lighting up the sky like a firework. However, this wasn't the butterfly seedling dust. It was a sleeping powder that YunSeo-jin threw out. I blocked my nose and mouth, then looked around. Kim Suho could resist status effects to a certain degree, but he was currently in a daze from the beautiful sight. On the other hand, Ki Naeun was seemingly half-drunk. Meanwhile, Seo-jin made her move. I tried to stop her, but a giant light suddenly erupted, grabbing my attention. My jaws dropped automatically. Under the golden dust sparkling in the sky, Rachel felt herself becoming drowsy. She felt sluggish and sleepier than ever before. It seemed it was an elemental's power. Knowing that the monster was dealt with, she closed her eyes. Although she couldn't believe it, the butterfly seedling was blown up by a single bullet from Kim Hajin. Since they killed such a power monster, she felt safe in taking a break. If first place is too much to ask for, please let me take third place at least. But suddenly, a giant light pricked at her eyes. The light was so intense that she could feel it even with her eyes closed. As a result, she opened her eyes narrowly. A golden clump of light was shining on her stomach. The light glimmered brilliantly, then began to form a human shape. Rachel stared at the light embracing her. No, it wasn't a light. It was a child, perhaps about 3 years old. For some reason, Rachel felt a familiarity from the child's face. Soon, she found out why. The child looked like her younger self. The girl embracing her gave her warmth. It felt like the injury on her stomach was being healed. Rachel subconsciously stroked the child's hair, and the child smiled in response. It was a clear, innocent smile. Rachel smiled back. However, when the child opened her mouth, Rachel's face stiffened. She wanted to ask the child to repeat what she just said. But before she could do so, golden dust fell on her head. Her mouth refused to move, and the drowsiness she felt became heavier. She slowly closed her eyes. The child had said a single word, "Mommy." Chapter 66. Chapter 66. Hatching 2. I was caught off guard at the seed's sudden hatching, but then quickly snapped back to reality. Currently, a densely packed golden dust blocked everyone's vision. No overseers or drones could capture what was happening, and Rachel had also fallen asleep. As long as I remained calm, I could deal with everything easily. First, I took Evandel off of Rachel. "Come here." "Ah, Aang." Evandel struggled to stay with Rachel but widened her eyes when she saw my face. "That's right, I'm the one who raised you." Consoling her, I held her in my embrace. She looked just like a 3-year-old child, but she was as light as a feather. Hugging me tightly, Evandel muttered, "Daddy." "Huh, no, I'm not. Anyways, can you change back to a seed, Evandel?" "Seed?" "Yep, small and circular. You have to hide." "What about Mommy?" Evandel spoke as she glanced at Rachel. I was a bit perplexed at Evandel calling Rachel Mommy. "Rachel, Mommy is really busy, so." "Hugh, I'm sleepy." Evandel yawned as her eyes narrowed. It seemed Boss Golden Dust was also affecting Evandel. I was feeling a bit panicked. If Evandel fell asleep now, there wouldn't be a way to hide her. But thankfully, Evandel listened to my request. With a golden light, Evandel transformed into a giant seed that floated down on my palm. "Hugh." After breathing a sigh of relief, I looked around. The field was full of the mysterious golden dust. Kim Suho, who was resisting the drowsiness fairly well, had now fallen asleep. The few overseers who were watching us from nearby trees also fell down, unable to withstand the dust's power. However, I was fine. It was thanks to Ether's owner defense function. I could feel that ether had formed something like a filter for my nostrils and throat. Although breathing was a bit difficult, I could remain unaffected by the sleeping powder. With my mind clear, I approached Seo-jin. Butterfly seedling dust. Byproducts of elementals generally fetched a hefty price. Boss didn't know what function this dust had as it was her first time seeing such an elemental. However, she was quite a greedy woman. She kneeled in front of the butterfly seedling's corpse, and from the huge gaping wound on its body, she could see a clump of blue, glowing dust. Her eyes flickered with greed, and she carefully picked it up. "Put it down." At that moment, the deep voice of a man stopped her. She slowly raised her head. There, she saw Kim Hajin. "Hello, that's not something you can take." Kim Hajin's face distorted viciously. She stared at his face, then looked around. The surrounding air was filled with her sleeping powder, but for some reason, Kim Hajin was unaffected. The golden dust was something no cadet should be able to endure, yet Kim Hajin was doing so with nothing but his bare body. It was strange. There was too much about this man that she didn't understand. At this moment, she felt a powerful urge to observe him. From under her feet, black magic power shot up fiercely. The magic power formed a spherical shape that swallowed her and Kim Hajin, forming a sealed space of sorts. Even though Kim Hajin was trapped in what should be an unexpected sealed space, he showed no signs of being unrest. No, his hands were trembling. She revealed her real face to Kim Hajin, whereupon his body shook greatly. "You know me," Kim Hajin retorted concisely. "Li Xiaopeng SSI." Who was Li Xiaopeng? Boss pondered momentarily. Then, realizing it was one of her fake identities, she nodded. Right. Then why would I be here? To serve as an overseer, I assume. Hum. Kim Hajin seemed to have a strange misunderstanding, but Boss didn't go out of her way to correct it. When did you find out I was Li Xiaopeng? Just now. If you lie, I'll kill, no, hit you. Kim Hajin let out a dry cough. When I took your watch, I was looking at you from close range. It was then that I realized something was off. How? Jane's gift couldn't be seen through so easily. It was close to impossible to notice anything just by looking. I have great eyes, you see. So what Kim Hajin was saying didn't make sense. Kim Hajin had not only seen through Jane's gift, but also her necklace. It couldn't be explained with him just having good eyes. Countless thoughts raced through her brain. Repeatedly considering all possibilities and selecting the most logical choice, she came up with a hypothesis. The attribute of his magic power is itself anti-magic. If the attribute of Kim Hajin's magic power was anti-magic. In other words, if his physique made it so that all magic power he took into his body received the property of anti-magic, he could indeed see through Jane's gift just with his eyes. He would only have to concentrate magic power in his optic nerves. In other words, this wasn't a matter of his gift, but his physique. Of course, this was pure speculation, one that was extremely unlikely because of the absurdity of the matter. To confirm this, she would need to observe and measure his power carefully. However, if he really had such a physique, Kim Hajin was a resource that she couldn't lose. Boss silently kneeled down, then grabbed the clump of dust lying in the butterfly seedling's body. Kim Hajin swallowed hard, but to his surprise, Boss handed him the butterfly seedling dust. I will give this to you, but in exchange, she paused. Her silence continued for a long time. It was because she couldn't think of what to say next. Don't say strange things, boss. Jane's voice rang out in her ears. It seemed she was properly observing the situation this time. If you don't know what to say, just ask him for a way to contact him. Don't rush it and take it slow. Jane's voice was solemn, which was a rare occurrence. Although the chameleon troupe already knew all of the ways to contact him, Boss took Jane's advice. Give me your number. The uproarious fourth day went by, and the morning of the fifth day arrived. The laborious final exam came to an end at last. The butterfly seedling was a monster that overseers didn't expect to see, causing a small disturbance, and in the end, they agreed to give the 4 cadets who defeated it 20 points each. Cadets then turned in their exam smartwatches before getting on the ship back to Cube. The eliminated cadets had already left last night, so only about 700 cadets remained. The ship cut through a blue sea. Leaned against the guardrail on the ship's bow, I admired the beautiful waves before taking out my smartwatch. The chameleon troop, or Li Xiaopeng, had yet to contact me. But why was Boss interested in me? Hey, while I was in thought, Ki Naeun approached me. What? How did it end? How did what end? The fight. I don't have any memory of what happened after the middle. Ki Naeun scratched her cheek with her eyes on the sea. Kim Suho said your bullet destroyed the monster's wings. He's lying, right? Obviously, how could anyone destroy that monster's wings using a gun? I spoke honestly, since it really wasn't me who did it. Right. That's what I thought too. Seeing Ki Naeun looking relieved for some reason, I asked, why did you use a sword instead of a bow? What? You're the one who told me to switch. How can you be so back and forth? Do you have an illness or something? I mean, you have to be flexible. It's dangerous if you use a weapon you haven't practiced much with in real combat. If Ki Naeun was gravely hurt, half of the responsibility would have been mine. After all, I was the one who made her switch to a sword. I'm not so weak that you have to worry about me. Ki Naeun spoke with a sidelong scowl. I nodded without arguing with her. So how did using a sword feel like? It wasn't anything spee. You're still scared, right? What? What are you talking about? Why would I be scared? She really wasn't good at hiding her feelings. I looked into her eyes, then grinned. When she lied, her eyes shook like they were having miniature earthquakes. This was one of the unique settings I gave her, and it had remained the same in this world. You'll get better if you keep at it. You're a born swordsman. The exams were completely over. While other cadets spent their weekend enjoying the feeling of liberation, Rachel used the time to contemplate on life. The mystical experience she had on the island had given her much to think about. Because it didn't seem like a problem she could solve on her own, she even called the English Royal Court's Department of Analysis. A tree elemental. Yes, I saw something in the pollen. No, I felt it. I think it may have been the power of an elemental. What do you think, Raymond SSI? Of course, it might have just been a hallucination. However, the memory from that day was too vivid and distinct. Not only did she remember the child's face and voice, the warmth she felt when the child embraced her remained in her heart. That might be possible, but there's no way to be sure. The power of elementals is something that still remains a mystery. In the first place, we aren't sure if what Princess saw was an elemental or a fairy. Rachel nodded, then asked the analyst with a tinge of nervousness. Then, do you think an elemental could show the future, even if it's not the future itself, something like a portion of a future? Ah, something similar has been reported to the academia. It caused quite a stir. At that moment, Rachel felt her heart drop. Really? What was it? It was a plant-type elemental as well. Someone became covered in mushroom spores, then said he saw a portion of his future. Huck! Rachel let out a short scream. The analyst laughed briefly. Judging by that reaction, Princess must have seen something too. Yes, I saw a child. For a moment, silence descended. The analyst stayed speechless for 3 whole minutes. Child, then the analyst barely managed to eke out a word. Yes. Well, it could have been any child. She called me mommy. Yes. This time the analyst let out a short scream. Rachel's cheeks flushed red as though she was embarrassed. And she looked just like me. She looked just like when I was young. Ah, Raymond SSI, don't you think that I saw my future? With that, Rachel smiled bashfully. It was a precious experience. Rachel engraved the child's warmth and smile in her head. She felt like she could smile every time she thought of her. If what she saw was, in fact, her future, if she would someday come to have that child, she felt like she could finally stop rejecting her life. At that moment, she realized that the analyst was quiet. Raymond SSI. Ah, sorry. The chances of it being Princess Future is very small, but I just couldn't imagine it. Did you perhaps see the father as well? As the analyst asked, his fists were shaking. A child to a 17-year-old princess. As a loyal servant of the English royal court, that was something he could not accept. No, I didn't see anyone like that. Rachel smiled bashfully, then dodged the analyst's gaze. But if I really saw my future, I'm sure he is somewhere. Daddy. A child about a meter shorter than me shouted with her arms open. For now, I held her in my embrace. To be completely honest, she was incredibly cute, but I knew I couldn't spoil her. I had to be a good parent. Evandel, you can't call me daddy, okay? Why? Evandel tilted her head and asked. Because people will misunderstand. You should call me uncle. Why? Ah, but I didn't know how to go about raising her. I had no experience raising a child. I was only thankful that next week was a break. Why don't we watch some TV? You know what a TV is, right? You saw it before when you were young. By young, I meant when she was a seed. Back then, I left the TV on when I went out, just in case the seed got bored. I like TV. Good. I turned on the TV and went to an animation channel, which showed a penguin with glasses and a green dinosaur. Whoa! Evandel quickly turned her attention to the TV, her eyes sparkling, and I sat down in front of the kitchen table alone. What do I do with this? I stared at the butterfly seedling dust, glowing brightly on the kitchen table. I managed to take it, but I wasn't sure what to do with it. Butterfly seedling dust attaches to a target with magic power and helps them awaken a part of their hidden potential. Its description was simple, but upon breaking down the sentence, you could see 2 keywords, target and potential. That is, the dust could be used to awaken the potential in people, as well as potential in objects. Do I have to give it to Kim Suho? The butterfly seedling dust was supposed to give a clue to enlightenment for Rachel and help with Kim Suho's future second enlightenment. But because of boss interference, neither Rachel nor Kim Suho obtained the butterfly seedling dust. It seemed I needed to think more about how to deal with this dust. For now, I wrapped the dust in a cloth, then put it in my drawer. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Guild 1. After finishing his evening training, Kim Soo-ho headed to Cube's cafeteria. Although Cube had several restaurants and cafes, the cafeteria was the only place cadets could eat for free. As such, Kim Soo-ho and other cadets from non-wealthy backgrounds frequented this place. Most likely because it was summer break, only few cadets were inside the cafeteria. Kim Soo-ho ordered a dinner set, then headed to grab a random seat. "Ha! Why are you guys here?" But on one table, he found two people he never expected to see, Yoo Yeon-ha and Ki Na-eun. They were whispering to themselves and were startled when Kim Soo-ho came up to them. Then they dodged each other's gazes with somewhat awkward gesticulations. "Oh, you're here." Ki Na-eun then spoke up. "What were you two talking about?" "Nothing." Kim Soo-ho sat down next to Ki Na-eun, then Ki Na-eun sniffed him. "Did you come from the fitness center? What's the point in sitting around, right? You're obsessed. Can't you take a break for a day?" Ki Na-eun narrowed her eyes. "Rather than that, why are you guys here? I thought you didn't like cafeteria food." Kim Soo-ho couldn't understand what Ki Na-eun was doing here. She was well known for eating her every meal at restaurants. No one would have expected to see her in the academy's cafeteria. "Well, I realized during the final exam that my pickiness can become detrimental." Ki Na-eun was speaking in a grave tone, but Yoo Yeon-ha immediately added a piercing jab. "You stopped eating after 3 spoonfuls." "I wasn't hungry." Hearing Ki Na-eun's excuse, Kim Soo-ho lightly smiled as he picked up his spoon. Yoo Yeon-ha and Ki Na-eun glanced at him, then met each other's eyes. In truth, Yoo Yeon-ha and Ki Na-eun were talking about what one would expect from girls their age. The topic of their conversation was the person who was at the center of many emotions and mysteries, Kim Hajin. Suddenly, Yoo Yeon-ha had a mischievous thought. She tapped Kim Soo-ho's shoulder. "Kim Soo-ho, are you close to Kim Hajin?" Ki Na-eun reacted strongly to Yoo Yeon-ha's question. She furrowed her brows and glared at Yoo Yeon-ha. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho answered, "No, I'm not that close, but you're probably the closest one out of all the male cadets." "Ha!" At these words, Kim Soo-ho tilted his head. The corner of Yoo Yeon-ha's mouth curled up to a smile as she continued. "Isn't it weird? Out of everyone in our class, only a few have talked with Kim Hajin. Be it a guy or a girl, Kim Hajin never approaches them first, and he responds coldly to anyone who approaches him, driving them away." At this point, Ki Na-eun's face contorted to a frown. Yoo Yeon-ha seemed to be planning on telling Kim Soo-ho about everything they had talked about. "But there's one person Kim Hajin is noticeably interested in. Can you guess who?" Kim Soo-ho stared at Yoo Yeon-ha for a moment, then made a thin smile. "Of course, I'm not that dense." "Really?" "Ha!" Meanwhile, Ki Na-eun sighed with mixed feelings and massaged her temples. On the other hand, Yoo Yeon-ha's face was filled with an even greater enthusiasm. "Who is it?" Rather than answering, Kim Soo-ho looked at Ki Na-eun. Ki Na-eun also looked back at Kim Soo-ho. Their eyes met, and that was enough of an answer. "Og!" Ki Na-eun clenched her head and leaned against the back of her chair. Then, as though she found a counter-argument, she faced Yoo Yeon-ha with sparkling eyes. "Wait, Yoo Yeon-ha, wasn't Kim Hajin close to you at first?" However, Yoo Yeon-ha cut down her counter-argument instantly. "He approached me because he wanted something from me." Just like Ki Na-eun said, Kim Hajin had approached her first. However, his interest disappeared completely once he received the Desert Eagle. Of course, Yeon-ha wasn't disappointed or sad. In fact, it was a clear exchange that Yoo Yeon-ha preferred. After striking down Ki Na-eun's argument, Yoo Yeon-ha quickly asked again, "So, what are you going to do?" "Do what?" Ki Na-eun didn't answer. She was concerned about Kim Soo-ho, who was sitting next to her. Ki Na-eun then glanced at Kim Soo-ho. To provoke jealousy, Ki Na-eun asked, "Hey, what do you think?" "About what?" Kim Soo-ho's reply was completely innocent. "Oh yeah, you've been single your entire life." "So have you." "What? No, I'm not. I'll have you know when I was 7. "Oh, you guys are here too." At that moment, Yoo Yeon-ha appeared out of nowhere. He sat down next to Yoo Yeon-ha, and Yoo Yeon-ha scooted to the side with clear displeasure. "Yoo Yeon-ha, you didn't leave yet." "Yeah, and it looks like I came just in time for the interesting part." "You should have left. Aren't you being too mean?" At that moment, the cafeteria door opened once again. Speaking of the devil, the person who walked in was Kim Hajin. He seemed to have come from the fitness center just like Kim Soo-ho as he pushed up his wet hair and pulled out a meal ticket. Yoo Yeon-han chuckled and spoke. "He's here too. At least he's working hard, right?" Seeing Yoo Yeon-han talk condescendingly, Yoo Yeon-ha felt a deep disappointment. Johan clearly had no clue what he was talking about. You should work hard yourself. Ha, I am. My end of the semester grades are higher than his. Sure, just focus on your grades for the rest of your life. At that moment, Kim Hajin received his food in a to-go box, then turned around. He stared at them for a moment before turning around. Although he only looked at them for a split second, Yonha made a big fuss. You see that? He was looking at Naeun just now. Okay, I get it. Can you stop talking? Ki Naeun yelled, half embarrassed, half annoyed. Yohan then widened his eyes and cut in. What? Ki Naeun likes Kim Hajin. What? Where did that come from? Screw off, Yohan. Ki Naeun reacted sensitively. One reason was that Kim Suho was sitting next to her, but another was that Yi Yonghan was known for being a loudmouth. Knowing this, Yu Yonha gave Yi Yonghan the fuel he needed. No, we think it's the other way around. Ah, really? Kim Hajin likes Ki Naeun. But didn't you guys argue and fight? Oh, is it like what happens in dramas? You know, love sprouting up while arguing and fighting. Ah, I guess the gap in your strength is too far for that. Right, rank 4 and rank 934 is too far apart. Feeling Ki Naeun's deadly killing intent, Yeonhan quickly changed his tune in the middle of his speech. Screw off. After blurting out fiercely, Ki Naeun glanced at Kim Hajin purely out of curiosity. But Kim Hajin just happened to be looking at them again, and their eyes met. Ki Naeun quickly averted her gaze, then scratched her face awkwardly. The gap in your strength is too far for that. Right, rank 4 and rank 934 is too far apart. What are they talking about? I only listened in at the end, so I couldn't understand what they were talking about. But I didn't really mind, since it seemed like they didn't realize I had 2 people's worth of food. I no longer cared about people talking about me behind my back. I took the to-go boxes and returned to my room. As soon as I opened the door, Evandel ran up to me hastily. I quickly shut the door first. Daddy, not daddy, uncle. After picking up Evandel and letting her sit on my arm, I placed the to-go boxes on the kitchen table. I brought food, but before we eat, let's test what we practiced. I put Evandel down on the couch. Although Evandel didn't need to consume food like humans, she seemed to love the taste, so I prepared them. Okay, first, try this one. Using my smartwatch, I projected a picture of an adorable cat. Evandel then transformed into the cat in the picture. Other than her hair being blonde, she looked just like the cat in the picture. Oh, great. Next is this, a bird. Evandel immediately transformed into a cute. She was a bit big, being the size of about 6 rice balls, but it was within an acceptable range. Well done, I patted her tiny head. Evandel transformed back and giggled. Did I do well? Of course. Was it because she inherited Rachel's bloodline? She was a good listener. When I was showering Evandel with praises, my smartwatch suddenly rang. Today at 6 p.m., guilds released their lists of cadets for Guild Experience Program. Selected cadets will be contacted via their smartwatch. Guild Experience Program. It was exactly what it sounded like. The program lets cadets, who didn't have things to do over the break, observe heroes working in guilds. But well, it wasn't something that concerned me. In order of rank, guilds in Korea were given the right to select 3 cadets from first and second-year cadets. As such, most first-year cadets had to be in the top 300 of their class to have a chance to be selected. No matter how well I did on the final exam, it wasn't enough to put me above rank 300, so there was no way I could have been chosen. But almost as to prove me wrong, my smartwatch rang once again. Kim Hajin, Essence of the Strait, contact us if you would like to turn down this offer. Ha! Essence of the Strait chose me. Why? Ah, soon I figured out why. There was one girl who had a strange fantasy about me. It's you, Yonha. As the guild leader's daughter, it made sense for her to have such authority. But wasn't this abuse of power? I hoped it wouldn't cause trouble for her position as the successor. I stood under the blazing sun and the blue sky, enjoying the clear and warm Seoul weather. The only thing that worried me was the fact that I left Evandel at home. I told her sternly not to leave the room, but I still felt uneasy. Was this what all fathers felt? You're here. I was waiting at the Gwanghwamun Plaza, and soon Yu Yonha came up to me. Looking at me, she tilted her head. Wow, this is unexpected. What is? I thought you'd reject the offer. Just like she said, I planned to reject the offer at first, but I suddenly became curious about what kind of work heroes did. There had to be things other than what I had set. We're still waiting on one more person, but it looks like we'll have to wait quite a while. Should we go ahead first? I don't care either way. Then let's go. At the same time, a limousine stopped in front of us. It was a long, luxurious limousine that was often seen in movies. The driver then came out and opened the door for us. Get in. I got inside the limousine with Yu Yonha. The car seat was extremely comfortable. Just sitting in it made me drowsy. Let's go. At Yu Yonha's words, the driver drove off. The limousine moved without shaking in the slightest, and before long we arrived at Essence of the Straits Guild building. As expected of the world's second-ranked guild, the building's exterior looked spectacular. Each part seemed to have been designed carefully, as the building looked both beautiful and geometrically marvelous. This tall building was undoubtedly built using cutting-edge magic engineering and technology. Let's go in. Yu Yonha led me into the building. The lobby that entered my view could only be described as vast. It almost felt like I was in a concert hall. Offices for heroes are on the second floor and up, but there isn't much to see on the first 4 floors. The real thing begins on the 5th floor. The first floor has the lobby you see here, a lounge, a training room, and a sparring room. Ah, there's a sports field too. I was completely absorbed in looking around the first floor, which, according to Yu Yonha, had not much to see. Marble flooring and sleek interior, and in the distance I could see a grass lawn the size of a soccer field. It was an indoor sports field. First, let's go meet the hero in charge of the program. Oh, right. It was then that I remembered I was here for the Guild Experience program. Because of how familiar Yu Yonha was with everything, I almost thought she was the one in charge. Together with Yu Yonha, we stood in front of the elevator. Ah, by the way, the person who isn't here yet isn't Ki Nayan. Ha. Okay. What was she talking about out of the blue? I muttered thoughtlessly, but Yu Yonha looked at me with meaningful eyes, then snickered. Ding! The elevator then arrived, and Yu Yonha hopped in and pressed the third-floor button. After a brief moment, the elevator arrived on the 3rd floor. Immediately, I saw a large circle-shaped lobby and office doors spaced out along the wall. Follow me. Yu Yonha guided me to an office labeled Aminus 35. To be honest, you won't be doing anything special. Today, you'll just look around the building, then starting from tomorrow, you'll get to interact with other guilds. You might also get to follow a hero to see him exterminate monsters. With that, Yu Yonha opened the door. Unlike what it looked like from the outside, the office was quite spacious. The owner of the office seemed to have a gentle character, as there were flower pots under the window sill, and documents were stacked nicely on the office desk. Have you heard of Park Sang-ho? Ah, I think I've heard of him. Sang-ho SSI is a very highly ranked hero. In truth, I haven't just heard about him, I knew him better than Yu Yonha, Park Sang-ho. Although he was acting as Yu Yonha's right arm, he was devious and sly on the inside. He wasn't a Jin, but was someone who would betray Yu Yonha in the future. A bit harshly at that. Oh right, I saw that you did well on the final exam. Please, I only had 67 points. If you wanted to stay around the average mark, you should have given away 20 or so points. Now, other guilds are starting to pay attention to you. You don't like being in the center of attention, right? That's why I'm letting you know. I decided to just ignore the strange things Yu Yonha sometimes said. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Guild 2. Oh, you're already here. While we were looking around the office, the door opened, and a man presumed to be Park Sang-ho walked in. It's nice to meet you. Park Sang-ho held out his hand with a warm smile. He gave off a good first impression, like an older brother next door, a completely different character than his real self. Hajin SSI, right? Yes, I shook his hand. And I'm sure I don't need to introduce myself to Yonha SSI. Yu Yonha smiled at Park Sang-ho's joking words. He hung his jacket on the back of his chair, then tapped on the documents stacked on his desk. I know this is the Guild Experience program, but most of our work is done indoors. That's why most team leader-grade heroes who use the A-rank offices have 4 or 5 office workers. Park Sang-ho continued in a soft voice. Dungeon conquests and subjugation for monsters high intermediate rank and above require thorough analysis in this office first. In other words, our work begins here, and only when everything is perfect do we set out. But let's get out of here for now. To be honest, it does get a bit boring being in here all the time. Park Sang-ho led us outside. Yu Yonha followed after him immediately, but my eyes stopped at the safe installed in his drawer. Inside should be all the condemning evidence Park Sang-ho gathered about Yu Yonha's family. Hajin SSI. Ah, yes. With Park Sang-ho calling me, I scurried out of the room. Oh, right, there are also periodic deployment orders. You know how the North Hamgyong province belongs to monsters now? Park Sang-ho continued to speak as we walked. About 3,000 heroes take turns every month for 4 days to reduce the number of monsters there. That way, there won't be a monster outbreak from overpopulation. Once you become a hero, you'll go there about twice a year. Park Sang-ho stopped near the end of the third-floor hall. We were standing in front of a door that said, Analysis Room. This is the place I wanted to show you first, since I heard Hajin SSI was first place in theory. Park Sang-ho opened the door. The analysis room looked surprisingly ordinary. In a spacious room, tables, chairs, and fancy computers were lined up. There's a separate conference room on the other side. Huge, isn't it? Park Sang-ho added proudly. The analysis room had many heroes in it. They all seemed to be hard at work. Oh, Sang-ho SSI, the kids are here. At that moment, a woman who was glancing at documents looked up and noticed us. Yeah, Hajin SSI, Yonha SSI, this is Yujina. She's a high intermediate rank hero. Hi, you said 2 of the 3 were girls, so you must be Kim Hajin. Ah, yes. The world sure has changed. Who would have thought rank 934 could come to our guild as part of the guild experience program? I wonder who was behind it. Yujina expressed her displeasure in a roundabout way. However, the target of her displeasure wasn't me, but Yu Yonha. Of course, Yu Yonha wasn't looking at her with pleased eyes either. In reality, Yujina belonged in a different faction within the essence of the Straight Guild. The leader of this faction was Jung Hasok, the guild's vice leader. But since she would eventually switch to Yu Yonha's faction and become the guild's vice leader, she could be said to be an important character to note. But Hajin SSI is rank 1 in theory. Park Sang-ho defended me. Haha, rank 1 in theory. That's amazing, so was I. But cadets don't really learn much, so don't be too overconfident. Yujina took off her glasses as she snickered. Then she tapped on the document she was just reading. Now then, rank 1 theory Kim Hajin SSI, would you like to take a look at this? Hey, you can't show the guild's internal data so easily. It's not that important. Yujina got up. Just like in my setting, she was fairly tall, making me take a step back subconsciously. She seemed to be slightly taller than me. Here, it's a copy, so you can do whatever you want with it. Don't feel pressured. Yujina handed the document she was reading. I took it for now and glanced at it. Although it was written in Korean, it was mostly filled with equations and mathematical expressions. Take a look, though I doubt a kid can even recognize it. I got a bit ticked off at being called a kid. Although I knew she didn't mean it in a physical sense, I wanted to argue that my height was average. I sat down on an empty chair nearby. As I took out a pen from my cross bag, I also took out my laptop and placed it on the desk in front of me in a smooth motion. My gift, observation and reading, activated. The problem on the document seemed to be estimating variables that could happen while conquering a dungeon. But weren't ordinary office workers used for something like this? In any case, the calculation procedures and results appeared in front of my eyes. All I had to do was copy it down. I asked Yujina, do you have a piece of paper? PFT, what do you need it for? Yujina sneered without giving me any paper. It'll be difficult. Hajin SSI, that's not on the level of an exam problem. Park Sang-ho gave me a paper instead. Because of Yujina's bitchy attitude, I was even more driven to prove her wrong. I clenched my teeth lightly as I began to write down the calculation procedures and results. While I was in the middle of it, Yu Yonha suddenly spoke. The other cadet just arrived on the first floor. Oh, really? Let's go together. Yu Yonha left the analysis room with Park Sang-ho, but I stayed and continued to write everything down. In academia, it was standard procedure to write down every step of the calculation. However, when I was mostly done and only had the final step left to finish, someone snatched the paper I was writing on and flipped it over. Obviously, it was Yujina. Listen, kid, stop wasting your time and screw off. Can't you see? The other 2 already left. She gave off an uninviting impression to begin with, but now that she frowned, she even looked a bit scary. Knowing I was powerless here, I got up. I'll leave my solution here, so feel free to look over it when you have time. Don't even try to waste my time, Tusk. Yujina shooed me away. Just like that, I was practically kicked out of the analysis room. What a crazy bitch. I didn't finish the last step. She better not ask about it later. I went back to the elevator and came down to the first floor. There, I saw the third cadet who supposedly just arrived. The cadet was someone I was too familiar with. Right, it was Ki Naeun once again. When she saw me, she shouted with a look of surprise. W what? Hey, why is he here? Who knows? Yonha smiled playfully. I also had something to say to her. You said Ki Naeun wasn't coming. Did I? At that moment, Yonha's smartwatch buzzed. Her expression stiffened, making me wonder who it was. You two can go ahead. I need to use the restroom. Then she furtively escaped. Private broker Yu Jinhyuk, under a worn-down neon sign, Yu Jinhyuk was staring at a document in a daze. This thin document contained a summary of an incident that happened 16 years ago. Ha ha! Suddenly, he chuckled. He explored the past for close to a month. However, he couldn't find out much about Kim Hajin's past. There were many complicated reasons for it, but the biggest reason was that there were way too many people tangled up in his past. But as the difficulty of the matter increased, so did his interest. As a result, he buried himself in this job for a month without complaining, and he finally discovered a crucial hint. Kwang-o report, casualty, 96, special note, the death of a woman in her last month of pregnancy. Kwang-o evacuation shelter massacre. When monsters flooded the Kwang-o fortress region, 87 ordinary civilians and 9 heroes who were defending an evacuation shelter were all killed. Although the government and the association concluded Jins to be the perpetrator, Yu Jinhyuk knew the hidden truth. The reason he was kicked out of the Yu clan in the first place was because he tried to uncover the truth. Simply put, this 16-year-old tragedy wasn't the doing of Jins. Yu Jinhyuk knew the people behind this incident. They were all powerful figures who most people wouldn't dare to name. First was Kim Suk-ho, then president of South Korea. The second was Ki Juchul, the president of Daehyun Conglomerate. The third was Yu Tiho, Yu Yonha's grandfather and Yu Jinhyuk's own father. Of course, from their perspective, they had only killed a few harmful bugs. To prevent anyone from ever finding out, they had employed an organization that only operated in the darkness. The three of them probably didn't even remember this incident. But if there was a survivor of this incident, if Kim Hajin's parents were victims of this massacre, and if his mother was the pregnant woman written on the report, who, of course, it was still only an unverifiable theory. But Yu Jinhyuk wondered, why did his niece want to dig up this man's past? Breathing out a deep sigh, Yu Jinhyuk called Yu Yonha. She picked up almost instantly. Hello, yes, uncle. You sound prettier now, kid. Never mind that, what happened to what I requested. Yu Jinhyuk casually glossed over it. Oh, that I haven't been working on it. I've been too busy. What? You're joking, right, uncle? Yu Yonha's angry voice stung Yu Jinhyuk's ears. Yu Jinhyuk tried his best to maintain the light-hearted uncle character as he asked indirectly. Ha ha ha, I mean, why are you trying to find his parents anyway? That's none of your business. What about him? Does he want to find his parents? This was an extremely important question. If he didn't want to find out, if he wanted to just live his life as it was, everything would be fine. Yes, most likely. And how do you know that? What's up with all these questions? You know how it is. Information is gold. If I know how he became an orphan, I could finish faster. His excuse seemed to be persuasive enough as Yu Yonha became momentarily silent. Soon, Yu Yonha whispered in a much quieter voice than before. You see, I think his parents got wrapped up in a crime. He has the list of wanted criminals memorized. Hearing this, Yu Jinhyuk couldn't help but breath in a gasp of air. He memorized the entire list. Yes, I think he reached a certain point in his own investigation. Right, you said he was smart. He's rank 1 in theory. From what I hear, he didn't get a single problem wrong in the midterm and final exams. If he was that smart, it wasn't impossible for him to have investigated the Kwang-o incident. But thankfully, he seemed to have taken a wrong turn. The perpetrator of that tragedy wasn't some wanted criminal. They were true nobles who still had great influence over the entire country. Yu Jinhyuk sighed once again. He had to end this matter here. If he dug in too deep and was noticed by that old codger, he wouldn't be able to guarantee his own safety. The unpleasant old codger, who seemingly harbored countless snakes in his body. One of the strongest men in Korea, both in name and reality, who unfortunately fell short of the League of Nine Stars 50 years ago. the second-generation successor and the real owner of Dihyun, Ki Juchul the Immortal. This old man was not someone Yu Jinhyuk could handle. Ah, I just got a call. Let's talk later. The Yu clan has grown, but from its founding, it was the hunting dog of the Ki clan. Ki Juchul was someone who would abandon his hunting dog without hesitation, so he wouldn't mind letting a few of that hunting dog's children die. Wait, uncle, when will you be done with? Yu Jinhyuk hung up before Yu Yonha could finish. Why were you late, Naeun SSI? Waiting for Yu Yonha to come back from the restroom, Park Sang-ho asked Ki Naeun. Ah, well, I visited grandfather. Naeun's grandfather, so that must be his honor Ki Juchul. Yes, I haven't seen him in a while, so it took some time. Sorry. No, it's only natural. So I presume he's doing fine. Park Sang-ho made a fuss, which was understandable since Ki Naeun's grandfather, Ki Juchul, was one of the strongest people in the entire world. There was no hero who didn't look up to him. Ah, sorry, I'm done now. At that moment, Yu Yonha came back from the restroom. Ki Naeun blurted out jokingly, "How does it take you so long to take a dump?" I didn't. Anyways, Sanghwa SSI, what's our next schedule? Yu Yonha's voice seemed somewhat sharp. Chapter 69. Park Sang-ho here. I just arrived in Chuncheon. If there's an incident nearby, let me know first. Ah, I have cadets with me, so anything above intermediate rank grade 4 will be difficult. The next task on the Guild Experience program was deployment. A deployment referred to heroes intercepting monsters that invaded civilian territory. However, such occurrences were rare in Seoul, so we took a portal to Essence of the Straits Gangwon-do branch, where several deployments happened every day. Span Park Sang-ho here. I just arrived in Chuncheon. If there's an incident nearby, let me know first. Ah, I have cadets with me, so anything above intermediate rank grade 4 will be difficult. Park Sang-ho let the branch know that we arrived, then turned towards us. With a big smile, he spoke. While we wait for the deployment order to come, let's eat. I know a good restaurant nearby. Park Sang-ho then led us to a fancy, traditional Korean restaurant. 4 people, please. We were led inside by an employee. While we were waiting for our food to come, Park Sang-ho glanced at me and asked, Hajin SSI, how tall are you? Me. I'm 174. Ki Naeun then cut in. So not that different from me. What? I'm a lot taller than you. You're 166. According to my setting, Ki Naeun was 166.3 exactly. The reason I needlessly attached a decimal unit was because I was 174.3. Most main characters had zero point 0.3 attached to their heights. What? It was something I said thoughtlessly, but Ki Naeun made a strange expression in response. She narrowed her eyes, then asked, How do you know how tall I am? Hearing that, I froze. There really was no explainable reason for me to have her height memorized, not unless I was a stalker. I only blurted out thoughtlessly because Ki Naeun poked at my pride. Cadet profiles are public. Yeah, but still. DRRK. Then, the door opened and thankfully interrupted this awkward conversation. The server began to put down a tableful of dishes. Korean-style braised short ribs, grilled fish, steamed egg, octopus sashimi. My jaws dropped at the sight of this kingly lunch table. On the other hand, everyone else seemed used to such a sight, as they looked completely indifferent. Now, let's eat. With Park Sang-ho words, I picked up my chopsticks. I was focused on savoring the taste of each dish, while the other 3 leisurely ate as they talked to each other. Do you have a girlfriend, Sang-ho Hironim? I don't. What's your ideal type, Naeun SSI? I like tall guys, so he would have to be at least 185. Ki Naeun's words struck me particularly hard. I didn't think it was bad or anything, since it really was no different than how guys liked beautiful women. But there was one problem. Yeah, my ideal type is someone who's tall. She kept staring at me as she said it. He would have to be at least 15 cm taller than me. Yeah, 15 cm. 20 cm would be too much. What did she want me to do about it? When I furrowed my brows, Ki Naeun stealthily looked away. In any case, while we were continuing with our meal, a voice rang out from Park Sang-ho's smartwatch. Deployment order for high intermediate rank hero, Park Sang-ho. The coordinate is, let's go. Park Sang-ho got up in the middle of eating. Yu Yonha, Ki Naeun, and I quickly followed after him. After running out of the restaurant without even paying, Park Sang-ho kicked off the ground and stormed forth. Yu Yonha and Ki Naeun chased after him similarly. However, I was the only one lagging behind. I was running as fast as I could, but I quickly fell behind from the rest. Jesus, is this a wuxia novel? They're inhuman. They were practically flying. I realized just how lacking my stats were. I pondered as I raced forward. It was impossible to catch up to their physical power, which they built with 10 years of hard work in just 6 months. Who? I continued to run without stopping to rest. Thankfully, my 1,000-mile eyes kept an eye on them, so I didn't have to worry about getting lost. After about 3 minutes, a fight broke out. 5 limestone golems shot up from the middle of the street. Limestone golems were at least low intermediate rank grade 5, meaning they posed a great threat to civilians. They were trying to break buildings with their huge arms. However, a whip flew in, restraining their arms. It was Yu Yonha. The golem's gazes fell on her. Enraged, they tried to cut Yu Yonha's whip, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Park Sang-ho charged in with his spear, thrusting out at a golem's core. Huck Hua! I was still running to the scene of the fight. After running at my top speed for over 10 minutes, I finally became close enough to see them with my naked eyes. A new golem was approaching Ki Naeun. The golem was short, being about 2.2 meters tall, making it look somewhat human-like. Ki Naeun put her bow down and pulled her sword out. She seemed to be thinking that she could take it on with her sword since it was short for a golem. However, limestone golems had a special ability that differentiated them from other golems, self-compression. The smaller they were, the steadier and stronger they got. Kung! Ki Naeun's sword clashed with the limestone golem's fist, limestone dust scattering into the air. Ki Naeun fought normally. After parrying the golem's fist to the side, she aimed for the limestone golem's weak point, its ankle. However, the limestone golem responded to her attack smartly, kicking Ki Naeun with its foot, an uncommon attack for a golem to make. UK! Ki Naeun was covered in a chi reinforcement, but it was a golem's attack. Ki Naeun fell back, grabbing her stomach with her hand. The limestone golem didn't give her any time to rest. It bolted towards her in a flash, then slammed its fist down on her head. Ki Naeun froze, struck by her fear of close-ranged combat and taken aback by her lack of combat experience. When the golem's fist was about to make contact with Ki Naeun, something grabbed her by the waist. It took me a moment to realize that it was Ether. Ether coiled around her waist, then pulled her towards me. It must have read my mind, which was screaming, "I need to help her." Before I could fully comprehend what happened, I found Ki Naeun in my embrace. I stared down at her silently. To be completely honest, I had a brain lag. Ether did the right thing. If Ki Naeun got hit, she would have been critically injured. It was just that Ether did things a bit awkwardly. Gulp. Ki Naeun swallowed hard. Feeling like I had to say something, I did. If you're going to freeze up in crucial moments, don't get near the enemy in the first place. To be honest, I wasn't in any position to say something like that. After all, I chose a gun because I was scared of close-ranged combat. Just fight from afar. Your sword can get longer than a spear. Ki Naeun's gift was Sea of Magic Power. Her gift made her innate mana capacity several tens of times greater than an average hero. Of course, even though her mana capacity was large, it took a long time to completely fill it up. Even if she did, there was a limit to how much she could take out at a time. However, when a sword was used as a conductor of magic power, this limit disappeared. Although it didn't look all that impressive because of her lack of experience, this was the true reason Ki Naeun had to be a swordsman. Let me go. Ki Naeun pushed me away. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she held up her sword once again. I was just caught off guard last time. Take a good look. Ki Naeun spoke confidently. At that moment, I got the feeling that someone was looking at me. Somewhere above, I raised my head. On top of a nearby building, I found a girl looking down at me. Our eyes met. For some reason, I felt like I knew her. She looked just like how I imagined her to be. Huab! Ki Naeun charged forward with a strange shout. Startled, I turned my gaze, and by the time I looked back up, the girl was gone. I felt a bit sorry at the girl who disappeared. She was the antagonist who was supposed to be the original owner of Ether, Toma. Hey, help me! I could hear Ki Naeun shouting. The heck? Ki Naeun managed to sever one of the golem's arm and a leg, but was grabbed by the golem's other hand. She was dangling down like a piñata. He, help. Ah, you were at. Ki Naeun screamed for help, but before anyone could react, the golem flung her away like a toy he got tired of using. I'm so exhausted. On the other hand, in Essence of the Straits analysis room, Yujina stretched after 2 hours of wrestling with her computer. Then a colleague approached her and spoke. Hard right. You should really just make the office clerks work on that. Yujina was currently working on analyzing a dungeon's mana density based on the dungeon's formation and inhabiting monsters. She needed to find the spots where the mana density would suddenly change, as well as the possible location of traps. It was a tiring work that required a full week's worth of time, even with a team of office clerks. I just need to estimate one last variable. Plus, I'm smarter than them. Heroes were superior to ordinary people in every aspect. Yujina believed it was because heroes inherited superior genes. She was also a highly regarded hero when it came to analysis. You said it was a large-scale dungeon, right? Yep. And you're doing that alone. You're really something. The colleague made a meaningful nod, then turned back. Then he spotted a piece of paper on her desk. Hey, what's this? Yujina glanced at the paper. I don't know. Isn't it yours? Ah, but you don't usually do calculations with a pen. What are you talking about? Because her colleague was scanning the paper with eyes full of curiosity, Yujina quickly snatched it out of his hands. On a standard printer paper, several calculations and sentences explaining the procedure were written down. Oh, he wrote this. Who? Some kid who's apparently rank 1 in theory. Looks like he managed to write something down. You should take a closer look at it. It looked pretty good. Oh, please, she snorted as she began to read the paper closely. It wasn't out of curiosity, but purely to feel a sense of superiority. In her mind, there was a countless number of cadets who thought they were special with only mediocre knowledge. However, Yujina's face stiffened as she continued down the paper. Calculations were clean and concise, and every deduction he made was flawless and persuasive. But what caught her attention the most was his creative method of approaching the problem. The hell! By the time she reached the end, she could only say those 2 words. It was because the final conclusion and the critical step to reaching that conclusion were missing. It was an unpleasant feeling, kind of like being interrupted in the middle of singing the highlight of a song. Where's the rest? Eugenia flipped the paper over, even while knowing that nothing was there. Let me see that too. Her colleague reached to grab the paper. Go away, Tack. Eugenia shoved his hand away, then carefully put the paper in her pocket. Hey, you said it wasn't yours. I found it, so it's mine. Please, I requested him to do this for me. I'm so exhausted. I came back to the dorm around 9 p.m. Evandel was sleeping on the couch, seemingly having gotten tired from watching TV. I picked her up and put her on my bed. After putting the blanket over her, I came back out. I thought about showering and sleeping early, but then I remembered something important. I headed to the kitchen, then took out the butterfly seedling dust from the drawer. It was still glowing with a brilliant blue light. There was a lot more than I thought. There seemed to be enough for 3 usages. It really might be okay for me to use some. I tried dividing it up into 3 clumps. Just as I expected, each clump had enough to fulfill its role. Then to strike the iron while it's hot, I should just use it now. I already thought of what to use it on. It was a waste to use it on myself. My laptop could view my status, and I had no hidden potential. What I had in mind was an item, ether. I condensed ether into a ball a bit smaller than a soccer ball, then placed it on the table. Next, I grabbed a clump of the butterfly seedling dust. All I had to do was sprinkle ether with it. With anticipation, I dropped the dust on ether. Just like snow, the blue light fell on the ball, melting into it. Soon, the dust began to shine in ether's transparent core. Now, I just had to wait until the light fully spread. Ding, at that moment my smartwatch rang. Hey, thank you for today. By the way, the sender was Ki-Naeun. I stared at her message, waiting for her to finish her sentence. 10 minutes passed by. Ki-Naeun still didn't say anything. Tired of waiting, I messaged her first. What? Ki-Naeun replied instantly. What? I also replied instantly. What? She said the same thing. What? You, just go to sleep. Korkek, Noos, no you Korkek, Noos. The conversation ended just like that. Looking at this string of messages, I suddenly felt somewhat moved. After starting out as an extra with no connection to the main story, I managed to come this far. If I had to describe myself now, I was undoubtedly one of the supporting characters. A supporting character with no defined role, one that could change at any moment. Ding, while I was feeling a bit sentimental, I received another message. Next Friday, there will be a shareholder meeting for Packhorse Master. Looks like they're going to announce their next move. With Packhorse Master conquering Suwon Royal Devil's Nest, it wouldn't be long until I was swimming in money. Ding, I received another message from an unknown number. What's up with today? I'm suddenly getting flooded with messages. This time, I furrowed my brows the moment I saw the message. It was from a certain rude individual. Hajin Cadetnim. This is Yujina. You saw me during the day. Can we talk? Would you if you were me? That's what I wanted to write back, but she immediately called me. I didn't pick up. Then I immediately received another message. All right, you're coming to the guild tomorrow anyways. Let's talk then. No, a day was enough to see how a guild operated. I had things to do, like looking after a vandal and preparing for the next arc in the story. I pulled out Park Sang-ho's business card, which I got from him earlier in the day, and messaged him. Sang-ho Hironim, I'll be quitting the guild experience program. Huh, why? Park Sang-ho sent an immediate reply. I was about to tell him it was for a personal problem, but I got a better idea and changed my mind. I could be petty if I wanted. Someone told me to quit, telling me that I'm only a rank 934 and didn't belong. I thought I should give the opportunity to another cadet if I was only going to be berated during my time there, sorry. 1. The capital city of Gangwon-do, which is a province. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. Break 2, late night. Yu Yonha was sitting in front of her computer, completely focused on finishing her work. She had organized the Guild Experience Program matter from earlier in the day, and she also had to upload a job post on Violet Banquet. Now she was working on something she had prepared for a long time. Information Guild, Falling Blossom. Now hiring a new Information Guild, Falling Blossom is looking for elite agents. The founding of an Information Guild. Of course, Essence of the Strait had its own information team, but that wasn't enough. Yu Yonha wanted independent shadows, who only dealt with information. As such, she worked to establish an information guild for the past year, and now she reached a point where she only needed to find members. Rather than waiting for that lazy bum, I'll look into it myself. Yu Jinhyuk suddenly popped up in her mind, and Yu Yonha growled. Meow. At that moment, Yu Yonha's smartwatch meowed, a ringtone she had personally set. The sender was Ki Naeun. Yu Yonha immediately checked the content. Hey, did you see the footage from our fight with the limestone golems? As expected of Ki Naeun, she asked something that seemed completely random. Yeah, why? When Yu Yonha sent her reply, she was immediately bombarded with messages. Well, you see, how do I say this? Today, Yu Yonha sighed. She had an idea of what Ki Naeun wanted to say. Are you talking about Kim Hajin saving you? It got recorded beautifully. You were practically in his embrace. What? Why are you looking at that? Because I have to write a report. Nowadays, drones were deployed faster than heroes. When a report came in, drones would be sent out from the nearest drone hangar to verify the report. Heroes could only be moved afterward. As such, the scene of Kim Hajin using his magic power to pull Ki Naeun into his embrace was recorded in high definition. Og, don't you dare spread it. I won't, hee. So, did you like it? As if, anyways, I'm going to a seminar next Tuesday with Kim Suho. Do you want to come too? Ki Naeun quickly changed the subject. Yu Yonha retorted shortly. No, Xinjiang Hak's coming too. Fine, I'll go. At that moment, a lion's roar rang out from her smartwatch. This time it was a phone call. The caller was Park Sang-ho. Yu Yonha picked up the phone thoughtlessly. Yes, Park Sang-ho Hironim. Yonha SSI. Park Sang-ho spoke in a hurry. As she listened to his explanation, Yu Yonha's face contorted to a frown. It looks like Jinar messaged Hajin SSI on her own. Jinar is saying she didn't mean it that way, but Hajin SSI is saying he's quitting the Guild Experience program because of it. What? Okay, I'm hanging up for now. Yu Yonha bit down on her lips. She was fuming. That damned woman must have finally gone mad. We should be sweet-talking him to get him to join us, but this is what she does. Yu Yonha felt enraged for the first time in a long time. Jinar would always criticize her for every little thing, but Yu Yonha endured it because Jinar was a competent person. Knowing that Jinar would eventually come under her leadership, Yu Yonha didn't act hostile on purpose. But what she did today was absolutely unforgivable. I didn't want to resort to this. Yu Yonha took a deep breath. She needed to prepare her heart to maximize the effectiveness of this method. Just thinking about it made her face redden, but now was the time to put on a thick skin. Who? After taking 3 more breaths, Yu Yonha made a call. The receiver picked up almost instantly. Yu Yonha twisted her tongue as much as she could. Daddy, you still weren't sleeping. The next morning, the office of the essence of the Straits vice leader. Yijina stood with her back straight in front of the vice leader, Jung Chelsu. Looking wronged and upset, she gave an explanation of what happened the day before. Well, no, you see, Vice Leader Nim, I did message him after he left, but... So it's true that you messaged him privately. How did you even get his number? Well, I have a friend who works in Cube as a vice instructor. The vice leader let out a sigh. What a mess. No, Vice Leader, I swear I didn't mean to threaten him in any way. Yijina was about to explode from frustration. I didn't explain in detail, so I understand how he might have misunderstood, but... Hajin Cadetnim, this is Yijina. You saw me during the day. Can we talk? Ah, right. You're coming to the guild tomorrow anyways. Let's talk then. Thinking back to her message, Yijina really didn't know what to do. It seemed that the cadet misunderstood her intention. Then why were you trying to talk to him privately? Yijina muttered hesitantly. It was to talk about a scholarship. Shut it. The guild leader is going to have a private meeting with you. At that moment, Yijina's expression broke down. A private meeting with the guild leader. An outsider could think that it was a better punishment than being demoted or getting a reduced salary. Although it didn't even come close to the serious punishments, in essence of the strait, there was no other non-serious punishment more fearsome than a private meeting with the guild leader. Yijina swallowed hard. Spare me just this once. I'd love to, but I have no choice. It's an order from the guild leader. No, please. Yijina really was desperate. She was only 25, and the last thing she wanted to do was to meet with the guild leader, which supposedly made one age by 5 years. It's already decided. Go back. However, the vice leader was resolute. In the end, Yijina made her final-ditch effort. But come on. That kid really isn't up to our guild standards. He's rank 934 for God's sake. Even if he's rank 1 in theory, he wouldn't be here without his connection to Yu Yonha, and a mere cadet shouldn't be allowed to interfere with a guild's administration. On the surface, everything she was saying was right. In truth, even the vice leader had similar doubts about how a rank 934 cadet was selected to the guild experience program. Who? However, such doubts were washed clean by what Yu Jinwoong said yesterday. He spoke. Mountain Tyrant, you've heard of that name, right? Of course, do I look like a rookie? Then you should know that the Mountain Tyrant's vital point is in our guild's database. Yes, though you wouldn't tell me even if I asked. Data on a high-rank monster like the Mountain Tyrant was top-secret information. Even within essence of the Strait, there weren't more than 10 people who had access to this data. Furthermore, those that knew had their mouths sealed with a magic contract. Come here. The vice leader gestured with his hand. Yijina walked up to him stiffly. The vice leader then whispered into her ear. Immediately, Yijina was dumbstruck. Is that true? Yeah, Kim Hajin is the one who provided that info. How? This isn't the first time we're seeing an oddball among Cube's cadets. I'm sure he analyzed it himself. It's not like there aren't videos of mountain tyrant hunts, and didn't you say so yourself, that he's rank 1 in theory? Yijina shut her mouth. Thinking about it now, it wouldn't be impossible for someone so outstanding in problem-solving to analyze a few monsters' vital points. Listen, this is why I always tell you not to judge people by their ranks. Ranks can't fully encapsulate cadets' abilities. But last hiring season, you told us to reject anyone below rank 100. Yijina pouted, not daring to voice her thoughts. So just accept your punishment. A private meeting with the guild leader wasn't really a meeting, but a hellish, week-long training. As this meeting was under the pretense of a training, there was no trouble with the law, and because anyone would be happy to train under an expert like Yu Jinwoong, you couldn't complain about it either. If Yijina could become stronger through this training, she wouldn't be so against it. However, because the difference in skill was too big, she would only act as a sandbag for a week. Ark. What ark? Nothing. I'll be on my way. Yijina bowed and turned around. I'll hope to see a new you in a week. I'm only doing this because I care about you. You might be scared now, but it's better than having it stay on your record. The vice leader then admonished her. Also, don't even think about contacting him again. I won't. Good, you can go now. Yeah. When Yijina grabbed the doorknob, vice leader chattered for the last time. Before you go into training, make sure you apologize to him. You obtained 89 SB. Luck bonus applies. You obtain 12 additional SB. What now? When I was looking at my laptop screen nervously, an alert suddenly popped up. I didn't know what happened, but I was happy to get more SB. However, I didn't have time to celebrate. Who? I let out a deep sigh and got back my focus. Currently, I was planning on using about 1500 SB to create a new gift. It wasn't a gift related to physical abilities or magic power. I realized from my fight with the limestone golems that no matter how much effort I put in, my physical stats would only lag behind as time went by. So rather than investing in my body, I would invest in equipment. The following was the gift I wrote. Equals random consolidation system, low rank, spirit attribute. Scanning scans a designated equipment. Random consolidation consolidates the concept of the scanned equipment by 100%. The consolidation lasts for 24 hours, after which the consolidation percentage will be randomized once again. Growth, you can use SB to strengthen the gift random consolidation system. Random consolidation system. It was a gift that fully utilized my incredible luck stat. The concept of an equipment was exactly that. For example, consolidating a gun's concept would strengthen its accuracy, recoil, RPM, firepower, and stability. Consolidating a vehicle would strengthen its sturdiness, speed, fuel consumption rate, maneuverability, among others. Since the boost percentage was completely random, it might seem like it's completely reliant on luck. But it just so happened that my luck stat surpassed the human threshold. Given that, this gift was extremely efficient. Let's go. I was more nervous than when I consolidated my equipment in games. May Lady Luck shine on me. Tap. I hit save. A message popped up on the laptop screen. You do not have enough SB. The gift will be modified accordingly. An incredible luck applies. A portion of the gift has been restored. Random consolidation system, lowest rank, spirit attribute. Scanning scans up to 5 designated equipment at once. Random consolidation consolidates the concept of the scanned equipment by 144%. The consolidation lasts for 24 hours, after which the consolidation percentage will be randomized once again. A scan on an equipment can be cancelled, after which it will return to normal in 1 hour. Growth, you can use SB to strengthen the gift random consolidation system. I wasn't too happy with it, but considering this was what I got after my luck preserved some of the original effects, it only meant what I had first was too absurdly strong. I had to be content with what I got. I checked the message I got on my smartwatch some time ago. This was the reason I was racking my brain trying to come up with a gift. Traveling club next Friday. Destination: England. It was an announcement from the traveling club. The next main story event was here. I picked up the magic sword I kept in my drawer. English Royal Court. Rachel was enjoying her break in her room. Free from studying, training, and potential danger, she spent the entire day sleeping on her bed. Uon. The morning sunlight felt pleasant after 14 hours of sleep. Each day seemed to get brighter after experiencing a portion of her future on that day. Tock tock, someone knocked on her door. Come in. The old man who walked in was Henry, the butler of the English royal court. Henry. His hair had now turned grey, and Rachel was more comfortable around him than her own father. How was your time in Cube? It was fine, Rachel replied with a smile. However, Henry knew the various fears that were suppressed in her heart. You don't need to worry from now on. We made an agreement with Cube. We'll be sending a trustworthy agent to Cube. Rachel was relieved to hear the news. With a gentle smile, Rachel praised the butler. Also about the cadet that saved Princess. He brought up something she had been wondering about, a request she personally made as soon as the final exam ended. Rachel's ears stood up. The royal court will contact him. Good. Rachel nodded in satisfaction. Of course, the English royal court wasn't worth much compared to Korea. However, the English royal court was a competitive place to get into in its own way, and it also had fairly distinguished heroes. Although it wasn't a particularly enticing choice for the top 100 cadets, Kim Hajin wasn't in the top 100. He was currently ranked strangely low, being at rank 934. However, his true strength wasn't on the level of rank 934. Rachel could still clearly remember what happened that day. A single bullet had blown away an assassin she had trouble dealing with, But for some reason, Kim Hajin was hiding his true strength. Rachel was happy with it since it meant there wouldn't be guilds approaching him. Even if there were, that would be illegal. However, as the English royal court had a special privilege that allowed them to recruit cadets before graduation, they could make recruitment offers to cadets without breaking the law. Thank you, Henry SSI. No problem. I'll leave you to rest then. The butler went away. Rachel's room was large and silent. There weren't many fun things to do either. There were Welsh corgis in the garden, but they seemed to hate her. As such, Rachel went back to rolling around on her bed. Then suddenly she rubbed her belly. Her stomach was flat with well-defined abs, being nowhere big enough to carry a life. But one day, a shy smile bloomed on her face. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Break 3. My summer break was a series of hellish training. Although I invested in strengthening my equipment with random consolidation system, that didn't mean I gave up on training my body. I formed a workout routine using posts on Hero Community, and I put the effort in to match my perseverance stat. A week went by in a breeze. My body's growth was still stunted. However, Ether had finished its awakening. Ether awakened, mystic formless, evolving a corporeal but formless weapon. Adheres to its master or his weapon, reinforcing their strength. A portion of its potential was awakened through a mystical elemental's power. Master selection will not adhere to another being once a master is chosen. Physical body reinforcement increases all variable stats of its owner by 0.7 points. Weapon reinforcement adheres to its master's weapon and strengthens the weapon's attack power. Ether itself can also form a weapon. Current weapon form, Ether rank, high rank. Detail materialization, Ether can manifest color and texture, cannot be too complex. Evolving weapon, all of the above functions, evolves with its owner. Depending on the state of Ether's awakening, other functions can develop. To summarize, physical body materialization's variable stat boost increased from 0.6 to 0.7, and it awakened a new function called detail materialization. I quite liked this new function. In the original story, Ether only had two colors, white or blue. As such, weapons formed with Ether were noticeable, being either entirely white or blue. But with detail materialization, it would be different. An ordinary knife, ordinary hammer, ordinary gun, though it said that it couldn't be too complex, so maybe a gun wouldn't work. Would it? It didn't hurt to try. When I thought about forming a gun, Ether squirmed around, trying to change to the shape of a gun. In the end, something went wrong and it ended up looking like a croissant. So it doesn't work. Next was a knife. Ether managed to form a knife without difficulty. A 35 cm long blade and a black plastic handle. I grabbed the knife to feel its texture. Just like I thought, it was no different than an ordinary knife. The keyword was ordinary. Evandel, uncle is going to go out for a bit. I'll bring back yummy food, so don't play with that for too long. If you get sleepy, just sleep. Evandel was molding her magic power as though it was a clay dough. Her instinct as a witch was telling her to make ghosts. I was a bit glad she was playing well by herself. Make cute animals with that, all right. Please don't make humans. I know, I know. Evandel blocked her ears and shook her head. She seemed focused and didn't want me bothering her. For some reason, it felt like she was already coming to resemble Rachel. I stroked Evandel's head and left my room. Perhaps because it was a break, Cube was empty. It was only 9 o'clock, but there were a few rooms with their lights on. I enjoyed this scenery quite a lot. I moved to a nearby forest. After walking into the middle of the forest, I stopped and held my ether knife. Then I murmured quietly, "Scan." In an instant, the number 31 appeared on the knife's blade before disappearing. It didn't look any different from the outside, but ether's output should be 31% stronger. I stared at a boulder about 200 meters away. It was large and looked hard. Hoop! I threw the knife at the boulder. Drawing a streak of light, the knife reached the boulder but didn't get stuck in it. Instead, it went through it. Unable to withstand the shock, the boulder split in half. The knife continued flying after tearing through the boulder, then flew back into my hand when I gave the thought. Oh ho! Detail materialization turned ether into an ordinary-looking weapon that wasn't so ordinary in power. Not bad. Weapon artifacts scattered around the world had extraordinary outward appearance befitting their lofty status. The depth of history and time was something that couldn't be hidden. But the weapon in my hand was different. No matter how you looked at it, it was an ordinary modern knife. Of course, although it could penetrate a boulder, it wasn't guaranteed to break through a chi reinforcement. But an ordinary outer appearance induced carelessness, and a moment of carelessness would be enough to deal a lethal blow. Noon. The traveling club gathered again under a blazing summer sun. The meeting place was the Seoul Portal Station. Ki Naeun, Kim Suho, and Yu Yonha had already arrived and were waiting for other cadets to come. God, it's so hot. When are they coming? Ki Naeun grumbled as she fanned herself with her hand. Yu Yonha muttered from next to her. Who told you to wear the cadet uniform? Rather than wearing a 3,000,001 jacket that provided temperature control, Ki Naeun wore her cadet uniform, thinking Kim Suho would do the same. But in reality, Kim Suho wore a white shirt with black slacks. It suited him so well that she couldn't even get angry. Oh, look, here comes another cadet uniform. Yu Yonha pointed to a distant place, and Ki Naeun turned her gaze. It was Kim Hajin. He was also wearing his cadet uniform, but with a black jacket on top of it. How is he not burning in that thing? However, unlike what Ki Naeun thought, Kim Hajin was feeling great. What he was wearing was the cloth armor gifted by Rachel, which had a temperature control functionality. Kim Hajin walked up to the others. Hey, Hajin. Kim Suho waved his hand and greeted him. Yeah, Kim Hajin nodded. Looking back and forth between the two of them, Ki Naeun smirked. They were just too awkward. At that moment, Oh Han-hyun yelled as he clapped. Now that Hajin SSI is here, let's go. After checking in our passport at the Portal station, we arrived in London. It was my first time being here, and I found the scenery both crowded and beautiful. As you all know, we will be going to Clancy Islet today. Clancy Islet was a gathering place for the European upper class, known for its gambling, shopping, fine dining, and entertainment. In a way, it was similar to America's Las Vegas. Good, very good. Ki Naeun revealed her excitement as she clenched her fists. We have free time, right? Yes, until 7 o'clock tonight. There's a big event going on tonight, and that's why we're going to Clancy Islet. When I contacted them about coming to watch, they happily said yes. Just like Oh Han-hyun said, there was a big event planned for tonight. It was so big that it would draw all sorts of unwanted flies. No, they were too strong to be called flies. Perhaps it was better to call them beasts. All right, let's go. I began walking with the rest of the group. After following along the Thames River for about 10 minutes, we could see an island floating in the sky. It was about 4.2 square kilometers in size, floating at about 700 meters in the air. This was the floating island, Clancy Islet, created using the English government's buoyancy stone. This island of riches generated close to 30% of England's tourism profit. Wow, it's been so long. I must have been 11 when I was last here. Ki Naeun smiled, feeling reminiscent. However, her face quickly darkened. It must have been because her older brother was with her the last time. It's my first time here. Are you going to be our guide? Kim Suho asked. Ki Naeun became energized again and retorted, Of course. Everyone continued to chatter, and I walked as I listened in half-heartedly. Hajin, have you been here before? Then suddenly Kim Suho asked me. No. Oh, then two of us are newbies. I guess we are. While I talked with Kim Suho, we arrived at Clancy Islet's entrance. There was a portal built on the Thames River that led up to the island, and it was easy to see that there was stricter security around it. Here is my cadet ID and an invitation from Jamie, Kim SSI. Oh Han-hyun approached one of the guards in front of the entrance and gave him his cadet ID and the invitational letter. Wait here. The guard went away to confirm the invitation letter's authenticity, then came back to let us in. Of course, we had to go through a baggage check and body scanner to make sure we weren't carrying any weapons. How strict? Clancy Islet had everything to offer in regards to money. Casinos, dueling arenas, auction houses, academic seminars, lectures, corporate keynotes, etc. It wasn't an exaggeration to say Clancy Islet was the reason England was the second most powerful country in Europe. Oh, right, we can go to the casino, right? Ki Naeun asked. She seemed to be itching to go already. Yes, Cube's cadets are treated as adults here. Being a Cube's cadet was a great status, as it allowed minors to do things minors normally couldn't. Furthermore, if a problem arose because of it, the country would take responsibility. Of course, that didn't mean we could commit crimes. Nice! Ki Naeun clenched her fists triumphantly. However, I knew her excitement would disappear in just 3 hours. Ki Naeun brought 300 million won today, which was half the amount she had saved up from her allowances. She should have planned to spend 15% of it on gambling and the other 85% on shopping. But she would blow all of it in just 3 hours of gambling. Even as the original author, I didn't know which was more absurd, having 300 million won from allowances or losing all of it in just 3 hours. Whew. I tried to maintain my cool as much as possible, but I was also nervous. I was itching too. To me, casinos were gold mines. I didn't plan on going overboard and drawing unnecessary attention on myself, but I didn't plan on going home empty-handed either. Before tonight's incident, I planned to make as much as I could. Let's go in. We walked into the portal. In the blink of an eye, the scenery changed. A giant fountain, flamboyant casino hotel, auction house, fancy restaurant, and fleeting clouds. It was a paradise on earth. Casino! Who wants to go to the casino? Ki Naeun shouted excitedly. Yu Yonha and Kim Suho had no choice but to go with her. I also planned on going to the casino, but I didn't follow Ki Naeun. Kim Suho asked me, Hajin, where are you gonna go? I'm tired, so I'll rest a bit in my hotel room and grab lunch afterward. Although that's what I said, I headed straight to the casino after I dropped off my bag in my room. It was my first time coming to a casino, and it was even more amazing than I imagined. Oh! In a large area with no mirrors or clocks, the sound of spinning slot machines resounded, and various languages went back and forth. What should I do, the slot machine, or grab one of the tables? I have to get some chips first. First, I headed to the currency exchange. I brought 10 million won in cash to exchange. Can I get your ID? The cashier spoke in fluent Korean with a bright smile. I gave her my cadet ID. The cashier converted my money into chips without batting an eye. Staring at her, I asked casually, How long have you been working here? The cashier, or rather Jane, who was disguised as a cashier, replied with a smile, It's been 6 years. So it's been a while. Yes. I took my chips and turned around. Do I go for a slot machine jackpot, or do I empty out a dealer? So close. When I was pondering between two choices, a familiar voice rang out. It was Ki Naeun. You really lost by an inch. Ki Naeun was sitting at a seven-card stud table. There were many different poker tables in this casino, but only 3 of them were for the seven-card stud variant. But because seven-card stud was the only poker variant she knew, she sat down at a seven-card stud table as if it was the most obvious choice. Man, I almost had it. Hearing her dejected voice, a man sitting next to her consoled her. You were close, haha. Close my ass. It was easy to spot a pushover like Ki Naeun. All 4 people sitting with her on that table were working together to scam her. From the distance, I could see that she lost 10 million won in her last pot. That seemed to have been too much for her as she tried to get up. I'm leaving now. Haha, see ya. But well, I feel bad taking money from a kid. Here, I'll give 25% of it back. The leader of the 4 provoked her. Bert, the scammer. He was a tall Caucasian man who rarely suffered a loss in my novel. What? It's only pocket change. I can make it back whenever I want. Ki Naeun sat back down, her competitive spirit burning. Baring his sly teeth, Bert handed a stack of chips to Ki Naeun. Come on, don't be like that. Here, just take this and go. I'm saying this to you, young lady. Screw that, let's go again. Just like that, Ki Naeun fell into their trap. She won the next 2 parts, earning 3 million won in total, then lost 8 million on the third. She earned 2 million on the fourth, then lost 20 million on the fifth and sixth. So close. On the 8th, Bert lost on purpose. Ki Naeun laughed, not knowing that he was only pretending. Please, I was obviously going to win that one. Maybe. Although Bert was a scammer, he wasn't cheating at the moment. Casino cards were all specially made artifacts so that no hero could see through it, except me, of course, or pull some sort of a trick. Bert was only reading the faint changes in Ki Naeun's expression to read her hands. Since you carried more cards in your hand in a 7-card stud, Ki Naeun simply didn't stand a chance. Ehew, I fold. The rounds continued until it eventually reached the 11th round. Ki Naeun folded with 2 pairs in her hand. Bert had 1 pair, and his teammate had a queen high. I fold too. However, Bert folded to provoke Ki Naeun even more. Then he asked his teammate with a furtive smile, Hey, can I see your hand? I'm curious what you had. Haha, it really wasn't my part to win. When his teammate showed his queen high hand, Ki Naeun's face turned red. Oh, come on. Now that things had come this far, no one could stop Ki Nayan. In just 2 hours from now, Ki Nayan would lose all her money, then hole up in her hotel room to cry. Of course, I wasn't interested in the grievances Ki Nayan would face. However, I was interested in the scammer Bert. I slowly approached their table, then tapped on Ki Nayan's shoulder. Hey, stand up. I'll play here. What, when did you get here? When I tried to drive Ki Nayan out, the scammers' faces instantly stiffened. They were quick to act. I got a phone call. I'll stop here. One member got up, pretending to pick up a call. Bert then spoke with a smile. Looks like there's an open seat for you. Can I join in? I sat down, pretending not to know what he was doing. Bert welcomed me with a big smile. Of course. Hey, are you sure you have the money? The minimum betting price is 100,000 won. I'm fine, just play. The game then resumed with the dealer giving each of us 3 cards. Everyone checked their hands, then picked one of their cards to reveal. But not me. I left my cards exactly where the dealer placed them. I didn't turn the cards over to check what they were. Hey, aren't you going to see your hand? One of Bert's team members asked. It was a bold guy with an intimidating face. I smiled and nodded. No, I'm not. Even if I didn't flip them over, I could see what was on them. 2 queens of hearts and a 3 of spades. You know the rules, kid. What, you think I would be here if I didn't? Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Singing this song, I picked up one of the cards to reveal. It was the 3 of spades. Immediately, veins bulged upon the man's temples. What's your problem? What's yours? What? Hey, Bert quickly cut in. Haha, can't you see what he's wearing? That's Cube's cadet uniform. Let's be respectful to each other, okay? Although that was what he said, Bert's face was also a bit stiff. From the looks of it, even the almighty Bert must not have expected to see someone who wouldn't even look at his hand. But well, technique in gambling only went so far. Luck was king. Reporting. 6 Jins from the evil society, 3 heroes from the association, and some random scammer. Oh, and there's one person from the vast expanse. It looks like he's only here to sightsee. Jane reported her findings. Jins from the evil society. High-rank heroes from the Hero Association, a hunter from the vast expanse, and the chameleon troop. With the scale of the event being so big, all sorts of people flocked to it. Jane had only reported on what she could personally confirm. There were undoubtedly many more lurking in the shadows. Oh right, there's also Kim Hajin who boss likes. Jane ended her report with Kim Hajin. Stand by for now. Also, I do not like Kim Hajin. Really, I didn't know. Jane ignored the latter part of boss sentence. By the way, Kim Hajin saw my face. Do you think he noticed? He needs to concentrate his magic power around his optic nerves to see through your gift. There's no reason he would use his magic power while looking at an ordinary person. I guess so. I didn't feel any movement of magic power either. Chapter 72. I might look like Ryu Junyul. One 7-card stud had a simple set of rules. At the beginning of the game, players were each dealt 3 cards by the dealer. Each player would then choose one of those 3 cards to reveal while keeping the other 2 hidden. Then, players would begin betting, with dealers providing each player with a new open card. When the number of cards became 7, the betting would stop. Players who were still in the round would show their hands, and the person with the best hand would win. This bastard really won't look at his hand until the end. Look at your hand, for God's sake. How can you be so confident? You'll read my face if I do. I'm not confident in maintaining a poker face. The bald guy sitting next to me kept pestering me. However, I only glared at Bert. To be exact, I was glaring at the bracelet on his left wrist. An obsidian bracelet with black luster. That was an artifact Bert obtained through one of his scams. However, Bert didn't know that it was an artifact yet. Rather than Bert's money, I wanted his bracelet. Currently, we were in our 12th round of poker. Ki Nayan was still in the negative, while my chips had multiplied to 60 million won. Tusk! Bert was angry, understandably so. I would be angry too if a random kid suddenly barged in on my scheme and took 50 million won. However, Bert currently had the best hand. 5 cards had already been dealt, so there were 2 cards left until we would show our hands. If Bert got an ace, he would complete an ace-high full house. Next hand. The dealer dealt the 6th round of cards. Bert got an ace of hearts. He had completed his ace-high full house. The chances of getting an ace-high full house was 0.144%. It was a hand that normally didn't lose, as the only hands that won against it were 4 of a kind, straight flush, or royal flush. The chances of getting a four of a kind when someone else had a full house was even lower than winning a lottery. However, there wasn't even a single movement in Bert's facial muscles. Since I couldn't tell even with my heightened perception, it was safe to say he had a perfect poker face. But I was fine. My luck led the situation to my advantage. If I had a four of a kind and my opponent had no hand, I would be unlucky as my opponent would just fold. The opponent having a full house was the perfect trap. That said, my four of a kind was still incomplete. In my hands were the deuce of diamonds, deuce of hearts, and deuce of clubs. I was still missing the deuce of spades. However, I trusted my luck. Call Bert made his bet, maintaining his calm. I raise. The bold man increased the pot size with a terrible hand. I wasn't sure what happened, but he must have received Bert's sign somehow. Call, Kinayan also called carefully. She really was terrible at this game. In any case, I also called just like Bert wanted. In this seven-card stud table, the maximum betting limit was 500 million won. Although I made quite a bit, I was still short-stacked compared to the other more rich players on the table. With that last call, I had gone all in. Here's the final hidden card, deuce of spades. My four of a kind was complete. Ah, kid, you already went all in, so you can't bet any more, huh? Just like Bert said, I was out of money. There was still a round of betting left. Bert asked casually, "Why don't you bet that ring on your finger instead?" Bert noticed that the ring on my finger wasn't an ordinary ring. As expected of a scammer, he had good eyesight. What? However, the one who reacted fiercely wasn't me, but Ki Nayan. Is this guy crazy? Hey, let's just leave. What, the game isn't even over yet. Just stay put. It's fine, I'll give you the money you would have lost. Just sit. What's up with her? I grabbed Ki Nayan's wrist and made her sit. Fine, I'll bet this priceless ring, so you bet that too. I pulled my ring out and placed it on the table. Then I pointed at the obsidian bracelet on Bert's left wrist. After thinking about it for a moment, Bert took his bracelet off. Deal. Then Ki Nayan whispered into my ear with a worried face. Hey, are you really okay with that? That's your family keepsake. I won't lose, so just stay still. I would have folded if I didn't stand a chance. I didn't even hear what Ki Nayan was saying. Now then. The pot size was 300 million won, but the real value of the pot was much higher with two artifacts on the line. What will the others bet? When I asked, Bert's teammates immediately folded. I also fold. With that, Ki Nayan also fell silent. Only Bert and I were left in the pot. Then shall we show our hands? Sure. I'll go first. Bert revealed his hand, ace-high full house. Full house? Ki Nayan's face stiffened. For some reason, she seemed to care more about the outcome of this match than me. Haha, sorry, kid. Bert grinned and moved to sweep the chips to his side. It was the stereotypical scene of someone about to lose. Hold on, I haven't revealed my hand yet. What? Just like what victors would do in gambling movies, I grabbed the loser's wrist and stopped him from sweeping the chips away. Then I slowly revealed my hands. 4 cards, all with the number 2, showed up. 4 of a kind, it's my victory. Immediately, Bert's expression darkened. Ki Nayan cusped her hands and shouted, Wow, a 4 of a kind. How Ki Nayan's hair stood on ends, as did mine. Although I already knew I would win, winning brought a great sense of ecstasy. Just as I expected, Bert made a big scene, calling me a scammer. However, Ki Nayan subdued him before the security guards could even arrive, and I grabbed all the chips along with his obsidian bracelet. Athenian citizens' obsidian bracelet, magic artifact, a bracelet with magic seals. Magic seal 1/4. Shock absorption and automatic recharge when its wearer receives damage. Some of it is converted into magic power and stored in the bracelet. Slowly charges magic power when exposed to air. Although this bracelet could store magic power, the wearer couldn't use it directly, as the magic power would only linger inside the bracelet. This was the reason that Bert wouldn't realize the true worth of this bracelet until a year later. Of course, that was in the original story. Now that the bracelet was in my hands, he would never find out about its true worth. Then how could this bracelet be used? It was simple. You just had to engrave another magic seal into the bracelet. This bracelet could store up to 4 magic seals. For now, I planned to put seals that enhanced my physical body. What were you going to do if you lost? Ki Nayan, who was walking next to me, suddenly asked. Jump off a bridge. I meant it to be a joke, but Ki Nayan made a serious face. Don't say that. You have to live your life to the fullest. It was surprising to see her say something like that in such a serious tone. What is it all of the sudden? What, you want your money back? Of the 300 million I won, 100 million belonged to Kinean. No, you use it. You won it fair and square. I'll consider it a lesson fee. I won't gamble ever again. Kinean walked forward while grumbling. It seemed she planned to leave the casino. Oh, by the way. Then she suddenly came to stop and turned around to face me. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke abruptly. You were pretty cool today. With that, she turned back and left the casino. I guess I was. Of course, I had no plans to leave yet. Standing in the middle of the casino floor, I breathed in the heated atmosphere's air. Tia-ra-ra-ra-ra, the sound of a spinning roulette struck my ears. I could hear people screaming at a baccarat table. Slot machines tempted people with their addictive tune. The laughter of dealers rang out, and tables were stacked with chips and cards. Casino, where the fate of fortune was decided by luck. Here I was king. I clenched my fists and chose my target. First was the roulette. I walked up with heavy steps and put down 100 million won. 1 to 12. Spectators gave me curious glances. CH week, the roulette spun. Its destination, the number 12. Ooh! Spectators and players cheered as my money became 130 million won. A confident smile emerged on my face. After that, I tried all sorts of games. Blackjack, Indian poker, baccarat, Texas Hold'em, even Ghost Stop. Every time I moved to a new table, my money multiplied like a colony of bacteria. 6:10 p.m., 50 minutes before the start of the event, it was time for the traveling club's members to meet. Other than Kim Hajin, everyone was waiting at the appointed location. Ah, Hajin is here, Kim Suho spoke, pointing in the distance. Finally, why is he always la? Ki Naeun couldn't finish her sentence. Kim Hajin had changed significantly compared to a few hours ago. His shaggy hair was brushed up neatly, and he had changed out of his cadet uniform and was now wearing a brand-name suit. With his luxury dress shoes making him 6 centimeters taller, he walked up, exuding confidence. Oh, Kim Hajin, what happened? Ki Naeun and Yu Yonha stood in a daze with their mouths half open, and Kim Suho asked with a surprised face. Kim Hajin grinned. His white teeth glistened under the sunlight. Dumbstruck, Ki Naeun asked, What did you get your teeth whitened to? Ah, something like that. It happened at an antique shop. Using his laptop, Kim Hajin checked whether there were any useful items, and then he found a 300-year-old toothbrush, which supposedly raised the charm stat by 0.01 points. The increase in charm came from having his teeth cleaned, which included teeth whitening. Your clothes, did you buy them? Yeah. Yu Yonha and Ki Naeun scanned him from top to bottom. Feeling confident, Kim Hajin crossed his arms and even put on sunglasses. Span, I might look like Ryu Junyul. At that moment, a soft, silvery voice rang out. Oh, who's this? The group turned to the direction of the voice. There we saw Kim Junwoo, a hunter of the vast expanse. Ki Naeun. Kim Junwoo looked at Ki Naeun and waved his hand. Ki Naeun's eyes widened. Ah, why are you here, Opa? Nothing much, just hanging out. Kim Junwoo scratched his head and smiled modestly. Then Yu Yonha approached him with her eyes flashing. Could you be Kim Junwoo from the vast expanse? Yup, that's me. It looks like my name is still worth something, haha. It's nice to meet you. Yu Yonha shook hands with Kim Junwoo. Then Kim Junwoo turned towards Kim Hajin, seemingly recognizing him. Ah, you're the kid who was making bank at the casino. You were Naeun's friend. Nice to meet you, man. I'm jealous I only lost money. Making bank, Ki Naeun, Yu Yonha, and Kim Suho tilted their heads simultaneously. Yeah, I think he made around 2 billion. 2 billion. The three of them shouted at the same time. Even to Yu Yonha and Ki Naeun, 2 billion won was a lot of money. Kim Junwoo rubbed his chin and spoke. I think so. A bunch of big guys in suits dragged him out after a while. They didn't drag me out. They gave me a key to the hotel's best suite and even guided me there, to take a break. Oh, is that what happened? Hearing Kim Hajin, Kim Junwoo nodded with a smile. Then he glanced at Kim Suho. Chuckling like an old man, he whispered into Ki Naeun's ear. Who's he? Your boyfriend? What are you talking about? Ki Naeun glanced at Kim Suho, then glanced at Kim Hajin. He's not. Seeing Ki Naeun's eyes, Kim Junwoo made a mischievous smile. Don't tell me you're hunting two rabbits at the same time. What are you talking about? Polyandry should be okay for someone like you now, UK. Stop. Ki Naeun struck Kim Junwoo's solar plexus with her elbow. Kim Junwoo held his stomach exaggeratedly and yelled surrender. Meanwhile, there was a man who was watching the rowdy scene in hiding. Evil societies, Bermond. His strength was around the middle of the pack in everyone attending today's event. From the looks of it, Kim Junwoo doesn't know about the details. Yes, I'll join up soon. Finishing his report, he turned back. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a woman enveloped in darkness. Immediately, Bermond became breathless. Long black hair, deep dark eyes. Her murky eyes seemed to be devouring him. Staring at Bermond, the woman called someone. Jane. Yeah, I'm here. Another woman appeared beside her. At that moment, Bermond felt his death. Same time. A limousine stopped in front of the Thames River's opening leading to Clancy Islet. Countless reporters and cameras were concentrated around the limousine, and the door of the limousine then opened. From inside, a long, beautiful white leg appeared. The woman who got out of the limousine was Rachel, wearing a silver dress, the princess and pride of England. When she appeared, the flashes of the reporters busily flickered. Do you have any thoughts on tonight's event? According to the rumors, you lost Cube's rank 1 theory spot. Do you have any comments on the matter? Responding with a smile, Rachel continued to walk. Although she wasn't accustomed to wearing high heels yet, her steps were more perfect and beautiful than a model's. Arriving in front of the portal, Rachel met a businessman. Thank you very much for personally visiting us today, Princess. He was Zelen, the CEO of the multinational Roten Corporation. Today, in Clancy Islet's Clancy Hall, he would personally reveal how to effectively utilize the white crystal, in which tens of thousands of magic power were concentrated. Furthermore, Roten Corporation had asked the English royal court to attend to heighten the formality of the presentation. As Roten Corporation was the greatest sponsor of the English Royal Court Guild, Rachel couldn't refuse their request. Have you increased security for the event? Rachel asked Zelen. Haha, of course. There was always the potential of djinns or bandits interfering. Because of it, events of this scale rarely happened. However, Roten did not want to give up on the stock price increase and other astronomical profits they could make from this announcement. Of course, they made thorough preparations for potential threats. They chose Clancy Islet as their venue, which was arguably the safest place in Europe, and hired numerous mercenaries, and even lobbied the hero associations to have high-rank heroes dispatched. You can look forward to it, Princess. Zelen's eyes scanned her. Rachel did not like his lustful, snake-like eyes. As the biggest sponsor of the Royal Court Guild, Roten will promise to elevate the guild's status. Clancy Islet's largest luxury hall, Clancy Hall. There were still 30 minutes left until the event started, but the place was filled with people. Adorned in luxurious clothes, they were all members of the upper class. However, I didn't lose out to anyone in terms of luxuriousness. 300 million one suit. It was so expensive because it was a cloth armor and a partial artifact jacket. It was enough to make me look like an Asian millionaire. Sitting alone in a cool pasture, I looked around the hall. Yu Yonha was busy trying to build connections, and Ki Naeun went to the bathroom saying she needed to take a dump. You're here too. At that moment, someone's voice rang out from behind me. I turned around. The boss of the chameleon troupe, currently Li Xiaopeng, was there. Oh, you came too, Xiaopeng SSI. Right, as a hero in charge of guarding, what bullshit. However, boss suddenly stopped cursed in the middle of talking. I understood why. I had also heard what Jane whispered in her ear. It was thanks to my gift, observation, and reading. You finally met your crush, boss. Congratulations. Cue him, cue him. A dry cough came out of my throat. Sorry. My colleague was saying something strange through my earphone. Boss made an excuse, tapping on the earphone in her ear. 1. Ryu Junyul is a famous Korean actor who is known for being ugly, as Korean male actors are generally very handsome. A funny joke that most Korean readers would understand. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. White Crystal, 2, 6:40 p.m. Clancy Hall. Boss was still sitting next to me. Nom, nom. She was busily chewing on a chocolate that she got from the waiter. She must really like it, as her eyes were shining brightly. Looking at her from the corner of my eyes, I thought about how I should respond. The white crystal would be revealed soon. That was something that could not fall into the djinn's hands. However, I wasn't strong enough to prevent them from carrying out their plan, and even if I was, I shouldn't interfere and draw unwanted attention on myself. Roten Corporation was one of the most corrupt corporations in my setting. Although there were no Jins among their executives, many of them were so vile that Jins would have been better off being in their positions. No matter how I thought about it, it was best for the chameleon troupe to take the crystal like in the original story. Waiter! Suddenly, Boss called the waiter. What did she want now? I focused my attention on her action. The waiter came up to her and spoke politely. Yes, madam. Do you have any more of that chocolate you gave me before? Boss asked as she smacked her lips. Yes, here you go. No, not one. I think I'll be satisfied with about 3. Yes. While Boss was craving chocolates, Ki Naeun and Kim Suho returned. They looked around for their seats, then tilted their heads when they saw me. They then walked up to me. Hajin, who is that next to you? Who? Kim Suho and Ki Naeun didn't yet know about Chameleon Troop's boss. Ah, she's someone I know. Her name is Lee Xiaopeng. She's a high intermediate rank hero. We met coincidentally. I put my hand on Boss' shoulder, pretending to be friendly. Boss was still munching on a chocolate. Niam. Right. I'm Lee Xiaopeng. Ah, yes, it's nice to meet you. Ki Naeun greeted her a bit awkwardly, while Kim Suho bowed respectfully. This is Ki Naeun, and this is Kim Su. I already know. They are famous cadets. Just like Boss said, the two of them were so well known that it would be strange for anyone in this business to not know them. After finishing their introductions, Kim Suho and Ki Naeun sat down side by side. You guys are here too. A soft voice flowed towards us like a current of warm air. It was Kim Junwoo. He smiled, making his already small eyes smaller. His narrowed eyes landed on Boss. At the same time, Boss' eyes also landed on Kim Junwoo. They seemed to see through each other's strength at first glance. This is, pointing at Boss, Kim Junwoo's voice had gotten a bit calmer. Boss only stared at him without giving him an answer. As a result, Ki Naeun spoke up instead. This is Senior Lee Xiaopeng, a high intermediate rank hero and Kim Hajin's acquaintance. By the way, Lee Xiaopeng SSI, how do you know Kim Hajin? You're really pretty, so how did Kim Hajin? You're right, she's a beauty. May I ask how old you are? Kim Junwoo asked. Boss was surprisingly young, 24. She was only 7 years older than Kim Suho, and she was younger than my real age. However, Boss had a bit of a complex about her young age. No. Yes, well, I'll take my leave. Bye, kids. Call me if anything happens. Okay, see you later, Opa. Let's grab some food after this. Kim Junwoo withdrew easily. I have to go on my guard duty, so. Not long afterward, Boss also got up and left. Then Yu Yonha and Oh Henhyun came over as if to replace her. By the way, are other club members not coming anymore? Probably not. They'll be 3rd year soon. The second semester of the 2nd year is one of the busiest times for cadets. I'm sure they're busy making all sorts of preparations. Listening in on their conversation on one ear, I thought about the major Jins that would participate in today's event. First was Need. He was the crystal's carrier. The second was Silason. He also participated in Paris Masquerade Party incident. Today, he would be acting as a combatant. And finally, the team leader of Evil Society's Artifact Retrieval Team, Kim Hakpyo. Before I could finish my thoughts, the lights in the hall went out. The clamorous hall also quieted down, and soon a complete silence descended. The curtain covering the stage was lifted. Tap, tap. The sound of boots rang out clearly. Roten's CEO, Zelen, appeared in the middle of the stage. It's an honor to have you here tonight. When Rachel arrived at Clancy Hall's VIP balcony seat, a hero guard bowed respectfully. Rachel replied with a small smile, then sat down on her seat. Hero guards then circled her surroundings thoroughly. Rachel looked down at the first floor's VIP seats, looking to see if there was anyone she knew. Because she was looking down from the top, she couldn't make clear distinctions. However, there was one particularly noticeable face. Kim Hajin. His attire was different than what he usually wore in Cube. He was wearing a full, brand-name luxury suit. Plus, the jacket cum coat he was wearing was definitely the partial artifact that she gave to him as a present. Next to him was Kim Suho, Ki Naeun, and Yu Yonha in that order. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to have you here tonight. I am Zelen, the CEO of Roten Corporation, a leader in innovative technology. While Rachel was caught off guard by seeing her classmates here, Roten's CEO, Zelen, appeared on stage. Zelen recited his opening remarks, then pointed at the second-floor balcony, saying, Before we begin, let me introduce to everyone the English Royal Court's jewel. At that moment, a spotlight fell on Rachel's head. It was so bright that she couldn't even open her eyes. Still, Rachel stood up from her seat and gave the audience a gentle smile. Applauses rang out from the VIP seats. Soon, the spotlight turned off and Rachel sat back down. Now, everyone, what is the power that forms the origin of all things? Zellen's presentation started in full. Rachel was a bit disgruntled that a presentation on English soil was being done in Korean, though it was being translated into English in real time as well. That's right, it is mana. Somewhere in this world, mana naturally coalesces into natural treasures. Even among these natural treasures, white crystals are especially precious, fully deserving of the phrase, humanity's blessing. On a big screen behind the stage, a beautiful crystal popped up. That was a white crystal, an essence of magic power that was formed from natural accumulation and condensation of mana. It was a natural treasure that was full of nature's life energy. Just by existing, a white crystal increased the atmospheric mana density, making it a priceless treasure that couldn't be bought with money. Currently, 480 crystals have been found. However, there has not been a way to properly utilize this precious crystal. Zelen paused and made a meaningful smile. From now, we, the Roten Corporation, will present the true method of using the white crystal. Next, a staff dragged a strange cart to the stage. There seemed to be something on the cart, but it was covered with a cloth, hiding it from view. Without delay, Zelen lifted the cloth. A white crystal was floating inside a cubic glass tube. Seeing the beautiful, pure white crystal, the audience burst into shocked cries. However, Zelen focused on the cubic glass tube, not the white crystal. This vacuum cube, don't misunderstand it with the Korean peninsula's cube. The audience laughed at the objectively stale joke. This cube can trace its origin all the way to the Persian Empire. This cube was originally an earthenware. But we, in Roten Corporation, are a leader in the partial artifact industry, where artifacts are dismantled and reforged. We decomposed this earthenware into soil and sand, then recreated it into a glass tube using a state-of-the-art mana engineering technique. The audience was immediately stirred. However, the stir wasn't purely from the shock of Zelen's announcement. Looking down from above, Rachel could feel the presence of irregular movements. Black figures began to appear from the pathways on the side of the VIP seats. At first, Rachel thought they were guards. However, she soon realized that their movements were strange. Rachel spoke to her hero guards. "I'm fine, so keep your eyes on them." The hero guards seemed to be thinking the same thing as they went downstairs, only leaving the minimum number of personnel behind. It was then a person sitting in on the first floor seat suddenly shot up. He was particularly eye-catching. It was a man Rachel was familiar with, Kim Hajin. Rachel suddenly remembered things that happened in the past. Kim Hajin always showed up where incidents occurred. In that case, even now, wait just one moment. She left Clancy Hall, restraining the guards who tried to follow her. Before she chased after Kim Hajin, she activated the magical effect stored in a necklace, Shade. Her presence disappeared, and any noise she made was extinguished. Rachel walked like a shadow. At first, she tried to go downstairs. It was because she thought Kim Hajin would be there. But contrary to her expectations, Kim Hajin came up. Hick! About to run into him, she quickly hid behind a wall. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, he climbed the central staircase. His steps were unhurried and stately. Rachel fell back a bit more, then chased after him using the emergency staircase. Eventually, Rachel reached the rooftop. However, Clancy Hall's rooftop wasn't a place a guest could enter. Only engineers would come 3 to 4 times every year for repair or maintenance. As such, the door to the rooftop was firmly closed. Without a key, that door could not be opened. Click, click, Kim Hajin tried to open the door, but the door did not budge. He tilted his head, then took out a hammer. It was a seemingly ordinary hammer with a steel head and a wooden handle. It looked old and worn down, making it all the more shabby. Without explicit permission, weapons couldn't be brought into Clancy Islet. He probably had no choice but to bring a worn-down tool like that hammer. Suddenly, Kim Hajin positioned himself to strike the door with the hammer, almost as if to break the door. However, that was impossible. There was no way. That iron door was made using mana alloy. A mere hammer, especially one that looked so worn down, couldn't possibly. Kim Hajin smashed the door with the hammer. KWANG. A thunderous vibration erupted. In the next moment, Rachel found herself at a loss for words. It was as if her brain stopped functioning. The iron door was struck by the hammer, one that was clearly on the verge of breaking. However, the iron door was completely obliterated. It was dented as though it was struck by a truck. Staring at the now widely open rooftop entrance, Rachel fell in thought. Was the hammer clad in magic power? No, that wasn't it at all. But if it wasn't magic power, what was it? Only his physical power. To break an iron door made with mana alloy. Rachel dropped on the floor and tried to comprehend the incomprehensible situation. Kayak! However, a bigger disturbance and screaming rang out from below. Rachel quickly snapped out of her daze. I have confirmed Roten's internal document. The item currently in Clancy Hall is the real one. Hearing this report, Evil Society's executive, Kim Hakpyo, grinned. It doesn't matter what these insects do. The result is all the same. Even Kim Hakpyo wasn't sure that Roten Corporation would bring out the real priceless crystal and ancient artifact. However, with his craze for money, Zelen had done it. He didn't want to miss the astronomical profit he could gain by presenting the real product. Of course, it wasn't a bad idea. Clancy Islet, the floating island. Entrants of the island were strictly vetted, and because the island itself was made with magic power, artificial portals couldn't be made either. However, they couldn't have imagined that Evil Society would utilize an aerial carrier. Begin! Kim Hakpyo gave his command. Immediately, a dense black fog welled up beneath his feet. The VIPs seemed to think the situation was an event, but the blood-curdling screams that rang out soon proved otherwise. QAC, UK. AC. Hearing the screams, the VIPs lost their composure and stood up. Kayak. Sharp screams spread out like an epidemic, and the entire hall broke out into a pandemonium. Sitting in a seat, Kim Hakpyo smiled. He always welcomed confusion and chaos. Now, everything would be taken care of in this pitch-black darkness. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. White Crystal 3. The 22 elite members of Evil Society quickly went to work. They first blocked out pathways off the stage, then decimated the security. Furthermore, they didn't distinguish between security guards and ordinary civilians. Anyone who got in their way was cut down. As a result, the peaceful hall quickly turned into a scene from hell, and at the forefront of it all was Team 1's executive, Need. He was a grade-1 wanted Jin who was on the association's violet list. Heroes, over here. Here, Zelen was attracting heroes to himself in despair. Need first shut his mouth and let his underlings deal with the heroes that came to help. Then, with nimble and fluid movements, he snatched the cube and the crystal inside. At that moment, a man walked up to him. "Where are you going? Let me introduce myself. I'm a high-rank hero, Jin Zaingchen." The man introduced himself in poor Korean. Need stared at him silently. He had no plans to waste time fighting a high-rank hero. With a smirk, Need's body multiplied. 8 clones of Need appeared in a flash. What a troublesome ability. Jin Zaingchen prepared to fight all 8 bodies simultaneously, but Need had no intention of attacking. The 8 Needs ran away, splitting up in 8 directions. "Why you motherfucker?" Zaingchen pondered. Which direction should he choose? After thinking for a moment, he chose to follow the one running eastward. Meanwhile, Boss was staring at the stage through the darkness. When Need split up and ran away, she began to walk not east but north. From the midst of darkness, a short breath came out. A man who was observing the situation slowly raised his body. Walking through the darkness, he grabbed the wrist of a Jin who was about to cut down a man. Kuak! Twisting his wrist and making him drop his weapon, the man grabbed his neck. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the Jin died, bleeding from all orifices. Throwing the corpse aside, Kim Junwoo grabbed the sword the Jin dropped. Next, he began to cut down every Jin he came across, making his way to Ki Naeun's party. Opa, Ki Naeun and her friends ran up to him. Without a word, Kim Junwoo threw a Jin's sword over to Kim Suho. Kim Suho received it, staring at Kim Junwoo. Kim Junwoo smiled. "Shall we fight?" Just like in the original story, Need split into 8 bodies and escaped. Standing on the rooftop, I saw which Need had the crystal. To the east, there was a hero chasing after Need, but that one didn't have the crystal. To the south, Jane, who was disguised as a Jin, was accompanying Need. However, that Need didn't have the crystal either. And to the north, the one Boss was chasing after should have the crystal according to the original story. I closely watched the north side. Stop! 12 Jins got in front of Boss. Boss immediately unleashed her magic power, a tiny black ball of magic power that looked ordinary from the outside. However, the 12 Jins were sucked into that tiny ball effortlessly. Then they were twisted and distorted to the point of being unrecognizable. Void Sphere. It was a destructive ability that was only a tiny portion of Boss' gift. After lightly shaking off the blockade, Boss chased after Need. From now, she would easily steal the crystal from Need's hands. I stared at Need, who was still running away. What? At that moment, my head shook. This Need didn't have the crystal either. Again, the Need in the north didn't have the crystal. How? I quickly turned on my laptop. However, there were no alerts. If it wasn't because of a settings change, then what changed the situation? I broke out into cold sweat. My head felt numb, and my heart began to beat wildly. I hurriedly looked around the hall, but I couldn't find the crystal with so many people running around. Suddenly, an idea popped up in my head. Although I had never tried it, there was no time to waste. I concentrated Stigma's magic power on my retina. No, to be exact, I concentrated it around my gift, Master Sharpshooter Thousand-Mile Eyes. Stigma's magic power moved and exerted itself according to my will. In that case, it should be possible to strengthen the Thousand-Mile Eyes for a moment. In an instant, the scope of my vision transformed. Just like how satellites look down on the Earth, a wide range entered my sight. Civilians hurriedly escaping the hall, heroes fighting against Jins, strange monster-like one-dimensional shapes summoned by Jins to incite chaos, and the white crystal I needed to find. As the essence of magic power, the white crystal was easy to spot. The crystal was inside a fast-moving sedan. Inside the sedan was only one person. Thwack, however, with the sound of blood vessels being cut, my vision narrowed once again. I grabbed my eyes and knelt. I was struck with a pain so intense that I couldn't even scream. However, I didn't even have time to writhe in pain. I took out the Desert Eagle. I planned to snipe the sedan. However, it seemed my thousand-mile eyes were overloaded as I couldn't aim properly. Without a choice, I jumped down from the rooftop. It was thanks to parkour's power. As soon as I landed on the ground, I looked for something to ride. My luck seemed to have helped me again, as there was a motorbike parked nearby. It was a black bike that looked expensive even at a glance. I had experience driving a motorcycle since I often did delivery as a part-time job before going to the army. Everybody, stay calm as you evacuate. At that moment, I heard a familiar voice. It was Ki Nayan. Without a weapon, she was holding onto magic power condensed in the shape of a stick. Feeling somewhat bad, I shouted at Ki Nayan. Hey, what Kim Hajin? Where have you? I took out the magic sword I kept in my stigma and threw it at her. Be careful not to get hurt. Then I ran to the place where the bike was parked. I didn't need the key. As all car keys in this world were digital, I just had to hack into the bike with my laptop. Sitting on the saddle, I muttered in a low voice. Scan. The result was 40%, a jackpot. The number 40 was engraved on the body of the black bike. Like so, random consolidation system also worked on vehicles. Hey, where are you going? Ki Nayan hurriedly asked. I started the engine without answering her. Vruwang. The engine's beast-like roar rang out. Whoa! The bike charged forward the moment I stepped on the accelerator. Its sheer speed was something I wouldn't dare to wield. Covering my insufficient driving skill as much as possible with my acute dynamic vision, I stormed down the road. The direction was southeast. Pushing the air to the side, the bike rushed through like a streak of light. 3 minutes was enough to reach the goal. At the end of the supersonic charge, I began to see the back of the sedan. What I planned to do from now could only be described as daring. I put ether around the bike and pushed on the accelerator even harder. The speed shot up endlessly. Piercing wind struck my body, and the air pressure prevented me from breathing. Even so, I never let go of the gas. The bike rammed into the back of the sedan. KWANG. The bike and sedan collided. In most instances, the motorcycle would have been blown away. However, it was different this time. The force of the collision caused the back of the sedan to shoot up. Overturned like a tin can, the sedan barreled through the air and slammed into the trunk of a tree. Ha! I stopped the bike and let out a breath I had been holding onto this entire time. Ki Nayan stared blankly at what just happened. Her eyes and ears were solely focused on one spot. The bike that ran out into the road had already become a tiny dot. To be completely honest, she just saw a scene of her dreams. A lightspeed bike, and driving it masterfully in a cool manner. Kayak, however, a desperate shriek dragged her back to reality. What? Ki-neon stared at the magic sword she received while she was in a daze. Where did he get something this expensive? He said he won 2 billion won, so did he buy it with that? To give it to me? No, that can't be. Regardless, it was undoubtedly helpful. With a grin, she imbued her magic power into the sword. Whing, a clean, sharp blade of magic power rose up. Hoop! Ki-neon continued to imbue magic power into the sword. The blade continued to get longer until the blade eventually reached 4 meters in length. The blade burned clearly without a single blemish, showing the world the power of her true gift. Someone save me! At that moment, someone's scream struck her ears. Ki-neon shouted with the sword in her hand. I'm coming! I approached the overturned sedan. The magic power that flowed out of stigma gathered in my hand and formed the Desert Eagle. DRKK, the sedan's driver seat door opened, and a Jin crawled out. He was holding a suitcase in hand. Crazy bastard, the Jin cursed as he glared at me. You're dead. Where did his confidence come from? When I pondered, I saw a flashing object in the distance. It was an aerial carrier with a stealth function. The Jin's face brightened. However, I took out my laptop extremely casually. Oh, over here, brothers. Over here, the Jin even shot a flare gun to announce his position. I didn't stop him. No, I didn't need to. Instead, I used the laptop to connect to a peripheral server. An in 136B carrier. I needed 100 SB to access it. I felt a bit regretful, but it was still worth paying. Tack. I closed the laptop. Suddenly, the carrier began to move backward. ARW, where are you going? Over here, I said. Hey, where are you fucking going? I mean, where are you going, sirs? Guys. The moment the Jin was coughing up blood and going insane, a terrifying wind pressure blew, and something huge fell down on the ground. KOONG. Shark waves shook the area at the moment of landing. A rock accompanied the shark wave, striking his head and crushing it. I stared at what landed. A giant over 2.2 meters. This man, who gave off an overwhelming presence just by standing, was a man who could be said to be the strongest in close-ranged combat, Chiak Yungyong. However, a girl was caught in his hand like a pet. Let go. Let me go. Rachel struggled as much as she could, but Chiak Yungyong didn't even flinch. Let me go. This is England's territory, and I am England's princess. When I stared at her, Chiak Yungyong spoke with a smirk. Oh, this girl. It looked like she was following you, so I brought her. Rachel met my eyes. She clenched her teeth. Leaving Rachel alone for a moment, I picked up the now ownerless suitcase. Chiak Yungyong then spoke softly. Put that down, I retorted briefly. You first. Chiak Yungyong didn't respond. He only stared at me with the eyes of a dead fish. Without a choice, I pointed my gun at the suitcase. Immediately, Chiak Yungyong's expression changed. Hey, do you know how much that's worth? Without answering him, I transformed the Desert Eagle from a handgun to a shotgun. Fine, you want to try me. Let's see who's faster. Me ripping of this girl's head, or you drilling a hole through that suitcase. I put my finger on the trigger. For a moment, an intimidating confrontation continued, but soon, Chio Yungyong sighed as though he was giving up. Fine, little bastard. Then he threw Rachel at me. Kaya! Rachel fell at my feet. I was curious why Rachel was here, but now wasn't the time to ask. Chiak Yungyong's heavy voice knocked on my ears. Now put that down. In the first place, this crystal wasn't something I could handle. The ideal plan was to give it to Rachel to make it the English royal court's possession, but it was impossible now that Chiak Yungyong was here. Fine. I threw the suitcase down without hesitation. Chiak Yungyong picked up the suitcase. In his hands, it looked more like a purse. It was then. Wheeing, a fly landed on my nose, distracting me for a second, but in the next moment, a fierce wind blew towards me. All the hair on my body flew backward. I couldn't think. When I looked forward, a head-sized fist was in front of me. Beyond the fist, Chiak Yungyong made a satisfied smile. In the blink of an eye, Chiak Yungyong had charged towards me and stretched out his fist. 3 cm. Just 3 cm closer and my head would have been crushed. Looks like you aren't so rotten. Chiak Yungyong seemed satisfied at my calm response as he turned back with those few words. His heavy steps resounded. My body didn't move until he completely disappeared. My head was completely blank, not a single thought existing in it. My body and conscience were frozen. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Short Break 1. A huge forest was built on the outskirts of Clancy Islet. This forest served to protect the island from crashes without exterior damage to the island, so all the trees in the forest had strong and large trunks. I picked a random tree to lean against. Oh! My heart, which stopped momentarily, trembled greatly and began to beat again. Holding my thumping chest, I recalled what just happened, then stopped. I went back to focusing on the present. For the sake of my sanity, it was better to forget about what happened. I looked around the dark forest. The overturned sedan that the Jin rode was stuck in a ditch, and my bike was lying a little distance away. The bike was fine. It had a 40% consolidation on top of being reinforced with ether, so there was no way it could have been destroyed. I slowly walked up and raised the bike. For some reason, I wanted to take it back with me. Was there a way I could? While I was having a slightly illegal thought, I suddenly felt someone's gaze. Rachel was staring at me while sitting like a mermaid. Because Chiak Yungyong gave me such a big shock, I had forgotten about Rachel's existence for a moment. Are you okay? She didn't seem hurt at first glance, but I still asked. Rachel nodded silently. With a dazed face and her mouth half open, I could see the front of her teeth. I couldn't help but laugh. Why did you follow me? Then Rachel closed her mouth and stared at me for a while. I didn't avoid her eyes. An exceptionally bright moonlight blanketed the dark forest of the floating island. Rachel shined silver from this light. She looked into my eyes for a long time, then pulled something out of her pocket. It was a bullet. To be exact, it was a bullet without the casing. What was that? I tilted my head. Hajin SSI. Suddenly, she called my name. I thought for a moment that my ears were acting up. However, I wasn't mistaken. Rachel had certainly called my name. Ah, yes, I replied hurriedly. This belongs to Hajin SSI, right? I stared at the bullet. I didn't have the ability to distinguish bullets just from their shapes, but it did look like a bullet for the Desert Eagle. Yes, I think so. I reached out to grab the bullet, but Rachel put the bullet back into her pocket, pretending not to have noticed. Where did you get? I found it during the final exam. Ha! I finally understood the situation. She must have found it when I helped her by sniping Lancaster gins. I thought something similar might happen again, so I followed you. Rachel scratched her cheek as she pulled out the sword hanging on her waist. I knew what that weapon was. It wasn't just a training rapier given by Cube. Gallatin. It was a legendary sword said to be used by one of the 12 Knights of the Round Table. But no matter how good the weapon was, Rachel didn't stand a chance against an overwhelming opponent like Chiak Yungyong. Aha! By the way, Hajin SSI. Suddenly, Rachel's voice became firm. She stared at me fixedly and asked, Back then, why did you help me? I didn't know what to say, so I just stared at her. Rachel wasn't finished yet. During the midterm exam and then the final exam. Thinking about it now, Hajin SSI was there. Oop! A chilly wind blew, and Rachel's long hair curled into her mouth. I barely held myself back from laughing. Rachel tied her hair back, then cleared her throat. Hum. I can see how what happened during the midterm exam was a coincidence, but for the final exam, no matter how much I think about it, the only explanation I can come up with is that you were watching me. I scratched the back of my neck. Rachel was a pivotal character who was exposed to extreme danger. If she got hurt or was killed, the story progression would be distorted greatly. That was why I was watching her, since only I could prevent it. However, that wasn't something I could explain to her. As such, my answer was simple. It was simple enough to be acceptable and convincing. I'm your fan. Rachel widened her eyes and tilted her head. I'm your fan. I'm even a member of your fan cafe. Rachel's fan cafe did exist. England's fan cafe had about 500,000 members, and even the Korean one had about 10,000. I checked it before when I didn't have anything better to do. But it was perhaps too absurd of an excuse as Rachel shut her mouth tightly. Wish. The wind blew, shaking the leaves of the trees around us. The awkward silence continued for about 5 minutes then, Rachel asked with a quivering voice. Does that mean you like me? Yes. Jiak Yungyong returned with the crystal to the hotel suite, where everyone else was waiting. You are haha, that's right, I'm back. When 4 members of the chameleon troupe stared at him, Jiak Yungyong burst into laughter. Haha, it's almost like I'm the main character. He pushed his hair back as though he was embarrassed, then put down the suitcase. Jane snatched up the suitcase. This better be the real thing. She swallowed her saliva and opened the suitcase slightly. A brilliant white light shone through the opening gap, letting her know that it was the genuine crystal. It is. A smile emerged on Jane's face. Satisfied, she closed the suitcase. Well done. Haha, it was a piece of cake. Wait, why are you so happy? Don't tell me you killed him. Boss eyes suddenly flickered coldly. No, I didn't. I was planning to at first. Chiak Yungyong smiled deeply. At first, he wanted to blow up his head. If his eyes trembled even a little bit, or if he tried to dodge or show any sign of fear, Chiak Yungyong probably wouldn't have stopped his fist. However, the man continued to stare at his fist. Without being flustered, he observed Chiak Yungyong's movements, showing the fearlessness of a warrior. Chiak Yungyong liked his manliness. Are you sure he wasn't frozen from being scared? Did you check his pants? Jane, if you underestimate him, you might regret it one day. Tusk. Jane furrowed her brows. Chiak Yungyong shook his large head sideways as he murmured, just kidding, just kidding. I would know if that was the case. I purposely charged in a little slowly. Also, he was facing me directly, but he didn't bat an eye. To demonstrate, Chiak Yungyong pushed his fist at Jane. Jane was startled even by this tiny movement. See, strong people and people who will become strong have a different mindset. Chiak Yungyong spoke as he pounded his chest proudly. Courage, boldness, fearlessness, all of these are impossible to have without a strong heart. Closing your eyes when your sword is clashing is the same thing as having your neck cut. Be quiet. Droon interrupted Chiak Yungyong's passionate speech, making him frown. Tusk, brat, don't cut in when an adult is talking. However, he couldn't do anything about Droon. Although he loved fighting and killing, there was one absolute rule he never broke. Try that in 3 years, and you'll see what happens. To never touch young children. That was his rule. The turmoil in Clancy Hall was quickly suppressed. Although evil society's executives weren't captured, there weren't too many casualties thanks to the total mobilization of England's heroes. Ehu, broken down buildings and battered roads. While heroes and paramedics were busy going back and forth, Yu Yonha was sitting on the ground, staring at her hair that had been blackened. She sighed. How much time and effort would it take to restore this hair at the beauty salon? Damn it. Yu Yonha kept sighing, and soon Ki Naeun walked up to her. Hey, did you see that? Ki Naeun asked without any explanation. Yu Yonha became annoyed for a moment, but pushed her complaint back into her throat. See what? Yu Yonha had seen many things. First was Kim Junwoo's overwhelming might. He tore countless Jins apart with his bare hands, making him truly worthy of being a hunter of the vast expanse. Next was Kim Suho. His talent also stuck out like a sore thumb. There was nothing that the metal attribute covering his sword couldn't cut. His final sword dance, which cut down raining fireballs, was one that still stayed in her mind. Kim Hajin. He went off on a bike. Ah, Yu Yonha had also seen that eye-catching scene. Just like Ki Naeun said, Kim Hajin went off somewhere on a motorbike. He was so fast that Yu Yonha had to do a double take on whether bikes could go that fast. Yeah, I saw him, but where did he go? I don't know, but where do you think he got that bike? I want to buy one too. Ki Naeun's eyes flickered as she smacked her lips. Kim Hajin didn't make any special accomplishments in today's incident. However, Yu Yonha had a suspicion. Kim Hajin's driving skill. He seemed too experienced for a mere cadet. At that moment, Kim Suho hastily walked up to them. What's wrong? The princess is apparently gone. Have you guys seen Rachel? Ha! Ki Naeun and Yu Yonha looked around the area. Although the incident had been settled, heroes were beginning to get busy once again. The word princess didn't disappear from their urgent conversations. Yu Yonha suddenly felt a chill down her back. She muttered in complete shock. Their goal was the princess. What? Really? Yeah, it makes sense. Rachel is England's most precious treasure. If they kidnapped her. It was then. A black bike was coming their way, making broken, clunking noises. Everyone other than Yu Yonha, who was focused on making deductions, turned to the direction of the bike. On the bike's saddle was Rachel, who was wearing a helmet and trembling as she drove the bike. If they kidnapped her to take her hostage, England wouldn't hesitate to hand over the rights to Clancy Islet. Their goal must have been the entire country, not just Roten Corporation. Those evil bastards. Hey, stop murmuring to yourself and look over there. Ki Naeun nudged Yu Yonha's shoulders. What, I'm busy right now, eh? Yu Yonha suddenly felt drained. This time Ki Naeun murmured seriously. That's the bike Kim Hajin ran off on. Yu Yonha's face became serious once again. Her head spinning fiercely, she continued her detective work. While everyone was distracted by the attack in Clancy Hall, Kim Hajin had run off on a bike. However, it was now Rachel who was riding on that same bike. Did that mean Kim Hajin defeated all those Jins by himself and rescued Rachel? Impossible. Not even Kim Hajin could be so fearless. Rachel and I split up in an awkward atmosphere. Does that mean you like me? I denied her, but it didn't look like Rachel believed me. She said that she understood, but I felt like she interpreted things the wrong way. In any case, I returned to my hotel room alone. Of course, if I returned with Rachel, I would have been able to obtain a lot of SB as the cadet who saved the princess. However, receiving more attention than necessary was poisonous. Currently, Clancy Islet was filled with evil society's Jins. They had failed in their mission, and no one knew where their fury would go. The chameleon troop was fine, since they were a group with the might and wealth to withstand evil society. But if evil society chose to vent their anger on me, my future would be bleak. Anyways, this place is amazing. My hotel suite was beyond anything I imagined, not to mention it was all free. After winning 2 billion at the casino manager told me to rest and upgraded my room for free. I sat down on the comfy couch and made a video call with my smartwatch. The call went through and the face of a cute child popped up on the screen. Hajin. Hey, have you been doing well? Evandel was a quick learner. She quickly learned to use basic electronic devices, and because I told her not to call me daddy, she even started calling me by my name. Look at this. Evandel showed me a cat she made. A cat ghost. It was small and cute. Wow, good job. It's really cute. I want to pet it. Hee hee, right. I learned from the internet that praises were important for raising a child. By the way, Hajin, when are you coming back? Tomorrow morning. I'll be there as soon as I can. Wait just a little bit more. To be honest, I wanted to go back right away. But because the entire island was undergoing a vetting process, I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. I'll bring back something delicious. What do you want to eat? Fried chicken. All right, got it. Whining, I received a message on my smartwatch. The sender was Ki Nayan. Hey, are you busy? Everyone is going to go get food. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. Short break 2. Rachel returned to the royal court under the protection of numerous heroes. Her mother and father, the Queen of England and her consort, were worried sick, thinking that she had been abducted by evil society. Rachel corrected their misunderstanding that she wasn't abducted, but had left of her own accord. Naturally, she had to tell them about the giant who ended up taking the white crystal. Then, their worry became anger, and Rachel ended up being scolded. Their nagging continued for 30 minutes, telling her not to do something so reckless ever again, and that she would be transferred to England Academy if something similar happened again. After enduring their threats and scolding, she returned to her room. She felt like her ears were bleeding. Tired, she buried herself on her bed. Ha! Many things happened today that caused her to sigh. Roten Corporation's CEO, Zelen, was taken to the hospital after fainting. Once the stock market opened tomorrow, Roten Corporation's stocks were sure to plummet. What happened today wouldn't hurt England. Zelen had written a contract, vowing not to blame England no matter what happened. However, the Royal Court Guild would undoubtedly be impacted as Roten Corporation was its biggest sponsor. If Roten retracted their support, the Royal Court Guild would surely falter financially. Putting aside such concerns for now, Rachel thought about the incident that happened only 2 hours ago. First was Kim Hajin. He had used some unknown method to identify the Jin who fled with the crystal and then chased after him. He had almost succeeded in retrieving the crystal, but a mysterious giant intervened and took the crystal away. In the end, the crystal was lost. However, the image that stayed in Rachel's mind wasn't the lost crystal, but the man who bashfully confessed that he was her fan. Suddenly, other thoughts began to emerge in her mind. He had left behind many hints. The biggest hint was the theory class. Kim Hajin was good at studying, but he was well known for not sharing his knowledge with others. She had also heard the slanderous rumors about him, but it was different with me. He always answered any question I asked, and during the final exam, he immediately revealed his location with me, strongly expressing his desire to be with me. But I refused, and he watched over me from afar, helping me when I was in a dangerous situation. At first, I didn't understand why. I couldn't find any reason he would help me, but now everything makes sense. If what he did wasn't directed by reason but feelings, then everything makes sense. At that moment, Rachel was struck with a flash of insight. Perhaps this was a great opportunity. The Royal Court Guild needed someone strong in both theory and combat. Kim Hajin was such a person. If it was him, he would be able to raise the Royal Court Guild's prestige. Then, if I could lead the favorable feelings he has for me in that direction. No, Rachel shook her head. It was still someone's feelings. Manipulating and making use of someone's feelings was something that people shouldn't do. Rachel immediately shook off the horrible thought she had. Tack. She even smacked her own head. 10 p.m. I came to the first floor of the hotel casino. I thought that traveling club's members would be waiting there. However, Ki Naeun was the only one in front of the hotel entrance. She was killing time tapping on the ground with her toes. Ham! Kinean yawned as though she was sleepy, and then noticed me. She looked at me and grinned. Why are you staring? I shrugged without answering her. Where are the others? They went ahead. Why are you always late? I ended up being late because of the video call with a vandal. Sorry, I had something to do. Huh? Kinean took out the magic sword I gave her from her pocket. Anyways, thanks for giving me this. It helped a lot. No problem. I didn't really need it back, but I still took it and put it in my pocket. Ki Naeun pointed to the front and exclaimed heartedly, Let's go, I'll pay for the food. She then stomped forward excitedly. I followed her out of the hotel. It was dark outside, but beautiful lights lit up the darkness. Because today's trouble was limited to Clancy Hall, other places were operating as usual. Hey! While I was walking slowly, Ki Naeun suddenly tapped on my shoulder. What? Isn't that yours? What, huh? At the place Ki Naeun pointed, the motorbike I drove earlier in the day was parked. I sneaked up to the bike. I really wanted it. It seemed the owner of the bike was a guest of this hotel. Ki Naeun smacked her lips and asked, Can we ride it there? It's not mine. I borrowed it back then too. Really? We both walked away reluctantly. Tack, tack, we began to walk towards the restaurant again. I turned on the smartwatch GPS. Ki Naeun was the last person I trusted to guide me. Hey! I was walking silently, and Ki Naeun suddenly initiated a conversation. I looked back at her. Under a dim streetlight, she smiled coolly. Then she asked fleetingly, Don't you think we can be friends? My feet came to a stop. Friends. It was a word that never crossed my mind. I stared at Ki Naeun blankly. She was playing with her hair and pretending to be indifferent. I didn't know what she was thinking or why she suddenly said what she said. However, no. Staring at her directly, I cut down her offer coldly. I don't think so. There was no way we could be friends. As someone who would eventually leave this world, and as someone who would kill her most precious person, I couldn't become her friend. Ki Naeun stood still, seemingly taken off guard. She stared at me without even breathing. Soon, with a slightly stiff expression, she let out a sigh, then forcefully made a smile. Screw you. Fine, if you don't want to be friends, then screw off. She smacked my shoulder, then ran forward. Silently staring at her back, I rubbed my shoulder. That freaking hurt. To be honest, it felt like I was hit with a hammer. Next day, I went shopping, finishing up what I went to do yesterday. I visited another antique shop. Although most antiques were only a little special in appearance and otherwise useless, I was able to pick up 2 items. Horse saddle, Antica horse saddle used by a nameless cavalryman 500 years ago. If you sit on this saddle, you will be able to handle rides better. Horn flute, Antica flute used by a wandering minstrel of Joseon. If you blow this horn, your throat will become clean and your voice will become clearer for 3 hours. They were useless in combat and were for more practical uses. Still, I really liked the horse saddle. Although it was expensive, I knew it would pay for itself one day. Let's go. Now it was noon. We stood in front of Clancy Islet's portal. With our status being clear, we didn't need to undergo further investigation. But behind us, a group of 5 people was lined up, waiting for their turn. I tried my best not to stare at them inadvertently. They were all members of the Chameleon Troupe, who were disguised with Jane's gift. From Clancy Islet to England, then England's portal station to Seoul, we used 2 portals in total. There was an unexpected trouble yesterday, but as heroes, we should start getting used to such situations. That was what Oh Han-hyun said after we arrived at Seoul Portal Station. Everyone nodded as they made bitter smiles. Now, let's all go back home. Well done, everybody, both yesterday and today. After Oh Han-hyun's words of encouragement, we left the Seoul portal station. Then everyone other than me froze. The outside of the portal station was bustling with reporters. Ah, they're here. They're back. The reporters' cameras flashed blindingly. Is it true that Princess Rachel was abducted yesterday in Clancy Islet? Just what happened? There have been reports that Kim Suho cadet performed great service at the incident. The reporters bombarded us with questions. Videos of what happened in Clancy Hall must have spread to Korea, and Kim Suho's outstanding performance surely made headlines. The other club members were standing in a daze, but I wasn't. I knew that the reporters would have no interest in me. Stealthily turning back, I sneaked away to a restaurant known for its roasted chicken. I had to buy snacks for a vandal who was waiting for me at home. Give me two, no, three. Three, got it. After buying 3 roasted chicken, I went back to the portal station. The interview was still ongoing. Yu Yonha, who liked media attention, was talking to the reporters as her hair fluttered in the air. Ignoring them, I went to the portal leading to Cube. Hua. Cube's scenery was familiar like home. Feeling the air of the East Sea, I walked through the Central Park. Soon, Dorm 1 appeared. My room was number 109, which was convenient since I didn't need to take the elevator. I put my thumb on the fingerprint scanner. Tiririk, the door opened with a ringing tone. I slammed the door shut as soon as I got in. At the same time, Evandel and all the animals she created ran at me. Hajin, I hugged Evandel, who ran into my embrace. She rubbed her face against my chest, showing her joy. In an instant, my heart became calm and full. I wondered if I'll be able to feel this when I have kids in the future. Evandel looked at me with twinkling eyes and asked, "Did you buy chicken?" "Yeah, I bought a lot." I held up a plastic bag full of chicken, 3 days until the start of the second semester. I thought I had quite a fruitful break. I hunted hard, trained hard, and added another function to my laptop, smartwatch link. It was annoying having to open the laptop every time something happened, but I was putting it off because I didn't want to use SB. An incredible luck applies, warding you from certain death. Narrow escape from death, 3/9. A special stat, accumulation of luck, becomes partly unlocked. You obtained 193 SB. I made the change using the 193 SB I gained thanks to Chiak Yungyong. Now that I had it, I wondered why I delayed such a convenient function until now. "Oh, Hajin, what's up?" I called Park Soo-hyuk using my upgraded smartwatch. "Hyung, did you get what I wanted?" Last week, I asked Park Soo-hyuk to get me a motorcycle. I was calling him now to check how it was going. "Yeah, I looked up the motorcycle with the best specs like you wanted, but it's really expensive. 150 million won. Augusta, I think it was called. Is that including all the additional functionalities you can put on it?" "No, it gets even more expensive. With things like mana coating and engine reinforcement, the final cost will be way more than what it's worth." "Do it anyway. I won a lot of money at the casino." I won 2 billion won at the casino. Plus, that day was also approaching. The day Packhorse Master would conquer Suwon Devil's Nest, and consequently, the day I would become rich. "Okay, I'll put in an order. But where are you going to ride it? There isn't anywhere in Korea that's suitable for such a high-spec motorcycle." "It's fine." I had ether, and I even had horse saddle, which would improve my driving skills even more. In the case of an emergency, I could also use bullet time. "Okay, I'll order it under our company's name, so come to pick it up later." "Thanks. Oh, right, is the company growing well?" "Haha," Park Soo-hyuk replied with a laugh. "We have 13 hunters with us now. You don't have to worry." "Ooh, what an improvement. Haha, it's all thanks to you. We're preparing to expand our business. We're going to move to a better place soon, too. Then I'll invest. Like I said before, I won a lot of money at the casino." When I was excitedly talking with Park Soo-hyuk, an alert suddenly popped up on my laptop. In an instant, my face stiffened. It was from Violet Banquet. I hung up the call and confirmed its content. Someone had made a commission to the Truth Agency. It was the first commission in about a month and a half. Please find this person. Although the sentence was short, it came with the detailed personal information and picture of a man. His name was Fernan Jesus. I knew who this man was. Fernan Jesus. This was the man Toma loved and hated more than anyone, her father. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Attraction 1. The Hero Association gave the title 9 Evils to the 9 Jinns who rose to the peak of Jinn society. It was meant to brand them as the evils of humanity, or nine roots of evil. But the Jinns happily accepted the title, calling it the highest praise. It'll be a waste of time again. This place was the base of Wicked, the third-ranked Jinn of the nine evils. This base was a secret sanctuary made by reconstructing a deep cave in South Hamgyong Province's mountain. Truth Agency. We will answer anything. In this sanctuary, an ordinary Jinn named Toma was looking into a computer. Her brown Latino skin and healthy figure shone even in the dark cave. However, there was no one giving her lewd glances. Even among ordinary Jinns under Wicked, Toma was a bit special. She was an odd one who didn't care about missions and only cared about pursuing strength. A few Jinns even doubted her being a Jinn. What wind blew to make that woman stay in the office? Another ordinary Jinn muttered quietly as he stole a peek at Toma. It was uncommon to see her glued to her desk like she was now. Someone told her about an information agency on Violet Banquet. Who? Probably Seth. That guy's crazy about women. At that moment, a field agent walked into the office. The two gossiping Jinns quickly buried their faces on their desk. The field agent looked around the office, then called someone's name. Toma. What now? Toma slowly got up, murmuring quietly to herself. The field agent heard her complaint clearly, but he only furrowed his brows and did not say anything about it. Toma was a young, ordinary Jinn who was only 20 years old, but it was only her position that was ordinary. Her skill was enough to classify her as an elite. There's a mission. A mission. Yeah, an observation mission. The agent handed a thick stack of documents to Toma. Frowning, Toma received the documents. Looking fixedly at my laptop, I pondered. Toma was a bit of an unusual Jinn. She became a Jinn for one purpose, to kill her father with her own hands. To achieve this goal, Toma sold a part of her soul. Toma was that unfortunate. When she was 7, Toma's father killed her mother and abandoned her. At first glance, he was just a human garbage, but there was another reason behind it. This setting was a device I implemented to eventually bring Toma to Kim Suho's side, though I stopped serializing before I ever got to that part. In any case, with Wicked's help, she would eventually find her father even without me helping her. After killing him with her own hands, she would swear loyalty to Wicked. Before I went on hiatus, she had even become one of Wicked's executives. For the record, Wicked's executives were on a much higher position than ordinary executives. The executives of Wicked were only inferior to the 9 evils themselves. In other words, they were the future leaders of Jin society. If I found Toma's father for her, would I be able to bring her to my side? Probably not. But if I used the plot device I created for Kim Suho, for now, I unleashed the Book of Truth. I didn't know for sure where Toma's father was. Thinking about all the information Toma gave me, I willed the book to reveal his present state of affairs. 2 streaks of stigma disappeared in an instant. My left arm felt numb, and an intense headache shook my head. It felt like my vision was turning white. Ugh! I collapsed on the ground, unable to endure the pain. The throbbing pain lasted for a minute before subsiding. I raised my head and looked at the Book of Truth. With 2 streaks of stigma, I could find out about Fernan Jesus' current status, but I couldn't find his current location. Fernan Jesus changed his name to Agus Benjamin and has retired after undergoing plastic surgery. Sunday, before the start of school, I visited Seoul's Magic Tower. It was to engrave magic seals on my obsidian bracelet. As the Magic Tower Society was filled with materialistic snobs, I wore the luxury suit I bought in Clancy Islet to avoid being ignored. Kim Hajin SSI, welcome. A guard mercenary checked my name on the reservation list and let me in. In the Magic Tower, where classical music flowed calmly, there were many others who made reservations to come. A magician approached me while I was looking around. Kim Hajin SSI. Ah, yes. Nice to meet you. I'm Jin Johan, a 4-star magician. You made a reservation for magic seal-related business, correct? A 4-star artifact artificer was the highest-ranked magician an ordinary person could meet. I nodded in satisfaction. Jin Johan scanned me up and down, then spoke with a smile. Follow me. Let's go to the office. Jin Johan's office was on the 33rd floor. As soon as he sat down on his counseling chair, his secretary brought him a cup of coffee. Jin Johan took a sip, then cut straight to the chase. What kind of magic seal are you looking to engrave? Physical ability enhancement? Or do you have a physical defense magic? Ah, yes, we do. Jin Yohan projected a hologram in the air. First is this speed boost, strength enhancement, barrier, blood circulation, etc. Most were fairly mediocre magic seals. Do you have any that runs with more magic power? Most magic seals engraved in artifacts used little magic power, as no matter how much internal magic power an artifact had, it wasn't enough to use anything above speed boost haste. However, this obsidian bracelet didn't have such restrictions. I needed a powerful, high-cost magic seal, even if it could only be used once a week. For example, chi reinforcement or momentary awakening. Jin Yohan gave me a strange look, then nodded. It's possible, but it will be very expensive. 30 minutes later, I left after making a reservation. It seemed I needed to wait a bit more until I could obtain magic seals, at least until Packhorse Master finished conquering the Suwon Devil's Nest. The month-long summer came to an end. Other cadets were busy traveling abroad and whatnot, but I spent most of the time training and raising a kid. That picture you took in Japan came out really well. I wanted to go to Spain. If only my portal pass didn't suddenly expire. Cadets who came back to Cube seemed to have enjoyed their break, as they all had bright faces. Even without seeing their faces, I could find out through their social media. Most went on vacations abroad, and some posted pictures of themselves training during their break, enduring a hard day, hoping for a better tomorrow. That was one of Shin Jang-hak's social media posts. The picture he uploaded with it was even more of a spectacle. It was a clear setup shot, with his sweaty head leaning on his spear. Because of his handsome appearance, I had to admit that he looked like a model. Just like this, I often checked the major characters' social media. Kim Suho and Yu Yonha were rarely active on social media, and Rachel's social media was administered by the English royal court. As for Ki Naeun, she hasn't posted anything since the casino incident. Too complicated. Number first time, number Clancy Eyelet, number flustered, number annoyed, number cube cadet. Along with the short phrase and a string of hashtags was a picture she took of Clancy Eyelet's night scenery. This was Ki Naeun's last post. It looked like a typical attention-seeking post from a high schooler, but the reaction was explosive. 3982 likes. Ayana don't think too complicated. Orangejet 2574 watt. Hangul Koyu Enus, Hangul Koyu Enus did something happen. Jing Hakto call me, Iwe. Why aren't you posting anything nowadays? She has so many likes. As expected of a celebrity, Ki Naeun had many followers. Looking at it, I felt ostracized, so I went back to looking at stocks. It shouldn't be long until Packhorse Master's stocks skyrocketed. 5 minutes later, 8 o'clock a.m., Kim Soo-hyuk walked into the classroom. As soon as he arrived, he knocked on his desk loudly and gathered the cadets' attention. Today is the start of the second semester. As you all know, the second semester comes with a big change. Not only will your rankings be different, new cadets will also join the class. Maybe some of you went to the welcoming ceremony yesterday. Welcoming ceremony. Starting from the second semester, magicians who wish to become heroes will come to Cube from Korea's 10 magic academies. 20 magicians per class for a total of 200. I already took note of magicians who would play important roles. These transfer students will join us starting from today. Come in. With the instructor starting to clap, cadets also began clapping. Then the front door opened and 20 black-robed magicians walked in. At first, I stared at them without much thought. 1, 2, 3, then suddenly my eyes widened. What? Among the 20 magicians, there was someone who shouldn't be there. Her skin was whitened and her hair dyed darker, but I was sure it was Toma. Toma was raised in Korea from when she was 10 and was admitted to Gangwon-do Magic Academy. Although she quit after 4 years, disillusioned with the magician community, her status was guaranteed just by having been admitted. With a few Jins who were part of Cube's executives, she was indeed a good person to infiltrate Cube. Everybody, take a seat. At Kim Soo-hyuk's words, the magicians sat down in empty seats. Now I will announce the ranking change. Toma sat in the middle seat. Using my smartwatch, I checked whether I received any messages on my laptop. Toma, although she plays an important role in the story, her appearance and strength are too sudden. It is better to create a connection between her and other major characters from the beginning. Tusk, doing useless things again. Rank 1, Kim Suho. Kim Soo-hyuk began to announce the rank change. He only voiced the top 10, and the rest was posted on a wall poster. Rank 1, Kim Suho. Rank 2, Shin Jang-hak. Rank 3, Rachel. Rank 4, Ki Naeun. Rank 5, Shen Yuan. Rank 6, Yu Yonha. Rank 11, Yi Yonghan. Rank 17, Kim Horak. Rank 334, Kim Hajin. Rank 334. My rank had gone up 600 places. It was a moderate, average rank. I was satisfied. The first outdoor class was training. The purpose was supposedly to get to know the transfer students. The name of it was Dangerous Hike. There aren't any dangerous monsters on this mountain. But the chief instructor, Kim Soo-hyuk, held up his index finger with a scary face. There are terrifying hidden traps. They're replicas of what jinns once used. You might end up being hospitalized, so make sure to stay on your toes. Next, Kim Soo-hyuk divided 120 people into 10 groups of 12. The 10 groups then began to climb the mountain from different starting points. All right, everyone, let's go. Ki Naeun belonged to Group 3, which included Kim Suho. Oh, Ki Naeun. Hey, Ki Naeun and Kim Suho led 2 magicians and 8 cadets to the foot of the mountain. Not long afterward, goosebumps began to appear on their arms. Not only did the wind get chilly, their surroundings also got dark. For the record, it was currently 10:30 a.m., just the environment was scary and spooky enough. But there were also all kinds of traps, just like the instructor said. Flames suddenly sprang up from the ground, tree branches coiled around them like tentacles, and even ghosts appeared to frighten them. God, my heart almost dropped. When a creepy female ghost appeared, the cadets all fell on the ground. Was Cube trying to give them nightmares to celebrate the start of school? Ki Naeun let out a deep sigh as she placed her hand on her heart. Geez, this is too scary. Even Kim Suho was murmuring in cold sweat. Looking at him, a thought suddenly flashed across her mind, the person who she was constantly thinking about and made her feel complicated. Hey! What? Kim Suho tilted his head. Ki Naeun looked around sneakily. Other cadets were trying to calm their startled hearts and weren't paying attention to them. Consequently, she tried to act as nonchalant as possible, as she brought up something that didn't have much to do with the current situation. Hey, you're my friend, right? What? Why ask that all of a sudden? Are you sick? Just answer me. Well, of course I am. At Kim Suho's immediate answer, Ki Naeun smiled bitterly. As expected, Kim Suho thought of her as a friend. Perhaps this was the normal reaction. However, Kim Hajin had clearly stated that he couldn't be her friend. Unlike Kim Suho, he was proclaiming that he would be more forward. What was that? It's nothing. At that moment, a bush on the right side suddenly rustled, and a familiar face popped out. Speak of the devil, it was Kim Hajin's Group 6. Chapter 78. I was half-serious vast expanse, a hunter group founded and named after Kwangwonwon, who was Kampara. Besides Kim Hajin, Group 6 had the 41st ranked Simon Delick and the 20th ranked Yi Ji-yoon. Group 3 met them coincidentally, and now they were taking a break together. Illusion Barrier. Group 6 had an easy time in the beginning with only a few wild animals appearing on their hike, but they had unknowingly entered an illusion barrier. Yeah, I think we must have been lost in there for an hour or so, but suddenly that guy told us to move with a frustrated face. Simon Delick pointed at a man sitting by a tree. Ki Naeun glanced over to that direction. There, Kim Hajin was looking at his smartwatch. At first, we were like, who is this kid? But then he went ahead and found the exit instantly. Ki Naeun nodded silently. Oh right, did you decide on your team for the upcoming team challenge? Simon Delick asked, changing the topic. Just like he said, there was a team challenge coming up. Although nothing about it was announced, Team Challenge was a joint training exercise that was a tradition in Cube. No, Ki Naeun shook her head. Teams for the Team Challenge had to be fair. As such, top-ranking cadets like Ki Naeun, Kim Suho, Yu Yonha, and Shin Jang-hak couldn't team up. Most teams were composed of one one-digit rank, one two-digit rank, two three-digit ranks, and one low-rank magician, or two two-digit ranks, two three-digit ranks, and one upper-rank magician. Of course, specific rankings were taken into account as well. I'm thinking about asking Kim Hajin. At that moment, Yi Ji-yoon, who was sitting quietly, suddenly interjected. Caught off guard, Ki Naeun's body shook a little. Kim Suho laughed and chimed in. Hajin, he's a good choice. Kim Suho, you're close even with him, Yi Ji-yoon asked with a smiling face. Ah, yeah. Although Kim Suho felt his relationship with Kim Hajin was a little vague, he still nodded. Then Yi Ji-yoon's face brightened. As expected of Suho, you have so many connections. Like a sly fox, Yi was good at flattering people. Ki Naeun felt slightly displeased. But why Kim Hajin? There are bad rumors about him. Simon Delick asked in a slightly jealous tone. Just like he said, there were horrible rumors about Kim Hajin. On the other hand, Yi was on the popular side. Not only was her pure and innocent face well liked by guys, her gift was also one of the best among supporters. Everyone wants to have you on their team, Ji. She could shoot magic arrows imbued with a special buff. As its effect was exceptionally strong, most high-ranking guilds in the country already had their eyes out for her. Kim Hajin is the best candidate among three-digit cadets. He's smart, and his combat prowess is exceptional. You remember his fight with Kim Horak, right? Yejun sent Kim Hajin, who was sitting far away, a meaningful look. No one knew whether he had heard Yejun's praise, but he scratched his cheek. Yejun turned her gaze to Ki Naeun. Naeun, what do you think? Hey. Yejun and Ki Naeun were stereotypical social media friends, the type that only exchanged likes and comments online. Ki Naeun brushed her hair aside and replied nonchalantly, "Well, you can team up with him if you want. Why ask me?" Although that's what Ki Naeun said, she certainly felt the same way. Kim Hajin was too good of a resource for someone in the 300s. No, in the first place, he wasn't someone who should be sitting in rank 334. For both Yu Yonha and Ki Naeun, this was a matter of fact. Really? Then I should try asking him today. Wait. When Yejun seemed ready to go, Ki Naeun hastily spoke up. He's really picky, so he might not say yes. Hey, that's, you might get hurt, Jiyun. He's a bit cold. Naeun is right. Haven't you heard the rumors about him? Simon Delick also chimed in. Clearly, he was excited to badmouth Kim Hajin. Immediately, he began to recite some of the ill rumors. That Kim Hajin goes to Seoul every weekend to visit brothels and nightclubs, or that he receives money from gangs and other violent organizations, or that he has several sugar mamas. They were exaggerated rumors completely blown out of proportion. Do you really believe that nonsense? Hey, Delick, have you personally seen him? Unable to endure his rambling, Ki Naeun and Kim Suho interrupted him simultaneously. Taken aback, Delick's pupils trembled. What, am I wrong? Ki Naeun glared at Delick silently, then got up. Kim Suho clapped his hands and changed the atmosphere. All right, let's get going, guys. Otherwise we'll be late. Night, after end of classes. Yu Yonha finished preparing for a video call. Her face was completely covered, and her voice was changed as well. HM. Today was the first meeting with the information guild she established, Falling Blossom. She cleared her throat as to not have a voice crack. Tiring. Soon, the video call began. The three team leaders of Falling Blossom Guild greeted Yu Yonha with bare faces. It's nice to meet you all. It's an honor, Master. Yu Yonha was satisfied with the team leader's respectful tone. Falling Blossom's members were people Yu Yonha personally evaluated and recruited. Although their resumes might not be spectacular, she snatched them up without hesitation if they had potential. There were 21 founding members. Yu Yonha separated these 21 members into three teams. Members of the first team were spies. They were in charge of gathering information on rival guilds. Members of the second team were hawks. They were in charge of locating and identifying new dungeons or monsters above the high intermediate rank. Members of the third and final team were shadows. They were in charge of taking care of Yu Yonha's private requests. Team 1's top priority should be to find out the plans of rival guilds, namely Creator's Sacred Grace and Desolate Moon. Team 2 should. Yu Yonha began to talk in a formal manner that made it hard to distinguish even her gender. After giving Team 1 and Team 2 their respective missions, she ended her call with them. Now, only Team 3 remained. Members of Team 3 were elites that Yu Yonha was especially careful in choosing. Team 3 would thoroughly work in the shadows. From background investigations to tailing to kidnapping, threatening, and if it came down to it, killing, they were to be Yu Yonha's secret weapon. I command you to thoroughly dig up the following members' backgrounds. However, it is strictly forbidden to hurt them or to be discovered. Yu Yonha gave Team 3 information on 5 individuals. However, 4 of them were only there to fill the number. There was only one she wanted to know. Kim Hajin, 17 years old, from Siaju Orphanage. When he was 9, He was discovered by periodic orphanage inspection and entered Agent Military Academy. Currently 334th ranked Cube Cadet. Supplied essence of the Strait with information worth hundreds of millions of won. That was Kim Hajin. Understood, Master. Team Three's team leader went away with an affirmation. Yonha nodded in satisfaction, then jumped into her bed. Beep, beep, 6:30 a.m. I opened my eyes, awakened by the alarm. When I stretched, I noticed something light stuck to my side. It was Evandel. Pooh, pooh. She was letting out tiny breaths while sleeping. I grinned and put my finger over her nostrils. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Evandel quivered and shook my hand away. Hoo-hoo. A smile bloomed on my face. I stroked Evandel's soft hair for 5 minutes before getting up. You're awake too. On the living room couch was a cat Evandel made. The cat jumped down from the couch and walked up to my feet. When I tried patting it, it growled. This cat wasn't an illusion or a spirit. It was a real cat Evandel made with her ability. Although it had no other ability other than being cute, it would become strong and help me out one day. I put on my clothes. I had to go bring breakfast. Of course, it was more convenient to eat outside and head straight to class. But nowadays, I felt happier eating together with Evandel. I put on slippers and went out. When I was waking to the cafeteria while yawning, someone approached me giving off a fragrant scent. Where are you going so early in the morning? It was Yonha. She seemed to be out for a morning jog as she was wearing a comfortable-looking tracksuit. I replied briefly, the cafeteria. Yonha made a nasal sound, then began to walk alongside me. Anyways, I noticed your ranking went up a lot. Yeah, I think it'll stay in that range in the future. Yonha nodded, seemingly thinking about something. By the time the cafeteria was coming into view, Yonha asked again. Have you thought about your future? Future. It was a word that didn't really click with me, so I just replied half-heartedly. I still have a lot of time to think about that sort of stuff. A lot of time. It's only a year and 3 months. Once we're in our 3rd year, we'll be too busy with things like hero internships and deployments. Just like she said, 3rd years were no different than real heroes. They only came to Cube once or twice a week and spent the rest acting as apprentice heroes in different guilds. Yonha continued. How's Essence of the Strait? She was clearly trying to coax me. Essence of the Strait, the guild that would later become Yonha's. To be honest, it was a guaranteed success. Although it was currently ranked 2nd because of Creator's sacred grace, it would reign supreme as the unshakable rank 1 guild once Creator's sacred grace failed their tower of miracle conquest. This wouldn't change even when Kim Suho joins Creator's sacred grace and brings it to a new height. I was thinking about becoming a hunter of the vast expanse. I was half serious. Vast Expanse, a hunter group founded and named after Kwangwonwon, who was comparable in power to the 9 stars. 2. Although they operated like a mercenary group, they worked on a completely different scale. The main customers of the Vast Expanse were large guilds or large corporations. Individuals who wanted to employ them had to be multimillionaires. As hunters of the Vast Expanse were mercenaries at their core, they were given an incredible level of freedom. There couldn't be a better status for someone like me, though I'm not sure if I could become one. Yonha didn't say anything for a while. When I glanced at her, she was in deep contemplation with a very serious face. I'll change your mind. Then a determined voice rang out. Yonha continued as she stared at me fixedly. If I bring what you've been looking for all this time, wouldn't you change your mind? And what's that? I furrowed my brows. Then Yonha snickered and suddenly changed the topic. Oh, right. Remember Yijina who bullied you? She got scolded really hard. I even have a video of it. Do you want to see it? She's crying like a baby. Yonha walked strangely when she was feeling good. Like a daring little princess, she had her hands clasped behind her back and hopped. Then suddenly, she shot backward. As expected, there were other cadets some distance in front of us. Then I'll see you later. With that, Yonha disappeared. All right, attention. Wednesday morning announcements. Kim Soo-hyuk's voice was just as loud in the morning as any other time. You will need to form a team of 5. It was finally here. I closed my eyes and clenched my lips. Team challenge. It was kind of like a group project. From now, I would be doing rather annoying things as a member of a team. For example, conquering a miniature tower, capturing artifacts against other teams, or going on team-building trips. Thankfully, team challenges only lasted until the midterms in 6 weeks. Get into teams that meet the requirement and submit a team member list by the end of next Wednesday. If you don't have a team by that time, I will place you in teams myself. Who? Forming a team was too sorrowful for outcasts like me, though I might be the best choice among three-digit cadets like Yi said. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, I heard tiny tapping sounds. I turned around. On a seat a little ways behind me, Rachel was tapping on her desk with an anxious face. Oh, right. Rachel was also in a similar situation to me. The difference was that I was ostracized while she was aloof, but it was the same in that we had no friends. Since that was the case, it might be good for us to team up. Plus, I had something to give her as well. Butterfly seedling dust. I had to give it to her even if I had to use force. Originally, Rachel was supposed to obtain a hint of her enlightenment during the final exam. If it was delayed any longer, there was a chance that her basic specs would become lower than in the original story. Although I was a bit nervous, I took a deep breath and sent her a message. Rachel SSI, would you like to team up with me? But before she could check my message, someone approached her. Would you like to team up? It was the robed magician, Toma. Chapter 79. I was thinking about Toma. I knew how to appease her. Currently, she wasn't fully assimilated to the... Toma's boldness attracted the attention of the entire class. Rachel stared at Toma with puzzled eyes, but Toma even reached her hand out to Rachel. Looking back and forth between them, I couldn't help but wonder why it was Rachel. Within the Jin society, Wicked had a similar position to mercenaries. They accepted money to carry out missions. Considering that Toma approached Rachel, it was likely that Lancaster was the mastermind behind the mission Toma received. I'll think about it. There's still a lot of time left. Rachel sent Toma back for now. Then she checked her smartwatch. It seemed she saw my message as her eyes widened. She glanced at me and our eyes met. SSSK. Rachel's head unnaturally turned to the window. She was trying to pretend that she wasn't trying to look at me. In any case, it seemed getting two offers made her happy as the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. I turned back around and faced the front of the class. After about 10 minutes of waiting, she gave me a reply. I'll think about it. I hoped she would pick me since we already had somewhat of a friendship. Now I stopped thinking about the team challenge and focused on the more important issue. I stared at Kim Suho's back. Summer break had passed, so it was almost time. Currently, Kim Suho should be preparing to tackle a dungeon. Just like protagonists of novels often did, he was planning to do it solo. However, most dungeons couldn't be soloed unless the challenger was uncharacteristically powerful or the dungeon was uncharacteristically weak. However, the dungeon Kim Suho was planning on conquering was an exception. It was a matter of suitability. This dungeon was small, with weak minions but a powerful boss. This boss was the Swordsman of Destruction, a monster that even a high intermediate rank hero would find difficult to handle. Right, he was a swordsman. Swordsman and a sword saint. Even a vandal could easily answer which of the two would win. The sword saint's magic power would easily shatter the swordsman's sword, and only a single tree branch would be left upon the swordsman's defeat. This branch was Kim Suho's weapon. Its divine name was Misteltine, also known as the God-slaying branch. It was a generic weapon of legends. It was a branch in some versions, but a sword or a spear in others. In the end, I set its unawakened form as a branch, so that it would become more sword-like as it awakened. However, because of its ordinary appearance, Kim Suho didn't know what it was at first. What changed this ordinary appearance was the butterfly seedling dust. The butterfly seedling dust would allow the ordinary branch to undergo its first awakening, turning the ordinary branch into a black branch. It was comical how powerful monsters like King Ogres and Sea Kings were beaten to death with a branch. Thinking back to the Kim Suho of my novel, I couldn't help but chuckle. In any case, I had to join this dungeon conquest. After all, the butterfly seedling dust was on me. But that wasn't the only reason. Frankly, I was worried. I wasn't sure Kim Suho could beat the dungeon by himself. This world wasn't as easy and lax as the one I set up. Also, there might be breadcrumbs prepared for me as well. Now go to class. While I was in thought, the morning announcement ended. I got up to go to class like I always did. Ah, Hajin, where are you going? However, a girl I had never seen before clung to my side. What? I'm going to class. Where else would I be going? Well, you see, I was wondering if you had. Before the girl could finish, someone else cut in. This time it was a guy. Hajin, Jin Ho-sung. He was a male cadet who was in my team at the beginning of the first semester. I got tickets to go to the French Artifact Museum. Apparently, Napoleon's rifle will be on display tomorrow. I ended up accepting the ticket in the suddenness of the situation. But it didn't end with Jin Ho-sung. A bunch of students, some who I knew the names of, some who I only knew the faces of, and some who I didn't know at all started bribing me. I accepted their gifts without declining. My room, after all the classes ended. Sitting on my couch, I pondered. Evandel was sleeping using my thigh as a pillow, so I couldn't make any big movements. How should I handle it? Span. I was thinking about Toma. I knew how to appease her. Currently, she wasn't fully assimilated to the Jin's side. In a way, she was currently following the philosophy of the golden mean. One, as such, I felt like I could bring her to my side as long as I helped her find her father. But that was the problem. I couldn't find him. For some reason, the Book of Truth wasn't working. I would have no choice but to employ another method to find him. Yu Jinhyuk was undoubtedly the best background informant, but he was too expensive and, more importantly, limited in range. To maximize his ability, Yu Jinhyuk restricted the range of his ability to the Korean peninsula. If Toma's father wasn't in Korea, it would only be a huge waste of money and time. Oh, right, Span suddenly, I recalled something. I knew an informant, a trustworthy one at that. He was Kim Chundung's sole connection, an informant who looked like a piglet. What was his name? Kim, right? Kim Harsup. One, of course, we haven't talked to each other since I was admitted to Cube, so I didn't know his phone number. However, that was something I could easily find out. I quickly opened the Book of Truth. What I wanted to know was Kim Harsup's phone number. Ugh. Just looking up a single phone number consumed 30% of my magic power. Was Book of Truth too costly, or was 2 streaks of stigma too little? In any case, I got the phone number I wanted. I immediately made the call. Tururu, 3 Piglet brothers. He had a strange ringtone, but he quickly picked up. Hello. Kim Harsup's had a deep voice unlike what I expected. Hey, Harsup, it's Hajin. How have you been? Hajin-chan, it's been a while. His tone was quick to change. What's up? Harsup. Uon, what have you been doing lately? Me. The way he dragged out the end of his sentence got on my nerves, but Harsup was an important connection nonetheless. Although he wasn't treated well because of his outer appearance and his strange personality, he would be noticed by Yu Yonha in 7 years and come to play an important role. I'm doing okay. Why did you call me? His voice was noticeably meek. Tusk, it seemed he was being bullied by seniors in his workplace. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to comfort him. Nothing much. Just I'm wondering if you can help me find a person. A person? Yeah, I'll send you a supercomputer as a payment. Harsup's gift was related to computers. As such, a good computer amplified his gift's power. Supercomputer. But isn't Hajin-chan poor? I have a lot of money now. I'll be able to send it to you this week. So, can you do it? If you have a little bit of his background information, it should be possible. Perfect. I'll send it to you immediately. I sent him Fernan Jesus' false identity, which I found out with the Book of Truth and the picture of him I got from Toma. All right, I just sent it. Also, Chundung, I mean Harsup. For a moment, I got the two names confused. If you're going to quit your job, Kim Harsup was a good person. He might not be an altruist or a philanthropist, but he wasn't someone who would do anything bad. In other words, he would be more helpful the earlier he was discovered. There's a new information guild called Falling Blossom. You should join it. They only care about your ability, so they'll treat you well. I told Harsup the workplace he would shine in the future. 10 o'clock p.m., a time when no classes were going on. Kim Suho was training alone in a dark forest inside Cube. Wick, the sword he stretched out, caused the air to undulate. After a light jab, he let out soft slashes, followed by a spinning slash. The perfect flow in his movements made it seem like the sword was protecting the swordsman. It was a flawless sword technique, sharper than a blade and lighter than a feather. Just like this, Kim Suho reflected on his sword technique every night. To not lose the mindset of a knight, and to advance his sword technique a step further. Nowadays, there was another reason he was devoting himself to training. That was, are you training? At that moment, someone's voice rang out. Startled, Kim Suho turned around. Kim Hajin. Kim Hajin was leaning against a tree, seemingly having watched his sword training. Kim Suho put his sword away. Kim Hajin approached him with a smile. Kim Suho quickly asked, "Are you also here to train?" Kim Hajin shook his head. "No, I'm just on a walk. Anyways, it's still early in the semester, but you sure are hard at work. If someone saw, they would think you're trying to conquer a dungeon alone." Immediately, Kim Suho's body shook slightly. Kim Hajin maintained his smile as he continued to chatter uncharacteristically. "No way, am I right?" "No," Kim Suho denied with a smile. However, Kim Hajin's eyes were narrowed, giving a meaningful look. Faced with his eyes, which seemingly pierced through everything, Kim Suho shrunk back slightly. "You went out last week, right? To Kamak Mountain. I saw you on my way back." Kim Suho silently stared at Kim Hajin. Resonance of the sword. That was what Kim Suho felt from Kamak Mountain. At first, he had climbed the mountain to feel its life energy. However, a sword chi buried in the mountain called him. This strange yet desperate call attracted his attention, and when he went to the epicenter of the sword chi, he found an unidentified dungeon. "How did you know?" Kim Suho asked, his voice vigilant. "I saw you coincidentally. You know how I like to go out a lot. And not to brag or anything, but my eyes." Kim Hajin tapped his eyes as he spoke. "Span, if I climb Kumgang Mountain, I can see up to Seoul, no Uljambu." 2. Kim Suho continued staring at Kim Hajin without talking. Silence usually made people anxious. However, Kim Hajin was completely at ease as he continued to say what he wanted. "If you really plan on conquering a dungeon, let me join. I'm pretty useful outside of Cube. We'll split the loot 9-1. If you get a tree branch, I'll only take a few leaves." A week passed by in the blink of an eye, and Monday came around once again. There were only 2 days left until the team submission deadline. Um, Ki Naeun was in thought, looking at the notebook on her desk. There was one spot left on her team. She needed a cadet outside of the top 100. In team challenges, a team with a lower average rank was given bonus points. Naturally, you wanted a cadet who was cost-effective, and that had to be Kim Hajin. She sneaked a peek at Kim Hajin's seat. Kim Hajin's name popped up often in the class group chat, which showed just how popular he was for the team challenge selection. However, Ki Naeun was fairly confident that he would choose her if she asked. There was only one reason that she hesitated to ask him. She was worried that Kim Hajin would misunderstand. She wanted him to join her team for the team challenge. There was no ulterior motive. What, are you having trouble forming your team?" At that moment, Shin Jong-hak, who was sitting behind her, asked. Shin Jong-hak already had his team, Kim Horak and 3 others. Because 2nd-ranked and 17th-ranked cadets were in the same team, the other 3 were way below average in rank. But since it was Shin Jong-hak, he would find a way to squeeze out their potential. "No, I'm just thinking. Let me see." Shin Jong-hak suddenly reached forward and stole Ki Naeun's notebook. "Ah, hey, Heizuki, Raymond, and Kim Hajin. Kim Hajin." He repeated Kim Hajin's name loudly. Immediately, the attention of the class fell on her. Naturally, Kim Hajin was included. Kim Hajin was staring at her. Ki Naeun felt her face growing red like a tomato. Didn't you say Kim Hajin? Shut your mouth." "UK." Ki Naeun struck Shin Jong-hak's solar plexus. Shin Jong-hak was completely caught off guard by Ki Naeun's sudden attack. Slumped down on the desk, Shin Jong-hak endured the pain. "Ooh, ooh." Shin Jong-hak's scream rang out intermittently. "Don't steal and look at other people's stuff. Hey, Kim Suho." Ki Naeun quickly changed the subject. Kim Suho was sitting next to her. "Who are you going to team up with?" Kim Suho was silent. He was tapping on his notebook with a pen, seemingly thinking about something. "Kim Suho." "Huh." Oh, when she called him again, he finally turned around in a daze. Ki Naeun peeked at his notebook. "What, you're asking Kim Hajin too?" Kim Hajin's name was written in his notebook. "Huh. Oh, I guess so. Everyone's asking Kim Hajin. A fitting combination." At that moment, Shin Jong-hak reined in his pain and muttered just barely, "Two trifling commoners." "Shut it. Yu Yonha, what about you?" Yu Yonha, who was staring at her smartwatch, raised her head. "Me, my team's already decided." Yu Yonha formed her team with people she could easily manipulate. Although she also coveted Kim Hajin, she was more comfortable with people whom she could handle with ease. HM. At that moment, the theory instructor walked in. He placed a thick textbook on the podium and started taking attendance. "Oh, by the way, there will be team challenges for theory classes as well." That was what the instructor said next. Ki Naeun decided as soon as she heard those words. Bless Kim Hajin. That's it for today. Make sure you review it before next class. The class ended. Ki Naeun snapped up from dozing off. She got up quickly and chased after Kim Hajin, who just left the class. Hey, she grabbed Kim Hajin's shoulder. Kim Hajin looked at her and asked what was going on with his eyes. Ki Naeun felt a bit nervous. About your team. When she was about to ask, someone walked past her, blonde hair and delicate fragrance. It was Rachel. With an innocent face, she tilted her head and asked, Team? Oh, it doesn't concern you. Hajin SSI decided to team up with me. Ki Naeun's facial expression became stiff. She swallowed hard, then turned to Kim Hajin. Kim Hajin nodded somewhat regretfully. Really? Well, I didn't think you had anyone to team with, so I thought I'd save you, as a fellow traveling club member. Right? Well, good luck. Without knowing what was coming out of her own mouth, Ki Naeun turned around after smacking Kim Hajin's shoulder. At first, she didn't know what to think. She was just in a daze. But while she was walking, she suddenly got annoyed and turned back around. She coincidentally met eyes with Rachel, who was going the same way. Rachel gave a small nod in greeting. Ki Naeun clenched her teeth. Same sex, but opposite personality and similar grades, theory excluded. Rachel was someone who Ki Naeun regarded as a rival second only to Kim Suho. No, nowadays, Rachel had surpassed Kim Suho to become her sole rival. Why her of all people? Ki Naeun stomped away like a raging bison. Chapter 80, Chapter 80. Teamwork 1. Rachel stopped in the middle of walking. Seeing that she had somewhat of a serious face, I also stopped with her. She stared at me fixedly, then spoke. I already submitted the team list. Team Rachel was composed of the following members: Rachel, Jin Hosung, Yi Bakju, Kim Hajin, Toma. Rachel had the highest rank, and Jin Hosung and Yi Bakju were rank 108 and 173 respectively. The team list deadline was Wednesday, but Rachel had already submitted it. So you can't go somewhere else. That's what Rachel said. Perhaps because of what Ki Naeun said, her eyes and voice seemed a bit worried. Of course. They're over there. At that moment, the other team members arrived. Jin Hosung, Yi Bakyu, and Toma, all of them. We're in the same team now. Let's go get some food together. Jin Hosung spoke excitedly. Was it because he was in Rachel's team? I glanced at Rachel, who nodded. So where are we going? Well, what do you want to eat, Rachel SSI? I'm fine with anything. Rachel wasn't a particularly picky eater, but there was something she liked. Let's go to Hangyujang, the Korean restaurant. Sure. Yi Bakju and Jin Hosung didn't seem to mind, and Rachel let out a satisfied cough. Only Toma had no reaction. Are you okay with that? Yeah, it was a short answer. Great, it was decided. Oh, right. While we were walking looking at a GPS, Jin Hosung suddenly came up to me. Hajin, about the ticket I talked about before, it's in 2 days. Do you want to come with me? To France. Immediately, Rachel's eyes flickered fiercely. France and England had a relationship similar to Korea and Japan, because I added a setting that England and France had an artifact scramble about 20 years ago. The feeling between the two countries was at its worst. No, I'm fine. To be honest, I was curious about Napoleon's rifle, but I didn't want to go all the way to France just to see it. Why, who knows, maybe Napoleon's rifle will become yours. Napoleon, Rachel muttered in a small voice. How? I'm rank 334. Well, it'll be better to put it to use than to just keep it in the museum. By the way, Hajin, don't you think your voice changed a bit? Cuham, did it? That was thanks to the flute I bought in Clancy Eyelet's antique shop. Equals horn flute, antique flute used by a wandering minstrel of Joseon. If you blow this horn, your throat will become clean, and your voice will become clearer for 3 hours. I used it for the first time about 5 minutes before I went to see Kim Suho, because a deep voice carried more reliability. Ever since then, I've been using the flute often. I liked how my voice sounded clearer, and it felt great to open up my throat in the morning. Yeah, is it puberty? Thankfully, I didn't have to answer his question that lacked common sense as we arrived at the Korean restaurant. Rachel went in first, smacking her lips, an abandoned factory in Suwon. After 9 months, all members of the chameleon troupe gathered in their hideout. Droon had finally figured out how to use the white crystal, and the purpose of their gathering was to spectate. Kid, do I really break it? Chiak Yungyong asked again, carrying an artifact sword in one hand. Droon frowned and urged him on. Yeah, do it. Tusk, don't blame me if anything goes wrong. Jiak Yungyong grumbled as he rapped his fist with magic power. The density of the magic power made it seem as though he was wearing a gauntlet. KWANG. Jiak Yungyong's fist clashed with the artifact sword. The result was that the sword shattered like glass. Happy? Yep. Droon picked up a fragment of the shattered sword and placed it on a stone table. I'll initiate it now. Woong, the white crystal began to resonate, unleashing magic power. The magic power condensed inside the cube, encasing the crystal, then began to radiate towards the sword fragment. The crystal's white magic power clung to the fragment, forming a crystalline sword. Ooh, Jiak Yungyong applauded in amazement, while the rest of Chameleon troop members made shocked faces. There. Just like that, the tiny sword fragment became a partial artifact. According to my test, it's at least as strong as a low-rank artifact. A single artifact can produce about 30 partial artifacts, and taking the crystal's magic power capacity into account, we'll be able to make about 600 more. And we sell each partial artifact for about 700–800 million won. Amazing. Even with a simple calculation, one could see that it was close to a 500 billion won profit. Even after deducting the black market and money laundering fees, it would be about 20 billion won per member. It was indeed worth the risk. Yeah, but it'll take at least 5 years to sell it all. That's fine. Oh, by the way, Jane suddenly cut in. Packhorse Master started their Suwon Devil's Nest conquest. The eyes of the Chameleon Troop's members flickered with a conspicuous light. Packhorse Master, they were the prey Chameleon Troop was eyeing. They had finally started their activities. Look, if you do this. 9 o'clock p.m. It was time for children to sleep, but a vandal was busy playing with clay dough. She seemed to be using too much magic power on creating spirit bodies, so I prepared a toy she could use to have fun. Tada! Wow, what's this? Evandel made a penguin with glasses, which she often saw on TV. I opened my eyes wide in surprise. Evandel puffed out her chest with a proud face. How did you make it? Are you a genius? Hihai want me to tell you. No, I won't be able to do it even if you did. This is a skill you were born with. While I was making Evandel smile with continued praises, my smartwatch suddenly rang. It was Kim Suho. Can you come out to the forest we met at last time? Oh ho, so you finally made your decision. With a smile, I got up from my seat. Evandel, I'm going to be out for a bit. Where are you going? To buy some snacks for us to eat before bed. Snacks, I want cake. Okay, cake. I'll buy some, don't worry. Using that as an excuse, I went outside. Cake. Repeating the word cake, so as to not forget about it, I headed to the forest where Kim Suho was waiting. Cube's night was chilly even during summer. It was because Cube was an island in the middle of the East Sea. Rubbing my shoulders every time the wind blew, I arrived at the meeting spot. In the middle of the dark forest, Kim Suho was standing with a serious face. His usual gentleness was gone as the air carried a heavy atmosphere. Yo, Kim Suho, why'd you call me? Hearing my voice, Kim Suho turned around. He stared at me for a long time with heavy eyes, then let out a deep sigh. It seemed he was about to say something serious. Do you remember what you said to me last time? Huh, oh yeah, what about it? Just like you said, I recently found a dungeon. I smiled silently. I already expected him to say this. It must have been formed recently since it's small, so I was thinking about challenging it alone. But it's still a dungeon. It's a big risk to try to conquer it alone. I crossed my arms leisurely and interrupted him. Kim Suho calmly nodded in response. Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing. Kim Suho suddenly threw down his jacket. But if I'm going to trust my back to you, I'll need to verify your skills. He murmured in a low voice as he stared at me. I was taken aback. The situation was turning out a bit differently than I had expected. I know the exact location of the dungeon, so it's okay if I determine whether you will be a help or a burden, right? Right. Kyuham, my crossed arms began to tremble. To be honest, even if Kim Suho was blind and left-handed, I wouldn't be able to defeat him. That was the difference between our skill. Not to mention, Kim Suho was a swordsman while I was a sharpshooter. You're right, but there's one thing you haven't considered. What's that? I racked my brain to try and avoid this fight. Should I try showing him the power of my Desert Eagle? Even without having to fight, he should be able to see my attack power if I shoot a tree trunk. It's not fair for a sharpshooter and a warrior to fight one-on-one in an open field. Plus, I'm a bit reliant on my weapon. Depending on the type of gun, the difference in my attack power will be like the difference between heaven and earth. You don't have to beat me. However, Kim Suho cut me off. And the weapon doesn't matter. I'm not trying to test your weapon's power. Really? Yeah, I'll stop when I'm satisfied. Now I had nothing to say. Kim Suho took out his sword. It wasn't a cadet sword, which was made out of steel, but a wooden sword for sparring. However, the quality of a sword didn't matter for Kim Suho. The moment his magic power surrounds that sword, my bullets would stop working. Using anti-magic wouldn't change a thing. Kim Suho's magic power existed on a higher dimension, and it could even cut anti-magic. A good idea suddenly popped into my head. Oh, but I forgot to bring a gun. What's that on your waist? I looked down at my waist. The cadet handgun I usually carried around was in my belt's holster. Oh, I brought it. I forgot. Without any other choice, I took the gun out. But will it be okay? Unlike a wooden sword, I won't be able to control my gun's strength. It's fine. Also, this isn't my real weapon. I'm using this since we're prohibited from carrying personal weapons in Cube, but I racked my brain as I tried to buy time. I began to look around for something that could trigger my luck. First, I checked the surrounding terrain. We were in a forest, the sky was dark and the wind was cool. Kim Suho's hair fluttered from the westerly wind, and the jacket he threw down flapped on the ground. Wait, jacket, the jacket on the ground. To be recognized by Kim Suho, the help of my SB and luck was necessary. Are you ready? Seeing me staring at the ground, Kim Suho spoke up. Hold on, someone sent me a message. I wasn't ready yet. I began to operate the laptop on my smartwatch. For 2 minutes, I busily tapped on the holographic keyboard. The result was as follows. Equals cadet jacket, a jacket created by Cube. Trap transformation. When someone steps on this jacket, an unknown force will strongly push the person off. This effect lasts for 10 minutes and will disappear after one activation. 25 SB will be consumed. Would you like to save? Perhaps because it was a one-time change that wouldn't deal any damage, I needed less SB than expected. This was undoubtedly worth the investment. I'm ready. I turned the smartwatch off, then took a deep breath, saved. Then let's start. Yeah. The man who would become the world's strongest was standing in front of me. He was only standing, but I felt an immense pressure pressing down on me. I held my breath in the surging tension. Then Kim Suho charged towards me. His speed was beyond what I could follow with my naked eyes. Normally, I would have been incapable of reacting to his movements, but I was able to with bullet time. My sense of time slowed down. Although Kim Suho was still much quicker than me, I could see his wooden sword clearly. After ducking and barely avoiding a slash, I glanced away to locate the jacket. 4 steps. I didn't wish for anything more. I just wanted to walk 4 more steps. Wish. Kim Suho's wooden sword swung past my eyes. I fired at Kim Suho's foot, which Kim Suho dodged by jumping up lightly. Then he swung his sword, swirling backward. The wooden sword grazed my shoulder. A burning pain overwhelmed me, but I managed to take 2 steps. However, Kim Suho's sword, which just grazed my shoulder, soared up. My instincts roared. This attack was going to hit. I was physically incapable of dodging it. How could someone like me avoid a sword that hurled toward me 5 times a second? With no other choice, I used ether. Ether shot up from my feet, pushing me to the side. With that, I was only a single step away from the jacket. Kim Suho seemed surprised that I avoided his consecutive strikes. However, he chased after me without giving me a chance to collect my breath. Charging at me like a drill, he swung his sword at my shoulder. However, before his sword could hit my body, he stepped on the jacket. That was it. Kim Suho's body disappeared from my sight. Without even a scream, he was sent flying. His center of gravity was pushed forward because of that final strike, and because he was completely caught off guard, Kim Suho couldn't make a proper landing. He fell and rolled on the ground about 50 meters away. He tried to get up quickly. However, my bullet struck first on a rock next to Kim Suho's head. In a real fight, that wouldn't have missed, though it would have been blocked by his chi reinforcement anyways. I trudged up to Kim Suho. He had a soulless, blank face. When I reached out to lend him a hand, a deep smile emerged on his face.